In the Awakening Hall of Xuanwu City, Cao Wei soul power awakened. Class Apprentice Priest. Congratulations, student, your awakening was a success. The staff member who had been impatient with him just moments ago now looked at Cao Wei with a much softer gaze. This was a world of the future where countless dimensional gates had appeared across the globe. Ferocious beasts and alien races surged out from within those dimensional gates. People discovered that by using awakening stones there was a certain chance to activate soul power and become a soul wielder in order to resist the catastrophe from beyond. What's so great about awakening as a priest? He just a healer, and his base attributes are so trash. What party would ever want him? Goodness, first time I've seen such a perfectly average set of 5 stats. Why would a healer need such high strength, agility, and defense? Seeing his own attributes, even Cao Wei could not help being slightly stunned. Character Cao Wei. Class Apprentice Priest. Level 0. HP 100. Soul Power 100. Attack 20. Physical Defense 20. Magic Defense 20. Strength 10. Attack 10. Strength Coefficient 0. 2 Burst Potential. Constitution 10. HP Constitution Coefficient 10. 1 Conversion Ratio. Carrying Capacity Constitution Coefficient 5. Physical Defense Constitution Coefficient 2. Speed 10. Responsiveness and Movement Speed. Critical Damage 100. Speed Coefficient 1. Intelligence 10. Soul Power Intelligence Coefficient 10. 1 Conversion Ratio. Magic Defense Intelligence Coefficient 2. Luck 10. Increases the probability of critical hits. Skill Minor Recovery F. Talent Sacred Evolution SSS. Equipment none. Priests only required soul power and endurance. Put simply, they needed more mana to cast healing skills and enough toughness to avoid being easily killed. No wonder others mocked him, for such perfectly average for primary stats were widely recognized as the worst kind of talent. However, when Cao Wei saw the final line, his innate talent, he could not help freezing for a moment. Sacred Evolution. And its SS rank. He looked left and right. No one around seemed to have noticed his talent. Could it be that only he could see it? At once Cao Wei opened the detailed description of his talent. Sacred Evolution. Consume experience points to upgrade your skills, items, or equipment. Currently at Tenfold upgrade. This skill is limited to personal use only. Upgraded skills and equipment are bound to the soul and cannot be used by others. Promotion condition: use Tenfold upgrade 100 times. 100 first use is a trial that consumes no experience. Staring at this talent, Cao Wei was stunned at first. Then an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy rose within him. With this talent, it meant he could transform garbage skills and trash equipment into divine gear and godlike abilities. During the apprentice period, with divine equipment and godly skills, you became the one everyone had to look up to. Unconsciously, Cao Wei swallowed hard. He could no longer wait to find a place to test his talent. Just as he was about to leave, the soul stone on the platform behind him suddenly burst forth with a pillar of golden light. The hall fell silent for a brief moment. Li Heng's soul power awakened. Apprentice Noble Knight Rare Class. At once an uproar swept through the hall. The Noble Knight was a hidden class endowed with the rare class talent Noble Aura. Those gathered around a Noble Knight would gain a 10% increase to all attributes. This effect was a fearsome trump card on the battlefield. Every Noble Knight who enlisted would start with the rank of captain. One could say that Noble Knights were born leaders. Yet when Cao Wei looked at the man on the platform, there was not a trace of envy on his face. On the contrary, a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. This man, he knew him. Li Heng, a disciple of the Li family of Xuanwu City. The Li family, a great magnate of Xuanwu City, possessed wealth comparable to a nation. Their clan nurtured countless disciples of astonishing talent. The bank from which Cao Wei's parents had borrowed money belonged to Li Heng's family. Over the past year, because Li Heng attended the same school as Cao Wei, he would often bring a group of lackeys to harass Cao Wei from time to time. A significant part of the reason Cao Wei was so desperate to become a soul wielder stemmed from Li Heng. Li Heng was the school's resident tyrant. Before becoming a soul wielder, Cao Wei could only endure in silence. He had thought that he had finally gained the strength to contend with Li Heng. Yet Li Heng had now awakened a rare class as well. How could Cao Wei, who had long suffered under his bullying, not be filled with anger? At this moment, Li Heng's gaze happened to fall upon Cao Wei. A faintly disdainful smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Well, now isn't this the one who owes my family money? Oh, what was your name again? I just saw you awaken as a priest. Not bad at all. Why don't you come work for me? I'll pay you 2,000 a month. That way, you'll be able to pay off my family's debt in just 80 years. Li Heng burst into derisive laughter. Hearing this scornful cackle, Cao Wei unconsciously clenched his fists once more. Though he longed to drive his fist into the other man's skull, he took a deep breath instead. He merely let out a cold snort and turned away. Many people had heard Li Heng's mockery of Cao Wei. Now they looked at Cao Wei with eyes full of sympathy. After all, an ordinary priest facing a noble knight. Even if federal officials could mediate the matter of the debt owed to the Li family's bank on his behalf, the margin for manipulation would be enormous. This was also why Cao Wei chose to avoid clashing Hedon for now. He knew that at this moment Li Heng indeed possessed grounds for arrogance. But he himself was not inferior. The class talent of a noble knight was something all noble knights possessed. His unique talent, however, belonged to him alone, the one and only across all planes. Before long, Cao Wei arrived at the trial grounds. The so-called trial grounds were actually connection points between different planes. Different planes intersected here. Different races slaughtered one another here. To protect their young, however, the various races tacitly divided the trial grounds into levels, and experts beyond a given level were forbidden to enter. Before entering, Cao Wei went to the supply station at the entrance of the trial grounds. This was where new recruits were provisioned. With enough money, one could even purchase great equipment. As for Cao Wei, at this moment, all his worldly possessions amounted to the 100 credits in his pocket. A single mana potion cost 50, and a grade piece of equipment cost 100. A space watch for storing items cost a full 5,000, and it only held 1 cubic meter. Feeling the crumpled 100-credit note in his pocket, Cao Wei hesitated slightly. Even with only 100, he had to spend it on the sharpest edge. "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" A sweet female voice drifted over. At a glance, the saleswoman recognized that Cao Wei was merely an apprentice soul wielder. Though her face was adorned with a friendly smile, a faint trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. "I'm just looking around." Just looking. More like you can't afford anything, right?" Cao Wei turned his head. It was none other than Li Hong. His detestable lackeys were as always trailing behind him like sycophantic shadows. "Who says I can't? I'll take that a great axe." Cao Wei had already made up his mind. That a great axe did not boast high attack. It only added 20 points, but it granted 2 to all attributes. Popper, all you've got is just enough to buy a single great axe, huh? Take a look at me." At once a dazzling light flickered. Li Hong was clad head to toe in great equipment. That glow was the set bonus effect. For an apprentice, this luxurious set was practically invincible in the early stages. As transitional gear for the apprentice period, wearing such a set was extravagance beyond belief. Even Cao Wei could not deny feeling a twinge of envy at this equipment. Yet soon a hint of disdain flashed through his gaze, and he picked up the axe and walked away. With Sacred Evolution, he would one day have as many such pieces of equipment as he wished. Behind him, he could still hear Li Hang's grating voice. Little trash, this young master just happens to be short of a healing priest to keep me topped off and pick up loot. Want to tag along with this young master? I'll give you 50 a day. Huh? Am I not generous? Haha, who doesn't know that young Master Li is the most generous man in all of Xuanwu City? Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better behave. That's right. Young Master Li is doing you a favor. You're just a trash class, a healer dad. Who would ever team up with you? Exactly. Other gold farming parties even make you pay to join, but young Master Li is actually paying you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. Listening to the jeers of Li Hong and his hangerson, Cao Wei seethed inwardly once more. He spat lightly in secret, then hefted the axe onto his shoulder and strode off. Seeing Cao Wei so oblivious to his so-called favor, Li Hang's brows furrowed slightly. Doesn't know what's good for him. A trash healer dad. Does he really plan to clear dungeons alone? He's just asking to die. Hearing Li Hang's mockery, Cao Wei's body trembled slightly. He turned his head and revealed a cold, disdainful smile. I do plan to clear them alone. The trial ground. This is the novice zone for levels 0 to 5. The most common creatures here are low-level goblins. Those things are dim-witted and cowardly, extremely easy to deal with. Perfect targets for teams of beginners. Quite a few people had already gathered at the entrance. Party of 4, missing 1 priestess. All level 5 brothers carrying a priestess to farm monsters, efficient and safe. Level 3 warrior looking for a priest healer to level together, no male healers. 5 class party, missing 1 reliable healer. Ordinary healers, don't bother. Strong skills, good gear, or hidden class can be considered. The scene was boiling with excitement. Voices begging for party members rose one after another. From their brief exchanges alone, one could tell that priests were actually not particularly sought after. Party requirements were either for healers or for those with powerful skills. For a healer like Cao Wei, his position within the trial ground was rather awkward. He was basically the kind of character nobody really favored, let alone the fact that his build was all-round like a water barrel, making party invitations nearly hopeless. Bro, that axe. Are you a warrior? Just as Cao Wei was about to step into the trial ground, a foreman party suddenly blocked his path. Hey little brother, we're double warriors and double archers. If you're a warrior, why don't we team up? Hearing them, Cao Wei merely smiled and shook his head. Sorry, I'm a priest. What? A priest? A priest wielding an axe. Get lost. Exactly. Trash class is bad enough and you can't even pick a proper weapon. Go play somewhere else. A priest with an axe. Does he think he's a tank? If you want to stay alive, get far away from us and find a gold farming party to level with. Hey, a male healer still dreaming of joining a party. Unless you give each of us 2,000 cash, we'll carry you to level up. Watching the foreman party turn from enthusiastic to disdainful, Cao Wei was already used to it. What's wrong with it? Once my talent awakens, you'll be begging to call me daddy. Without another word, Cao Wei hefted his axe and walked away. Behind him, the foreman party watched his arrogant departure and spat in disdain. Bah. A priest soloing. He's like an old man courting death, tired of living. Forget him, Captain. Let's just find a reliable warrior. Exactly. Even if we recruit a priest, wouldn't a priestess be better? Under their contemptuous gazes, Cao Wei entered the trial ground alone. Along the way, he could occasionally see parties engaged in battle with goblins. The deeper he went, the fewer people there were. By the time Cao Wei reached a valley, not a single party was in sight. All right, this should be deep enough. No one will see me here. He took out his great axe. Sacred Evolution. After a burst of dazzling light, the axe was completely transformed. It became ferocious and terrifying. Name Tremor Axe D. Requirement level 0. Attack 50. Effect auto counterattack. When attacked, it will automatically retaliate, triggering Holy Storm, dealing damage equal to all your attributes to nearby enemies. Staring at the drastically altered Tremor Axe in his hand, Cao Wei was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Sacred Evolution was simply incredible. With a single evolution, his equipment had jumped an entire grade. And with the Tremor Axe's ability, it was undeniably a monster farming divine tool. Without delay, Cao Wei found a goblin camp. He looked at the 7 or 8 low-level goblins inside. Without another word, he charged straight in. The goblins here could deal about 5 points of damage per hit, while his health was a full 100 points. He could withstand 20 attacks. Even if these goblins surrounded him completely, Cao Wei felt no fear. He didn't believe that after 20 hits, the Tremor Axe's special effect would still fail to trigger. And the Tremor Axe's added effect, Holy Storm, only needed a single activation to annihilate them all. Having done the math, Cao Wei swaggered to the entrance of the goblin camp. Hey brats, your grandpa's here. Inside, several goblins were napping, suddenly roused by his shout. Their clumsy speech echoed. The goblins, still grumpy from being woken, snatched up wooden clubs and charged at Cao Wei in fury. Just as several clubs were about to smash into Cao Wei's head, a golden storm suddenly surged around him. The wooden clubs snapped within the storm. The frail bodies of the low-level goblins were flung away at the same instant. 40, 40, 40. A flurry of red damage numbers floated above their heads. All of them were at full health. Instant kill. Cao Wei stared in delighted disbelief at his handiwork. He himself remained at full health, and the goblins had all been wiped out in a single blow. Ding, goblin slain, gained 20 experience points. Ding, goblin slain, gained 20 experience points. Ding, goblin slain, gained 20 experience points. A whole string of experience prompts made him feel utterly pleased. In the blink of an eye, he had already accumulated enough experience to reach level 1 with over 100 points to spare. After clearing out the camp, he found a tattered suit of armor among the spoils. Name Goblin Armor F. Requirement level 0. Attribute 5 defense. Ding, evolving grade equipment requires 200 experience points. So the first trial of Sacred Evolution was over. From now on, it would demand experience. Yet for the current Cao Wei, levels were not a necessity. Good equipment could provide attributes no worse than a level up. Sacred Evolution. Another burst of dazzling radiance followed. Name Goblin Helm D. Requirement level 0. Attribute 200 defense. Effect immunity to poison, bleeding, weakness, freezing, burning. The effects were passable, but the increase in defense was considerable. With 200 points of defense, Cao Wei was practically untouchable within the trial ground. Any creature's attack on him could only inflict the mandatory single point of damage. Thus, Cao Wei slaughtered his way forward. At last, he arrived at his ultimate destination, the Goblin Palace. The trial grounds are not exclusive to the human race. For other races, the trial grounds serve as their training grounds for newcomers as well. The Goblin Palace is the sanctuary for the protection of the goblin race's newcomers. While outsiders can enter, it is guarded by high-level goblins of level 7. If any intruder exceeds level 5, it would attract level 10 enforcers. These were things that Cao Wei had learned from textbooks. His purpose today was the Goblin Palace. With his current strength, assaulting the Goblin Palace felt like stepping into a realm unguarded. Slaughtering his way in and out 7 times was not a dream. This place was simply his holy land for grinding experience. However, Cao Wei did not expect that he was not the only one with such thoughts. When he arrived at the Goblin Palace, he discovered the truth. Inside, a significant number of goblins had already been slaughtered by 2 human soul power users. The leading woman, judging by her equipment, was clearly a mage. With each spell, she cast a ring of frost surrounded her magic. She was actually the rare class frost mage. The other soul power user wielded a spear. Each shot could precisely hit the goblin's head, dealing critical damage. Unlike the typical archers who use bows and arrows, this female shooter surprisingly used firearms. She was also a hidden class mechanical hunter. When did rare classes become so common? In just one day, including Li Heng, he had already encountered 3. Besides their formidable strength, the equipment worn by these 2 female soul power users was also quite luxurious. It was evident that their status was anything but ordinary. Rich people confirmed. Only affluent families would have the confidence and capability to slaughter in the sanctuary for newcomers of another race. From their demeanor, it seemed they were determined to clean out the goblin sanctuary today before heading home. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuang and Mo noticed the arrival of Cao Wei. Glancing at Cao Wei, they were surprised to see him wielding an exaggeratedly styled axe. Was he a warrior? Judging by his equipment, it didn't seem too shabby. Could he be a family disciple here for training like them? Shuang, have you heard? If any family disciples are coming to impossible except for that Li Heng from the Li family, but he's not a noble knight, so what's he doing with an axe? Besides, if it were Li Heng, wouldn't he have a whole bunch of lackeys with him? Speaking of Li Heng, a hint of disdain flashed in Xiao Shuang's eyes. Clearly, even if he awakened a rare class, it wouldn't be enough to earn her respect. While fighting, the two exchanged information. They appeared to be effortlessly handling the situation, yet after a lengthy discussion, they still couldn't guess Cao Wei's identity. To be safe, they simply chose to ignore Cao Wei and continued with their monster grinding. At this moment, both of them were clearly at level 5. They likely aimed to reach level 10 in one go. Although they were cautious of Cao Wei, they did not believe he would be a match for them combined. Thus, they didn't pay him much mind, though their glances would occasionally drift towards him. At this moment, Cao Wei was still unaware that he had been targeted by two girls. Upon entering the Goblin Palace, he was immediately attacked by a group of goblins. Faced with these goblins, Cao Wei merely smiled disdainfully. He raised his signature middle finger. "You bastards. Your grandpa is right here." Upon hearing Cao Wei's provocation, the goblins let out a series of furious roars. They charged forward. Ding, auto counterattack activated. Holy storm. 40-40-40-40. With a round of attacks, the goblins immediately lost a significant portion of their health. The damage they caused Cao Wei was 1-1 still 1. Just like in a turn-based single-player game. After a few rounds, the goblins were unexpectedly wiped out by the holy storm. Ding, killed goblin, gained 120 experience points. Ding, killed goblin, gained 120 experience points. In an instant, Cao Wei gained over 1,000 experience points. With so much experience, it was enough for him to level up a full set of great equipment. Unfortunately, Cao Wei had no other equipment on him, so he simply allocated all the experience directly to leveling up. Ding, your level has reached level 1. Oh, all attributes increased by 3 points. Ding, your level has reached level 6. Oh, all attributes increased by 3 points. In the astonished gazes of Xiao Shuang, and MOMO 6 rays of light flashed around Cao Wei. Seeing these 6 rays of light, their expressions shifted slightly. What's going on? Did that person just level up 6 times? Wait, does that mean he is already level 6 now? A madman. How dare he? As Cao Wei suddenly reached level 6, their expressions changed immediately. They were about to flee. But before they could act, the entire Goblin Palace suddenly shook. Following that, a slightly hoarse and furious voice, "Who dares to slaughter my goblin race?" At that moment, Cao Wei realized he had gone too far. He had leveled up too quickly due to the massive amount of experience. Now, because he exceeded the regional limits, level 10 goblin enforcers were deployed. Suddenly, a Tumterlong wild boar teleported into the trial grounds. Riding on the wild boar was the goblin enforcer. His size was taller than the goblins by more than a head. He wielded a massive club taller than himself. At that moment, the enforcer glared at Cao Wei with blood-red eyes. Seeing so many corpses of his kin around him, his gaze towards Cao Wei and Xiao Shuang was filled with resentment. "Human, you shall die." With a furious roar, the enforcer yanked on the reins in his hand. Then his entire body charged at Cao Wei like a speeding car. The terrifying brute force caused Cao Wei to stagger back a few steps. In an instant, the enforcer's data appeared before Cao Wei. Name, Goblin Enforcer. Class Knight. Level 11. Equipment, Wild Boar Necklace, increases all attributes by 10. Health 4,000. Attack power 200. Physical defense 90. Magical defense 55. Skills, Wild Boar Charge, Chain Ball, Strike, Hammer, Smash, Desperate Struggle. Meanwhile, a 1 appeared above Cao Wei. At that moment, Cao Wei understood the attributes of his opponent. As a formal first-tier enforcer, he was merely a goblin with a thicker health pool. His attack power exactly matched Cao Wei's defense. Therefore, unless the opponent had any skills to increase attack power, otherwise his normal attacks could not break through his defense. Cao Wei, who was initially a bit tense, suddenly felt invigorated. "Huh, I thought you were something impressive, but you're just a facade." On the other side, Xiao Shuang and MOMO were already dumbfounded. Who would have thought Cao Wei's defense was so high? A first-tier enforcer couldn't break through his defense. Are you telling me this is a newcomer who just awakened? Meanwhile, looking at Cao Wei's current attribute panel. Level 6. Equipment, Trembling Axe, Goblin Helmet. Health 1,000. Soul Power 400. Attack Power 100. Physical Defense 200. Magical Defense 160. Strength 25. Speed 25. Intelligence 25. Constitution 25. Luck 25. All attributes adding up to exactly 125. Moreover, his attack was just enough to break through the enforcer's defense. Plus, with the occasional passive skill of Holy Storm slowly wearing down the enforcer wouldn't be a dream. He glanced at the remaining experience, which seemed to be around 200 points. This amount of experience was just enough to level up an upgrade piece of equipment. Having just killed so many goblins, Cao Wei hadn't taken a careful look at his gains. He began to scan the ground, searching for equipment that could assist him. Finally, while battling the enforcer, he found a pair of gloves on the ground. Little treasure, whether we can turn the tide now depends on you. Holy Evolution. Name handguards of the Overlord D. Wearing requirement level 5. Attributes strength 20. Effect 15 chance to ignore defense when attacking enemies. Upon seeing the gauntlets on his hands, Cao Wei's eyes lit up. This was precisely the key to breaking the deadlock. The additional 20 points of strength directly boosted his attack by 40 points. There was also a 15 chance to bypass defense. Without hesitation, Cao Wei charged directly at the enforcer in front of him. The giant club and axe clashed, sparking a few flames. In the exchange of attacks between the two, their health points gradually changed. The enforcer brought down his hammer. Damage of 1 flowed from Cao Wei. In contrast, Cao Wei swung his axe down. 50-50, 150 damage. He could deal a minimum of 50 points of damage. With this back and forth, the enforcer's health was visibly decreasing. Finally, with Cao Wei's last axe strike, the enforcer let out a cry of despair. The next moment, he exploded. Congratulations on defeating the Goblin Enforcer. You have claimed this trial ground. You earned 1,000 experience points for defeating the Enforcer. You received a mount reward, Fierce Warboar. You obtained equipment, Enforcer Necklace. You received equipment, Enforcer Spiked Hammer. You obtained equipment, Enforcer Armor. Name, Enforcer Necklace E. Wearing requirement level 10. Soul Power 200. Effect restores 2 of the user's total soul power per second. Name, Enforcer Spiked Hammer E. Wearing requirement level 10. Attack Power 100. Effect increases the priest's healing by 15. Name, Enforcer Armor E. Wearing requirement level 10. Endurance 20. Defense 100. Effect grants 3 seconds of invincibility every 6 minutes. Enforcer set effect within one's territory. All weapon effects are enhanced by a multiplier based on the number of components obtained. Current territory's trial ground not activated. Ding. Your actions have angered the Goblin clan. Within the next 24 hours, you will face a total of 24 waves of attacks. Successful defense grants you permanent usage rights to the trial ground. Failed defense means the Goblin clan will reclaim the trial ground. On the other side, Momo and Xiao Shuang were startled when they saw Cao Wei defeat the Goblin Enforcer. They never expected that Cao Wei could take down the Enforcer all by himself. This person's profession seems to be a priest. Looking at Momo beside her, Xiao Shuang couldn't help but swallow hard. Momo, could this person be a descendant of a high-ranking family here for the trial? His strength is simply too formidable. Hearing Xiao Shuang's question, Momo raised her eyebrows slightly. After scrutinizing Cao Wei for a moment, she shook her head and frowned. I don't know. I basically recognize all the high-ranking families in Xuanwu City. But do you really think those sheltered flowers could defeat the Goblin Enforcer? I suspect he is a disciple of a hidden family that has yet to emerge. Hearing Momo's analysis, Xiao Shuang couldn't help but gasp. Her gaze towards Cao Wei was filled with cautious admiration. Her impression of him was becoming increasingly profound and enigmatic. At this moment, the two had already imagined Cao Wei as a member of a hidden family. It was said that all members of hidden families shared a common trait: formidable strength. Under the family's training, challenging opponents of higher levels was not an issue. Yet here was Cao Wei, a newly awakened individual who managed to slay the Goblin Enforcer. The two subconsciously placed him into the template of a descendant from some hidden family. Meanwhile, Cao Wei had no idea that he had become the object of fantasy for the two beauties beside him. At this moment, he was grinning, holding the wild boar necklace. This was truly a good item. He would use it as part of his gear. Then he remembered that he seemed to have received a mount as well. Come forth, wild boar mount. With a loud shout from Cao Wei, a tall giant boar appeared before. Name, Giant Boar. Level D. Effect movement speed increased by 40. Special mount skill, Wild Boar Charge. The spikes all over the giant boar made it look quite fearsome. With each breath, the giant boar mount exhaled a large amount of mist like an emotionless steam machine. My goodness, it actually dropped a mount. This person is incredibly lucky. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the giant boar mount, the eyes of the two girls immediately sparkled. Mounts are generally only obtainable after reaching level 20. Cao Wei simply defeated an enforcer and received so many rewards. This guy's luck is just too extraordinary. Momo, feeling a bit envious, walked up to Cao Wei and said, Big brother, this mount looks so powerful. Are you selling it? I'll offer 100,000. What? Hearing the beautiful girl beside him wanting to buy his mount, Cao Wei's eyes widened. His giant boar was actually so expensive. Who is this person spending so much money on a pig? Do your family members know you are this wasteful? Why is pork so expensive? It's all because of people like you driving up the prices. And this giant boar with so many spikes, don't you mind getting pricked in the backside? However, money is extremely important to Cao Wei right now. He happened to be short on cash, and if a beauty wanted to spend money to buy his pig mount, he would naturally be more than happy. But the young lady was so generous with her offer. Does this mean he could still raise the price? Thinking of this, Cao Wei's eyes turned into crescent moons. A mischievous smile appeared on his face, but was quickly suppressed. Young lady, look how robust my pig is. It must weigh at least 600 pounds, right? Even if you take it home to stew for soup, it would definitely be a great tonic. Moreover, it's a level mount with special skills. So for this price. As he spoke, Cao Wei unconsciously rubbed his hands together. His thumb was constantly rubbing against his middle and index fingers. The meaning was quite clear. It could be sold, but the price had to go up. Giant boar. Ding. Your giant boar quietly took a step back and threw a disdainful glance at you. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo was momentarily taken aback. It could really be sold. Suddenly a gleam of "I hit the jackpot" flashed across her face. She had originally planned to just ask, but did not expect Cao Wei to be so generous. Immediately Mo nodded enthusiastically and agreed, "No problem. Is 20000 enough?" Cao Wei. Why does it feel like I gained something yet also lost out? Just as Cao Wei was preparing to see if the generous lady would be willing to buy any unwanted gear from him, suddenly a series of furious roars erupted from outside the trial ground, disrupting his rhythm. Humans, you killed the enforcer. Today we demand blood for blood. Outside, a horde of goblin cavalry suddenly blocked the entrance. Seeing the uniformed goblin cavalry, Cao Wei instantly understood. The defense mission had begun. Not far away outside the palace gate, a goblin cavalryman was blowing a massive horn. Immediately, all the goblin cavalry gathered around him. With a thrust of their long spears, they were about to charge at the goblin palace. All the goblin cavalry had reached. The first wave of enemies surprisingly matched the strength of the goblin enforcers. Fortunately, the opponents lacked the bonuses from the enforcer set. Thus, the strength of this group of goblin cavalry was not as formidable as expected. Race Goblin Cavalry. Level 10. Health 1000. Attack 45. Physical Defense 50. Magical Defense 50. Skills: Triangle Formation, Straight Line Formation. In terms of physical attributes and basic stats, they were significantly inferior to the goblin enforcers. It must be due to the fact that these goblins held ordinary professions. Facing this group of cavalry, Cao Wei felt no anxiety whatsoever. Looking at Mo and Xiao Shuang beside him, he suddenly asked, "Ladies, would you like to join me in battle? How about we split the loot equally among the three of us?" Upon hearing Cao Wei's suggestion, Xiao Shuang and Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Without a second thought, the two directly agreed to Cao Wei's proposal. They had already recognized Cao Wei's strength in being able to defeat the goblin enforcers. The high level of the goblin cavalry likely meant they would drop many valuable items, which was just what they wanted. Thus, the three of them immediately formed a team and began to defend against the wave of cavalry before them. Ding! You have teamed up with Mo and Xiao Shuang, and you are now the temporary team leader. You will not take damage from your own team members. Hearing the prompt, a slight smile appeared on Cao Wei's lips. Without saying another word, he charged out of the palace. He chose to confront the group of fierce-looking cavalry heathen. Xiao Shuang, don't think about attacking, you just hold the enemies off for me. Mo, I leave my back to you. And make sure to protect Xiao Shuang. Upon hearing Cao Wei's orders, the two immediately entered battle mode. In the next moment, Wang Haochen charged into the goblin cavalry formation like a ferocious tiger. The goblin cavalry were thrown into disarray by Cao Wei's reckless charge. It should be noted that the cavalry's advantage lay in their combined attack power. With the acceleration of their mounts and the enhancement of their formations, they could unleash nearly double their strength. However, under Cao Wei's domineering actions, the goblins barely had time to accelerate before they were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Wang Haochen. Countless long spears pierced Cao Wei's body. 111. These first transition goblins couldn't even break through Cao Wei's defense. Simultaneously, under Xiao Shuang's magical suppression, numerous frost spells and debuffs crashed upon them like a tidal wave. Frost trap. Stuck in place. Freeze spell. Within just a few minutes, Xiao Shuang had cast several spells in succession. I must say the lady not only possesses great strength, but also impressive financial ability. Regular professionals rarely see rare skills. Just obtaining an E-level skill would make them overjoyed. Yet Xiao Shuang in succession cast several skills, none of which were below E-level. This was still because higher-level skills consumed too much mana. Otherwise, if her soul power were sufficient, Xiao Shuang would definitely not hesitate to enhance her advanced skill set. On the other side, Mo was equally busy. While protecting Xiao Shuang, she also discreetly fired off some long-range shots. With each gunshot, a goblin cavalryman would suffer serious injuries. Though it was their first collaboration, the three displayed remarkable synergy. Soon, with Cao Wei's final act strike, a notification chimed. Ding! You have killed a goblin cavalryman and gained 400 experience points. Prompts sounded one after another, even as the experience was shared among the three. Cao Wei's experience points were visibly increasing. Just from the first wave of cavalry, his experience had skyrocketed to over 10,000. Seeing his experience pool fully charged, Cao Wei immediately chose to level up without hesitation. Ding! Your level has reached 7. Ding! Your level has reached 10. Ding! Your level has reached the current maximum limit. To level up, please complete a job transition task. Current available job transition routes. Redemptive Priest, Retributive Priest. Do you accept the job transition task? Refuse. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Cao Wei chose to refuse without a second thought. With his current strength, he could completely pursue a better profession. Even if he couldn't level up for the time being, Cao Wei firmly believed that a temporary level increase meant nothing. He could gain power equivalent to first or second transition professionals through high-level equipment. For Cao Wei, level 10 represented a watershed moment in his power. Level 10 meant he could equip the Enforcer set dropped by the Enforcers. Due to leveling up by 4 levels, his attribute panel also changed. Once he donned all his equipment, he felt like a whole new person. Level 10. Equipment: Goblin Helm, Dominator's Gloves, Enforcer Armor, Enforcer Mace, Enforcer Necklace. Health 3250. Soul Power 800. Attack 300. Physical Defense 300. Magical Defense 260. Strength 60. Speed 40. Intelligence 40. Constitution 60. Luck 40. Seeing his new attributes, Cao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. With this set of gear, not to mention just defeating the level 10 Goblin Enforcers. Even if he faced 10 of them, he would handle it with ease. The equipment he gained by defeating the Enforcers made him feel eager. The effects of the Enforcer set meant that within his territory, he was essentially invincible. Even against a level 50 bear-equipped third transition professional, he was confident he could fight. At this moment, he possessed 3 pieces of the Enforcer set, granting him a 3-fold increase in abilities. However, the system reminded him that the trial ground was not yet fully his. He must withstand a total of 24 waves of attacks before the trial ground would belong to him. At that time, once the set effects activated, who could stand against him? Meanwhile, after dealing with the enemies, Mo and Xiao Shuang came to Cao Wei's side. Looking at the gear scattered on the ground, they were both quite excited. Just moments ago, both had already leveled up to 10. Unlike Cao Wei, the two seemed to have had their job transitions planned. Upon meeting the level 10 transition requirements, they directly took out a scroll from their spatial watches and tore it open. This was a unique job transition scroll from Xiao Shuang and Mo's family. Though it might not be the best, it was definitely the most suitable job transition task for them. Although envious, who could blame Cao Wei for not having a powerful family backing him? Looking at the scattered equipment and items, a hint of joy flashed across his face. While there's still time, let's quickly divide the equipment. After saying this, he directly looked at a scroll on the ground. It was dropped by a cavalryman. Cao Wei had noticed the scroll the moment it dropped. The so-called scroll was universally acknowledged by all professionals as one of the rarest and most difficult items to obtain. It was highly likely to contain a game-changing job transition task or rare skill. Please, let it be a skill or job transition task for priests. Ding. You have obtained the scroll of the Goblin Merchant Victor Sage the Cunning. Upon hearing the prompt, Cao Wei couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. What kind of scroll is this? Aren't scrolls typically only for quests and skills? What on earth is this? Goblin Merchant Victor Sage the Cunning. Be using this scroll, you can summon the special Merchant Victor Sage the Cunning, and in his little shop you can purchase any items you desire up to a maximum grade of B. Seeing the information on the scroll, Cao Wei and the others were all left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mo stared at the scroll's information for a long time before exclaiming, "This is a merchant scroll. A merchant scroll." Upon hearing the unfamiliar term from Mo, Cao Wei and Xiao Shuang were momentarily taken aback. Confused, they turned to Mo. At that moment, Mo's expression was a mix of astonishment and excitement, but mostly disbelief. Swallowing hard, he looked at Cao Wei with an expression that seemed to say, "You're incredibly lucky." After a long pause, Mo finally spoke. "I once heard my dad say that if you kill an alien race, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain such a special scroll. The scroll can summon a black market merchant from another race, and you can trade items for the goods you need." Gulp. After hearing Mo's explanation, Cao Wei and Xiao Shuang swallowed hard. It took them a moment to react, and then their faces lit up with wild joy. Wow, does that mean we can trade for great items or skills? Not just that. If you have items that satisfy those merchants, you could even find special class change scrolls. Special class change scrolls. Upon hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei gasped again. He knew about this. In Blue Star, various governments would post quests to acquire special class change scrolls. The purpose of this was to expand the class options for soul power users. Using class change scrolls for humanoid races, humans might gain access to special professions they had never encountered before. These special professions vary in strength. If one obtains a powerful profession from a special race, it is undoubtedly a windfall. Special class change scrolls possess a legacy. With a special class change scroll, you might even create a family. If handed over to the state, it could yield endless wealth and glory. Not to mention, take Mo and Xiao Shuang's families, for example. The hidden professions they've acquired are the result of their ancestors continuously defeating foreign races and obtaining special class change scrolls, passing down their power. Now that Cao Wei has this grade merchant scroll, it indicates that he has a chance to purchase a grade special class change quest scroll. Even the worst grade hidden profession is definitely better than C, D, E, or F grade professions. Swallowing hard, everyone understood the importance of this scroll. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. After a while, Momo took the initiative to speak up. This scroll's value is immense. How should we divide it? Upon hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei and Xiao Shuang's hearts sank. The three of them exchanged hesitant glances. Xiao Shuang and Momo looked at Cao Wei with a hint of distrust. Clearly, such an important scroll could lead to a tragic falling out even among brothers. After pondering for a long time, Cao Wei finally spoke. What if we just use it right now? No way. Hearing Cao Wei's suggestion, Momo and Xiao Shuang immediately rejected him without a second thought. Hey, why not? Seeing his suggestion dismissed by Momo and the others, Cao Wei looked bewildered. Xiao Shuang, looking somewhat disdainful, directly responded. Didn't Momo just say that the alien merchant doesn't accept our currency and only trades items? We're newcomers, what do we have that's worth trading? This kind of scroll should be used later when we are stronger, maximizing its value. Oh. After hearing Xiao Shuang's explanation, Cao Wei immediately understood. His eyes were covetously fixed on the grade merchant scroll before him. However, he also realized that now was not the best time to use the scroll. Thus the question returned to how to divide it. How should this merchant scroll be shared? Scratching his head, Cao Wei spoke uncertainly. How about I take this scroll for now? We'll keep it safe. Upon hearing Cao Wei's suggestion, Momo and Xiao Shuang fell silent. To be honest, the price of this scroll is just too high. It's not that we don't trust Cao Wei, but we really can't guarantee what he would do with it. After thinking for a long time, Momo finally said, all right, but you need to pay me and Xiao Shuang 20 million each in case you change your mind and use the scroll privately. Cao Wei, you just said. How much? Did you add an extra 10,000 there? What? 20 million? Even if he sold everything he owned, it wouldn't be worth that price. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuang nodded in agreement. I think Momo's price is already very reasonable. Such a special-purpose grade scroll would start at 5 million in an auction house. Gulp. Holding the merchant scroll, Cao Wei's hands trembled slightly. At this moment, the scroll felt as heavy as gold in his eyes. Damn it turns out that being a soul power user is a lucrative profession. This is the first time he ventured out and acquired an item worth over 50 million. Who can withstand this? Wait. Suddenly, Cao Wei's eyes widened. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Looking at the scroll in his hand, he had lost count of how many times he had swallowed hard. This merchant scroll should technically belong to the category of items, right? Does that mean his talent can be a... With that thought, Cao Wei immediately activated his talent skill on the scroll before him. Divine Evolution. Ding. Your experience points are insufficient. Grade item evolution requires 500 experience points. Sure enough. Upon seeing the prompt, Cao Wei exclaimed in surprise. This item can indeed evolve. Once he gathers enough experience points, he can activate the skill, and at that time this scroll could at least evolve to a grade. It might even reach S or grade. Upgrade scroll is already worth 50 million. Then how much would an... Outside the Goblin Palace. At this moment, Cao Wei was wielding a spiked hammer, continuously striking the Goblin Wolf Riders before him. With each swing, he dealt over 100 points of damage. All the Goblin Wolf Riders could not survive more than 3 moves under Cao Wei's spiked hammer. After equipping the law enforcement set, these first-tier enemies were simply no match for him. Wiping the blood off his body, Cao Wei returned to the palace with a sense of fatigue. Meanwhile, Momo took out a new towel and handed it to Cao Wei. How many waves have there been? The 13th wave. I just fought against Goblin Wolf Riders of levels 16 and 17. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Momo nodded slightly. However, her gaze towards him was tinged with worry. She wanted to express concern for Cao Wei, but the words turned into a tsundere remark. Then you need to be careful. If you die, you'll share that merchant scroll with Shuang. Hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei simply chuckled. After spending these dozen hours together, he had already realized that this girl, who was about the same age as him, was merely a master of saying one thing while meaning another. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, that's exactly the kind of girl Momo was. Clearly worried sick about him, yet unwilling to say it directly. Don't worry, don't forget I'm a priest, and my skill is a level energy rod, very durable. Even if the enemies are down, I won't go down. Enough talk, I'm going to sleep now. Remember to wake me up when the next wave of enemies comes. After saying this, Cao Wei yawned and fell asleep. After such a long period of battle, how could Cao Wei, who was fighting for the first time, endure it? A normal person wouldn't even last a few minutes in high-intensity combat, let alone continuous fights. However, Cao Wei had fought for over 10 hours. Of course, if it weren't for his skills, he would have collapsed long ago. Thus, he realized just how insane the defensive task he had accepted was. But with every effort comes a reward. After several waves of defense, Cao Wei had gathered all the equipment pieces on him. Moreover, they were all grade or above. Name: Cao Wei, level 10, equipment: Law Enforcement Armor D, Law Enforcement Spiked Hammer D, Law Enforcement Necklace D, Wolf Trainer Gauntlets D, Fierce Boar Leggings C, Jumping Boots D, Wolf Trainer Helmet D, Life 8450 Soul Power 2500 Physical Attack 526 Magic Attack 274 physical defense, 820 magic defense, 284 strength, 82 agility, 77 intelligence, 106 constitution, 150 luck, 40 skills, energy rod, D swordsmanship resistance, D goblin punk's magical IC. After a dozen waves of defense, all of Cao Wei's equipment had been replaced once. His attributes surged, and he also gained 2 new skills. As for the energy rod, it was an evolution of the original minor healing. Since he couldn't level up anyway, Cao Wei simply devoted the experience to evolution. Energy Rod restores 10 health to the target, greatly recovers the target's stamina, consumes 300 soul power per use, swordsmanship resistance, reduces sword damage by 15, goblin punk's magical eye, and when exploring the map, you have a higher chance of discovering hidden treasures and traps. Except for the Energy Rod, the other 2 skills are all passive skills. Cao Wei obtained the skill scroll while chopping goblins. Swordsmanship resistance is quite good, but as for that long and smelly skill name, he felt indifferent. Originally a level skill, it directly upgraded to clevel after Cao Wei leveled up. However, up to now he had not discovered any hidden traps or treasures around. One could only say that it was better than nothing. As for the rest of the equipment, they were all products of Cao Wei's upgrade. For a moment, Cao Wei's health almost broke 10,000. With such high health, even a second-tier fragile class likely didn't have as much health as Cao Wei. Not to mention his high physical defense and attack. Killing those goblin soul users posed no pressure at all. At the same time, through countless killings, Cao Wei's combat skills had also become increasingly refined. Gradually, he also discovered some of his shortcomings in battle. Although he had learned martial arts in school, it was no different from simple exercise. The nationally standardized Kung Fu course for middle school students popular means ordinary. Besides strengthening the body, it was no different from flashy moves. At this moment, Cao Wei secretly vowed. After returning, he must learn a real combat technique. As for now, thankfully, he had Mo and Xiao Shuang helping him, so he wasn't struggling. Maintaining the pattern of resting after defeating enemies, Cao Wei lay down to rest once more. Watching Cao Wei fall asleep right away, Mo seemed a bit heartbroken. In all those battles, just now Cao Wei was always the first to charge forward. Whether intentionally or not, he never allowed the enemies to get close to Xiao Shuang and Mo, even at the risk of his own injury. Although physical wounds could be healed under the effect of skills, the mental exhaustion made him unable to suppress his desire to sleep. Meanwhile, Mo and Xiao Shuang had agreed to transfer that scroll to Cao Wei. As for the reason, it was because Cao Wei used 10 of the territorial autonomy of the trial ground to exchange with Xiao Shuang and Mo. Upon learning about Cao Wei's task, Xiao Shuang and Mo didn't seem surprised. After some discussion, the two ultimately agreed to Cao Wei's decision. At the same time, Cao Wei promised that he would notify Xiao Shuang and Mo in advance before using the scroll. If Xiao Shuang initially felt a little unconvinced about Mo at this moment, seeing how Cao Wei desperately protected both of them, any lingering resentment had long evaporated. Half an hour later, outside the Goblin Palace, a sound resembling a helicopter blade echoed. Hearing this sound, Mo was slightly startled. She hurriedly woke up the sleeping Cao Wei. "Wake up, Cao Wei. There's movement outside." Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei, who had just been asleep, sprang up from the ground. Picking up the spiked hammer that had been thrown aside, Cao Wei charged out of the palace. In the sky, 2 goblins, sitting on strange flying chess pieces, were rushing towards Cao Wei and the others with gleeful smiles. Unlike the regular goblin soul users from before, these 2 goblins were clearly of a hidden class. Upon seeing their attire, the knowledgeable Mo instantly recognized their identity. "Be careful. They are goblin inventors. They have many mechanical special inventions, and their profession adds damage. To take them down, you must destroy their machines. Cao Wei, try to lure them, I'll see if I can knock them down." Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei nodded immediately. At the same time, he stowed away his spiked hammer and took out a bow-type weapon that had just dropped from his space watch. Name: Tamer's Horn Bowie. Requirements: level 10. Attack power 140. Effect: Wolf Fang Arrow. The arrows shot deal 140 damage to wolf-type creatures, and the targets hit have a 50 chance to enter a bleeding state. Tamer's set effect: 3 layers. The chance for the hunter class to tame wolf-type pets or mounts is increased by 9. Although this weapon is most suitable for the hunter class archers. However, there are more pressing concerns at hand. Dealing with aerial units, Cao Wei is indeed at a loss. Apart from the bow and arrow, he can't think of any other effective means to counter aerial threats. Xiao Shuang's magical range does not reach the skies. Only Mo's firearms and Cao Wei's bow and arrow have a chance to contend. In order to better lure the enemy, Cao Wei took a risk and ran right under the 2 goblin inventors. The goblin inventors, however, showed no mercy towards Cao Wei's bold approach. In the sky, something seemed to fall. Without hesitation, Cao Wei dodged to the side. Boom! Several loud explosions followed. The ground was blasted into several deep craters, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. The next moment, Cao Wei found himself unable to move. 75. 2 damage indicators appeared above Cao Wei's head. In the recent explosion, Cao Wei surprisingly sustained 2 types of damage attributes. Suddenly, Cao Wei shouted out loud, "Be careful! The bombs they throw have both physical and magical attack attributes. And there's an electric stun effect." Upon hearing Cao Wei's warning, both Mo and Xiao Shuang's expressions turned serious. Their gazes towards the goblin inventors became increasingly scrutinizing. They do not have Cao Wei's absurd defensive power. A single blast could potentially strip away hundreds of health points. However, Cao Wei's warning seemed somewhat redundant. Although these goblin inventors are hidden classes, they seem to lack intelligence. At least strategically, they clearly have significant shortcomings, perhaps due to their habit of taking advantage of high-altitude combat. Upon realizing that Cao Wei was controlled by them, they fixated on him. Unfortunately, they clearly chose the wrong opponent. While Cao Wei could not escape the effects of the electric stun, his high defense and thick health shielded him. The 2 goblin inventors have thrown countless unknown bombs. Cao Wei had endured the blasts of at least a dozen bombs. Yet, the damage he suffered was less than 1/10 of his total health. It merely chipped away at a sliver of health. With a flurry of actions, he looked at the damage 250. Seeing Cao Wei's health, the 2 goblin inventors were momentarily dumbfounded. What is happening? Did the bombs malfunction? Just as the 2 goblin inventors pondered their existence. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. A piercing round struck one of the goblin's forehead. 3,000. A massive damage output. In the next moment, the airborne goblin inventor lost control of his machine. His flying apparatus plummeted from the sky, emitting a wail. Boom! Clearly he was dead beyond. The other companion, witnessing his ally's demise, was immediately struck with fear. Instinctively he wanted, but before he could escape, the now recovered Cao Wei swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the goblin's head. Wolf Fang arrow. Whoosh! An explosive sound filled the air. The Wolf Fang arrow shot straight into the sky. Under the astonished gaze of the goblin inventor, the arrow flew past him, soaring farther and farther away. Cao Wei. Damn, this goblin's evasion must be incredibly high. Mo Xiao Shuang and the goblin inventor. Your aim must be off. Boom. Another loud explosion. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was fleeing, Mo fired another piercing round. This time, although she did not hit the goblin's head, she destroyed the goblin inventor's flying machine. Watching the goblin descend from the sky, the 3 rushed towards where he fell. Before long, amidst a pile of shattered parts, they spotted the goblin inventor barely clinging to life. At this point, he was breathing more out than in. Even if left unattended, he wouldn't survive. Upon seeing Cao Wei and the others approach, a flash of fear crossed the goblin inventor's eyes. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he shouted at Cao Wei and the others. Save me. Rewards. Cao Wei, what did you say? I think he is saying that if we save him, he will reward us. Upon hearing Mo's explanation, Cao Wei's eyes instantly brightened. Under normal circumstances, killing an enemy would yield random drops. But if the enemy willingly surrenders, their items become ours. Is there such a good deal? Without hesitation, Cao Wei stuffed a curry stick into the goblin's mouth, with the healing properties of the energy stick. Before long, the injuries on the goblin inventor were visibly healing. Once his wounds were healed, the goblin inventor finally regained his senses. Looking at Cao Wei and the others, he deeply bowed and said, "Humans, thank you for saving my life. If you let me go today, I will offer you a Crade mechanical trap blueprint." Upon hearing the goblin inventor's words, Cao Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Picking up a hammer from his space watch, he frowned and said, "Did you not just say that saving you would yield a reward? Why so much chatter? I could just smash you instead. Stop talking nonsense." Having said that, Cao Wei raised the hammer ready to strike down. But before he could act, Mo tugged at his sleeve. Turning to look, Mo was gesturing to him with her eyes. "Oh ho, it seems Miss Mo is quite interested in this blueprint. Indeed, considering her profession is mechanical hunter." Cao Wei looked at the goblin inventor with some annoyance. "Fine, give me the blueprint, and I will spare your life. I have a magical contract here. You must sign it before I give it to you. How do I know you won't betray me after I give you the blueprint?" Cao Wei. Haha, there really are plenty of things. These other races may not look great, but they can be quite— How could he trust that the goblin wouldn't renege after receiving the blueprint? He picked up the contract the goblin handed over. Although it was a goblin document, this magical contract was quite intriguing. With the aid of magic, Cao Wei was surprisingly able to understand the text on it. He quickly signed the contract. The goblin inventor then reluctantly took out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Cao Wei. Blueprint for the electric trap. C. After studying the blueprint, one can create the electric trap. Blueprint description: the electric trap can inflict 500,800 points of electric damage per second to any enemy that touches it, causing them to enter a state of paralysis for 5 seconds. Upon seeing the information about this trap blueprint, Cao Wei couldn't help but nod. It's actually genuine. I didn't expect that this seemingly unimpressive papadu was actually a hierochansum among goblins. Cao Wei grinned wickedly and handed the electric trap blueprint to the eagerly waiting Momo beside him. Turning back, he glared fiercely at Papadu. "Kid, what else do you have? Hurry up and hand it over to me." Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Papatu, who had just been relieved to have saved his life, immediately turned pale with fright. I have nothing left, sir, and besides you've signed a contract, you can't kill me. Cao Wei merely chuckled coldly at Papatu's words. He pointed at Momo and Xiao Shuang beside him. Don't forget it was I who signed the contract with you. My two companions haven't signed anything yet. If you wish to survive, hand over everything you have on you, otherwise. Immediately Papatu's expression changed. Thinking about the effects of the contract he had just signed, countless uneasy feelings surged within Papatu. Seeing the malicious looks from Momo and Xiao Shuang directed at him. This time Papatu shrank back again. He swallowed hard and glared at the untrustworthy human before him. Meanwhile, Cao Wei appeared unashamed and even proud. What's there to be ashamed of in deceiving a foreign race? Not killing you is already being very considerate to humanity, right? Thus, under the master negotiator Cao Wei's urging, Papatu had no choice but to produce another contract. If Papatu wanted to survive, he had to give Momo and Xiao Shuang the two most direct items or equipment he possessed. After signing the contract, the two would no longer harm Papatu. Once Momo and Xiao Shuang signed the contract with Papatu, in the next moment, two items flew out from Papatu's body. Watching Papatu's complexion change from a soy sauce color to a greenish hue, Cao Wei guessed that this fellow probably had nothing left. He was completely drained dry. On Xiao Shuang's side, upon seeing the item she obtained, she let out a surprised exclamation. My goodness! This is a class change scroll. Where? That's mine. Hearing Xiao Shuang's words, Cao Wei immediately turned to look. He saw a sheepskin scroll with silver borders appear in Xiao Shuang's hand. Unlike the scrolls Cao Wei usually obtained, this scroll item exudes an air of sophistication. Class Change Quest Scroll Goblin Pilot B. Using the scroll unlocks a rare profession quest. Completing the quest allows you to unlock the profession of Goblin Pilot B. Ding! You do not meet the conditions to use the scroll. What? Seeing the information about the scroll, Cao Wei was It's actually a B-level Class Change Quest scroll. At that moment, Cao Wei finally confirmed. Papatu truly is a Hyrachansum. Instantly, he looked at Papatu with a hint of regret. If I had known you were this wealthy, I should have forced you to hand over all your equipment and items when we signed the contract earlier. Indeed. Am I too kind-hearted? Sai Chao the kind-hearted's reputation is now solidified. Papatu, please be a decent person. Is this even human language? On Momo's side, she also let out a surprised exclamation. Cao Wei looked over and saw that she had unexpectedly obtained a bundle of explosives. Master Zoran's unstable TNT B. Effect explodes to deal 5,000 damage, deals 10 times damage to walls. Since it was developed while Master Zoran was drunk, this TNT seems to be filled with instability. After lighting the fuse, there is a 10 chance you can escape safely, a 40 chance it will detonate directly, and a 50 chance it will detonate after you run 30 meters with an effective explosion range of 30 meters. Cao Wei, what the hell? Does this mean that the chance of self-detonation when using this thing is as high as 90? You call this a B item? No wonder Momo had a very distressed expression right now. Who can be happy with such a hot potato in hand? 5,000 points of damage to enemies could easily take half the health of a squishy second transformation class. Let alone the attached value of this TNT, it is definitely a siege weapon. To invent such a bizarre item, this Master Zoran must truly be an old rock. I don't care whether you can survive to rush to the enemy. In short, once you use my item, don't expect to come back in one piece. Cao Wei could even feel that Momo was trembling all over. Seeing her tearful expression, Cao Wei immediately walked over with a smile. Miss, do you need help? If you do, kiss me. If not, just blink your eyes. Momo. Looking at the mischievous grin on Cao Wei's face, Momo immediately became furious. Cao Wei, are you even a brother? If you don't help me, I'll blow myself up right now. After saying that, Momo's expression turned fierce as she reached for the fuse. Seeing her action, Cao Wei was immediately horrified. Damn, miss, don't mess around. Without saying a word, he snatched the explosives from Momo's hands. In the next moment, he noticed the wicked smiles on Momo and Xiao Shuang's faces. Holding this TNT, Cao Wei could feel his heart racing. Mom was right, beautiful girls are the best at deceiving people. I can't believe I fell for your trick. Then he looked at Papatu with disdain. All right, Papatu, you can scram now. Do you expect me to keep you for dinner? I wouldn't dare. I'm leaving right now. Hearing that Cao Wei wanted to keep him for dinner, Papatu immediately sprang up like a carp and fled. He didn't want to stay with this devil-like man for another minute. The city is too treacherous. I want to go back to the country. After returning to the dimensional gate of his home, Papatu let out a slight sigh of relief. Sir, have you returned? Congratulations on your immediate success. We have prepared a celebration for you. Suddenly, a goblin dressed as a servant ran up to Papatu. Just as he was about to take credit, he was punched in the face by Papatu. You clueless fool. Get out of my sight. After saying that, Papatu directly activated the goblin car of the nearby attendant and drove away. Back at home, Papatu took out his family's communicator. Before long, an aging voice came from the other end. Papatu, my child, what is it this time? Hearing this slightly aged voice, a hint of fear flashed in Papatu's, but soon his gaze was replaced with determination. With a powerful voice, Papada pounded his chest and shouted, "Elder Izzar, I no longer wish to become a goblin pilot. I want to change to giant slayer." Inside the goblin palace, Mo was gleefully studying the blueprint for the electric current trap before her. The way she examined the blueprint was comparable to how Cao Wei felt when he saw his favorite little Liu Bei. "It's just a blueprint, isn't it? Why are you so excited? Shouldn't your family have plenty of these?" Hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "What kind of family is that? A stash of class blueprints. My family has them, but they all require contributions to obtain. Moreover, this blueprint is crucial for my upcoming job change." After saying this, Mo's expression brightened, and with joy, she pulled out a large pile of parts from her spatial watch. There were so many parts that Cao Wei couldn't even name them. "Oh, what do you mean, miss? Are you planning to do it now? Are you preparing for battle? Isn't it inappropriate?" Hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo simply rolled her eyes. "Of course I know it's inappropriate, but this is my job change task. Don't you want me to become stronger, Cao Wei?" "Oh." Upon hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei was momentarily taken aback. "What does a task have to do with making a blueprint?" Seeing Cao Wei's expression, Xiao Shuang quickly explained. Mo's profession is an apprentice mechanical hunter, and her path for job change is also as a mechanical hunter. Her job change task is to independently completed class or higher mechanical blueprint during her promotion. Upon hearing Xiao Shuang's explanation, Cao Wei finally understood the situation. Wow, no wonder she's a woman backed by a big family. While he was still worrying about his next profession, she had already begun her job change task. If she completed this task, Mo's strength would definitely increase significantly. At that time, when they undertook defensive tasks again, it would surely be much easier. Immediately, Cao Wei's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "All right. Then, Mo, you focus all your efforts on making the blueprint and leave the monster hunting to Xiao Shuang and me." Hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo appeared somewhat hesitant. "Isn't that inappropriate? Everyone is working so hard. What if you encounter danger?" Hearing Mo's words, a hint of disdain flashed across Cao Wei's face. Picking up a curry stick, he tossed it directly into his mouth. "You still don't know my strength. As long as it's not a sky-level unit, I'm fine. I don't need weaklings like you to protect me. Just focus on your task." Hearing Cao Wei's words, Xiao Shuang nodded. "That's right, Mo. Don't worry about helping. Your becoming stronger is the biggest help for us. So just leave your back to me and Cao Wei." Mo. Although she knew you were doing this for my sake, why did your words hurt so much?" After a sigh, Mo finally forced a smile. "All right, then I won't make the blueprint. Cao Wei, please don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? At worst, I'll just self-destruct with the enemy on my health is high, I won't die." Nodding, Mo stopped trying to persuade him. While looking at the electric current trap blueprint, she began to make the props. She knew that now was not the time for her to act on impulse. The sooner she completed the blueprint, the sooner Cao Wei and Xiao Shuang could escape danger. Seeing Mo solemnly engaged in making props, Cao Wei felt a sense of relief. He finally understood why women liked men who worked diligently. Because men also liked women who worked diligently. Who could resist a scientifically minded girl who knew how to handle machinery? Immediately, he exchanged glances with Xiao Shuang nearby, and both their expressions quickly grew serious. Without thinking about resting this time, Cao Wei stood directly at the entrance of the Goblin Palace. He had the demeanor of a lone warrior holding the line against an army. Soon his 15th wave of enemies arrived. Outside the palace, the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Accompanied by Xiao Shuang's relentless spellcasting, the entire Goblin Palace felt like a slaughterhouse. Cao Wei and Xiao Shuang's cooperation was seamless. However, with Mo's help absent and the enemy's levels gradually rising, Cao Wei began to feel the strain. Even so, he gritted his teeth and staunchly held back the enemy's advance. His teammates were undertaking a trial task and had entrusted their backs to him. He absolutely could not falter at this moment. At this point, his weapon had changed to a spear. Name: Rapid Spear. C requirements: level 10 physical attack, 240 speed, 65 effects, continuous strike, reversing lance. This spear's effects were average, but it excelled at increasing his strike speed. Moreover, as a long weapon, it could both slay enemies and impede their actions. Facing enemies that outnumbered him several times, Cao Wei felt no fear. With a spear in hand, who could compete with me? Who else? With a furious roar from Cao Wei, the enemies before him momentarily froze. All of them looked at the human man with a hint of fear. They surprisingly saw an aura akin to that of 1,000 troops emanating from this man. Watching Cao Wei valiantly fight, they couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and trepidation. At this moment, Xiao Shuang also wore a complex expression. Crazy, what a madman. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Indeed, people from hidden families are all monsters. Everyone is working so hard, how can I not put in effort? In the next moment, Xiao Shuang's expression began to harden. She took a potion of mana recovery from her spatial watch and downed it in one go. Countless large-scale frost spells unleashed upon the goblin's soul manipulators beside Cao Wei. The soul power seemed to dissipate without restraint. Xiao Shuang's complexion grew paler with each large-scale spell she cast. Yet neither she nor Cao Wei uttered a word of complaint. To ensure that Mo could successfully complete her job change task, they both exerted every ounce of strength. By now, several piles of failed props had appeared next to Mo. These were her failed attempts at creating the blueprint props. However, there was no trace of anxiety on Mo's face. Picking up the fifth pile of parts, Mo took a deep breath and began to reassemble them. This time I mustn't make a mistake. Her hands moved with the grace of a skilled pianist on stage. The parts that should have been inanimate seemed to be infused with life under Mo's deft touch. All the parts rapidly converged, resembling a unique performance. Beads of sweat flowed down Mo's cheeks and dripped to the ground. Yet rather than slowing down, her pace of production actually quickened. Ding! Congratulations on completing the class prop electric current trap. Ding! You have excellently completed your class job change task, unlocking level restrictions. All attributes increased by 50 points. Current profession mechanical hunter. Name Mo. Occupation mechanical hunter. Level 10. Equipment TI-09 assault rifle DRS 763 self-defense pistol E camouflage helmet armor leg guards gloves boots D thermal imaging goggles D trap backpack 6 slots. Health 4450. Soul power 1250. Physical attack 920. Magical attack 240. Physical defense 460. Magical defense 500. Strength 102. Constitution 125. Speed 205. Intelligence 140. Fortune 220. Skills critical hit E headshot E firearms mastery D precision shooting E trap, making E firearm enhancement C. Firearm enhancement C, a skill exclusive to mechanical hunters. When using firearms, you can deal an additional damage equal to 20 of your speed. At this moment, Mo has completed her job change task. Completing the job change has directly increased her attributes by 250 points. Moreover, due to her outstanding performance in completing the job change task, her exclusive occupation level has also risen to C rank. In an instant, Mo's various attributes became the highest in her team. Aside from having slightly lower health and soul power than Cao Wei, she has no other weaknesses. Furthermore, this is not even Mo's strongest form. Back at level 10, she had already stored a substantial amount of experience points. At this moment, without hesitation, Mo used them all up. Ding! Your level has increased to level 11. All attributes increased by 5 points, speed 5, fortune 5, intelligence 2. Ding! Your level has increased to level 12. All attributes increased by 5 points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 16. All attributes increased by 5 points. Instantly, Mo's abilities saw a significant enhancement. Her health directly broke through the 5,000 mark. Zoro's TNT can't kill her for the time being. At this moment, Cao Wei was bravely fighting enemies in front of the Goblin Palace. Hours of continuous battle had made him increasingly strained. But for Mo's sake, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Boom! A loud noise. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a goblin warrior beside Cao Wei had its head burst open like a ruptured watermelon, splattering blood all over him. Turning to look, he saw Mo smiling and waving at him. Cao Wei, is this how you express your thank you? Shaking off the unknown white substance on him, Cao Wei felt somewhat speechless. However, at the same time, he also felt a bit relieved. With Mo by his side, the pressure on him was dramatically reduced. After her job change, the bullets she fired had doubled in power. In front of her, no enemy stood a chance. She resembled the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. Wherever her bullets struck, there would be a life lost. Cao Wei handed over the title of MVP on the battlefield directly to Mo. At this moment, she was the queen of the entire battlefield. Seeing the remarkable changes in Mo, Cao Wei clenched his fists tightly. Is this what it means to change jobs? For a soul power wielder, it's simply a transformative change. Otherwise, why would becoming a soul power wielder represent everything? As time goes on, the gap between them and ordinary people becomes increasingly vast. They are truly beings from two different worlds. Of course, this also relates to Mo's occupation being a hidden class. Ordinary soul power wielders may not experience such a drastic change when they change jobs. At this moment, Cao Wei's desire to change to a hidden class grew stronger. Although ordinary classes can also become stronger, they ultimately do not compare to the ferocity of hidden classes. Even in Blue Star, the true powerhouses are all hidden class wielders. From the moment Li Heng was chosen by the military upon awakening, one can see how important hidden professions are. To become someone exceptional, the prerequisite is to be a hidden class wielder. Thus, with Mo's addition, the defense task became significantly easier. Even when facing enemies above level 20, Cao Wei surprisingly felt no strain. He transitioned from being a damage dealer to a support role. Towards the end, the damage output was primarily handled by Mo. What Cao Wei needed to do was prevent any enemies from approaching them. Finally, after the 23rd hour of the defense task, After beheading the last enemy, Cao Wei finally took a few deep breaths. Victory was in sight. After eliminating the last wave of enemies, he would become the master of this trial ground. Just thinking about this made Cao Wei quite excited. With territory, he could do many things. Not to mention that Cao Wei knew about the supply station at the entrance of the trial ground. The price of that land was indeed exorbitant. Just the monthly rent could make the lord there earn a fortune. Even if he ended up doing nothing, simply renting the land, his future life could be sustained by collecting rent. With a single liberation, he would transform from a laborer into a landlord. Laborers toil, but eventually they become exceptional people. In the future, please call me Cao Wansan. By then, how many mistresses should he keep? And he also wanted Miss de Sherhui to personally report the weather. Cao Wei, be careful. Just as Cao Wei was lost in unrealistic fantasies. From a distance, MOMO, and Xiao Shuang's anxious call suddenly rang out. Before he could figure out what was happening, he had just turned his head. In the next moment, a powerful blow struck him. Cough. 500. A massive amount of damage flashed across Cao Wei's body. What the hell? Seeing that he had lost 500 points, Cao Wei's expression immediately became serious. Hastily stabilizing his body, he looked towards the direction of the powerful blow. There stood a massive goblin right where Cao Wei had just been. Standing about 185 meters tall, it was roughly the same height as Cao Wei. For a goblin with an average height of 1.4 or 1.5 meters, this one was undoubtedly a giant. Just a normal basic attack dealt a full 500 points of damage to Cao Wei. In an instant, Cao Wei understood the identity of his opponent. The goblin before him was definitely a second-tier soul power wielder. Name Sua Lu. Occupation Giant Club Warrior. Level 25. Health 14,000. Soul Power 6,000. Physical Attack 1,320. Magical Attack 320. Physical Defense 740. Magical Defense 630. Skills Club Strike F Titan Strike E Club Enhancement E. Seeing the information of the goblin warrior in front of him, Cao Wei's pupils constricted sharply. Physical Attack over 1,000. Physical Defense as high as 740. At this moment, Cao Wei realized he was in serious trouble. Not to mention the opponent's attack power, even their defense. Cao Wei's physical attack of 526 points couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. This was undoubtedly the most formidable enemy Cao Wei had encountered since the start of the battle, and there was no exception. Watching the massive warrior Sasalu before him, Cao Wei's eyes flickered with caution. He knew that this enemy was one he could not fight against. After all, he couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. All he could do was hold the line and provide an opportunity for his teammate Momo behind him. Cao Wei retracted the swift spear in his hand and took out a large shield from his spatial watch. This large shield was the dual-wield weapon he had just obtained while fighting the goblin. Initially, he thought it was cumbersome and took up space, but now it was just what he needed. Divine Evolution. Name Defender's Two-Handed Shield. D requirements: Level 10 Physical Defense, 100 Constitution, 60 Speed, 20 Effect Barrier. It could summon a massive barrier to block the foe's advance, reducing the enemy's physical and magical attacks by 15 for 25 seconds per activation. With this two-handed shield, Cao Wei's physical defense soared to 1080. Yet even with that, Sasalu could still deal 240 points of damage with a single strike. Cao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly, directly shouting to Momo and Xiao Shuang behind him. You two unleash any powerful skills you have quickly. Otherwise, we really might meet the Grim Reaper today. Without hesitation, Cao Wei activated the defender's shield. Instantly, the large shield in Cao Wei's hand transformed into a gigantic, transparent wall. Upon seeing this wall, Sasalu let out a cruel, sinister laugh. Titan Strike. A golden light condensed on the massive wooden club. The next moment, the club came crashing down on the barrier. Crack, a loud bang. The barrier shattered into pieces, and Cao Wei was sent flying away. 491. A tremendous damage appeared on Cao Wei. The E-level Titan Strike could deal 140 damage, and combined with Sasalu's base physical attack, it totaled 1848 points of damage. The barrier effect could reduce 15 of the damage. Ultimately, the damage Cao Wei sustained was 1571. Even a mere skill attack from the opponent could unleash such power. The second advancement of soul power was indeed terrifying. A mouthful of blood spurted from Cao Wei's lips. The next moment, Momo and Xiao Shuang far in the palace turned pale. Frost Spell. Frost Spell D enforces control over the opponent for 3 seconds. The effect is reduced by 0.1 seconds for every level higher the opponent is. 0.5 seconds of control time is but a fleeting moment. However, it granted Momo an opportunity to attack. Headshot. The next moment, a specially crafted armor-piercing round erupted from Momo's cavalry rifle. The instantaneous heat created a burst of sparks at the muzzle. Headshot. E deals 150 damage when hitting the enemy's head, guaranteed to be a critical hit. Firearm bonus. C inflicts an additional 20 damage based on speed. At this moment, Momo's physical attack was 820. When the bullet hit the enemy's head, the damage reached 1230. Under the passive effect of the mechanical hunter job, the attack increased by 41 points. Additionally, critical hit damage. Momo's speed was 205, resulting in a critical hit damage of 125. Ultimately, the skill damage Momo dealt totaled a staggering 1482 points. Did you think that was the end? Don't forget the bullets Momo used were quite special. She had previously used this type of special armor-piercing round when attacking Papato. MO family armor-piercing bullet D deals an additional 20 armor-piercing effect upon hitting the enemy. Sasolu had a physical defense of 740 points. In the end, Momo's strike output reached 906 points of damage. A single hit. Blood burst forth from Sasolu's forehead. However, it did not shatter his skull. Instead, his health dropped by less than 1/14. Hit by Momo, Sasolu was already on the edge of fury. In the next moment, he broke free from Xiao Shuang's frost spell. Seeing the opponent about to charge at Momo, and Xiao Shuang, Cao Wei once again dashed toward Sasolu. The massive shield stood before Cao Wei, firmly embedded in the ground. Under the enormous inertia of Sasolu's charge, Cao Wei was directly knocked back. Fortunately, because the shield was lodged in the ground, Cao Wei only flew halfway before coming to a stop, crashing heavily onto the ground. However, his equipment was not so fortunate. The defender's shield was bent from the impact. With a single strike, the defender's shield was completely destroyed. This was a D-level weapon. Crack! Cao Wei felt a sharp pain in his right hand. But soon the sensation was replaced by numbness. Wanting to ease his arm, Cao Wei discovered that his right hand had dislocated at some point. Immediately, a curry stick appeared in Cao Wei's hand, and without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Cao Wei, are you okay? Yeah. If not, we should just leave. After all, with that B advancement scroll, we've already profited enough. Behind him, Momo and Xiao Shuang looked at Cao Wei with worried expressions. The two had already realized that Cao Wei's condition was quite alarming. The massive goblin warrior before them, while just an ordinary warrior-type soul power user of the goblin race. However, it was not something they as mere first advancement soul power users could shake. It's better to leave while the going. The opponent's only goal was to occupy the goblin palace. They could just give it back. It wasn't worth risking their lives for the trial area. Hearing Xiao Shuang and Momo's discouragement from behind, Cao Wei merely chuckled. He extended his usable left hand and gave a thumbs up to the enemy. I'm fine. Don't give up. Seeing Cao Wei forcing a smile before him, Momo and Xiao Shuang could only feel speechless. Indeed, people from hidden families are all crazy. If he's not afraid as a warrior. If even a priest isn't scared, what are we hiding for? It seemed that Cao Wei's smile had infected them. At this moment, Xiao Shuang and Momo thought for a moment and chose to continue the attack. Checking her bullet pouch, Momo said nervously, I have 9 armor-piercing rounds left. I can deal up to 8,000 damage. No worries. Don't forget I'm still here. Hearing Momo's words, Xiao Shuang merely chuckled. At this moment, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Without saying much, she directly took out a bottle of azure potion from her spatial watch. The light reflected from the azure potion cast a glow on Xiao Shuang's face, making her complexion appear somewhat pale. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. The next moment, a surge of magical power erupted from her body. Countless ice elements began to converge directly towards Xiao Shuang. Ding! You have used Frost Potion C. Frost Potion C doubles the user's soul power within 2 minutes, increases ice magic damage by 130. Ice spell cooldown is halved, spell control duration is doubled, and enemy debuff duration is doubled. As a C-level potion, the effects of the Frost Potion are extremely domineering. However, its side effects are also quite evident. After consumption, the user will enter various negative states, such as low temperature, cold, fever, and stiffness. This potion is a life-saving elixir left to Xiao Shuang by her parents. She would never dare to use it casually unless absolutely necessary. But now Xiao Shuang actually swallowed it without. Suddenly, as she consumed it, the soul power within her grew increasingly immense. The sudden surge of power left Xiao Shuang feeling quite unaccustomed. Her complexion visibly reddened. The pupils of her eyes seemed to transform into a deep blue. Ice, blizzard, frost ray. In an instant, with a wave of her staff, Xiao Shuang unleashed 3 spells. Ice Spear spell. He fires an ice spear at the enemy, dealing 130 magic damage, and the enemy receives a frozen state for 3 seconds. Blizzard D conjures a blizzard towards the enemy, dealing 80 magic damage per second for 5 seconds. The enemy's attacks double while in frozen state. Frost Ray D fires an ice attribute ray at the enemy, dealing 200 ice attribute magic damage, and the effect increases to 300 while the enemy is in frozen state. Upon hitting, the enemy enters a frozen state for 3 seconds. It was a complete combo. At this moment, Xiao Shuang's magic attack reached 450. The first ice spear spell struck down. With 630 points of defense, Suasalu only received a mandatory 1 damage. However, he was inflicted with a frozen state. In this state, his speed was reduced by 90. Furthermore, due to the Frost Potion, the control effect duration and debuff duration were both doubled. The original 3 seconds of frozen state directly doubled to 12 seconds. Next, the blizzard's attack arrived as expected, causing the enemy's magic attack to double while frozen. Xiao Shuang's attack became 160. In addition, with the 130 attack boost from the Frost Potion, this was the initial skill Ice spell enhancement of the Apprentice Ice Mage. Ice spell enhancement D. All Ice attribute magic attacks deal 110 increased damage. Ultimately, Xiao Shuang's blizzard dealt 1030 damage. This hit Suasalu for 400 damage. In just 5 seconds, it knocked off 2,000 of Suasola's health. Don't forget there's also a Frost Ray dealing 300 damage. 1,300. Another massive hit landed on Suasalu. In a mere 5 seconds, he was directly reduced to a quarter of his health by Xiao Shuang. Moreover, he was controlled for a full 24 seconds. The explosive power of an ice mage is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Momo was not idle either. Seeing the enemy's speed drastically reduced, she quickly took out all of her armor-piercing rounds and loaded them into her gun. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of powerful gunfire echoed continuously. Due to the rapid firing, Momo's rifle barrel overheated. In 20 seconds, 9 armor-piercing rounds were fired. Headshot, precision shot, critical hit, regular attacks mixed with skills hit. 896, 786, 1060. Countless large numbers of damage exploded in a flurry of blood on Suasalu. At once, Suasola's health dropped below 1/10. It appeared he had less than 1,000 health remaining. However, at this moment, Suasalu returned to a normal state. Even with all the gunshot wounds and frost damage on him, it did not hinder his ability to continue fighting. At this time, Xiao Shuang's soul power had been depleted temporarily, losing her combat ability. Momo, on the other hand, found her gun barrel overloaded and unable to attack. Among the three, only Cao Wei still had combat capability. Yet Cao Wei could not break through Suasola's defense. With heavy breaths, Suasalu picked up his giant club. With his leg muscles tensed, he suddenly sprinted toward Momo and Xiao Shuang. At a critical moment, Cao Wei managed to grab him. He suddenly pulled out a special item from his pocket. This item was nothing other than the unstable TNT explosive he extorted from Master Solon. I don't believe it. A 10 chance can still happen to me. In the next moment, Cao Wei lit the fuse and immediately held on to Suasalu, preventing him from moving an inch. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected explosion did not occur. Cao Wei. Looking at the still burning fuse beside him, Cao Wei fell silent. Damn, how could I hit this chance? Before he could finish his sentence, Suasola's massive fist struck directly. The immense force sent Cao Wei flying at least 6 or 7 meters away. Seizing the moment, he flew out. Suasalu picked up his giant club and charged towards Momo and Xiao Shuang. He had already determined that these two human women were the real threats, while Cao Wei was merely a small fry who couldn't even breach his defense. As Suasalu was just steps away from Momo and Xiao Shuang at a critical moment, Xiao Shuang suddenly collapsed to the ground. The effect of the frost potion wore off and negative states followed one after another. Instantly, Momo had no time for anything else and immediately carried Xiao Shuang away. Meanwhile, Cao Wei picked up the explosive package from the ground. Without a second thought, he strapped it onto his back. As for Suasalu, seeing the enemies falter, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Once again accelerating, he was about to catch up with Xiao Shuang and Momo in an instant. Suddenly, his body stiffened again. The sound of zzz sparks filled the air. Countless blue currents like venomous snakes coiled around his body. This was precisely the electric trap Xiao Shuang had just made, and it was just in time for use. Seeing Suasalu continuously stiffening in front of him, Cao Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, I'm going for broke. The next second, he charged directly at Suasalu regardless of the electric currents on him. He actually chose to take Suasalu down with him. Boom! Not long after they intertwined with Cao Wei and Master Solon's center, a mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. Ding! You have killed the level 25 giant club warrior, earning 6,000 experience points. Seeing the prompt on the panel before her, Momo felt no joy. On the contrary, she anxiously watched the smoke before her, silently praying, Cao Wei, you must not get into trouble. Cough! Cough! A violent cough echoed from within the smoke. In the next instant, Xiao Shuang, who had been anxiously waiting, suddenly lit up with a flash of hope in her eyes. Without uttering a word, she dashed straight toward the source of the smoke. Spotting a hazy silhouette, she lunged forward without hesitation. The smoke gradually dissipated. Before Xiao Shuang's gaze unfolded the sight of Cao Wei and Momo leaning closely against each other. A scene that under ordinary circumstances might have seemed tender, yet now struck her as faintly absurd. 4. Cao Wei was inexplicably bare-chested. At the sight, Momo's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out in disbelief. What the A? Cao Wei, where's your shirt? Hearing Momo's exclamation, Cao Wei could only stare blankly, tears welling up but unshed. Don't even ask, it got blown off. My enforcer armor set pieces. Just moments earlier, at the instant Master Zoro's unstable TNT detonated, Cao Wei had activated the invincibility effect of his enforcer armor. Alas, the explosive force of the TNT proved overwhelmingly potent. though the armor shielded him from the blast. It was utterly pulverized into dust. There would be no chance for repair, not when this very enforcer armor granted significant bonuses within his trial. Originally equipped with 3 components, he now stood missing one entirely. No wonder his face bore an unmistakable air of quiet melancholy. I won, yet I feel no joy. Mo witnessing his disheveled state instantly covered her eyes with both hands, her cheeks flushing crimson as she murmured, I'm ruined. As she spoke, she surreptitiously parted her fingers just enough to peer through, her gaze lingering on the tall, upright figure before her, her throat unconsciously swallowing. Cao Wei rolled his eyes at Mo's flustered demeanor, then gave her forehead a light, playful slap, feigning sternness. Enough. Stop staring. If you want to see more, I'll show you all you like later. Now check what loot that boss dropped. At Cao Wei's words, Mo reluctantly nodded, sighing softly. Oh. They picked up the gear dropped by Suasalu, a mere level 25 rarity item. A pauper. Indeed, affluent elites like Papa 2 remained rare among goblins. Thus, they tidied the battlefield now littered with wreckage. Meanwhile, the dimensional rift, the gateway opened by the quest, had already vanished. With the rift's disappearance, a chime resonated in Cao Wei's mind. Ding. You have successfully completed the defense mission and seized control of the Goblin Trial Realm. Ding. Please name your new territory. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed across the consciousness of every human being. Ding. Congratulations. Humans have seized the Goblin Trial Realm. Henceforth, all human novice practitioners will receive a 110 bonus within the Trial Realm. Ding. Congratulations. Humans have seized the Goblin Trial Realm. Henceforth, all human novice practitioners will receive a 110 bonus within the Trial Realm. Ding. Congratulations. Humans have seized the Goblin Trial Realm. Henceforth, all human novice practitioners will receive a 110 bonus within the Trial Realm. 3 consecutive notifications sent shockwaves through humanity's highest echelons. Even across Blue Planet, astonishment rippled like wildfire. For generations, all races had yearned to seize their rivals' trial realms. Yet all knew such a feat was virtually impossible. After all, trial realms admitted only soul force cultivators ranked level 05. Even prodigies capable of slaying foreign enforcers were invariably halted at the defense mission stage. A level 25, second stage soul force cultivator posed an insurmountable chasm for novices, even those who, like Mo, had successfully undergone class advancement. Yet combat against such foes remained utterly beyond their reach. Thus, for decades, interracial power balances remained frozen, unchanged, unbroken, precisely because no race could wrest its enemies' trial realms from them. How then could it be possible that humans had just seized one? Instantly, racial leaders were jolted into alarm. One senior commander of the combat division slammed his fist down. Immediately identify the individual who completed the trial realm defense mission. This is the pillar of humanity's future. Acquire every detail about him, by any means necessary, and recruit him into the combat division. Why the combat division? Doesn't our state security bureau need such exceptional talent? Exactly. I object. Our Dragon Corps offers the ideal environment for geniuses to flourish. Send him to combat, and you'll ruin a promising seed. Pa, you dog, say that again. Dare you step outside and spar. Coward's grandson, if you back down. Let's go now. Right now. In an instant, the conference room erupted into chaos. Shouts, scuffles, pandemonium, boiling over like a cauldron. Then, boom, a thunderous crash. From the central seat, a senior leader shattered the massive conference table with a single strike. The cacophony ceased instantly. All present froze, staring speechlessly at the towering figure before them. After a moment's silence, he spoke deliberately. Let us first locate the young man who accomplished this feat. Humanity now holds a decisive advantage over other races. We must amplify it, expelling every rival race from their trial realms entirely. Above all, we must uncover how he succeeded in the defense mission. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Cao Wei remained blissfully unaware that his deed had thrown the entire human leadership into disarray. Carrying Xiao Shuang on his back, the trio slowly entered the palace. The former goblin stronghold now reborn under his decree. The new trial realm bore a proud name, Human Bastion. As Sovereign Lord, Cao Wei could enter and exit his domain at will. And more crucially, within his own realm, he enjoyed a full 100 power amplification, beyond commanding all resources of Human Bastion. As Lord, he also received 3 rewards directly from the system. Ding! Your rewards have been issued. You may select any 3 items from the following: Enforcer Armor, Enforcer Gauntlets, Enforcer Greaves, Enforcer Boots, Enforcer Warhammer, Enforcer Helm, Enforcer. At the system's prompt, a spark of sharp anticipation flashed across Cao Wei's eyes. He had just mourned the loss of one Enforcer Armor component, and now Providence delivered precisely what he needed. How fortuitous! No hesitation remained. I choose the Enforcer Armor, Enforcer Boots, and Enforcer Greaves. Name Law Enforcement Boots D. Requirement level 10. Speed 45. Effect rapid. Speed increases by 15 within 5 seconds. Name Law Enforcement Leggings D. Requirement Level 10. Physical Defense 150. Magical Defense 70. Constitution 30. Effect Durable. Constitution increases by 15 within 5 seconds. Name Law Enforcement Armor D. Requirement Level 10. Stamina 100. Physical Defense 200. Magical Defense 150. Effect Invincible. Gain 3 seconds of invincibility every 6 minutes. Law Enforcement Set Effect. Within one's territory, all weapon effects are enhanced by a multiple effect equal to the number of equipped pieces. Current territories, Human Fortress. 3 pieces of great equipment appeared before Cao Wei. One must admit this effect is simply overwhelming. Compared to the equipment dropped by the former Goblin Law Enforcers, this is significantly stronger. Most importantly, the Law Enforcement Set Effect has now been activated. Inside his own territory, Cao Wei can enjoy a 5-fold enhancement effect from the equipment. Plus, as the Lord, he can enjoy double enhancement within his own territory. If he were to fight Sasalu in his territory, now Cao Wei would definitely crush him. Looking at the new equipment in his hands, Cao Wei was enamored. Unable to help himself, he licked his lips and excitedly said to Mo and Xiao Shuang beside him, "Did you two see the effects of my equipment? Should we go and take him down again? With our current strength, isn't the trial land invincible? We could also get you a set of law enforcer equipment then." Upon hearing Cao Wei's suggestion, Mo and Xiao Shuang couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. But soon Mo shook her head. Looking worriedly at Xiao Shuang beside her, Mo said solemnly, "No, just defeating Sasalu drained all our resources. Xiao Shuang is also suffering from various negative effects and needs healing right now." Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Indeed, Xiao Shuang's condition is not right. The negative buffs outnumber her skills. Both Mo and Xiao Shuang have already exhausted their items. If possible, Cao Wei would want to take everyone to take him down again. Unfortunately, the heavens don't favor him. The trial land only allows apprentice soul power users from level 05 to enter. Exceeding this level prohibits entry. This means such benefits are only available once. Even if Cao Wei could enter again as a Lord, Xiao Shuang and Mo would no longer have the chance to enter. However, Mo and Xiao Shuang are already very satisfied with their gains from this entry into the trial land. On the contrary, they feel Cao Wei is being a bit greedy. It's likely they never expected to reap so many rare items from this entry into the trial land. Not to mention the special scrolls, just the right to develop a territory in the trial land has already thrilled them. Thus, Cao Wei reluctantly bid farewell to Mo and Xiao Shuang. Carrying his law enforcement mace, he headed straight west. Originally, one of his purposes for exploring the trial land was to gain a general understanding of various alien races. Before adulthood, the races arrange for students to learn various knowledge related to these alien races. Just among the known races, there are hundreds, such as the undead race, insect race, goblin race, orc race, and machine race. But merely reading books cannot compare to practical experience. Cao Wei could never imagine how the machine race possesses its own consciousness just by relying on his imagination. Do those undead beings truly evolve by devouring life? One must know the textbooks have repeatedly warned. Crossing the dimensional gates of alien races is a highly dangerous endeavor. Only the trial land where novices are located can ensure relative safety. Taking this opportunity to thoroughly understand the alien races and their ecology. This will also greatly assist Cao Wei in future battles against alien races. Most importantly, Cao Wei has the capital to be invincible. Now he is fully equipped with the law enforcement set. Even disciples from prominent families would find this gear nearly top tier. In the trial land, Cao Wei is the boss. As long as he doesn't recklessly challenge the trial protection zones of other alien races, the chances of him failing are minimal. Moreover, there is one thing Cao Wei is particularly concerned about. That is his job transfer quest. By defeating goblins, Cao Wei has already confirmed that rare scrolls can drop. If possible, he hopes to obtain a rare job transfer quest scroll related to himself. Not asking for too much in a grade would be enough. Alright, he's just dreaming. However, if he can gather enough experience for the merchant upgrade scroll, or drop an item scroll worth trading, then this trip would not be in vain for Cao Wei. In order to live a carefree life as soon as possible, Cao Wei is risking it all this time. Thus Cao Wei, unknowingly, the surrounding scenery began to change. The original forest terrain became increasingly desolate as he walked west. Before long, the entire area transformed into a wasteland. The surroundings were filled with the cawing of crows and countless unmarked tombstones. Occasionally, a ghostly blue flame would drift by. One must say this place is truly desolate. Occasionally, a few figures of humans or other alien soul power users can be seen. However, both sides politely keep their distance, not disturbing the slumbering beings around. This is a great necropolis, the trial land of the undead race's skeletons. Typically, the skeleton race soul power users who come here have a very simple way to level up. First, they engage in combat with other races. Second, they find a tombstone to lie down and absorb the essence of the moon. In less than a month, these skeleton race soul power users can automatically level up to level 5. One must admit such a leveling method is quite laid back. Of course, despite appearing quite laid back, these skeletons have a significant waking up temperament. If someone disturbs their rest, you have awakened the skeletons of an entire land. There has been a soul power user who once foolishly did this, landing directly in the high school textbooks as a cautionary tale. Even teachers have repeatedly stressed not to do this unless absolutely necessary. The only situation where this is acceptable is when you are surrounded by enemies and have no escape. At that point, waking the skeleton warriors could give you a more dignified death. Looking around in such a vast necropolis, there were no skeletons in sight. Cao Wei could only purse his lips, preparing to leave this great necropolis. However, just as he was about to leave, a familiar noisy voice caught his attention. Not far away, a young nobleman in a full-grade set was slowly passing through the necropolis, surrounded by a large group of people. Embracing two girls, one might think he was out for a picnic. At this moment, the young nobleman was constantly boasting about how impressive his profession was. This boastful young nobleman is none other than Cao Wei's old rival Li Heng. Seeing Li Heng's figure, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Cao Wei's mouth. What are the odds of running into an acquaintance? He and young Master Li are just too fated. Young Master Heng, you were absolutely magnificent today. That beastman warrior didn't even last a single round before you slaughtered him. Just look at young Master Heng's gear. Tell me who in the trial grounds dares challenge him. Does one even need equipment to slay a beastman? Young Master Heng's raw strength is already peerless. And that's right, young Master Heng. You're so dazzling. With your aura boosting me, I feel utterly unstoppable. And not far away, a cluster of sycophants fawned over Li Heng. Their flattery was nauseatingly excessive. Yet Li Heng showed not a shred of shame. Instead, he burst into unrestrained, booming laughter. He seized the cheek of a beautiful soul force cultivator standing beside him, leaning close to whisper teasingly in her ear, and feel unstoppable. Then why not test it tonight, in my chamber? I promise I'll make you even more formidable. At his words, a faint blush rose across the young woman's cheeks. Young Master Heng, you're so naughty. And around them, the other soul force cultivators erupted into knowing, leering chuckles. And from afar, Cao Wei cast a disdainful glance toward Li Heng's entourage. Truly, wherever one went, this lecherous scoundrel seemed to appear. In what rotten luck to cross paths with this wretched brat again. Old grudges surged back into Cao Wei's memory in an instant. This time he was no longer the helpless, ordinary man Li Heng had once toyed with at will. A cold, venomous smile flickered across Cao Wei's face. Without hesitation, he roared directly toward Li Heng's squad. Li Heng, you contemptible cur. Your grandpa stands right here. At the sound of the insult, Li Heng, who had just been strutting with arrogance, stiffened slightly. Then fury blazed across his features as he whirled around, glaring fiercely toward the source of the voice. There, not far off, stood Cao Wei, grinning wickedly, middle finger raised high toward Li Heng. At the sight of him, Li Heng faltered, stunned. It took him several long moments to recognize the figure before him. The very Cao Wei he'd bullied relentlessly day after day. And instantly malice twisted Li Heng's expression, and he bellowed across the distance. How dare you insult me? Cao Wei, you've got a death wish, don't you? Nor do you truly believe that awakening as a soul force cultivator grants you the audacity to defy me. A wretched priest-class awakening, and you dare swagger. If you still can't repay my family's debt this time, then forget repayment altogether. Go join your parents in the grave. At Li Heng's taunt, Cao Wei's expression hardened instantly, and he raised his spiked mace, pointing it squarely at Li Heng, his voice icy and low. Say it again, if you've got the guts. At the threat lacing Cao Wei's words, disdain flashed across Li Heng's. Brat, I'll not only curse you, I'll cripple you. And you, attack him. An instant golden light erupted from Li Heng, enveloping the surrounding soul force cultivators. Power surged violently from their bodies, the signature skill of Li Heng's noble aura. At Li Heng's command, cruel smirks curled upon their lips. And they stared at Cao Wei, not as a living opponent, but as a corpse already laid out for burial. To them, Cao Wei was merely a newly awakened fool inflated with delusions of grandeur. And the best way to deal with such fools? Teach him humility, with brutal finality. As the group charged forward, Cao Wei calmly raised his spiked mace. And facing them, he stood unshaken, utterly fearless. With a lazy curl of his finger, he mocked them. Come on then, step closer, and I'll shatter the gravestone. At his threat, the cultivators' arrogant faces contorted in shock. And shatter a gravestone? And was this youth mad? One shattered gravestone would awaken the entire necropolis, every skeletal clan beneath the earth. And did he truly intend to die here today? He meant mutual annihilation. And terror flickered across their faces. And frozen rigid, like figures struck by a petrification spell, they dared not move a muscle. Hey, good son. And seeing their sudden docility, Cao Wei's lips lifted in a faint sardonic smile. And Li Heng too paled, his expression darkening instantly at Cao Wei's provocation. Though he knew full well Cao Wei was bluffing, Li Heng was still a treasured vessel. A life of boundless glory awaited him. He dared not gamble. His face tightened, a stiff, forced smile stretched across his lips, and Cao Wei. Xiao. No, Brother Wei, please don't act rashly. If I've ever wronged you before, I beg your forgiveness. And your family's dead. I'll speak to my father, plead for leniency. Another month. No, a full year. How does that sound? Though clad in a full set of drank equipment, Li Heng dared not provoke chaos within the necropolis. In foolishness. In thousands upon thousands of skeletons rising from the earth. Forget terror. Even 1 point of force damage per strike would overwhelm and bury him beneath sheer numbers. Na wise man avoids immediate peril. Later he would settle this score with Cao Wei. Cao Wei, well aware of Li Heng's calculation, let out a sharp, mocking laugh and miss me. Fine. Li Heng, call me Dad and we'll talk. At Cao Wei's demand, Li Heng's already taut face turned sickly yellow, and damn it, you ungrateful brat. You spit on grace when it's offered. Enraged, Li Heng lunged forward, only to be restrained instantly by the women beside him, all rushing. Young Master Heng, patience brings calm seas, and yes, young Master Heng, you're a treasured vessel. It's not worth degrading yourself over such a petty worm. Young Master Heng, a true gentleman, waits 10 years for vengeance. Just call him Dad. Net there pleading, Li Heng's face shifted from yellow to ashen gray, black as a scorched wok. His entire visage was pitch black with fury. And staring at Cao Wei's triumphant grin in the distance, Li Heng's eyes bulged with murderous rage. Had glances been blades, Cao Wei would have died 1,000 deaths. After several deep, steadying breaths, survival instinct overrode vengeance. And Li Heng's expression twisted as he muttered hoarsely, "And Dad? Dad, and what? I didn't hear you. And Cao Wei, you're pushing too far, and don't force me. My mind might be unstable. I could even have Parkinson's. None tremor of my hand, and that gravestone crumbles." With that, Cao Wei feigned tossing his spiked mace. And the nearby cultivators recoiled, as if facing a terrorist brandishing a live bomb, fleeing in panic. Gnashing his teeth at Cao Wei's mocking smirk, Li Heng finally roared, crimson-faced, "And Dad. Dad, Dad." At Li Heng's crimson-faced bellow, Cao Wei's lips curled into a sinister, victorious smile. And then, swiftly he drew a smartphone from behind his back. The phone's camera was recording. "And many thanks, young Master Li, for your generous voice. From now on it shall be my morning alarm." And before Li Heng could react, Cao Wei heaved his spiked mace onto his shoulder and brought it crashing down upon the gravestone with devastating. "Damn, Cao Wei, I curse your mother. You tricked me into calling you Dad. Hey, good son, your father is running away first." After smashing the tombstone in his hand, he fled the scene like a dart. Bang, a crisp sound echoed. Suddenly, the desolate graveyard was filled with a sound akin to popping beans. In the next moment, the sound of popping beans continued incessantly, as if someone was microwaving popcorn. Hearing this sound, Li Heng's expression changed slightly from his previous anger, because he knew that this was no sound of microwave popcorn. It was the sound of joints moving. Came a noise. Suddenly, a bony arm burst forth from the soft earth. As this arm emerged, it triggered a chain reaction like a falling row of dominoes. Countless skeletal arms shot out fiercely. The ground instantly transformed into a white ocean. In the next moment, countless skeletons began to crawl up from the ground. Looking at the innocent foreign soul energy users in front of them, all the skeletal warriors let out furious roars. Roar! This group of naked skeletal warriors charged towards all visible foreign beings, including Li Heng and his team. Seeing this scene, Li Heng's expression changed immediately. "Everyone gather around me." Hearing Li Heng's words, the crowd instinctively ran towards him. Once everyone surrounded him, Li Heng instantly activated the effect of his equipment set. The Earth Guardian's set effect erects a shield of Earth attributes with no blind spots, providing defense equal to the number of equipment parts, 1,000 points for 5 seconds. 6 minutes cooldown. Li Heng's equipment set consisted of 6 pieces. Suddenly, a shield with 6,000 points of defense enveloped him and his subordinates. Countless single-digit damages appeared on the shield. Without time to seek revenge on Cao Wei, Li Heng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone move in one direction. We need to leave quickly." Under the boost of the noble aura, all the soul energy users desperately ran in a determined direction. Fortunately, these individuals were quite strong. One by one, they had all reached level 10. Coupled with the enhancement from their equipment, this group of skeletal warriors was no match for them. Even the women could kill a skeleton with a single punch. Crack! It took less than 3 seconds. Li Heng's open shield was shattered by the enraged skeletons. Under the assault of hundreds or thousands of skeletons, the shield with 6,000 defense lost its effect in an instant. Immediately, numerous forced 1-point damages appeared on the soul energy users around Li Heng. Before long, this group of soul energy users whose health barely exceeded 1,000 witnessed their health plummeting at a visible speed. "Damn, Cao Wei." Looking at the dire situation before him, an endless anger flashed in Li Heng's eyes. He roared towards the sky. In the next moment, he was surrounded by countless skeletons. As for Cao Wei, his situation was not much better. To deal with Li Heng, he was risking his own life. Fortunately, he was not acting on impulse. He had his own special methods to confront enemies. At this moment, he had sheathed his law enforcement hammer. His weapon was once again replaced with his first weapon, the Trembling Axe. The Trembling Axe's effect was to summon a holy storm of damage equaling the sum of all attributes damage not exceeding 200 points. In the next moment centered around Cao Wei, a storm suddenly whipped up. 200, 200, 200. Instantly, these skeletal soul energy users whose health was below 200 were torn to pieces by the rising storm. Ding. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 20 experience points. Ding. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 20 experience points. Ding. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 20 experience points. Even though each skeleton warrior did not grant much experience, Cao Wei's experience bar was rising at a visible speed. 100,000,30,000. It was unclear how long it had been, but Cao Wei's experience directly soared to 5,000. A whirlwind of white bone powder had already risen around him. There were no skeleton soldiers left. Even Cao Wei himself could not remember how many skeletons he had killed. It must be said that this race was truly weak. It was estimated that even an ordinary goblin could easily kill them. Other novice soul energy users feared them only because of their skeleton sea tactics. Looking at his experience bar now filled with over 5,000 points, a glint of excitement flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Holy Evolution. Ding. You upgraded the law enforcement armor D, costing 1,000 experience points. Ding. You upgraded the law enforcement boots D, costing 1,000 experience points. Ding. You upgraded the law enforcement leggings D, costing 1,000 experience points. Instantly, Cao Wei's experience points plummeted by more than half. The 3 pieces of equipment he had just obtained were directly upgraded to C. Name law enforcement boots, C requirement level 10 speed, 120 constitution, 60 effect swift. Increased speed by 20 for 5 seconds. Name law enforcement leggings, C requirement level 10 physical defense, 250 magical defense, 140 constitution, 60 effect durable. Increased constitution by 20 for 5 seconds. Name law enforcement armor, C requirement level 10 constitution, 240 strength, 100 physical defense, 400 magical defense, 350 effect invincible. Gains 3 seconds of invincibility every 5 minutes. The upgrade of 3 C-level pieces of equipment made Cao Wei feel an immense power surging from within him. Even without looking, Cao Wei knew that his attributes had definitely increased significantly. Name Cao Wei level 10 equipment law enforcement armor C law enforcement hammer D law enforcement necklace D wolf tamer gloves D law enforcement leggings C law enforcement boots C law enforcement helmet D health 1050 soul power 350 physical attack 610 magical attack 274 physical defense 100 magical defense 685 strength 182 agility 207 intelligence 106 constitution 450 luck 40 skills energy stick D swordsmanship resistance D goblin punks. Magical IC. All attributes except luck are above 100. His health had directly exceeded 10,000. Looking at the ground covered with ashes and numerous dropped items, Cao Wei couldn't help but lick his lips. With treasures before him, and importantly no one was competing with him, Cao Wei swallowed. He felt. This was the rhythm of getting rich. Trash. Trash. Still trash. At this moment Cao Wei was searching through the materials scattered all around with a look of utter despair. Earlier he had thought that after killing so many skeletons there should at least be some interesting loot, right? But the result? What a joke. A ground full of trash. Even if he threw it on the ground no one would want it. A pile of incomprehensible materials made Cao Wei's head ache just by looking. Ding. You have picked up the right hand bone of the skeleton F. Ding. You have picked up the left leg bone of the skeleton F. Ding. You have picked up the rib bone of the skeleton F. Cao Wei. Is this never ending? Do you think this is a game? Can collecting a complete set of bones summon a dark mage? Surrounded by white bones, Cao Wei was utterly speechless. These things were completely tasteless yet too precious to discard. If taken outside they might fetch a few dozen bucks, but if he really took them, Cao Wei found them too cumbersome. What was even more infuriating was that these skeletons were all a bunch of naked freaks. All alone without any equipment. No wonder they are the weakest race. Cao Wei was completely speechless. After a long search, he finally found a scroll among the millions of bones. Ding. You have found the job transfer task scroll skeleton Orc D. Ding. You do not meet the job transfer conditions. Please transform into a skeleton before using this task scroll. Cao Wei. So the system thinks I can use it. How do I transform into a skeleton? Die maybe. Such a thoughtful reminder. Looking at this scroll which seemed neither useful nor useless, Cao Wei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to stuff it into his space watch. What if someone has an unusual preference? Earning a little less is fine, at least he could sell something. Just as Cao Wei was working hard, not far away an unusual light suddenly flashed across his face. Amidst the multitude of skeletons, Cao Wei suddenly noticed a golden glimmer on the ground. It seemed to appear out of thin air. Instinctively, Cao Wei curiously walked over to the suspiciously shining. Ding. The magical eyes of the goblin Pank have activated. You have found a hidden special magic array. Hearing the prompt, Cao Wei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Wow, this skill actually works. Seeing this previously unused skill suddenly activate, Cao Wei felt a surge of joy. He knew very well. In games, anything related to hidden inevitably represented opportunity. Whether it was hidden rooms, hidden treasures, or hidden bosses. Exploring to the end would surely yield good drops. Immediately, Cao Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to inspect the magic array before him. Ding! You have discovered the entrance to the second underground layer of the Great Tomb. Please collect 10 left-hand bones of skeletons, 10 right-hand bones of skeletons, 10 rib bones of skeletons, 10 left leg bones of skeletons, 10 right leg bones of skeletons, and 10 skulls. Place them on the magic array to summon the guardian skeleton giant Tai. Defeat Tai to gain access to the second. Cao Wei. Hearing the prompt, Cao Wei's face stiffened. Can you really summon a dark mage? Alright, it turns out these materials have their use. And Cao Wei at this moment was not lacking in these bony materials at all. Not to mention 10, he could gather even 100 if needed. Once Cao Wei excitedly placed all the materials on the magic array, the originally dim magic array slowly emitted a gentle blue glow. The bones on the ground were visibly merging and reassembling. Before long, the pile of bones transformed into a three-mid turtle skeleton giant. Ding! You have summoned the skeleton giant Tai. Name Tai. Profession: skeleton giant. Health 5,000 points. Physical attack 500. Magic attack 120. Physical defense 220. Magic defense 220. Skills: bone club. Summon skeleton soldier. Intimidation. Seeing Tai's panel, Cao Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the opponent was not a level 25 monster. Although Tai was a hidden profession of the skeleton race and had decent attack power, his attributes were surprisingly stronger than the initial goblin enforcer. Most importantly, that height of his was right in front of him. Standing at 3 meters tall, he was imposing. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even as a mere skeleton, he did not give off a thin impression. But in front of Cao Wei, he still seemed somewhat. Only level 10 facing Tai, Cao Wei was not worried at all and swung a hammer directly at his chest. The massive damage hit Tai. But when Tai swung his bone club at Cao Wei, it only dealt a forced damage of 1. Moreover, it seemed Tai had strength, but no intelligence. In less than a day, he transformed from a skeleton giant back into a pile of bone scraps. With Tai's disappearance, the formerly blue magic array turned red. Ding! You have activated the magic array leading to the second layer of the Great Tomb. Would you like to enter? Without hesitation, Cao Wei directly entered. In an instant, his figure vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself underground. Before him was a massive cave. The top layers seemed to be covered in glowing moss. Surrounding him were countless torches emitting blue flames. Even being underground, Cao Wei felt no dimness at all. And the second underground layer also had countless tombs. However, compared to the first layer's crowd, this graveyard was significantly smaller. Roughly counting, there were probably less than 100. But upon closer inspection, the tombstones were not as hastily made as those in the first layer. Every tombstone bore the names of its owner. Tomb of Buckle Reed, Tomb of Filial Marvin, Tomb of Basai Levi. After reading the names on the tombstones, Cao Wei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He realized that the identities of these tombstone owners seemed quite extraordinary. Does this mean the people lying here are descendants of the skeleton nobility? If that is the case, then the owners of these tombstones are very likely to be hidden professions. Hiss! Thinking of this, Cao Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. Almost 100 hidden profession soul power users. Is this really a trash race from the textbook? It seems the skeleton race is hiding quite deep. However, since Cao Wei had seen it, he naturally couldn't ignore so many potential threats. At this moment, an iron shovel appeared in Cao Wei's hand. Hey guys, wake up and party. Cao Wei swung his spade downward, and the gravestone before him shattered instantly. Perhaps he had struck with excessive force. In the next moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain skeleton assassin bulk, level 5, and gained 500 experience points. Shoo! Hearing the mental chime, Cao Wei whistled lightly. Having slain countless alien races, this was the first time he'd encountered a level 5 foe granting a full 500 experience points. If his elder brother were so generously endowed, surely he'd have already upgraded the merchant scroll. Moreover, Cao Wei made a miraculous discovery. Might beget miracle. So long as he struck with sufficient force, he could slay even dormant skeletons outright, with a single shovel blow. These skeletons, silent and unmoving, could not summon their comrades. Thus Cao Wei could eliminate them effortlessly, while they slumbered. Nearly 100 hidden class skeleton tribesmen, each yielding 500 experience points, meant a staggering total of 50000. Could such fortune truly exist in this world? A flash of sharp light gleamed in Cao Wei's eyes. He crept cautiously toward another gravestone. Gazing upon the soft, yielding earth before him, a mischievous grin flickered across his face. You're next, Campbell Chiao. I'll send you straight to your ancestors. Clang! A thunderous crash resounded, and Cao Wei felt his spade tremble violently from tip to handle. perhaps due to excessive force. The recoil sent shockwaves up his arm, numbing his hand instantly. Damn. Shaking his slightly sore arm, Cao Wei soon broke into another grin. The system prompt confirmed another 500 experience points. It was utterly exhilarating. His intuition had been flawless. Without hesitation, he seized his iron spade and began hammering wildly. The skeletons buried beneath these gravestones had never imagined an alien would breach the second tier. Not even the most rudimentary defenses had been prepared. Countless hidden-class skeleton tribesmen perished in their sleep, their essence ultimately absorbed by Cao Wei as nourishment. Thus Cao Wei labored tirelessly, shattering over 60 gravestones. His experience surged by 30,000 points. In just 1 hour he amassed what would have taken several hours on the first tier. Just as Cao Wei hoped this windfall might continue. Dong! His spade slammed deep into the earth and became irretrievably lodged. Ding! You have awakened Steelbone Skeleton Bateman Yuzhou. A damage value of 300 appeared in the next instant. A warrior of the skeleton tribe erupted from the soil, his bones gleaming with metallic. Name Bateman Yuzhou. Class Steelbone Skeleton. Level 5. HP 700-1000. Physical attack 300. Magic attack 0. Physical defense 310. Magic defense immune. Skills magic immunity rank A, Steelbone rank B. At the sight of this furious soul force wielder, Cao Wei's expression froze. A chill ran through him. He knew instantly that Bateman, this Steelbone skeleton, must be an exceedingly rare hidden class. Not only did he possess 2 skills ranked B or higher, but his HP exceeded 1,000, even at level 5. How much HP had Cao Wei himself possessed at level 5? Without equipment, merely 250. And that rank A, magic immunity. Surely the bane of every. At the sight of Bateman, murderous intent flared within Cao Wei. Today he would not let this creature escape alive. Should Bateman survive and grow stronger, he would surely become humanity's doom. The battlefield's nightmare for mages. Without pause, Cao Wei raised his spike mace and delivered a crushing blow against Bateman. Boom! Dust billowed skyward. 300. Another massive blow struck Bateman squarely. Bateman's HP plummeted past the halfway mark. 2 more strikes, and he'd be buried once more. Glaring at Cao Wei's formidable strength, Bateman roared in fury. A piercing skeletal shriek tore through the air, and instantly countless bony arms erupted from the earth beside nearby gravestones. One by one skeletons burst forth, as if roused from deep slumber, shaking off dust and soil. Cao Wei beheld a dazzling array of rare skeleton tribe classes. Without a word, he swapped his weapon for the trembling axe, then beckoned mockingly toward the newly awakened soul. Wretched spawn, your grandpa stands right here. At Cao Wei's shout, the freshly awakened skeletons stiffened and all glared at him in seething rage. And in the next breath, a dazzling barrage of multicolored skills descended upon Cao Wei. Ding! You have contracted the plague debuff. Physical stamina reduced by 10. Ding! You have contracted the weakening virus debuff. Strength reduced by 10. Ding! You have contracted the frostbind debuff. Movement speed reduced by 20. Ding! You have contracted the black death debuff. Lose 0. 5 HP per second for 60 seconds. Ding! In an instant, Cao Wei's complexion visibly turned green, literally. Indeed, in every sense of the word. These low-level hidden class soul force wielders, though merely level 5, were devastatingly versatile in their skill repertoire. The skeleton tribe's innate affinity lay with dark arts, so their curses were myriad and insidious, especially the Black Death debuff. The moment infection took hold, Cao Wei's HP drained relentlessly. 50 a 50 a 50. For the first time he felt true excruciating pain. Such terrifying curse effects directly eroded the wielder's total HP. Where then could one seek justice? Fortunately, Cao Wei had already dispatched over 60 skeletons earlier. Otherwise, imagining 100 hidden class wielders unleashing skills upon him simultaneously would have made his entire body shudder. Oh hell. Almost crashed, watching his HP dwindle at visible speed. Cao Wei gritted his teeth. He could no longer afford delay. Victory demanded absolute swiftness. Invincibility. Holy Tempest. Haste. Stalwart feet. In an instant, Cao Wei activated every usable skill upon his person. As the Holy Tempest surged forth, the very skeletons who moments ago had unleashed torrents of abilities were reduced to scattered fragments in a single sweeping blow. When the storm subsided, fewer than 10 skeleton tribesmen remained standing, but Cao Wei's face bore no trace of triumph. For he knew well, those who endured until the end were undoubtedly the strongest among them. Soon the invincible state came to an end. As it dissipated, the debuffs that clung to Cao Wei vanished. At this moment, there were still 8 skeletons remaining before Cao Wei. From the system prompt, he learned that among them too were hidden warrior classes Steelbone Skeleton and Silver Armor Skeleton. There was also a Dark Priest from the Priest class of Bone Breaker, and a Ground Spike Skeleton from the Archer class, and a Plague Master, an Infected one from the Warlock class. Lastly, there was a hidden assassin known as the Enigma. Even if these hidden classes were only level 5, their health and soul power were far superior to those of other classes. Cao Wei also noticed that the 3 magic skeletons were surprisingly wearing clothes. A skeleton that could wear clothes was definitely a luxury. Hadn't he seen that steel-bone skeleton still hanging around naked? Taking a deep breath, the 8 skeletons before him corresponded perfectly to the 5 main classes. This combination was indeed tricky, especially the steel-bone skeleton and silver armor skeleton. One could tell that these two had astonishing defensive capabilities. Moreover, the Dark Priest behind was an exceptionally rare existence among the skeletons. After all, ordinary priests were usually of the holy class. As an undead race, skeletons naturally resisted holy energy, which resulted in almost no priests. The status of a priest among the skeletons was only second to that of the great nobility. Suddenly, the Dark Priest behind waved his staff. In the next moment, a mass of black energy enveloped the entire second underground level. Cao Wei's vision instantly deteriorated while the soul power of the opposing skeletons visibly surged. This was the Dark Priest's innate skill, Dark Veil. Dark Veil establishes a dark domain where all soul power users of dark races recover 1 of their health per second. Other races experience diminished vision in the Dark Veil with a chance to be afflicted by the confusion status, consuming 50 soul power per second. He watched as the health of the opposing skeletons continuously increased. Cao Wei let out a cold snicker. Don't think that you are the only one who can heal. Your father is also a healer. A curry stick appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Cao Wei bit it in half. The health he had just lost to various debuffs was now visibly recovered. Seeing this move, the opposing skeletons were instantly puzzled. That human was actually a priest. What the heck? Are humans this strong now? They can fight and heal. How are we supposed to win? Hiss. Humans are terrifying. Steelbone skeleton and the silver armor skeleton exchanged glances. In the next moment, the 2 skeletons charged towards Cao Wei without hesitation. They were determined to kill the human before them, even at the cost of their lives. For ages, the second level of the Great Tomb had been the highest secret of the skeleton race. For centuries, countless hidden classes had been nurtured here. The skeleton soldiers on the first level were merely a facade for the skeleton race. This was also why so many skeleton soul power users on the first level had failed to reveal any hidden classes after fighting for so long. If the human before them revealed this secret, then the skeleton race would face a tremendous threat. Their method of leveling up meant they had no means of retaliation while dormant. Just like before when Cao Wei struck the ground to eliminate a skeleton soul power user, the threat posed by sleeping hidden skeletons was no different from that of ordinary skeleton soldiers. In order to protect this secret, the steel-bone skeleton and silver armor skeleton charged forward, fully aware of their disadvantage. Meanwhile, behind them, the infected one and the plague master recognized their companion's resolve. The 2 skeletons immediately unleashed their strongest skills. Absolutely, they could not let their companion's sacrifices go to waste. Black Death. Severe Infection. 2 terrifying debuffs appeared on Cao Wei. Under the Severe Infection debuff, Cao Wei's health dropped by half. Furthermore, all of his attributes diminished. With the Black Death debuff, Cao Wei started losing health continuously. 50 damage. If this continued, he would be finished very soon. Facing the debuffs, Cao Wei shook his head and endured it. The next moment, he charged forward towards the 2. As long as he could eliminate the 2 mages before him, he would still have a chance to turn the tide. Poochie, just as Cao Wei was charging forward. In the next moment, a bone spike and a ground spike pierced through the soles of his feet and thighs. The ambushers were the 2 archer classes. The bone breaker's crippling spike inflicted a crippled status on Cao Wei. Speed 30. Meanwhile, the ground spike skeleton's paralyzing spike granted Cao Wei a stunned status. Then a black figure slowly emerged behind Cao Wei. Without a word, it struck him on the head with a single blow. Critical strike. Critical strike must strike the enemy from behind on the head. If successful, inflict 130 damage and force the target to be stunned for 1 second. The enemy's level above yours reduces the stun duration by 0.1 seconds. This skill was a combo skill purchased by the Enigma alongside his shadow concealment ability. In an instant, Cao Wei stood frozen for a full 0.5 seconds. During this time, his health plunged below 2,000 under the onslaught of enemy attacks. By the time Cao Wei recovered, his eyes turned crimson. Ignoring the Enigma behind him and the 2 warriors, Cao Wei, using the last of his strength, leaped high into the air. In the sky, his figure traced a graceful arc. It seemed he was about to strike the 2 warlocks. Dark Shield. Not far away, the Dark Priest, already prepared, flashed a smirk. This human probably never imagined that at the moment of their confrontation, a tactic had already been set up. The previous battle was merely a death trap laid out for them. No matter how strong this human was, how could he escape their calculations? The gap between professionals was an insurmountable chasm. This was not something that could be compensated for with mere equipment. However, what no one expected was that at this moment, Cao Wei in the air wore a victorious smile on his face. He did not rush towards the 2 warlocks. Instead, he forcefully in the next moment, he landed directly beside the Dark Priest. Seeing this scene, all the skeletons were not good. We fell for it. Under the horrified gaze of the dark priest, Cao Wei cleaved the opponent's head in two with his axe. Indeed, from the very beginning, Cao Wei never intended to deal with the two warlocks first. His target was always singular, the enemy's healer. After eliminating the most threatening healer, the skeleton clan immediately fell into disarray. Losing their healer meant they had lost their ability to sustain combat. Without a healer, how could they fight against Cao Wei? Furthermore, the skeleton clan lacked spatial equipment and had no potions on them. Before long, facing the invincible Cao Wei of the same rank, they quickly fell apart. First, it was the steel-boned skeleton and the silver-armored skeleton. As two tanks at only level 5, they were no match for Cao Wei. After just 3 to 5 exchanges, they were reduced to mere skeleton frames by him. Next came the two slower sorcerers, who soon followed in the footsteps of the tanks. The remaining two archers and an assassin proved to be more troublesome. In the vast second layer, Cao Wei pursued them for half a day. Finally, he managed to corner the entire group. Seeing the despair etched on the faces of the three, even though they were nothing but skeleton frames, Cao Wei could understand their frustration. These were the future elites of the skeleton clan. Before they could even blossom, they withered away. Who said the trial grounds were relatively safe? This safety was merely limited safety. The world remained cruel. Between different races, apart from cooperative relationships, there were mostly deadly foes. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Once Cao Wei dealt with all the soul power users of the skeleton clan, he immediately collapsed to the ground, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. He had almost perished in this battle. If it weren't for the low levels of these hidden professionals, they wouldn't have developed yet. From this, one could see how important hidden professions were to a soul power user. Unconsciously, Cao Wei clenched his fist again. His desire to become a hidden professional grew increasingly. Not long after, once Cao Wei had finished resting, he executed a perfect flip and jumped up from the ground. This battle not only earned him nearly 500 experience points. More importantly, the soul power users of the skeleton clan dropped numerous items. Looking at the scrolls scattered across the ground, Cao Wei couldn't help but lick his lips. Wow, they really are a bunch of rich folks. They dropped so many scrolls and items. This time it was nothing like the earlier struggle in the first layer. Not only were there no worthless materials dropped, on the contrary, these soul power users of the skeleton clan had exploded with loot. Not just scrolls, but also items and equipment. Suddenly, Cao Wei shed tears of excitement. Indeed, in the future, I must hunt hidden professionals. These rich folks not only have strong power, but also boast an incredible drop rate. Picking up a scroll to inspect it. Ding. You have obtained the class change quest scroll Earth Spike B. Ding. You have obtained the class change quest scroll Silver Armored Skeleton B. Ding. You have obtained the class change quest scroll Plague Master S. Ding. You have obtained the equipment Energy Accumulation Staff A. Ding. You have obtained the item Magic Crystal Dark B. The items scattered across the ground were all at least level and above. Looking at the pile of quest scrolls, Cao Wei's mouth broke into a wide grin. Especially that level Plague Master scroll. Upon seeing this scroll, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. If it weren't for the prerequisite requirement to transform into a skeleton clan member, he would definitely try this quest. For a moment, Cao Wei even thought, what if he simply stopped being human? Of course, he was just thinking, if he truly ceased to be human, wouldn't he lose much joy? He couldn't be unkind to his own brother, could he? He had never experienced such pleasures growing up. Thus, Cao Wei collected more than half of the scrolls scattered on the ground. After sorting through everything, Cao Wei discovered that he had obtained a total of 12 level class change quest scrolls. He got 5 level class change quest scrolls. He obtained 2 level class change quest scrolls. 1 level class change quest scroll. The rest were items used by sorcerer soul power users, mostly level to a level. The items he couldn't use would likely have to be sold off. Fortunately, he had a merchant scroll. If all goes well, these things would be useful in the future. Once Cao Wei finished categorizing all the materials he had obtained, he finally fixed his gaze on a special class change quest scroll. Among the many class change quest scrolls that had just dropped, this was the only one he could use. This scroll, class change quest scroll Dark Priest B, was dropped by the Dark Priest he had just defeated. It was clear that the Dark Priest was a hidden profession. Looking at this quest scroll before him, Cao Wei felt a slight stir of interest. Ding! A class change quest scroll has been detected. It can be used. Profession Dark Priest B. Upon successful class change, your attributes will increase by 100 points and your soul power will automatically convert to dark energy, allowing access to all Dark Priest skills, significantly enhancing healing for dark races. You will gain the exclusive talent of the Dark Priest Dark Heart. Dark Heart, all skills you obtain will automatically convert to dark skills, increasing their power by 20 when used. Upon seeing this hidden profession, to be honest, for a moment Cao Wei really wanted to use it right away. However, in the end, he still resisted the temptation of the scroll. After all, the restrictions on the Dark Priest were quite significant. Once transformed into a Dark Priest, Cao Wei's energy would change to dark energy. This meant that his healing targets would only be dark races. If he were a dark race like a vampire, that would be fine. But Cao Wei was human. Most human professionals inherently despise dark races. Thus, if Cao Wei chose to change professions, it would waste much of his time just to form a party. This meant that becoming a dark priest would narrow his path. After much hesitation staring at this enticing scroll, finally Cao Wei sighed and chose to place it into his space watch. He thought to himself maybe he would encounter something even better in the future. Taking a deep breath, Cao Wei told himself that he must remain calm. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had returned to. He then pulled out another scroll from his space watch. This scroll was not a class change quest scroll, but a skill. Coincidentally, the owner of this skill scroll was the Dark Priest of the Skeleton Clan. Ding! Detecting priest-exclusive skill Dark Shield. See, would you like to use it? Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Cao Wei did not choose to use it immediately, but instead looked at his innate skill. Innate skill Divine Evolution SSS. Divine Evolution. Use experience points to upgrade your skills, items, or equipment. Currently, it is a tenfold upgrade. This skill is for personal use only. The upgraded skills and equipment are soulbound and cannot be used by others. Upgrade condition. Use the tenfold upgrade 100 times. 32,100. At this moment, Divine Evolution was still at level 1, but its proficiency had already been raised to over 30 by Cao Wei. This means that Cao Wei had already used Divine Evolution over 30 times. After another 60 or so uses, he could upgrade his Divine Evolution. In the past, Cao Wei would never waste his experience points carelessly. Having been accustomed to being a zero-investment player, he preferred to use every point of experience wisely. However, at this moment, he had nearly 700 experience points to spare. Moreover, he held a Crade skill scroll in his hand. Such an important skill scroll, if only evolved tenfold, would be a tremendous waste. So Cao Wei pondered whether to evolve the Dark Shield now, or to upgrade his innate ability first. Evolving an upgrade item only required 100 experience points from Cao Wei. Upgrading 68 times would only cost him 6800 experience points. Typically, upgrade items are not plentiful. But now, Cao Wei found himself in a grand mausoleum. Upgrade items littered the ground. Even if thrown on the ground, no one would be eager to pick them up. These worthless items, which were dismissed by others, were exactly what Cao Wei needed. Unable to resist, Cao Wei's heart raced. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth. Wasn't it just wasting 7000 experience points? If his innate ability could evolve, it would be worth it. Fight for it. And a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Immediately, Cao Wei returned to the first level of the Grand Mausoleum. He picked up the bone material on the ground, triggering a Divine Evolution. Ding! You have obtained a sturdy skeleton left-hand bone, E. Ding! You have obtained a sturdy skeleton right-hand bone, E. Ding! You have obtained a sturdy skeleton left leg bone, E. After over 60 continuous evolutions, Cao Wei directly acquired a large number of A-level materials. When he finished evolving the last skeleton's right-hand bone, in the next moment, a melodious prompt echoed in Cao Wei's ears. Ding! You have successfully used Divine Evolution 100 times. Innate skill upgrade. Innate skill Divine Evolution level 2 SSS. Divine Evolution. Use experience points to upgrade your skills, items, or equipment. Currently, it is a 30-fold upgrade. This skill is for personal use only. The upgraded skills and equipment are soulbound and cannot be used by others. Upgrade condition. Use the 30-fold upgrade 500 times. 0500. Ding! Innate skill upgraded. Upgrading a grade or lower items will no longer grant proficiency. Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Cao Wei secretly thought to himself as expected. Behaviors like continuously upgrading grade materials to brush proficiency are not advisable in the system. This could only be done at level 1. For subsequent upgrades, at least a grade equipment is required. 500 times upgrading a grade items requires a minimum of 100 experience points per time. That totals a whopping 500 experience points. Upgrading a grade item also precisely requires 500 experience points. To gather that, Cao Wei still has a long way to go. However, this is not the time to accumulate experience points. Cao Wei currently has 600 experience points left. This experience is just enough for him to upgrade the Dark Shield. Without hesitation, Cao Wei directly chose to use his innate skill, Divine Evolution. Ding! You use Divine Evolution, upgrading the skill scroll Dark Shield C. Ding! You have obtained the skill scroll Blinding Field B. Blinding Field. The user releases a blinding field of 10 cubic meters. Enemies within the field experience a significant decline in vision and have a high chance of receiving the blind status with a chance of receiving the confusion status. Consumption 200 soul power per second. Oh yeah. Seeing this new skill, Cao Wei couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. With this skill, he could double as an assassin in the future. Stealthily attacking others within his blinding field would be too thrilling. Whether attacking or fleeing, it could prove extraordinarily effective. Immediately, Cao Wei activated the blinding field. Centered on him, a transparent field instantly spread out around him. From the outside, it seemed there was no change around Cao Wei. However, once someone approaches within 10 meters of him, they will instantly lose their vision, becoming easy prey. But this ability, while incredibly powerful, it is also very demanding on mana. In less than 10 seconds, Cao Wei's soul power was depleted by more than half. As expected, an ultimate move like the Blinding Field can only be used as a trump card. Only when he has unlimited mana or possesses equipment that can rapidly restore mana would he dare to keep it active for 24 hours. Thus, this adventure in the Grand Mausoleum finally came to an end. The harvest was substantial, with so many task transfer scrolls. Just throwing one out for auction could earn Cao Wei a significant amount of money. The famine at home could nearly be settled, and he would no longer fear that Bradley hung causing trouble. Just as Cao Wei was preparing to leave the second level of the Grand Mausoleum, suddenly his expression froze, because he suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. For some reason, his passive skill Goblin Punk's magical eyes had activated again. A layer of magical array flashed through Cao Wei's pupils. In the next moment, a shiny substance appeared. Seeing this shiny thing, Cao Wei's expression stiffened. No way. Is there actually a hidden room? Upon seeing this magical array scanned by his skill, Cao Wei's heart skipped a beat. If the second level yielded such rewards, what kind of surprises awaited him on the third level? Could it be items or equipment surpassing S-grade? After all, with so many skeletons, it wouldn't be unusual for an S-grade or even SS-grade hidden class to emerge occasionally. In the third underground level, there might also be higher-level hidden classes lying dormant. Thinking of this, Cao Wei's gaze turned cold. If such beings truly exist, he absolutely cannot ignore them. Just a group of grade soul power users already gave him a headache. What about S-grade? For the sake of the human race and world peace, such existence must be nipped in the bud. It is not because Cao Wei is greedy. Without saying a word, Cao Wei directly approached the hidden magical array, activating the teleportation array. Ding! You have discovered the entrance to the third level of the Grand Mausoleum. Upon hearing the system's prompt echo within his mind, Cao Wei instantly entered combat readiness. What kind of foe awaited him this time? Gripping his axe tightly, Cao Wei cautiously scanned his surroundings. Moments later, the ground trembled. The entire second level of the Grand Tomb shook as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Countless bioluminescent mosses rained down from the cavern's ceiling above. Danger! We're about to be buried alive. At the sudden onset of the quake, Cao Wei's face paled instantly. Without hesitation, he activated both invincibility and acceleration. He bolted toward the magical array leading to the first level. Just as he neared its threshold, the earthquake ceased. No burial. No towering guardian manifesting with overwhelming martial might. Instead, the second level settled back into eerie, unbroken silence. Cao Wei waited, but no guardian appeared in response to the system's alert. To guard against a stealthy assassin, he remained vigilant. He crouched low into a shadowed corner, poised to evade any ambush. 1 minute passed, 5, 10, full 10 minutes elapsed in tense stillness. Cao Wei observed the second level utterly motionless, utterly silent. What in the world? He blinked, momentarily stunned by the profound quiet. This shouldn't be right. The system clearly indicated a guardian's emergence. Could it be? Suddenly his eyes lit up with realization. Perhaps the guardian of the third level was none other than the hidden class skeleton clan practitioners standing before him. Only such elite beings could safeguard a tier of such paramount importance. After all, had Cao Wei not uncovered their critical vulnerability, facing over 100 such hidden class practitioners simultaneously would have left him utterly defenseless. Indeed, any adventuring party entering the second level, should they inadvertently awaken these terrifying entities, would be annihilated in mere moments by the skeleton clan. Thus, designating them as guardians seemed perfectly logical, and that very tremor had served as the key catalyst awakening their spectral power. In truth, Cao Wei had already fulfilled the pivotal condition required to break the deadlock. A faint knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. Did you truly think I knew nothing? While others lingered in the first or second levels, he had long since reached the fifth. The skeleton clan's trap. Who else dares? I, Cao Wei, am unmatched. Without another word, he strode resolutely into the magical array, descending to the third level. A crimson light flared. In the next instant, Cao Wei materialized in an alien realm. HSS, freezing cold. The moment he stepped into the third level of the Grand Tomb, his body involuntarily shuddered. He was now a soul, impervious to ordinary fire or water temperature fluctuations should no longer affect him. Yet upon arrival, bone-deep cold surged through his limbs. Worse still, a debuff manifested upon his body. Ding! You have entered a special chamber. You have acquired the unique status Frostbite. Frostbite speed reduced by 30, health decreases by 0.01 per minute. After 10 minutes, status automatically escalates to hypothermia. Hypothermia speed reduced by 50, health decreases by 0.1 per minute. Soon numerals reading 1 flickered above Cao Wei's head. Before him stretched a vast, blinding expanse of snow. Gigantic crystalline formations rose around him, acting like mirrors, refracting light, so that even a single luminous pearl bathed the entire subterranean third level in brilliant clarity. Shivering at the biting chill, Cao Wei sneezed involuntarily. Pulling his cloak tighter, he quickened his pace. This place was desolate beyond measure. Let whoever wishes remain, it mattered not to him. Even priceless treasures couldn't entice him to linger a second longer. He'd already secured abundant spoils of 1 or 2 more held little sway. 10 minutes, no more. If nothing extraordinary surfaced by then, he'd depart immediately. Yet barely had he taken his first step, crack. A brittle shattering sound echoed. Instinctively he lit. Beside his footprint lay fragments of pale chalky residue embedded in the snow. He knelt, retrieved a shard, and examined it closely. This was bone. After taking several more steps, the incessant crack intensified, until realization struck, and Cao Wei's expression tightened with dawning alarm. He scooped a handful of snow, squeezed it between his fingers. As I suspected, a chill ran deeper than the cold, a grim premonition confirmed. His face darkened. This was no snow. It was ash, bone ash. Over centuries, layers of calcined remains had settled, mimicking snowfall with uncanny fidelity. The thought of standing atop countless pulverized skeletons turned his face green. How many souls had perished here to yield such depth of ash? The third level was undeniably perilous. He hefted his spiked mace and advanced, no longer flippant, but deliberate, each step measured. His expression hardened with vigilance. Every fiber prepared for instantaneous activation of invincibility. Thus, after nearly 10 more minutes of cautious progress, at last, he beheld the first object in the third level that was neither ice, crystal, nor bone ash. Before him loomed a colossal magical array. Its pristine surface starkly contrasted the surrounding ash. Within the array shimmered a barrier, untouched by frost, immaculate despite the snow-laden air. Atop this massive formation, large enough to accommodate 10 people, rested an egg, cerulean blue, encased in rib-like crystalline armor. At the sight of it, Cao Wei's breath deepened. An egg placed here in the third level could be nothing short of extraordinary. He had lingered long enough. The 10-minute mark had passed, and his status had shifted to hypothermia. He resolved to leave immediately, take the egg, and depart. Yet the moment his foot crossed the array's threshold, ding! You have entered the Arctic frost array, suffering 2,000 frost damage per second. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Damn! Watching his health plummet, terror seized him. The true trap lay not in the quake, but here. Who could endure this? An ordinary soul force cultivator would perish instantly upon entry. Only Cao Wei's immense vitality allowed him 3 fleeting seconds before collapse. But, do you truly believe this bars my way? Others may falter, but not me. He crushed an energy bar between his teeth. Instantly, he activated the law enforcement armor's invincibility. Retrieving the egg. 3 seconds. More than sufficient. With prior mental preparation, Cao Wei's approach this time was indeed much more stable. He took a deep breath, and then holding his breath, charged directly toward the center of the formation. In the first second, he reached the egg. In the second second, he picked up the egg and ran. In the third second, he tripped and fell. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Damn, I almost didn't make it. In the last second, Cao Wei finally got up with great difficulty and escaped the formation. Looking at his remaining health of just over 1,000, he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly took an energy bar. Finally, his health barely returned to full. But the next moment, something that made Cao Wei's heart race occurred. Holding the egg he had just obtained, a flurry of frantic notifications appeared in his mind. Even the usually emotionless system seemed to have gone mad, issuing a red alert. Ding! You have received an S-level Frost Dragon pet egg. Ding! Your actions have drawn the attention of the Skeleton Clan. Oh, please leave this place quickly. Ding! You have received the S-level Curse Bloodthirsty mark. Bloodthirsty bait. Within 24 hours, all creatures will instinctively harbor hostility toward you, and those who cast the curse will know your whereabouts. You cannot use any resurrection items. Upon death, all your equipment and items will drop. Ding! You have been wanted by the Skeleton Clan. The bounty will automatically be lifted 15 minutes after you drop the egg. After taking the egg, you will face relentless pursuit from the Skeleton Clan. Warning: your actions carry great risk. Please make your choice carefully. Hearing the countless notifications in his mind, Cao Wei was utterly dumbfounded. It was just an egg. How come it stirred up such a big mess? He had stirred up a hornet's nest. Especially that Bloodthirsty mark curse wasn't it life-threatening? And S-level curse requires a full 24 hours to wear off. During this time, wouldn't he become like a weasel crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat him? Not only that, whether he placed the egg down or took it away, he was still wanted by the Skeleton Clan. Since he was already wanted, what was there to be afraid of? Still, as the saying goes, take a chance, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Gamble a bit, a motorcycle turns into a Land Rover. Since he was already going to be wanted, this egg in Cao Wei's hands was an S-level Frost Dragon. If it hatched, wouldn't he directly gain a very powerful little brother? This talent was at least S-level, second only to his divine evolution. Thinking about the scene of himself riding a dragon through the skies, Cao Wei's heart was instantly stirred. Damn it, this time I'm going all in. After all, he was in the trial land, and those over level 5 couldn't enter. At worst, he could hide in the trial land for 10 or 8 years, fatten the pet up, and see what the skeleton clan could do to him. Without hesitation, Cao Wei immediately chose to take the dragon egg. He picked up the egg and stuffed it into his spatial watch. Then without a second thought, he dashed out of the magical array, not looking back as he returned to the first layer of the Great Tomb. At that moment, the entire Great Tomb seemed to tremble. Countless skeleton clan members, as if drawn by some force, all surged out of the ground, no longer possessing their usual tranquility. As for Cao Wei, his figure was conspicuous like a guiding light in the darkness. The glaring, bloodthirsty mark drew all the skeleton clan's attention to him. Kill, kill, kill. The mindless skeletons had only one thought left in their heads: to kill the human. Instantly, all the skeletons charged at Cao Wei like madmen. Seeing this group of skeletons, a trace of disdain flashed across Cao Wei's face. You bunch of trash, if you had a hidden profession, I might still be a bit afraid. But just this. Aren't you just delivering experience to me? Cao Wei then took a deep breath. Without saying a word, he directly lifted his trembling axe. The terrifying sacred storm swept away wave after wave of skeleton soldiers. Ding! You killed a level 5 skeleton soldier and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 3 skeleton soldier and gained 10 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 1 skeleton soldier and gained 2 experience points. Listening to the system notifications in his mind, Cao Wei showed no signs of joy. According to the previous notifications, the skeleton clan's pursuers would be arriving soon. Now he had to immediately distance himself from this place of trouble. As for the experience, there would be plenty of opportunities to come back for revenge. With each strike of the sacred storm, the ground was soon filled with dust. After kicking apart a skeleton soldier, Cao Wei hurriedly ran south. Get lost, you annoying pest, just die. At this moment, on the undead planet where the skeleton clan resided, the entire region was filled with desolation and deathly silence. Not only was there no sign of life on the ground, but skeletal remains were also visible everywhere. At the center of the undead planet stood a massive pyramid made of bones. This was the sacred place of the skeleton clan, the Hall of the Dead. Right now, in a conference room that could accommodate hundreds of people, a huge round table was placed in the center. Surrounding it were 13 long benches made of skulls. On each skull chair sat a strangely shaped skeleton. If Cao Wei saw these skeletons, he would surely be astonished. They were undoubtedly the high-ranking members of the skeleton clan, because everyone was actually wearing clothes. Whether it was armor or robes, in any case, skeletons who could wear clothes were definitely wealthy and noble. On the conference table was a large sand table. The sand table displayed the distribution of various alien dimensional gates surrounding the undead planet. The marked red ones were the enemies of the skeleton clan. Everyone was currently discussing their next target for an attack. All the members of the skeleton clan knew that this round table meeting, composed of 13 skeleton kings, was making a significant decision regarding the future fate of the skeleton clan. No one dared to disturb the skeleton kings at this moment. But today, just as the meeting was halfway through, the door to the conference room was violently pushed open from the outside. A secretary skeleton with at least 6 levels of soul power hurriedly burst through the door. Even without facial muscles, one could tell from the flickering soul fire in his eye sockets that this secretary was extreme. Seeing the leading skeleton king staring at him, the secretary immediately knelt down, his voice trembling. Lord Tu Han, there's a problem in the trial land. The Frost Formation just issued an alarm. The dragon egg has been stolen. The hidden soul power users being secretly cultivated in the second layer have a 90 chance of having been completely sacrificed. Bang! Inside the round table meeting room, the hard walls made of bones were blasted open, creating a large hole. The sixth-turn professional who had just reported the situation had been reduced to nothing but dust. Suddenly, the leading skeleton king let out a furious roar. Who did this? The terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire undead star. Countless wandering skeleton citizens fell to their knees upon hearing the roar. Tuhuan's eyes flashed with fierce anger. He shouted angrily at a nearby skeleton king wrapped in bandages. Bader, didn't you say that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Our dragon egg was stolen just as it was about to mature, and all our kin have perished. Tell me, was it you who leaked the information? I want your life. Having said that, the furious skeleton king conjured a massive bone warhammer out of thin air. Without hesitation, he was about to smash it towards Bader. However, before the hammer could fall, a black protective shield descended over Bader. A skeleton king dressed in priest robes slowly stood up, coldly watching Tu Han as he spoke. Tu Han, no one wishes for such things. Didn't Bader's grandson also sacrifice himself? You merely sacrificed a distant grandson with a hint of your bloodline, while that one was Bader's direct descendant. Put down your weapon. There must be a misunderstanding here. Upon hearing Karma's words, Tu Han snorted coldly. Instead of attacking, he inquired in a gruff voice. The Frost Dragon's egg is a treasure that took us a full 200 years to obtain, crucial for our next battle. It can be said that it is the key. Now that the egg has been stolen, we have no idea which foreign race did it. Hearing Tehuan's suppressed roar, the other skeleton kings fell silent. Just then, a skeleton king dressed like a sorcerer slowly stood up. Although her soul fire seemed to burn calmly, the occasionally flaring flames revealed that she was not as calm. I just want to know if our granddaughter is safe. If anything happens to her, I will make those responsible pay. Having said this, a large area of green appeared around the skeleton king. As the green mist surged forth, the other skeleton kings around quickly distanced themselves. This sorcerer was the ancestor of the plague master that Cao Wei had killed. Having lost a potentially limitless level direct descendant, she suffered the greatest loss among those present. Looking at Lilith, who was spreading plague karma, could only sigh helplessly. Put away your plague, Lilith. Our top priority now is to find our dragon egg. I remember you set up a bloodmark curse trap back then. Can you sense the position of the thief? Upon hearing Karma's question, Lilith simply snorted coldly. In the next moment, she began to meditate, seemingly communicating with the distance. At this moment, Cao Wei was continuously fleeing southward. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a cold gaze from an upper dimensional being staring at him. Even though his body was unaffected and the system provided no prompts, the profound fear that penetrated his soul made him involuntarily pause. Immediately, countless skeletons began to swarm behind him. Without a second thought, Cao Wei unleashed another sacred storm. As for Lilith, upon sensing Cao Wei's aura, she immediately let out a cold snort and angrily said, "That despicable little thief is still in the trial ground. What should we do? Even we cannot break the rules and head to the newcomer protection zone." Hearing Lilith's words, the previously silent Bader suddenly spoke up. "No problem, although we cannot go. One of my subordinates' abilities is perfect for this situation." After saying this, Bader stood up directly. Without even glancing at the furious Tuhuan, he left the meeting room. Seeing Bader's departing figure, the other side, "Tuhuan, don't be angry. You merely lost a descendant while Bader lost his only blood relative. Compared to Rage, I believe he suffers no less than anyone else." Hearing Karma's persuasion, Tuhuan simply snorted coldly. "So what? If it weren't for his poor decision-making, we wouldn't be in such a panic now. His grandson's death is fine. He was just a voyeuristic pervert. I've been dissatisfied with their family for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, a roll of bandages suddenly extended from outside the door. The delicate bandage surprisingly dealt devastating damage, striking Tuhuan in the chest. Bang! Another loud noise echoed. Tuhuan was sent flying out of the Hall of the Dead. Once again, he let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding skeletons to tremble in fear. At this moment, inside Bader's residence, he appeared to be no different from usual. As he slowly entered a servant approached him, bowing respectfully and asking, "Do you have any commands, my lord?" Bader simply stood still for a moment. It was unclear how long had passed before he coldly said, "Get Dua Halley for me. I have an important task." Upon hearing Bader's command, the servant's soul fire flickered slightly. However, he said nothing, only nodded gently and replied, "Understood." In less than 10 minutes, a peculiar skeletal figure appeared in Bader's study. This skeleton had only a massive head floating in midair. The flickering flames in its eyes were chilling to behold. The huge head respectfully bowed to Bader. "My lord, did you call for me?" Upon hearing Dua's words, Bader merely nodded slightly. "I will arrange a new body for you shortly. You need to go to the trial ground and find a foreign race with a blood mark on them. Before you leave, visit the treasure vault. You can use any equipment or items inside. But remember, you must bring back the killer of my grandson alive. I want to personally torment his soul." Upon hearing Bader's words, Dua's massive head trembled slightly. Then he respectfully nodded and left. Not long after, in the basement of the Bader family. At this moment, a newly awakened skeleton mage stood expressionlessly in place. Looking at Dua, who had only a head, the newly awakened skeleton couldn't help but tremble slightly. Dua glanced at the other and simply smiled. "So you turned out to be a level hidden profession. It seems my lord is truly enraged this time. Don't worry, little darling, it will all be over soon. You will feel no more pain." After saying this, Dua opened his crimson eyes. The skeleton opposite him suddenly convulsed violently. In the next moment, it lost consciousness, forever falling into a deep sleep. Dua's profession is quite unique, known as a soul infector. As a 6-turn soul power user, his strength is formidable. The most terrifying aspect is his talent, soul abolishment. Soul abolishment, you can seize the body of an enemy whose level is lower than yours. The greater the level difference, the higher the success rate of the seizure. Upon successful acquisition, you can inherit all the professional skills of the opponent and bestow one of your own skills upon them. Such a talent is practically a divine gift for assassination, intelligence gathering, and espionage. Moreover, possessing soul abolishment means Dua can work entirely behind the scenes. This is why he can serve as the chief intelligence officer of Bader, second only to Bader himself. Yet today, Bader surprisingly sent him to assassinate a newcomer, which is a waste of his talents. It is evident how furious Bader must be at this moment. He even went so far as to prepare a hidden class user with level talent for Duo Wa. If used properly, Duo Wa could transform this body into a new powerhouse. One person can indeed as long as his level rises, becoming the new Skeleton King is just around the corner. Although he knows this task is extremely important, Duo Wa still feels no interest. Sending him to a trial site, a beginner's village, is indeed a waste of his abilities. However, there are still benefits to this approach. Consider it a chance to find a few new vessels for future use. He actually enjoys bullying newcomers like this. It won't take 24 hours, only 1 hour. Duo Wa is confident he can successfully complete the task assigned by Bader. Once he fully possessed this new body, suddenly a new panel of attributes appeared before his eyes. Name Duo Wa Hali Infection Body No. 376. Profession Soul Infector Undead Reconstructor Level 1 Health 1800 Soul Power 4400 Physical Attack 120 Magic Attack 640 Physical Defense 200 Magic Defense 700 Equipment Mana Amplifier B Undead Robe B Undead Staff B Undead Hat B Undead Boots B Undead Gloves B Undead Pants B Undead Set Effect using Undead Skills increases the effect of the number of equipped components by 10, currently increasing by 60. Skills: Summon Skeleton Knight, See Soul Shock, a body skill. Summon Skeleton Knight. Summon a Skeleton Knight with dimensions of 40 mana, currently 221 lasting for 3 hours. Each use consumes 500 soul power. Cooldown time 5 minutes per use. Soul Shock: Release a mental magic attack on the enemy, inflicting any 3 statuses from Stun, Fear, Confusion, Weakness, or Mental Shock for 2 minutes, consuming 2000 soul power per use. Cooldown time 180 seconds per use. Talent: Skeleton Reconstruction B Skeleton Reconstruction. Whenever you kill an enemy, there is a 10 chance to transform the enemy into a skeleton class, inheriting 10 of the original attributes, but skills and talents cannot be inherited. No mistake was made. This is the data of a level 1 skeleton mage. Clad entirely in level equipment, he has gained nearly invincible power. Moreover, with the opponent's talent, he could quickly form an army. Even paired with Duo Wa's own talent, defeating a second-turn professional is just a matter of time. This body prepared for Duo Wa by Bader is truly to his utmost satisfaction. Once placed on the battlefield, it will undoubtedly become a nightmare for all legions. Killing enemies while also reconstructing soldiers. Could there be a more disgusting profession? Unfortunately, in order to avenge his only offspring, Bader can no longer care about anything else and directly used his power to eliminate a future talent of the skeleton race. Dressed in extremely luxurious equipment, Duo Wa smiled as he approached the teleportation portal of the trial site. Around him, groups of dull and foolish skeleton soul power users were mindlessly heading towards the trial site. Among the crowd, if it weren't for the wearing of his outfit, Duo Wa would appear rather unremarkable. However, once he entered the trial site and observed the skeleton race slowly crawling into the nearby abandoned graves, a sly smile crept onto his lips. How could such behavior of hiding in cemeteries for warmth cultivate true powerhouses? Only through constant slaughter can one emerge amidst the trials of blood and fire. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Just like Bader's grandson. He chuckled as he sensed the location of the bloodthirst mark. Then Bader began to slowly move southward. However, shortly after he exited the large cemetery, a group of Ratmen soul power users approached him. Similar to goblins, Ratmen are even weaker. Thus, gaining experience points is extremely difficult for them. However, cats have their ways and rats have theirs. After long exploration, Ratmen soul power users have also found ways to gain experience. That is, the skeleton race. Essentially, all Ratmen are born with the skill burrowing. Quietly sneaking in underground to kill sleeping skeleton warriors has become their method of gaining experience. For a long time, Ratmen soul power users have only killed enough enemies to gain experience to level up to level 5. This way they want to alert the skeleton race and can also somewhat curb the expansion of the skeletons. Today, an experienced Ratman guide is leading the newcomers of his tribe to dig tunnels. Coincidentally, they ran into Duo Wa, who was walking in this direction. Seeing this lone skeleton soldier, the Ratman couldn't help but pause for a moment. Soon he grinned and patted the newcomer soul power user beside him. Do you see that skeleton? Why don't you go and give it a try? Don't worry, the skeleton's body is very fragile. Oh, just hit it a few times and it'll break, allowing you to see blood early on. Upon hearing the elder's words, the group of rookie Ratmen swallowed hard, their eyes reflecting a trace of fear. But soon they remembered that they had a large group here and their courage swelled. Just as several Ratmen were about to charge at Duo Wa, flicker of disdain passed through Duo was soul fire. Summon Skeleton Knight. Suddenly, a massive skeletal horse towering at 2 meters appeared before everyone. On it sat a skeleton knight, clad in white bone armor. In terms of appearance, it was absolutely intimidating. And this was merely an appetizer from Duo Wa. Watching the stunned Ratman soul power users before him, Duo Wa couldn't help but chuckle. Skeleton Knight Charge. A skeletal knight with a 5-dimensional attribute score of 62 points, 40 initial 22 points from intelligence bonus. The attack power translates to an impressive 124 points. And how much health does a normal level 1 Ratman have? The answer is 50 points. Plus the cavalry possesses the skill charge. Charge after charging for 3 seconds, the attack power increases by 10 to 30. The massive skeletal horse charged forward. Without a word, it trampled a group of novice Ratmen into a pulp. All the Ratmen were defeated in mere moments by the combined assault of the skeletal horse and the skeletal knight. Only the old Ratman remained with a trace of blood still on him. Looking at Dua, the old Ratman was filled with, "No, it's impossible. You are not an ordinary skeleton. No, please spare my life, my lord. I have elders above and children below. I have over 50 sons to care for. I am willing to become your slave." Upon hearing the Ratman's words, Dua simply smiled faintly. He slowly walked up to the trembling Ratman, and in the next moment his finger gently pressed against the Ratman's forehead. "Since you wish to become my slave so much, I'll give you a chance." In the next moment, terrifying dark magical energy erupted from Dua's fingertip, and the Ratman's brain was instantly turned into a mush. 600. Ding. Skill skeleton rebirth activated. In the next moment, the already dead Ratman before him began to visibly shed its blood and flesh. Before long, his body transformed into a brand new skeleton. Moreover, with the enhancement of the undead, the Ratman skeleton, which originally could only inherit 1/10 of its original attributes, directly gained a 70 boost from its original body. Its power was now comparable to that of a level 5 apprentice soul power user. One must say Dua's body was indeed terrifyingly gifted. Coupled with the skills of the undead, said it was as if he were in his element. At this moment, the Ratman skeleton had completely turned into Dua's loyal servant. Kneeling quietly before Dua, it gently kissed the back of his hand. Seeing this new servant's action, Dua couldn't help but let out a series of arrogant cackles. The sharp laughter combined with the atmosphere of the graveyard created an indescribable eerie feeling. By the time Dua had dealt with the Ratman in front of him, in the next moment, he sensed the location of the blood mark. In the southern direction, a surge of bloody energy shot into the sky. Though those around him could not feel it through the same mark given to him by Lilith, Cao Wei's position was as apparent to Dua as the bright moon in the night sky. Soon Dua pulled the skeletal knight beside him. Sitting on his skeletal horse, he was about to head south. But in the reins Dua had just pulled suddenly stopped. There's actually a little bug. He seemed to notice something unusual in a nearby dirt pit. Riding his skeletal horse, Dua slowly approached the dirt pit. Just as he was about to investigate the situation, suddenly a black figure shot towards his face with lightning speed. Clang! A resounding clash echoed. The Ratman, recently transformed into a skeleton, suddenly blocked in front of Dua. Using proficient sword skills, it blocked the longsword aimed at Dua. The skeletal knight beside him also unsheathed his knight sword, unwilling to be outdone. Together with the skeletal Ratman, they attacked the attacker who had just attempted a sneak attack. A somewhat disheveled figure appeared before Dua. At a glance, the opponent resembled a beggar with unkempt hair. However, from the power of their strike, it was evident that this disheveled beggar possessed considerable strength. The reason their gear was tattered was entirely due to extensive damage causing permanent degradation of durability. Yet, even so, Dua could still recognize the sword held in the opponent's hand. This was definitely a weapon above grade. How could a newcomer possess such a weapon? It was certainly impossible for them to be an ordinary person. Interesting. Then how about this? Seeing that the shadow before him was able to simultaneously contend with the skeletal knight and the Ratman skeleton without losing ground, Dua couldn't help but smile lightly, activating summon skeletal knight once more. Before long, another skeletal knight appeared beside Dua. And this skeletal knight had a horse. One must know knights with mounts were entirely different from those without. The newly summoned skeletal knight charged directly towards the opposing soul power user. Upon seeing this scene, the opposing soul power user finally changed colors. Without a word, he directly unleashed his skill, Noble Aura. Instantly, a golden light appeared beneath Li Heng's feet. Indeed, this seemingly disheveled beggar was none other than Li Heng, who had also survived the skeletal tie. Having consumed a disposable item for survival, the whole squad was left with only Li Heng alive. With his broken body, Li Heng swore to tear Cao Wei to pieces. However, just as he returned to the surface from underground, he witnessed Dua killing the Ratman. Initially wanting to avoid trouble, he was still discovered by Dua. And Dua, seeing the noble aura beneath Li Heng's feet, displayed a curious expression, which was a stark contrast to his earlier Catan Mouse demeanor. I didn't expect to find a big fish. Upgrade hidden class noble knight. What a fine new vessel. Killing him like this would indeed be too wasteful. At that moment, due to the enhancement from the noble aura, all of Li Heng's attributes received a boost. Let us not forget, previously Cao Wei had taken the trial ground from the Goblin clan. All humans in the trial ground enjoyed a 10 boost. Combined with his noble aura, Li Heng's strength had increased by a full 20. The immense force struck the Ratman skeleton's head directly. In just one strike, he shattered the opponent into pieces. Meanwhile, the skeletal knight charged at Li Heng with a powerful momentum. Wielding his knight sword, the immense force made Li Heng stagger back a few steps before he managed to steady himself. No, it seems I must capture the leader first. Facing a skeletal knight with strength comparable to his own, Li Heng understood that he had no chance of winning by brute force alone. Moreover, as time passed, who knew how many more skeletal knights that skeleton mage could summon? Therefore, Li Heng took a deep breath. Oh, that is. It seems this kid's identity is indeed not low. Clearly, he has recognized what it is. At this moment in Li Heng's hand, he is holding a fruit shaped like a human. This fruit has a rather domineering name called the Overlord's Egg B. Overlord's Egg, after swallowing, the user's physical attributes are directly doubled. Simultaneously, the user temporarily gains the skills Blood-Sucking Halo and Soul-Sucking Halo, lasting for 5 minutes. Once the effects in the user's attributes permanently decrease by 10. Blood-Sucking Halo, during combat, the user recovers 5 times the number of enemies in health per second with no cooldown cost. Soul-Sucking Halo, during combat, the user recovers 5 times the number of enemies in soul power per second with no cooldown cost. I must say this Overlord's Egg is undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful one-time item. With it, turning the tide is not just a dream, especially with the 2 divine skills Blood-Sucking Halo and Soul-Sucking Halo. In team battles, it fundamentally resolves the issue of being ganged up on. With the Overlord's Egg, it is no longer about a large group of people ganging up on you. Instead, it's you ganging up on a large group of people. But the side effects of this thing are also quite significant. A permanent decrease of 10 in physical attributes is something only a newcomer would dare to play with. If one's level is high, who would dare to use it? The penalty could reach dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of attribute points. Unless it is a life or death situation, no one would use this item. This is also why the Overlord's Egg appears to have such impressive effects, but is only rated as B. To be honest, Li Heng does not wish to use it unless absolutely necessary. However, he cannot afford to think about that right now. It has truly come to a life or death moment. Without a word, he directly swallowed the Overlord's Egg in his hand. In the next moment, his body began to visibly swell at an incredible speed. Whoosh! A sound of air vibrating rang out. Just as the skeletal knight in front had not yet reacted, Li Heng struck instantly. A tremendous force transmitted from his fist. One punch slammed into the skull of the skeletal horse underneath the knight. There was a crisp crack sound. The skeletal horse in front did not even have time to let out a mournful cry. Its head was directly smashed into bone fragments by Li Heng's punch. At that moment, the skeletal horse's limbs collapsed, and the skeletal knight on top fell to the ground as well. Immediately, Li Heng struck again. Without a word, he raised his long sword and lunged toward the knight's forehead. In a burst of speed, the skeletal knight did not even have a chance to retaliate, and was directly pierced in the soul fire by Li Heng. In just 3 seconds, Li Heng had dealt with a skeletal knight whose overall strength was at least level 10. Yet there was not a trace of joy on Li Heng's face. Because in that brief moment of vacancy, another skeletal knight had appeared next to Dua without him noticing. Li Heng's expression changed slightly. He did not focus on the skeletal knight charging towards him, but instead fixed his gaze firmly on Dua. The next moment, Li Heng took long strides toward Dua. His speed was so fast that a shadow was left behind. Yet Dua showed no signs of panic on his face. He suddenly said casually, "Although the Overlord's Egg is powerful, do you know what its fatal weakness is, eh?" Upon hearing Dua's words, Li Heng, who was rushing over slightly, changed his expression. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. The other party must be trying to deceive him. Having consumed the Overlord's Egg, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Just as Li Heng's long sword was about to pierce Dua's face, suddenly, Dua lifted his head directly. The blue soul fire in his eyes turned blood red. Soul shock. Boom. In the moment Li Heng had not figured out what was happening, he found the scenery around him rapidly retreating. He saw Li Heng's entire body being knocked back. After crashing through several giant trees, he finally came to a halt. Wow. A mouthful of dark red blood was spewed from Li Heng's mouth. On Li Heng's attribute panel, 3 states, stunned, weakened, and mind shock, had appeared without him noticing. A wave of fear erupted from the depths of Li Heng's heart. Cold sweat like beans streamed down his forehead. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Suddenly Dua's somewhat mocking voice rang out. "That weakness is... If the gap in strength between both parties is too great, no matter how much you enhance, it will be of no use." At that moment, Li Heng actually cried out loud. Why should he die in such a place? Clearly, there were more glorious times waiting for him in the future. His life had just begun, and he did not want to die in such a trashy novice trial ground. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Suddenly, a figure with a wicked smile appeared in Li Heng's mind. "Cao Wei!" Li Heng's furious shout rang out. In the next moment, regardless of his weakened body, he turned around. He must survive and leave this place while the effect of the Overlord's Egg still lasts. He wanted to go back to Blue Star and live the life of a rich young master. Even when going out in the future, he would absolutely not allow himself to have fewer than 100 subordinates behind him. Watching Li Heng swiftly flee, Dua was initially taken aback. But soon a smile appeared on his face, one that resembled a cat playing with a mouse. Interesting, he can still run. What kind of emotion is sustaining your escape? In the next moment, a new skeletal knight appeared beside Dua. The two skeletal knights quickly pulled the reins and chased after Li Heng's position. At first, Li Heng's speed was still faster than that of the two knights' horses. But gradually, as the effect of the Overlord's egg faded, the 10 attribute deduction took effect, coupled with the 3 negative effects on him. Suddenly, Li Heng stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking at the two skeletal knights in front of him, he showed a look of fear. No, don't kill me. I am the direct descendant of the Li family from Xuanwu City, the future master of Xuanwu City. I still have a great enmity to settle. Don't kill me. Puffed. The sound of a blade cutting flesh rang out. In the next moment, Li Heng let out a painful scream. His hands and feet were already covered in blood. The skeletal knight did not kill him, but instead severed the tendons in his hands and feet. Not far away, a horse slowly approached Li Heng. Duo walked to Li Heng's side with a mocking expression. Didn't you want to run? Run. Rest assured I won't kill you for now. Join me in a team, I need to borrow your strength. At this moment, Cao Wei was heading south. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the territory of the mountain spirits. However, what he did not expect was that the situation here seemed far from peaceful. A large number of soul energy wielders among the mountain spirits began making their way north. Among them were also their allies, the prairie spirits, the water elementals, and the wood elementals. For waves of foreign races gathered together, assuming a state of high alert as they looked towards the north. Long before the mountain spirits had already noticed the anomalies in the Great Tomb. 2 consecutive uprisings of the skeleton race forced the mountain spirits to think deeply. At this moment, the human race had just eliminated the goblin clan, gaining a 10 bonus. Upon hearing this news, all the foreign races were stirred up. Although the spirits and elemental races were not particularly interested in invading. However, one cannot be careless against potential threats. As neighbors of the skeleton race, they naturally paid attention to the movements around their territory. Therefore, in light of the skeleton race's successive uprisings, the mountain spirits had already made defensive preparations. This was to prevent any invasion by the skeleton race. While they did not seek trouble, they were certainly not afraid of it. Rows and rows of spirits and elementals appeared in the north. They formed teams of 10, continuously exploring and scouting their territory. Should any issues arise, they would report immediately. They were determined not to let any foreign race take advantage of them. However, they had yet to encounter any soul energy wielders from the skeleton race. Instead, the first they encountered was Cao Wei. Looking at the small team of mountain spirit warriors in front of him, Cao Wei tried to make his expression more amiable as he said, "Sorry, I'm just passing through. I'm an explorer. May I pass through your territory?" Under normal circumstances, as a neutral race, the mountain spirits would not pay much attention to Cao Wei. However, the relationships between the various races were tense at this moment. Moreover, Cao Wei was cursed with the bloodthirsty mark. With a whoosh, a wooden arrow shot straight into the ground in front of Cao Wei. "Human, leave here." Upon hearing the words, Cao Wei could not help but frown slightly. However, given that he possessed a precious treasure, it was indeed not wise to make too many enemies. After all, he needed to ensure the dragon egg would hatch first right. Immediately, Cao Wei turned around, intending to take a detour. But before he could walk far, he heard the team leader of the mountain spirits shout behind him. "Human, stop. We suspect you are a spy. Come back with us for an investigation." Clearly, the bloodthirsty mark was at work again. The mountain spirits, who had just been indifferent towards Cao Wei, suddenly developed a sense of aversion towards him. The team leader, who was originally ready to let Cao Wei go, upon hearing his team members' opinions, also began to suspect Cao Wei's identity. The small team immediately changed their minds and prepared to capture Cao Wei first. Upon hearing the team leader's words from behind, Cao Wei's eyes instantly turned cold, because he indeed possessed something extraordinary. Immediately ignoring the shouts from behind, Cao Wei took off running, his speed instantly increasing to its maximum. Not good. That human is indeed a spy. Everyone, summon our companions, we must capture him alive. Whoosh! Upon hearing the team leader's words, a group of mountain spirits instantly whistled. Accompanied by the sound of whistles rising and falling, suddenly animal phantoms appeared beside them. Soon these animals' bodies became clear from their ethereal forms. Among these animals were deer wolves, and even someone summoned a grizzly bear. However, among all these beasts, the most special was a red-bellied hawk. Unlike ordinary red-bellied hawks, this hawk's wingspan extended to over 4 meters. Its body was filled with fiery runes. Suddenly the red-bellied hawk let out a loud cry. In the next moment, it soared high into the sky, while the mountain spirits behind began chasing in the direction of Cao. With a large group of various animals following behind, Cao Wei instantly felt an increased pressure on himself. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't show its might, do they think I'm a sick cat? Perhaps fed up with being chased, the next moment Cao Wei suddenly turned around and charged toward the mountain spirit team. Rapid, divine storm. Grasping the trembling axe in his hand, Cao Wei swung it at the beasts and mountain spirits in front of him. The terrifying force instantly sent the group of mountain spirits flying. Such a terrifying force shocked the mountain spirits who had originally planned to pursue him. Was this human really just a novice soul energy wielder? Why was his strength so formidable? But soon, the leading team leader suddenly commanded everyone use Wild Call. Wild Call, a shaman-specific skill that allows you to harness the power of your animal companions, enhancing your physical attributes, and potentially inheriting the skills of your companions. A woo, roar, ong. Suddenly, this group of mountain spirits let out howls that were not human-like. In the next moment, their animal companions transformed into spirit forms and merged into their bodies. Some individuals became longer and more powerful in their legs. Some individuals gained razor-sharp fingers, particularly the team leader whose back unexpectedly sprouted a pair of wings resembling that of the red-bellied hawk. In the next moment, he flew up and his pupils turned into sharp golden colors. Faced with this group of shamans, Cao Wei's expression slightly changed. Immediately, without saying a word, he turned and prepared to leave again. The opposing side was numerous and a prolonged battle would be disadvantageous. However, what Cao Wei did not expect was that the shamans behind him suddenly increased their speed. A mountain spirit whose legs transformed into those of a deer was the first to arrive beside Cao Wei. A dagger appeared in the mountain spirit's hand. The next moment, the opponent lunged directly at Cao Wei's heart. 1. Effect area damage. A very weak number appeared above Cao Wei. Upon seeing his attack, disbelief instantly filled the eyes of the mountain spirit. What kind of defense is this? Unfortunately, Cao Wei had no intention of answering. With a sinister smile, he swiftly grabbed the opponent's neck. Crack. The mountain spirit's neck twisted at an unnatural 180-degree angle. In the next moment, it collapsed to the ground. Clearly, it would not survive. A green bamboo rod fell to the ground. Dropped equipment. Without a second thought, Cao Wei picked it up. Name Green Blow Dart, requirement level 5 range 10 meters attack, 120 speed, 20 effect. The darts you shoot will automatically carry a poison attribute dealing poison damage equal to your speed 1 to enemies lasting for 5 seconds. Upon seeing this equipment, Cao Wei instantly revealed a hint of joy. Good stuff. Just what he needed to compensate for his lack of ranged attack capabilities. Give me. Name Dark Needle Blow Arrow C. Requirement level 5. Range 20 meters. Attack 200. Speed 40. Effect poison. The needle arrows you shoot will automatically carry a poison attribute dealing 3 of your speed as poison damage to enemies for 5 seconds. The needles you shoot will automatically attach a paralyzing toxin penetrating the enemy's skin, causing them to enter a state of paralysis for 3 seconds. After evolution, the Dark Needle transforms into a divine artifact for assassination. The range has increased from the original 10 meters to 20 meters, even though the surrounding temperature hovers around 35 degrees Celsius. However, Cao Wei unhesitatingly wrapped himself tightly. He lay in a nearby sandpit, disregarding the scorching gravel blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Like a trained sniper, he lay motionless on the ground. Only his eyes were exposed, intently fixated on the ground. Before long, in the sky, a winged mountain spirit appeared. After using Wild Call, it seemed that it possessed the ability to see through. Golden pupils radiated light. Wherever it went, no trace remained hidden. For this reason, Cao Wei held his... He even tried to calm his heartbeat to make no sound. The camouflage cloak wrapped around him made him feel stifled and unbearably itchy. But Cao Wei persisted. Like a hidden ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, he patiently awaited his prey. At that moment, Cao Wei truly mastered the art of stealth. Sure enough, the mountain spirit leader scouted around and found no results. Immediately, he transformed back into human form and addressed his team. There's nothing ahead. The enemy should have moved far. The end of this path leads to a cliff. He definitely can't escape. Let's hurry. Upon hearing the leader's words, everyone nodded and quickened their pace. Little did they know that as they passed by a slope resembling a sandpit, whoosh, a sharp sound of an object slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Then, under the astonished gaze of the leader, a blow arrow directly pierced his head. Instantly, 2 types of toxins assaulted his nerves. The leader realized even before he could speak that his body was already paralyzed. Not good. It's an ambush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than 3 seconds, 3 poison arrows shot out from Cao Wei's blow arrow. Out of a small team of 10, 4 individuals instantly lost their combat capability. This group of mountain spirits had yet to understand what was happening. Suddenly, from the side of the sandpit, Cao Wei sprang out like a leopard bursting forth from the earth. This time he hid nothing. With a single strike, he aimed to eliminate them all. Endurance speed Holy Storm Blind Zone activated. A series of combos targeted the mountain spirit leader. Countless damage points hit the opponent. Even though the leader had a full set of high-level equipment, he couldn't withstand Cao Wei's ferocious assault. The terrifying axe struck the top of the opponent's head. Before long, the entire head dangled from the neck. Clearly, he was not going to survive. Meanwhile, the other mountain spirits around, due to the blind zone, several fell into states of blindness and confusion. Immediately, this group of mountain spirits ignored everything else, throwing their skills at whoever was in range. The scene erupted into cries of anguish. And Cao Wei, like a ghost in the night, continuously reaped the lives of his enemies. By the time Cao Wei's soul power was completely depleted, his blind zone finally began to fade away. Around him, the entire 10-member spirit team lay sprawled on the ground. Not only were there numerous pieces of equipment scattered about, but also a scroll that had dropped to the ground. Seeing the glimmering golden scroll, Cao Wei's eyes widened. Good stuff. Without hesitation, he picked up all the equipment on the ground. After tidying up the battlefield briefly, Cao Wei left the scene without any regrets. The experience gained in just a few hours was richer than the past few days combined. Not only had he mastered the skills of fleeing and counter-tracking, but he had also grasped some basics of assassination techniques. Previously, he had experienced being hunted down due to his greed for enemy loot. Now he would not repeat the same mistakes as before. Taking away a few key spoils, Cao Wei departed directly. Sure enough, shortly after he left, subtle tremors began to emanate from the place where he had just fought. Pebbles bounced lightly on the ground. Amidst a cloud of dust, a squad of 36 skeletal knights arrived at the location where he had just been. Upon seeing the pile of corpses before him, Duva slowly dismounted from his skeletal horse. Sensing the time of death of these individuals, a faint smile appeared in his soul fire. The time of death is under 15 minutes, so that little fellow should be around here. Saying this, he once again focused on the location of the blood mark. Just a moment later, a glimmer flashed through his soul fire. What a clever little guy, but he actually chose to head back. Unfortunately, with the blood mark in play, he can't escape from my grasp. After speaking, Duva coldly chuckled and mounted his skeletal horse. With a tug of the reins, he headed back the way he came. At this moment, Cao Wei was heading north. To shake off his pursuers, he deliberately created the illusion of continuing south. After walking for about 20 minutes, he finally paused his steps slightly. Looking around, Cao Wei sighed in relief and spoke to himself. Now there should be no pursuers, right? After saying this, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. He wondered what useful scroll he might have obtained this time. Hopefully, even if it's not a class change task scroll, it should be a skill scroll usable by a priest. Ding! You have obtained the skill scroll Holy Light Bullet E. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Cao Wei's expression brightened. He had indeed hit the jackpot. He had actually received a priest skill, and it was an attack skill. To know, priests rarely have offensive capabilities. Typically, they hide behind healing with very few moments to attack. Thus, every attack skill is immensely valuable to Cao Wei. Without further ado, he directly chose to evolve Divine Evolution. Ding! You consumed 1,000 experience points and obtained the skill Holy Light Bombardment C. Holy Light Bombardment consumes 50 soul power, launching a magical attack 10 of intelligence as a Holy Light Bullet. For every additional 40 soul power points, another Holy Light Bullet can be launched. Upon seeing his new skill, Cao Wei immediately clenched his fist. Oh yeah, from now on I can also take on the role of a mage. Let's see who dares call me a warrior or assassin. Immediately 50 soul power was consumed. A fist-sized sphere of light appeared in Cao Wei's hand. It resembled a large light bulb. He gently tossed it towards the distant ground. Boom! A loud explosion. The ground was directly blasted into a large pit. Hiss! Seeing this damage, Cao Wei gasped in awe. Indeed, I was destined to be a mage. I am a genius mage hindered by the priest profession, having wasted over 200 magic attack points. From now on, he finally had the means to flaunt his power before enemies. Who says priests can't kite enemies? They'll show you a demonstration right now. When facing that troublesome group of mountain spirits again, Cao Wei would definitely not be as flustered as he was now. With such a powerful continuous output skill, those skeletal beings should be afraid, right? No matter how strong you are, you still have to hit me, right? One Holy Light Bullet will teach you a lesson. Just as Cao Wei was preparing to leave with an excited heart, suddenly the ground trembled slightly. Feeling the vibrations from the ground, Cao Wei's expression changed. This tremor is from cavalry. Immediately, Cao Wei donned his camouflage cloak and hid in a nearby sand pit. At this moment, he had just experienced a battle. It is not wise to make too many enemies. No matter how one fights, the enemy can never be completely eliminated, one must still show some humility. Unfortunately, Cao Wei's concealed intentions were destined to fall short this time. Just when Cao Wei thought he was bound to evade the pursuing soldiers, not far away a squad of 36 skeleton cavalry was slowly approaching. When they were about 200 meters away from Cao Wei, the cavalry suddenly halted. The skeleton wearing the mage robe at the front seemed to have detected something. With a sudden wave of his hand, he turned his head along with his subordinates. Just as Cao Wei thought he had evaded this wave of enemies, in the next moment his pupils slightly contracted. The skeleton cavalry, which had only moved about 20 meters, made a sharp turn. In an instant, they charged towards Cao Wei's hiding spot with incredible speed. Not good. It's a trap. Charge. The 36 knights formed a triangular formation, rushing towards Cao Wei like the wind. Watching the enemy's assault, Cao Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Even though he was confident in his defenses, he did not dare to face their onslaught head-on. Accelerate. A furious shout erupted from Cao Wei. In the next moment, his speed reached its peak. With a roll, Cao Wei swiftly evaded the enemy's attack range. However, in the final second, he was still grazed by the enemy. 40. A damage that was neither too large nor too small appeared on Cao Wei's body. Seeing this damage, Cao Wei couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Currently, his defense had reached a staggering 10-20 points. A typical apprentice soul power user wouldn't be able to inflict damage on him. But why could this group of skeleton cavalry reduce his health by 40 points? Could it be that their attack power has exceeded 1,000? Cao Wei. Just as Cao Wei pondered about the identity of his opponents, a sharp and hoarse roar suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Turning to look in the direction of the voice, he saw behind the 36 riders. There was also a skeleton mage riding a skeleton horse, standing still and admiring the scenery. On the skeleton horse, a rope was tied. On the other end of the rope surprisingly hung a human soul power user. Due to prolonged friction with the ground, the person's body was already battered and bruised. His face was so unrecognizable that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Cao Wei, brother, do we know each other? Seeing the puzzled expression on Cao Wei's face, the human soul power user immediately shed a stream of blood tears. His eyes were wide with rage as his body trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, all the tendons in his limbs had been severed. Yet somehow he summoned strength from an unknown source and forcibly stood up. Looking at Cao Wei, it seemed as though he was staring at his father's killer. Look at my appearance. Bastard. I am your father. Did you not expect this? I'm still alive. Today fate has brought us together so that I can send you to hell. With the furious roar of the disfigured soul power user before him, in the next moment, his body radiated countless lights. Noble aura. Armor-breaking aura. Strength aura. Speed aura. For continuous auras burst forth from the opposing soul power user. At once, the previously lethargic skeleton cavalry seemed to be invigorated and began a new charge. The moment Cao Wei saw the noble aura, Cao Wei instantly recognized the identity of the disfigured brother. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Oldly, how did you end up like this? Are you betraying us? This is treason. According to human law, betraying the planet is a crime. A mouthful of old blood was spat from Li Heng's mouth. At once, his gaze towards Cao Wei was filled with hatred and rage. His eyes instantly took on a blood-red hue. Looking at the culprit before him, in that moment Li Heng's gaze burned with intensity. The last shred of shame from betraying Blue Star was replaced by anger. He unreservedly unleashed all his auras. The 4 aura skills he had just awakened. Aside from the noble aura being Li Heng's, all the other auras were given to Li Heng by Duva after he was captured. All along, it seemed Duva had intended to cultivate Li Heng. After arriving in the south, Duva had single-handedly slain countless elf and elemental soul power users. Witnessing Duva's immense power, Li Heng transitioned from shock to numbness, then to fear. Every minute and second he lived under Duva's shadow, unaware of when he would meet his end. At the same time as time passed, Li Heng's mental state began to spiral into madness. In his eyes, aside from utter collapse, only pure madness remained. When he saw Cao Wei again, he felt it was a sign of fate's favor. Without hesitation, Li Heng wholeheartedly assisted Duva. Armor-breaking aura upon release allies' attacks gained 20 armor-piercing capability. Strength aura upon release allies' strength attributes receive a 15 boost. Speed aura upon release allies' speed attributes receive a 15 boost. Coupled with the noble aura, the attack power of the skeleton knights instantly surpassed 200. Ordinary soul power users could hardly withstand a single charge from the skeleton knights, even if Li Heng's health had surpassed 10,000 points. If he were to be trampled by 36 knights at once, he wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Had he encountered Duva and the others earlier, Li Heng might have fled without thinking. But now Cao Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. Perfect, let's test my new skill. Holy Light Bombard. A holy light bomb appeared in Cao Wei's hand. In the next moment, the holy light bomb split apart as if it had come into contact with a chemical substance. 1, 2, 3. In no time, at least 100 holy light bombs appeared in the sky. The myriad of holy light bombs merely suspended in the air was breathtaking. Even Duva, who was riding the horse, looked up at the sky in shock. His eyes sparkled with a strange light. Filial thief, take a blast of my Armstrong spinning accelerated jet Armstrong cannon. In the next moment, countless holy light bombs shot towards Duva and his men. In just a moment, they were engulfed in the holy light. After the smoke cleared, the entire terrain appeared as if it had been traversed by a pear tree with pits and hollows everywhere until the light dissipated. The 36 riders seemed to have been weathered by time, instantly turning to dust. However, upon seeing the scene before him, Cao Wei's face showed no sign of joy. For although the 36 riders had been shattered before him, Duva stood unharmed right in front of Cao Wei. And of course, there was the unfortunate Li Heng. At this moment, a transparent black shield was blocking Duva's surroundings. Although the holy light bombardment had left the shield riddled with holes, the shield still steadfastly blocked all of Cao Wei's attacks. In the next moment, the shield retracted, revealing Duva with a beaming smile, clapping for himself while looking at Cao Wei. Clap, clap. It seems you are no ordinary soul power user with such powerful attacks. Or perhaps, your skills are quite impressive. Kid'll give you a chance. Hand over the dragon egg and come back with me to the necropolis, or die. Upon hearing the words dragon egg, Cao Wei's pupils immediately contracted. Looking at the identity of the opponent, he instantly realized that this person was a killer sent by the skeleton tribe. Cao Wei's face flashed with a stiff smile. It's just a pet egg. Are you skeletons really that stingy? You can't even spare a single egg. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Dua shook his head with a smile. Do you think an ordinary pet egg would be placed at the very bottom of the Grand Mausoleum? Or rather, what kind of pet egg requires a frost array for protection? I suddenly want to know how you got out of that frost. Hearing Dua's words, Cao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, under Dua's astonished gaze, Cao Wei showed no hesitation in turning and fleeing. What a joke. To survive under his full power attack, the skeleton tribe killer was already enough for Cao Wei to take seriously. It was not suitable to prolong the fight. He still had Li Heng beside him, who could help buff him. A wise person knows when to retreat, and Cao Wei certainly chose to run. Seeing Cao Wei gradually retreating, it took Dua a while to react, running right after exchanging blows. I must say he is much smarter than you. With a smile, Dua lazily looked at Li Heng. Upon hearing Dua's words, Li Heng trembled all over. Not bothering to hide the disgust and hatred in his eyes, he growled in a hoarse voice that sounded as if he had just returned from hell. Kill him. I am willing to offer my soul. Upon hearing Li Heng's words, it was now Dua's turn to. I didn't expect your hatred for that kid to run so deep. Interesting, tell me everything about him, and perhaps I will. Hearing Dua's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Li Heng's eyes as he began to disclose all the details about Cao Wei without reservation. At this moment, Li Heng wished he could divulge every single piece of information about Cao Wei's ancestors. His name is Cao Wei. Before becoming a soul power user, he was just a loser. Even after awakening, he was merely the most pathetic priest class. His parents were soul power users who reached the fourth transition, but they went missing during the last dimensional gate exploration, and there's a high chance they are dead. However, before leaving, his parents left him a low-level 100 compatibility job change scroll. Previously, in order to obtain that scroll, I had some conflicts with him, and he tried to ambush me in the Grand Mausoleum, wanting to take my life. As for anything else, there's nothing more to say. He is just an ordinary person. After listening to Li Heng's introduction, Dua was slightly taken aback. He looked at Li Heng with a serious gaze and coldly asked, "You said he is an ordinary profession, just a priest." "Exactly. I personally witnessed his awakening back then. There can be no mistake. That guy didn't even have a decent skill, and the skill he just used must have been pure luck." Hearing Li Heng's words, Dua fell into deep thought. You just told me that such a strong magical attack comes from an ordinary profession. That skill must have at least level power. This thing, I would believe it even if you said he was a second transition soul power user. Dua's expression slightly changed. With a cold smile, he said, "Interesting, truly interesting. I suddenly find myself more and more intrigued by this guy." In the next moment, a series of ghostly green flames ignited behind Dua. "Go!" With a loud shout, these ghost flames swiftly shot towards Cao Wei. Not only that, after using the skill, Dua's movements did not cease. Since arriving at the trial ground, Dua had been constantly eliminating soul power users. Now the number of soul power users who had died at his hands had reached a terrifying 3-digit number. So along the way, Dua not only found suitable skills for Li Heng, but also discovered many skill scrolls he could use. Tracking Ghost Fire, Death Ray, Frost Ray. Tracking Ghost Fire D releases a tracking fireball, dealing 300 intelligence, 20 damage to the enemy. There is a certain chance of causing a burn effect upon hitting the enemy, costing 300 soul power. Cooldown 12 siege. Death Ray D shoots a beam of light at the enemy, forcibly deducting 200 health points and adding intelligence 20 damage. After hitting the target, the user regains 40 of the damage dealt as health, costing 400 soul power. 1 minute each. Frost Ray E shoots a freezing ray at the enemy, dealing 200 intelligence, 15 damage. The target gains frozen status for 3 seconds upon being hit, costing 250 soul power. 40s each. Tremor Light D shoots a wave of light with a special status at the enemy. Upon hitting the target gains fear or confusion status for 5 seconds, costing 300 soul power, 25 siege. For skills came crashing down towards Cao Wei. Due to their incredible speed, Cao Wei barely dodged one. In the next moment, his speed dropped by 90, and he lost over 700 health points. Damn! Seeing the terrifying amount of health he lost, Cao Wei was drenched in cold sweat. The skeleton mage opposite was definitely more terrifying than Xiao Shuang. Not only could he control people, but his damage was also extremely high. It's important to note that his defense was far superior to that of an ordinary first transition soul power user. But even so, the opponent could easily break through his defenses. Back then, Xiao Shuang had needed to take potions to unleash her power. Yet the skeleton mage before him still appeared completely composed. I cannot match his strength. A hint of impending danger flashed through Cao Wei's mind. In the next moment, a look of determination flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Don't think you are the only one with items. I also collected quite a few on my way here. Suddenly, Cao Wei started rummaging through his space watch. Just as Dua thought he would pull out some powerful attribute, Cao Wei surprisingly took out a flying device. Indeed, this flying machine is the very one that caused trouble for Papata back then, although it was scattered and in disarray after being blasted away. However, Papatu was still someone who worked in this field, and Cao Wei seized it, asking for help to repair it. Named Goblin Flying Machine. C effect operating this flying machine allows the user to ascend to a height of up to 20 meters with a speed of 80 km/h, consuming 1 ton of magic crystal oil per hour. I must say, although this thing cannot compare to the airplanes and fighter jets designed by humans, it is at most a larger man, yet being acknowledged by the system indicates that it still has its merits. Just like now, Cao Wei quickly took off in his Goblin Flying Machine beside the valley. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully shook off Dua behind him, just as Cao Wei was secretly rejoicing. Dua looked at Cao Wei's slowly departing figure and merely smirked coldly. A trivial skill. The next moment, the flames of his soul turned from blue to red. Like a hawk targeting its prey, Dua's eyes narrowed slightly. Mind shock. And then he observed. Cao Wei, who was still flying in the sky, suddenly felt his whole body stiffen. It was as if a beast had encountered its natural enemy. Cao Wei felt his body become utterly rigid. Even his hands controlling the flying machine could no longer move. Accompanied by a pounding heart, beads of cold sweat dripped down from Cao Wei's forehead. What's happening? Clearly Cao Wei had not anticipated this. Dua's mind shock has the attribute of direct hit guaranteed. As in a great skill, the triggering condition for mind shock is quite simple. As long as Dua's eyes are fixed on the target, he meets the release condition. Even if Cao Wei is in the air, as long as he remains within Dua's line of sight, he cannot avoid the other's attack. Suddenly Cao Wei was affected by the statuses of stiffness, confusion, and fear. At this moment, due to his inability to move, the flying machine began to descend straight down the valley, just as the flying machine was about to crash and be shattered into pieces at the critical moment. Cao Wei, relying on his last strength and willpower, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get moving. Invincible." The next moment, the invincible effect of the Enforcer armor activated. In the valley, boom, a loud explosion. A miniature mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. Riding a skeletal horse, Dua had already reached the top of the mountain without anyone noticing. Looking down at the foot of the mountain, he saw amidst the raging flames a burning figure slowly emerging from the inferno. Raising his head, Cao Wei locked eyes with Dua. Although his body was charred by the flames, it did not hinder him from releasing his killing intent. After making a throat-slashing gesture towards Dua at the summit, the next moment he donned his camouflage cloak and swiftly departed. Watching Cao Wei's rapidly receding figure, Dua's soul fire narrowed slightly. Indeed, this guy possesses an invincible type skill. I must be cautious during our next encounter. Meanwhile, behind him, Li Heng watched Cao Wei leave with a similar expression of rage. He could only watch his eyes ablaze, muttering Cao Wei. However, before his voice could rise much longer, slap, a bone whip struck his face. Dua looked at Li Heng as if he were an ant, coldly stating, "Noisy. If you dare make another sound, I will kill you." Upon hearing Dua's words, Li Heng immediately shut his mouth. However, the malice in his eyes could not be concealed. After shaking off Dua's pursuit for a short while, Cao Wei crazily fled westward. Just when Dua ordered 36 riders to ambush him, he had already confirmed. The other side must have a way to track him down. If he were to move at a normal speed, Cao Wei would definitely not be able to evade their pursuit. How could 2 legs outrun 4? But after being ambushed by Dua once, Cao Wei had made up his mind that this matter was not over. After running for a short half-day, Cao Wei suddenly thought of a new clever plan. Since he couldn't handle that skeletal mage alone, why not find a few more people? Let's not forget they were not in just any place. It was indeed the territory of the mountain goblins. Along the way, Cao Wei spotted several mountain goblins fighting against the skeleton clan. Although the elves were far stronger than the skeleton clan, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the skeletons. Therefore, Cao Wei's eyes turned, and he immediately abandoned his original escape plan. Hiding beside a squad of elves that were caught in a fierce battle, Cao Wei immediately took action. Holy Light Bomb. Terrifying holy light projectiles surged forward like a tide, aimed at the dozens of skeleton soldiers in front. Boom, boom, boom. The ground instantly became pockmarked. Watching the ground transform into a flat surface due to Cao Wei's skill. Suddenly, the mountain elves who had just been in a fierce battle became dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this guy really a rookie soul power user? Such terrifying power. If he's not a first turn, then at least a second turn soul power user, I would believe it. My goodness, he is using holy light skills. He is not a mage, but a priest. Damn. If he is a priest, what am I as a mage? This skill is definitely a high-level skill. He must be a disciple from some human noble family. Hearing the whispers of the surrounding mountain elves, Cao Wei merely smiled. He was dressed in his camouflage cloak, wearing a mask that covered half of his face. Approaching the squad in front, Cao Wei smiled and asked, "Excuse me, I am a soul power user from the human race, and I heard that this is the territory of the mountain elves belonging to a neutral faction. I have run out of supplies and potions. Could you take me to replenish my resources?" Upon hearing Wang Haochen's word, the opposing squad leader was briefly taken aback. Although a hint of hesitation flashed across his face, he thought of how the other party had just saved the lives of his group. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. "No problem. We have encountered a large number of skeletons in the Huangshe mountain range recently. This gentleman from the human race, if you can become our mercenary, our camp leader, will definitely reward you handsomely. I wonder if you are interested." Hearing the words of the elf squad leader, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cao Wei's. An energy bar appeared in Cao Wei's hand. With a grin, he handed it to the opposing squad leader. "Eat it can help you recover your stamina and health. As for the mercenary matter, that's easy." Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, the opposing squad leader's pupils widened. The human before him was truly a priest. After he consumed Cao Wei's energy bar. What the heck? What kind of skill is so delicious? Instantly, the way he looked at Cao Wei changed. A soul power user this strong, able to fight and heal, must be recommended to the camp leader. A group of people arrived at the camp of the mountain spirits. This trial ground, known as Huangshe Camp, is a protected area among the mountain spirits. What they call a camp appears more like a city to Cao Wei. The outer layer of Huangshe Camp is surrounded by numerous tall stone walls which are engraved with various formations to resist physical and magical attacks. In comparison to Huangshe Camp, the Goblin Tribe's palace clearly illustrates the difference between newly rich and old aristocrats. The trial ground of the Goblin Tribe, while looking magnificent from the outside, it lacks even basic defenses. Any casual spirit user could easily wander in. In contrast, would you dare to intrude? Not to mention the outer walls, even if you got inside, a group of shamans among the mountain spirits would swiftly teach you a lesson. Especially now, the mountain spirits have entered a state of emergency preparedness. Originally a camp of nearly 1,000 people has also invited a large number of prairie spirits and soul users from the wood and water elemental tribes. The trial ground, which usually seemed spacious, now appears quite crowded. This is also the first time Cao Wei has seen a camp with 4 different races. They seem to coexist harmoniously. Indeed, the mountain spirits being a neutral race is not just talk. In terms of social skills, humans simply cannot compare. Of course, this is also related to the many branches of the spirit races throughout the universe. One must say that this attack by the skeleton tribe to the south is undoubtedly a mistake that cannot be undone. Who can be blamed? How can it not be Cao Wei's fault? Although the egg was stolen by him, it was not he who invited the skeleton tribe over. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to come today, Cao Wei would never admit to being the culprit. Moreover, the mountain spirits would not only refrain from cursing him, but would also thank him. You can believe it or not. At this moment, inside a large tent of Huangshe Camp, a mountain spirit clad in armor looked at Cao Wei with a face full of approval. "Thank you, Mr. Cao, for coming to help our clan during this invasion." "Cao Wei, look at what I just said." Just moments ago, the squad leader saved by Cao Wei led him into Huangshe Camp, introducing him to their camp leader. The camp leader, who holds a level 10 status, initially looked down on Cao Wei. However, upon learning that Cao Wei single-handedly took down a large group of skeleton tribe spirit users, his attitude did a complete 180. What a joke. Even he could not guarantee such strength. Not to mention, Cao Wei has a group attack skill, which is undoubtedly true. In dealing with the skeleton tribe, they urgently need a spirit user like Cao Wei with specific skills. Immediately, the Huangshe Camp leader smiled at Cao Wei in approval. He directly ordered his subordinates to take Cao Wei to a VIP lounge in Huangshe Camp, allowing him to enjoy a long-awaited bath. After Cao Wei cleaned himself thoroughly, a new mountain spirit soon arrived outside his tent. Standing somewhat nervously outside Wang Haochen's tent, he knocked on the door, and only then did he cautiously say, "Mr. Cao, the camp leader instructed me to take you to the mercenary hall. He said there are things you might be interested in there." Hearing the words of the mountain spirit lady, Cao Wei first paused slightly. However, he quickly realized that the mercenary system is actually quite common. It exists among various races. Even on Blue Star it is present. For instance, some materials from other races that do not exist on Blue Star would prompt the race to issue a request inviting spirit users from other races to assist in gathering. Or during wartime, different races would hire mercenaries to fight for them. However, whether other races accept the hire often depends on the credibility of the race issuing the task. For low-intelligence races like the Goblin Tribe, or those that are exceedingly dark and brutal, even if they issue hiring tasks, generally no spirit users would be willing to accept. On the other hand, neutral races like the mountain spirits frequently have mercenaries come to assist. Moreover, the rewards for their tasks are quite generous. Not long after Cao Wei arrived at the mercenary hall, many prairie spirits and water and wood elemental spirit users had already gathered here. Seeing a human arrive, the mercenaries were initially taken aback. However, they quickly disregarded Cao Wei and began chatting about other matters. Under the guidance of the earlier mountain spirit Cao Wei soon reached the front desk where tasks were issued. He was unsure of the mechanism in place. Upon seeing the mercenary board in the task hall, a voice echoed in Cao Wei's mind. Ding! War hire task detected. Eliminate skeleton soldiers. Eliminate skeleton soldiers. Gain 1 point of favorability with the mountain spirits for each skeleton soldier. Eliminated favorability can be exchanged for goods. Ding! War hire task detected. Eliminate mutated skeletons. Eliminate mutated skeletons. Today, a large number of hidden profession skeleton users from the skeleton tribe have appeared in the Huangshe Mountains. For each hidden profession skeleton user killed, gain 200 points of favorability. Ding! War hire task detected. Eliminate unknown skeleton mages. Eliminate unknown skeleton mages. The skeleton mage below is his personal information. Eliminating him can yield 2,000 points of favorability. Seeing the task prompts appear in his mind, Cao Wei's eyes brightened. He did not expect to gain rewards from defeating the skeleton tribe. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this was not what excited Cao Wei the most. What thrilled him the most was the favorability exchange list regarding the mountain spirits. Opening the exchange tab, it contained countless items, equipment, and skills. Furthermore, Cao Wei even saw a special task transfer scroll. Special task transfer scroll. Shaman D requires 1,0 points of favorability. Upon seeing this scroll, Cao Wei's breath quickened. However, seeing the long string of zeros behind it, he thought, what a scam. How could anyone possibly complete such a terrifying favorability task? It actually requires 1,000 points. This must mean one would need to work a lifetime in the trial grounds serving the spirits. A single skeleton mage yields only 2,000 points. Does that mean one needs to kill 50 to finish? Such terrifying beings are basically on par with second transformation level spirit users. Killing 50 second transformation spirit users. How many would that take? It's absurd. But, swallowing hard, Cao Wei's expression gradually twisted. Although he could not defeat that skeleton mage 1,000 skeleton soldiers, this is definitely doable. In the Huangshe mountain range within the territory of the mountain spirits. At this moment in a sunken valley, a group of mountain spirits is battling against 5 times their number of skeletal warriors. Although the mountain spirits are all powerful, the terrain limits them greatly, and there are almost no cover or escape routes nearby. Before long, this group of spirits was surrounded by the skeletal army. After a prolonged battle, the spirits had begun to show signs of despair. Moreover, their supplies had been completely exhausted. At this moment, many mountain spirits chose to give up, resisting, silently praying for a miracle to occur. The next moment, countless points of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Due to the blinding brightness, in an instant, both the mountain spirits and the skeletal warriors looked up towards the sky. All the soul power users instinctively lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Soon a series of rumbling sounds echoed in the valley. The tremendous noise even attracted the attention of countless other soul power users nearby. Oh my, how many times is this now? I reckon this is the 7th time today. That Holy Father is really impressive. Who knows, he might actually receive that impossible reward. Isn't it? That kind of firepower coverage is simply beyond what our level of soul power users can achieve. If the other side is just an ordinary priest, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to team up with us. Otherwise, if we could share the experience, we'd be rolling in riches. I wonder if the Holy Father has a girlfriend. He's so charming. I really like him. Clearly, these surrounding soul power users had long since gotten used to the immense commotion caused by the holy light projectiles. Having experienced countless earthquakes triggered by holy light projectiles, all the soul power users had grown numb from their initial shock. After all, who could possess such a title as Holy Father? The mercenaries who had joined the mountain spirits initially felt some resistance towards Cao Wei, this oddly dressed soul power user. However, ever since Cao Wei personally initiated a holy light bombardment and saved a squad of mercenaries, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. With his terrifying area attack magic and its frightening damage, nothing would grow in his wake. Each and every one of them admired Cao Wei immensely. Countless female soul power users even boldly approached Cao Wei asking if he needed a team. Don't let these elven ladies fool you. Each one could easily outrun a horse. But who says they don't need a strong arm to lean on? After continuously declining countless offers from various alien ladies, Cao Wei's face was now bathed in holy light. Sorry, women will only slow me down when casting holy light projectiles. After rejecting the invitation from a small squad he had just saved, Cao Wei left the battlefield without a second thought. At this moment, there are still 15 hours until the bloodthirst mark expires. Meanwhile, Cao Wei's favorability with the Mountain Spirit clan reached an astonishing 3,200 points. In less than 5 hours, Cao Wei had amassed countless skeletal souls in his hands. If he continued at this, Cao Wei was confident. In less than 10 days, he could accumulate 100,000 points of favorability. However, there was something more important awaiting him. Thus, when Cao Wei discovered that his favorability had accumulated to a full 3,000 points, he immediately ended the extermination of the skeletal army and hurried back to the Huangshe camp. The shadow of that skeletal mage lingered in Cao Wei's heart, so his primary goal was not to obtain a special task transfer scroll, but rather to eliminate that skeletal mage. For this purpose, Cao Wei had long memorized the list of items that the Mountain Spirit clan could exchange. Once he had enough experience, he exchanged everything he had for the supplies he needed, all under the astonished gaze of the elven lady at the mercenary hall's front desk. Cao Wei exchanged for countless items in quick succession. Please exchange for me the skills Tree of Light, Rain of Revival, the item Spirit of the Ancestor Beast, Soul Stone of Light, and finally exchange for 10 sets of healing potions and mana potions. Upon hearing Cao Wei's request to exchange for so many items at once, the front desk elven lady immediately began to verify. Eventually, she looked at Cao Wei with uncertainty in her tone and asked, "Sir, all these items will cost you a total of 3,150 points of favorability. Are you sure you want to exchange them all?" "Absolutely," with Cao Wei's affirmation. The next moment, 2 grade scrolls exclusive to priests and a soul stone sealing a powerful animal spirit appeared in Cao Wei's hands. The 2 skill scrolls cost Cao Wei 2,000 points of favorability, while the Spirit of the Ancestor Beast Soul Stone of Light cost him 800 points. Such a hefty price naturally yielded great returns. Evolving a grade item requires 2,000 points, while evolving a grade item requires 1,000 points. This matched perfectly with the amount of experience Cao Wei had. However, if he upgraded everything, his previously accumulated resources would be instantly depleted. Looking at the 3 items before him in the end, Cao Wei still gritted his teeth. To gain one must first give. Grant me. Holy Evolution. Ding. You have evolved the grade item skill scroll Tree of Light and obtained the C grade skill scroll Ancient Tree of Light. Ding. You have evolved the grade item skill scroll Rain of Revival and obtained the C grade skill scroll Spirit of Revival. Ding. You have evolved the grade item Spirit of the Ancestor Beast Soul Stone of Light and obtained the grade item Spirit of the Ancestor Beast Soul Stone of Light. Ancient Tree of Light. You can summon an ancient tree with 3,000 health, physical constitution, 300 soul power, 1,000 intelligence, 300 physical defense, 200 constitution, 10 physical attack, 50 strength, 10 in magic defense, 200 intelligence, 10. The ancient tree possesses the skill Revival, consuming 500 points of soul power for each summon and lasting 2 hours. Cooldown time half an hour per use. Spirit of Revival. You can summon 2 spirits of revival each with 2,000 constitution, 200 health. The spirits of revival possess the skill Rain of Revival, lasting for 10 minutes. Cooldown time half an hour per use. Spirit of the Ancestor Beast Soul Stone of Light. See, you can summon a random grade light-based creature to inhabit your body. During the possession by the Ancestor Beast, the user's physical qualities will be greatly enhanced, lasting for 5 minutes. Upon seeing his newly acquired skills and equipment, Cao Wei could not help but swallow hard. 1 word strong. 2 words incredibly awesome. 3 words who else? In the future, not only can he play the role of a mage, but he can also double as a summoner. The Ancient Tree of Light is essentially a formidable tank. With both offense and defense, it is bound to infuriate any enemy. Cao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was time to confront that skeletal mage once again. At this very moment, there is less than an hour left before the blood mark on Cao Wei's body disappears. In the past 23 hours. For reasons unknown, Dua and Cao Wei surprisingly did not attack each other immediately. A delicate balance seemed to have been reached between the two. Both sides appeared to be waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to bring the other to ruin. At this moment, within the Huangshe mountain range, a squad of 36 skeletal knights was slowly making its way towards the Huangshe camp. Behind them followed a large number of skeletal warriors. Those with keen perception would notice that the skeletal warriors' bones were almost entirely reminiscent of the road. Just an hour ago, all foreign soul power users received such a message. Ding. Congratulations to the skeletal clan's soul power users for occupying the rodent clan's trial grounds. All skeletal clan soul power users receive a 10 attribute boost within the trial grounds. Upon hearing this news, not only was the entire world taken aback, but even Cao Wei's body was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the skeletal soul power user across from him was so reckless. While being pursued, he also did not forget to obliterate a trial ground protection zone belonging to another foreign. The thousands of rodent clan skeletons following Dua could easily be guessed to be the trophies obtained through Dua's skeleton modification. If there is any advantage to the rodent clan, it is their prolific breeding. Unlike humans who typically give birth to 1 or 2 offspring at a time, rodent clan members can give birth to at least 12 to 20 young each pregnancy. This has led to a lack of resources, resulting in the overall strength of the rodent clan being rather weak. This was also the reason why Dua decided to target the rodent clan. Leading his 36 riders, Dua ruthlessly launched a frenzied attack on the rodent clan territory. Faced with the nearly invincible Dua, the rodent clan could not muster any decent opponents. Even the level 10 rodent guardian could not withstand a single strike from Dua. After a brutal battle lasting 10 hours, finally amidst countless blood and flesh Doa achieved his rebirth. Tens of thousands of rodent clan soul power users provided him with thousands of skeletal warriors. A horde of skeletons marched grandly towards the Huangshe camp. Clearly they were fully prepared for a full-scale assault. As for Cao Wei, at this moment there was not a shred of fear in his eyes. On the contrary, they sparkled with intense excitement, and standing atop a high wall of the Huangshe camp, he did not notice that four gigantic bright ancient trees had If one did not look closely, these bright ancient trees appeared to be nothing more than ordinary century-old trees. In conjunction with the surrounding environment, these summoned entities of Cao Wei did not seem out of place. Yet one could see the contours of human faces upon them. At this moment, Cao Wei had completely changed his gear. No longer was he in the original Guardian set. Just moments ago, Cao Wei exchanged all his favor with the mountain spirits for a set of priest's attire. Forest mask, E-forest gauntlets, E-forest armor, E-forest boots, E-forest trousers, E and forest feather hattie. Without hesitation, Cao Wei chose to evolve. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Forest Set C. Forest Set effects: Health 5000, Physical Defense 240, Magical Defense 630, Physical Attack 140, Magical Attack 520, Strength 40, Speed 85, Intelligence 120, Constitution 65, Luck 10. Set effect: wearing it increases the user's soul power by 1000 points per equipped piece, and magical attack rises by 5 per equipped piece. At this moment, Cao Wei's attribute panel had undergone a drastic transformation. If he was a warrior before, now he was an entirely different kind of mage. Oh no, a Holy Father. Name: Cao Wei, L level 10, Equipment Law Enforcement Hammer D Forest Set C, Health 7550, Soul Power 7500, Physical Attack 280, Magical Attack 860, Physical Defense 360, Magical Defense 720, Strength 104, Agility 172, Intelligence 210, Constitution 250, Luck 50. Skills: Energy Stick D, Swordsmanship Resistance D, Goblin Punks Magical I, C, Blinding Field B, Holy Light Bombardment C, Bright Ancient Tree C, Spirit of Resurrection C. Looking at his attribute panel, finally Cao Wei took a deep breath. It was time to make a big move. He wore a solemn expression and shouted loudly at the four bright ancient trees behind him. Everyone go into battle mode. Today I am going to make a big score. He spread his fingers wide. In the next moment, countless holy light orbs appeared in Cao Wei's hands. Compared to the holy light bombardment he cast before, this time his holy light orbs were not only more than twice the size. Their quantity was also multiplied several times. Eat this, Grandpa. Holy light bombardment. As for the target of Cao Wei's release, it was not the sea of skeletons in the distance. The target he chose was the forces currently stationed to defend the Huangshe camp. Indeed, from the very beginning, Cao Wei's target was not to confront that mysterious skeletal mage. To deal with that skeletal mage, Cao Wei could not conceive any winning chance with just those ordinary novice soul power users. Thus, from the outset, Cao Wei's plan was to blood sacrifice the Huangshe camp. To this end, he did not hesitate to trade away his precious law enforcement set, swapping for a forest set focused on mage attributes. With the boost from the new set, Cao Wei's magical attack and intelligence skyrocketed. Naturally, his holy light bombardment, in terms of both attack range and intensity, was greatly enhanced. A terrifying downpour of holy light directly engulfed the entire Huangshe camp. In an instant, the mountain spirits who had been eagerly anticipating Cao Wei's heroic rescue were completely submerged in the holy light. Boom! A deafening explosion. In just an instant, the entire Huangshe camp was swallowed by the radiance. The walls, intricately inscribed with complex runes, disintegrated in an instant. When Cao Wei once again stepped into the Huangshe camp, only one person remained standing. This person was none other than the level 10 camp leader of the Huangshe camp. At this moment, the camp leader was half kneeling on the ground, looking at Cao Wei with disbelief and bitterly asking why. Why would you do this? Were we mountain spirits not good to you? Hearing the camp leader's words, Cao Wei's expression was cold. A new orb of holy light appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly submerged the camp leader before him. Because you are too weak. Do I really need to teach you the principle that it's the innocent who suffer when a jade is held? Ding. You have defeated the leader of Huangshe Camp, Tu Saugai, and gained 2,500 experience points. Ding. Your actions have angered the mountain elf tribe, and for the next 2 hours you will face a total of 10 waves of attacks. Defense successful, you have gained permanent access to Huangshe Camp. Defense failed, the mountain elf tribe will reclaim Huangshe Camp. Hearing this familiar defense task, Cao Wei narrowed his eyes. Compared to the last task with the Earth Spirit Tribe, this mission was obviously much more difficult. 10 waves of enemies over 2 hours, with the highest possibly reaching level 2. Even Cao Wei was uncertain whether he could withstand the assault. Therefore, a glint of determination flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Without hesitation, he donned his enforcer outfit, transforming once again into an ordinary warrior. Wielding the trembling axe, Cao Wei struck his own arms, torso, and thighs several times. Puff! Blood gushed forth from his body. Although the damage was not severe, it appeared extremely perilous. Then with a thud, Cao Wei collapsed to the ground. He appeared like a seriously injured and unconscious warrior, concealing his aura to the minimum. After a while, a portal appeared around Huangshe camp. A squad of nearly 20 mountain elves slowly emerged from the portal. Dressed in uniform battle attire, this squad of mountain elves led by a shaman entered Huangshe camp, accompanied by a group of level 1 animal companions. At the forefront was a mountain elf carrying a mountain eagle on his shoulder. After surveying the surroundings, the entire Huangshe camp had turned into a desolate wasteland. He clenched his fists and growled, "Who dares to attack our Huangshe camp?" In response, there was complete silence. Not a single enemy was in sight. The leader frowned slightly and ordered his subordinates to disperse and investigate the surroundings. The group quickly scattered. Soon a few elves happened to discover the unconscious and barely breathing Cao Wei. They brought Cao Wei before their captain Sander Halen. Looking at the human before him, Sander felt an inexplicable sorrow awaken this human soul power user. Hearing Sander's command, a male mountain elf named Sorrow slowly approached Cao Wei. A spirit resembling a lotus flower, known as the reviving spirit, appeared at Sorrow's fingertips. Observing Cao Wei, the reviving spirit simply swayed its body gently. As raindrops fell, they began to slowly heal Cao Wei's bleeding wounds. It exhaled deep. Cao Wei finally slowly awoke. Upon seeing Sander and his group, disbelief filled his face. Touching his own face, Cao Wei seemed to incredulously ask, "I am still alive. Whether you are alive or not is not for you to decide, but for me. Human, I can save you, but I can also kill you again. Tell me what happened at Huangshe camp, and I will decide whether to spare your life based on the situation." Looking at the dazed Cao Wei, Sander's eyes were filled with frost. Like an emotionless machine, he suppressed his anger and coldly stared at Cao Wei, asking, "Indeed." Upon hearing Sander's words and glancing at the surrounding mountain elf soldiers, a flicker of fear flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. He suddenly shouted loudly, "It's the skeletons. There are at least thousands of them. He killed everyone in our camp and turned the dead into new skeleton soldiers." Hearing Cao Wei's wild claims, Sander's expression darkened immediately. In fact, more than 10 hours ago, the mountain elves had already received intelligence that the skeleton tribe might make a significant move. That was why they had issued a war mercenary task, inviting soul power users from other tribes to assist. However, no one expected. In just a few hours, not even a full day, Huangshe camp was completely destroyed. How powerful must that skeleton tribe soul power user be to cause such devastation? Sander's expression turned cold as he looked at Cao Wei and demanded, "Tell me all the information you know. If you miss a single word, I will take your life." At this moment, Dua was leading a large group of skeleton soldiers rapidly towards Huangshe camp, activating the bloodthirsty marking exploration skill one last time. At this time, a surge of blood energy slowly rose from Huangshe camp. Dua couldn't help but frown slightly. At this point, are they still hoping to hold Huangshe camp? I must say, this little guy, although clever, is also quite naive. I overestimated him. Realizing this, Dua's expression turned slightly cold. If Cao Wei only had this level of ability, then. Looking at Huangshe camp, which was less than 2 miles away, Dua waved his staff. "Attack!" With Dua's command, instantly countless Ratmen soldiers surged rapidly towards Huangshe camp. Leading them were 2 gigantic Ratmen skeletons, each at least 3 meters tall. These were Dua's greatest spoils of war from capturing the Ratmen camp. 2 level 2 skeletons. With the necromancer set skeleton tribe enhancements and the aura of the nearly dead Li hung behind them. These 2 level 2 Ratman leaders had restored their strength to the peak they had before they died. Except for not being able to use skills, they had almost no weaknesses. Moreover, behind these 2 Ratman leaders were at least hundreds of level 1 Ratman skeletons. 2 level 2, hundreds of level 1 and thousands of apprentice Ratman skeletons were more than enough for Dua to initiate another war. If handled properly, his team could develop and grow like a snowball. Even conquer the entire tribe. As for Cao Wei, if he remained hidden in Huangshe camp, then he would be used for a blood sacrifice along with this camp. Thus a throng of skeletons marched towards the gates of Huangshe camp. The expected scene of thousands of elves standing guard did not unfold. Instead, inside Huangshe camp, there were only 100 elves gathered. What is going on? Did they all flee? Looking at the relatively quiet scene before him, Dua was momentarily stunned, unsure of what had happened. However, when he sensed the strength of the mountain elf soul power users on the city wall, the flame of souls in his eye sockets flickered slightly. Surprisingly, they were all level 1 elves. Seeing this group of first-tier mountain elf spirit users, Dua pondered for a moment and quickly understood the situation. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the next moment he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. How interesting. It has been so long since I felt this excited. Kid, you truly are amusing. Dua had already guessed Cao Wei's plan and admired his ruthless cunning. He was increasingly intrigued by this young man who had surprised him multiple times. Looking at the young man on the wall across from him who wore a wicked smile, Dua chuckled softly and waved his staff. Countless hellhounds appeared beside him. Summon Hellhound D summons a Hellhound with fire attribute, damage health 500, physical and magical attack 200 points, with the skill self-destruct lasting for 6 hours. Cooldown 2 minutes per use. Self-destruct C causes damage equal to 4 times health upon self-destruction. Health returns to 0 afterward. This hellhound was part of Dua's new skill. After hunting down the entire Ratman tribe, Dua had acquired countless new skills. Compared to the last time Cao Wei saw him, it was evident that Dua had become even more powerful. Seeing Dua's new summon, Cao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Fortunately, he chose to massacre the Huangshe camp. Otherwise, how would he deal with such monsters? What was even more infuriating was the interference of Ball Trader Li Hong. At this moment, although Li Hong was hanging behind a skeleton horse, Dua had surprisingly prepared a new set of great equipment for him to maximize his effectiveness. Aura Warrior Set D5 Components. Aura Warrior Set effect using Aura-type skills increases effects by 3 number of equipped components. Consumption reduced by 5 number of equipped components. With 5 pieces of equipment, Li Hong's aura effect would increase by an additional 15. Looking at Cao Wei on the opposite wall, Li Hong's eyes were filled with rage. Cao Wei, I have returned. The next moment, countless auras burst forth from his body. Noble Aura, Armor Break Aura, Power Speed Aura, Berserk Aura, Endurance Aura. Berserk Aura C after release increases teammates' attack speed and critical hit rate by 15. Endurance Aura E after release increases teammates' health by 5. Instantly, 6 powerful auras were unleashed. They were immediately enveloped over most of the skeletons present. The thousands of skeleton soldiers appeared to swell their strength even greater than when they were alive. Seeing this scene, even the team leader of the mountain elf tribe, Sander, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. No wonder the skeleton tribe was able to kill the Ratman tribe and then invade us mountain elves. That mage over there must possess some special talent or skill. Such a skeleton mage must not be left alive. Everyone, by all means, do not let that mage return alive today. All of you follow my command. Shoot arrows. Hearing Sander's command, all the mountain elves around immediately knocked their arrows. Among them, one elven squad had the most unique configuration. Everyone wore a uniform set of grade green equipment. Drawing their bows, they looked incredibly imposing. They shot 3 arrows per second, each arrow capable of shattering a skeleton soldier. Though there were only 20 people, they shot out 60 arrows per second, which amounted to a staggering 3,600 arrows in 1 minute. Just a small squad of 20 managed to unleash the might of an army. The rain of arrows shot towards the skeleton army ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ground echoed with a series of crackling sounds. Countless skeleton soldiers were instantly riddled with arrows. In less than a minute, this army of thousands had lost over 1,000 soldiers. The Sun Chaser archers of the mountain elf tribe do indeed live up to their name. With just first-tier strength, they can take down opponents 10 or even 100 times their number. However, if it were any ordinary spirit user, they might be afraid. But we are old rivals, ha. Raising his staff slightly, Dua suddenly began to chant another new spell. Mist. Mist E releases a featureless fog that reduces visibility by 30 for both allies and enemies within the mist, making it difficult for outsiders to see the direction within the mist. Costs 100 spirit power, consuming 20 spirit power per second. Cooldown time 12 seconds per use. A common dark-type skill. In ordinary circumstances, this skill would be utterly useless. However, for the Sun Chaser archer squad, it was a skill to disrupt the enemy. Indeed, with Dua's summoning of the mist, the next moment thick smoke enveloped the surroundings of the Huangshe camp. From a distance, it even gave off a chilling sensation. Before long, with Dua's continuous output, the entire area around the Huangshe camp had turned into a ghostly atmosphere. Seeing the mist in front of them, the Sun Chaser archers couldn't help but feel troubled. They looked towards Sander, who gritted his teeth and shouted at the surrounding soldiers. In any case, we must hold on for that last hour. All members of the shaman squad, follow me to the camp. With Sander's roar, the next moment, the mountain eagle on his shoulder let out a loud cry. After the cry, everyone, including Cao Wei, had their eyes glimmer with golden light. Ding! You have received the barrier-breaking aura from the golden-eyed mountain eagle. Barrier-breaking aura. Your vision is enhanced by 15, allowing you to see through the mist and detect enemies in the dark. Alright, auras are not solely Li Hong's unique skill. Obviously, Sander's animal partner possesses quite remarkable abilities. With the enhancement of the barrier-breaking aura, instantly one by one the mountain elves rushed down the wall, and they confronted the skeleton soldiers directly with their animal partners without even using their wild call. After all, no matter how many auras these skeleton soldiers had, they were merely apprentice-level spirit users. In a short while, they were reduced to fragments by this group of first-tier mountain elves and their animal partners. Even those first-tier ratmen were no match for them. In the distance, watching the mountain elves fight valiantly, Dua's soul fire flickered slightly. So powerful. Let's see how this works then. Shaking his staff gently, the next moment a bizarre dark magic was unleashed from Dua's mouth. Dark magic Plague A. Plague A consumes 2,000 soul power to summon a large cloud of plague. Soul power users entering the plague cloud will inevitably fall into the state of plague with a certain chance of entering confusion and delusion states. For every second of duration, it consumes 200 soul power. Cooldown time 1 minute per use. A terrifying A-level skill accompanied by a horrifying consumption of soul power. For an ordinary apprentice mage, even releasing it might be a problem. However, Dua, although struggling to cast such dark magic, still did so with ease. Before one's eyes, the original mist was slowly replaced by a mass of purple-black smoke. The mountain elves who had just been bravely fighting against enemies felt something was off the moment they dove into the differently colored cloud. Ding! You have entered a special scene and gained the plague status. Plague overall attributes decrease by 30. A skill release success rate decreases by 30. For every additional 5 minutes spent, your attributes will further decrease by an additional 10 from the original decline. After exiting the special scene, the plague lingers for 5 minutes. Upon seeing this system notification, all the elves' expressions changed dramatically. What the hell is this status? How could such a disgusting state exist in the world? Moreover, even after exiting the poison circle, one still has to endure a 5-minute penalty of attribute decrease and skill failure. It's terrifying beyond words. Not good. Captain, my attributes are dropping too fast. Me too, I can't hit anything. Captain, should we fall back? Damn it, I can't even defeat a first transition rat skeleton. Not good. Tom was taken down by that second transition skeleton. Captain, you need to give orders. Upon seeing the calls from his teammates, Sander gritted his teeth. After a 3-second silence, he quickly assessed the situation. Retreat. Otherwise, let alone holding out for an hour, they might not last even 10 minutes. Those 2 second transition rat skeletons were definitely beyond what they could handle now. Although the transformed rat men couldn't use skills, they still wore their equipment as usual. One of the 2 second transition rat skeletons was a melee warrior, and the other had ranged capabilities. Both their offensive and defensive capabilities gave Sander and his teammates a sense of insurmountability. Taking a deep breath, Sander stopped trying to be brave. His teammates, upon hearing Sander's command, immediately fled back to the city walls. Originally, nearly 50 elves had descended, but when they returned, there were barely 40 left. Seeing so many of his subordinates lost, in an instant Sander's heart bled. Meanwhile, Dua did not care about Sander's mindset. He leisurely consumed a bottle of high-level mana potion. The plague, which had been on the verge of dissipating, immediately recondensed and became even more inflated. It seemed that these plagues were about to rush into the walls. Instantly, a sense of crisis enveloped everyone's heart. Taking a deep breath, Sander quickly adjusted his emotion. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "All mages or other soul power users with wind skills, do your utmost to try to stop the monstrous cloud in front of us. Sun Chaser team, give me indiscriminate fire. Use explosive arrows." Hearing Sander's command, the previously panicked team instantly rallied their morale. In no time, 3 to 5 soul power users with wind skills stepped forward from the team and began to unleash their skills at the plague cloud. As for the Sun Chaser team, they immediately switched from regular arrows. All members pulled out a golden-yellow quiver from their spatial equipment. Each quiver contained only 20 arrows. While the number was not large, one could tell from the beautiful inscriptions and sharp tips on the arrows that they were special. All arrows must have undergone mastery processing and enchantments. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Sun Chaser team's current reputation was closely tied to their equipped gear. These arrows, enhanced with sharp and explosion enchantments, each possessed a price equivalent to that of 11. What's even worse is that these arrows were all one-time use items. Explosive arrow possessing level 1 sharp enchantment and level 1 explosion enchantment capable of easily piercing a level or below armor and causing a violent explosion. 20 arrows equate to 20 pieces of E-level equipment. This isn't archery, this is burning money. Not to mention anything else. Just by looking at the lively aura that occasionally shimmered on the arrows, Cao Wei realized that these mountain elves were definitely wealthy. You guys make me feel so awkward. Not only are the average soul power users all shamans of level professions, but even the items, equipment, and skills used are far better than those of humans. If the skeleton tribe, which is lacking in equipment, is seen as poor by humans, then humans must look just as poor to the mountain elves. Cao Wei recalled how during his stroll around the Huangshi camp, the expressions of the surrounding foreign races made him feel like a country bumpkin. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. How dare they look down on you, Cao? It's true that blowing up your lair was the right choice. Even if many girls later threw themselves at him, thinking he was a wealthy, handsome guy among humans. But I don't care what you think, I care about what I think. The mountain elves being richer and more powerful than humans is a sin. Driving the mountain elves out of the trial grounds is imperative for Cao Wei. Just when he was scheming on how to help his elf friends before him, the Sun Chaser team had already begun their new round of attack. However, this time, they no longer shot indiscriminately as before. Everyone carefully nocked their arrows. The next moment, they heard Sander's furious roar. His mount instantly released the barrier-breaking aura once again. Fire. In an instant, 20 arrows shot towards a second transition rat skeleton present like a gale. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows smoothly pierced into the body of the second transition rat skeleton as if they were penetrating tofu. The next moment, boom, a loud explosion echoed. At that moment, the entire Huangshe mountain range seemed to tremble. Not far away, Cao Wei swallowed hard upon witnessing this. Wow, is this the power of the wealthy? Mom, I want to play like this too. However, the mountain elves are truly impressive. With wealth comes audacity. Their attacking methods were unlike those of ordinary soul power users. If so many arrows shot into me. Thinking of this, Cao Wei suddenly felt a chill. The thought that the Sun Chaser team could perform this attack for 19 more rounds. How can I not feel envious of you, you damn wealthy people? In the midst of the smoke, a gigantic skeletal rat man was suddenly blown to smithereens. Within a radius of 20 meters, a searing vacuum zone was formed. Even the deceased skeletons felt an overwhelming sense of fear at that moment. They witnessed the first wave of their team's attack dispatch a powerful second-tier Ratman skeleton. Sander couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. As for the other second-tier Ratman skeleton, the Sun Chaser team refrained from shooting at him. This was entirely due to the fact that he was an archer. The second-tier archer Ratman skeleton was currently hiding far outside the Sun Chaser team's range. Having witnessed the strength of the Sun Chaser team, he was determined not to step over the line. Sander couldn't help but frown mildly. His fists clenched tight, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. It was this skeleton archer that had caused him to lose at least 4 team members. If he couldn't slay him, Sander felt he would be letting down those brothers who had always followed him. As he looked at the seemingly endless sea of skeletons before him, he finally pondered for a moment before immediately issuing a new round of orders. Everyone from now on use explosive arrows for indiscriminate shooting. Whoever can take down that second-tier Ratman will personally receive a grade usable skill scroll from me. Upon hearing Sander's words, Cao Wei, who had been idly slacking off nearby, suddenly brightened up. This was a valuable item. No wonder the wealthy race was so generous. Even a small team leader could be this lavish. Suddenly, Cao Wei raised his hand from the crowd. Captain, me. Do you think I can do it? You? Upon hearing Cao Wei's self-recommendation, Sander was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the novice human spirit wielder before him, with a puff, Sander burst into laughter. Not just him, the surrounding hill elves seemed to have heard a particularly amusing joke. The entire battlefield appeared to come alive due to Cao Wei's joke. Haha, a novice with just initial strength, and you think you can kill a second-tier spirit wielder? Go home and wash up for bed. How could a few weaklings get this far? Do you think you're the destined hero in a knight's novel? I am laying it down today. If you succeed, I will swallow my own words. Haha, that's a big bet. Count me in. Haha. Obviously no one believed that Cao Wei could take down the second-tier Ratman skeleton. Seeing Sander looking at him with a mocking expression, Cao Wei pretended to be shy and scratched his head. He then spoke uncertainly. Captain Sander, while I may not be able to kill the second-tier spirit wielder, I have a way to help you kill him. I possess an item that can enhance your arrows, but the cost is a bit steep. Oh, hearing Cao Wei's words, Sander was momentarily surprised. But soon a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Sander suddenly asked, what level can your item enhance E-level arrows to? Upon hearing Sander's question, Cao Wei immediately patted his chest and assured, at least to D, or even C level. Hiss. The surrounding people instantly gasped. An item that could directly enhance another item by 1 or even 2 levels. Everyone knew what that meant. If it were in a grade item. With that thought, a glint of greed flashed in Sander's eyes. Looking at Cao Wei, his gaze instantly filled with ulterior motives as he coldly asked, where is that item? Can you show it to me? Upon hearing Sander's words, Cao Wei merely chuckled. He knew exactly what Sander was after. Cao Wei coughed slightly and directly stated that item can only be used on other items, not on equipment. Moreover, there are restrictions that can only be used on items that are no higher than a grade, so it's not as valuable as you think. Indeed. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, a hint of disappointment instantly flashed in Sander's eyes. Looking at Cao Wei, he didn't seem like a wealthy heir. After all, such items were precious treasures, even among the hill elves. No matter how wealthy humans were, how could they possibly allow a mere novice to use them? It was high time that this kind of item was used strategically. Immediately, Sander nodded and said, although you can't directly kill the enemy, if your item can assist us, I can promise to let you choose 1 suitable skill scroll from 3 E-level skill scrolls. After saying that, Sander took out 3 skill books from his spatial pouch. Upon hearing Sander's words, Cao Wei's brows furrowed slightly. Aren't those supposed to be grade skill scrolls? But, seeing the meaningful look Sander cast at him, Cao Wei instantly narrowed his eyes. Goodness, it looked like this guy was preparing to fleece him. Indeed, even among neutral races, complete fairness was having an E-level skill scroll was better than nothing. After all, it only required him to expend some experience points. You think you'll make a killing, but I certainly won't lose. Immediately, Cao Wei pretended to be pained and nodded. He picked up an explosive arrow from a nearby Sun Chaser archer and pretended to pull something out of his spatial wristwatch. In reality, he was activating his own skill. Holy evolution. Ding. You use Holy Evolution on an E-level explosive arrow consuming 2,000 experience points. You have obtained AC level Lava Arrow. Lava Arrow C sharpness 3, flame 4, speed 2, range 2. Upon hitting the target, it will instantly generate a temperature of 1,400 degrees within a radius of 40 meters lasting for 3 seconds. Receiving the brand new arrow handed over by Cao Wei. Seeing the stats of this new arrow, Sander swallowed hard with a gulp. Wow, 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 as he exclaimed while 3 times Sander could no longer control his expression. Was this still the same explosive arrow from before? Compared to the lava arrow in front of him, Sander instantly felt that the previous explosive arrow was akin to a feeble firewood stick. This arrow was simply a god-level item for archers. With this thing, who needs a wife? Isn't playing with arrows more fun? Your wife can shoot lava, right? Suddenly Sander, who had previously harbored some doubts about Cao Wei, instantly became revitalized. Bulk, come here. Among the team, your archery skills are the best. Use this arrow sponsored by my friend. Oh, what's your name? Cao Wei. Use this arrow sponsored by Cao Wei to shoot at that second-tier Ratman skeleton. Alright, even Cao Wei's title had changed. Indeed, spirit wielders were just that realistic. If you had no power, they wouldn't even glance at you. If you had power, they would lick you as if you were their father. At this moment, the archer named Bulk approached Sander. Grabbing the arrow before him, his eyes bulged slightly, just like Sander's. He excitedly asked Cao Wei, Brother Cao Wei, can you still make arrows like this? How many do you have? I'm willing to exchange one great skill book for as many as you can make. Seeing the agitated Bulk in front of him, Cao Wei couldn't help but glance sideways. Goodness, does a mountain elf archer have this much wealth? He's even more generous than the squad leader next to him. It's just a crate item. In Cao Wei's view, the value of this lava arrow is completely inferior to that of a grade skill scroll. Perhaps this is what they call information bias. My dregs, their fine wine. Hee to him, this lava arrow must be as easy as pie. I do enjoy seeing you elves lacking in knowledge. Look who's the real bumpkin. Looking at Bulk before him, Cao Wei said with a face full of difficulty. I do have one more chance to use it, but this last chance is for my life. So I'm afraid I can't give it to you, Mr. Bulk. To Cao Wei's surprise, Bulk didn't get angry at his words. On the contrary, a look of delight appeared on his face. Cao Wei actually still has one more chance. Bulk had certainly seen the capabilities of this lava arrow. To Cao Wei, the lava arrow may just be an ordinary, but to an archer like Bulk, its value is second only to a high-performance life-saving item. Whether it's for initiating a fight, executing a headshot, or breaking through a stalemate, the lava arrow is the best choice. Just like now. Touching the brand new lava arrow before him, Bulk's expression was one of intoxication, as if he were caressing the most beautiful female mountain elf in the world. His eyes revealed not only admiration, but also affection. Just thinking about shooting this arrow soon made Bulk feel a pang in his heart. But what if there were a second arrow like this? Bulk couldn't help but look expectantly at his captain beside him. Lord Sander, I implore you to help me invest in purchasing Mr. Cao Wei's item usage chance. In return, I am willing to use my half a year's merit to repay the debt. Oh, hearing Bulk's words, Sander was slightly moved. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and turned to Cao Wei, my friend. If you are able to give your last chance of using the item to Bulk, you will not only gain our friendship. At the same time, I can also give you the grade skill scroll I just promised. Along with Bulk's skill choice, you can choose a total of 2 scrolls. Hee. Hearing Sander's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. This Sander really using something that originally belonged to Cao Wei to exchange for precious item evolution items. It's a wonder this guy can wear a look of you've gained on his face. But, still the same saying. You think you've gained, but I absolutely won't lose. After a moment of hesitation, Cao Wei reluctantly nodded. With a somewhat uncertain expression, he looked at Sander and Bulk before him. Finally, Cao Wei sighed softly. Alright, who told me that mountain elves are my friends? Good. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Bulk immediately got excited and hugged him tightly. At the same time, he took out an explosive arrow from his quiver and handed it to Cao Wei himself. Along with the explosive arrow, he also presented a grade skill scroll. Ding. The mountain elf Bulk gives you a grade skill scroll mastery of archery. Ding. The mountain elf Sander gives you 3 grade skill scrolls, Soul of Light, Spirit of Ancestors, and Feather of Lightness. Please choose one. Mastery of Archery D. After use, the user will gain Intermediate Mountain Elf Archery, Yellowstone Archery. Soul of Light D consumes 500 soul power, summons an elemental being of light attribute to possess the user for half a minute, randomly enhancing most attributes of the caster. Spirit of Ancestors D consumes 500 soul power, summons an animal companion of light attribute to possess the user for half a minute, randomly enhancing most attributes of the caster. Feather of Lightness D consumes 400 soul power, increases the movement speed of a single target by 25. Looking at the 4 scrolls before him, Cao Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Wow. No wonder mountain elves are so... Unconsciously, Cao Wei drooled like a country bumpkin. Sander and Bulk before him were suddenly bathed in a golden glow, especially Bulk's mastery of archery. The moment Cao Wei saw this skill scroll, his heart couldn't help, but finally, he also had the chance to play the role of a marksman. He felt himself becoming more and more versatile. Looking at the 3 scrolls Sander had handed him, Cao Wei nodded slightly. They were all very characteristic of the mountain elf race, and were skills that a priest could use. After thinking for a moment, Cao Wei had already made a decision in his heart. He took mastery of archery from Bulk and the feather of lightness from Sander. Without a second thought, he stuffed them directly into his spatial watch. The reason for choosing feather of lightness is that the other 2 skills are filled with instability. The word random is quite spiritual. Who knows what kind of elemental being or animal companion Cao Wei would summon? Compared to the uncontrollable variables, Cao Wei preferred the feeling of having everything under control. It's a pity. At that moment, Cao Wei didn't have much experience points left. Otherwise, he would have loved to upgrade both skill scrolls in front of him right away. Without saying a word, Cao Wei directly picked up the explosive arrow handed to him by Bulk. Holy evolution. In the next moment, a brand new lava arrow appeared in Cao Wei's hand. A bit trembling, Bulk carefully put away the lava arrow in front of him. Then, having a new love, he nonchalantly picked up the previous lava arrow. Against the distant second turn Ratman skeleton. Draw the bow. Shoot. The entire motion was completed in one go. One could see the golden runes akin to lava swiftly shooting through the air. Due to the speed, a fiery line was even drawn in the air. The second turn Ratman skeleton on the opposite side didn't even have time to react. His chest was pierced by the arrow shot by Bulk. In an instant, the massive force sent his entire body flying, accompanied by the burning heat of up to 1,600 degrees. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. In an instant, centered around the second turn Ratman skeleton, a spherical golden flame suddenly filled the surroundings. The terrifying temperature made one sweat even from 100 meters away. At this moment, even Dua, who was originally leisurely sitting on his skeleton horse, couldn't help but be slightly moved. What kind of power is this? Forget about the second turn, that blow just now definitely exceeded the strength of the third turn. The terrifying golden flames gradually dissipated. As the flames disappeared, the ground turned into a vacuum zone. In this moment, whether it was the elves or the skeletons, all the soul users halted their actions. A group of soul users stared blankly at the distant fire pit. The ground had turned into molten red lava due to the high temperature. Within a 40 square meter radius, there was no sign of life except for the lava. Looking at the molten pit before him, even Dua broke into a cold sweat. Unavoidably, he turned his gaze towards Bulk, who had shot the arrow. The soul fire in his eye sockets turned blood red at that moment. Absolutely, this guy must not be allowed to continue fighting. Soul. Shock. In the distance, while Bulk was still dumbfounded by his masterpiece, suddenly he felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy fist. Pooh. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. In the next moment, the system notified him that 3 negative statuses had inexplicably appeared on him. Not good. Priest, hurry and dispel Bulk's status. He was ambushed by the skeleton mage on the opposite side. Seeing his side surviving forces suddenly spitting blood and fainting, Sand immediately panicked and called for the priest in the team. As for Cao Wei, he was also immersed in deep shock. To be honest, he did not expect Bulk's arrow to be so terrifying. It was no longer a matter of health points. At 1,600 degrees Celsius, even rocks could melt, let alone flesh and blood. Cao Wei asked himself if he could possibly block that terrifying arrow from earlier. The answer was no. Instantly, he looked at the unconscious Bulk beside him, his gaze filled with killing intent. Just moments ago, he had personally crafted a molten arrow for this guy. Setting up such a terrifying enemy for himself was truly a trick of fate. Cao Wei coldly snorted. In his heart, he had already sentenced Bulk to death. When the mountain elves and the skeleton mages on the opposite side had fought to mutual destruction, his first target to strike would be the Bulk before him. On the other side, Dua had also regained his senses from it. After downing a bottle of mana potion, he seemed satisfied with that earlier strike. After eliminating an enemy who could threaten him, Dua took a deep breath and summoned a hellhound. Go! He gently commanded the hellhound. It mixed into the sea of skeletons. In the ensuing battle, the skeletons seemed to have reacted. They no longer clustered together. Under Dua's command, all the skeletons dispersed surrounding the Huangshe camp. Reluctantly, Sand had no choice but to order everyone to spread out and attack the surrounding skeletons. As for Cao Wei, he looked at the experience points remaining on his panel. 7,286 points. There was still a gap of over 2,000 points to reach the 1,000 points required to evolve the Great Scroll. Cao Wei narrowed his eyes. Looking at the sea of skeletons before him, he decided to intervene slightly. He snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a gigantic ancient tree rose from the ground. Before him, the ancient tree revealed a wrinkled old face. This was the light ancient tree that Cao Wei had just summoned. Name: Light Ancient Tree. Health 4350, physical attack 68, magic attack 0, physical defense 245, magic defense 210, skill revive. The Light Ancient Tree has a certain chance to summon a light tree with 1/3 of its attributes when attacking enemies lasting for 10 minutes. Whoosh! The giant tree shook its leaves. Then its entire body rose from the ground. Branches and leaves gradually formed into a tree sword and a tree shield. In the next moment, the ancient tree swung its 4-meter-long giant sword and swept violently at the skeletons before it. 68, 68, 68 countless damage values burst forth from the sea of skeletons. Accompanied by a terrifying impact, many skeletons were directly sent flying by the ancient tree. Seeing the suddenly appearing light, ancient tree Dua in the distance was stunned for a moment before breaking into another cold laugh. It's a futile effort. He waved his staff lightly. In the next moment, a thick black ray shot directly at the distant ancient tree. 1,650. A massive damage struck the light ancient tree. Instantly, the ancient tree let out a painful groan. But soon it regained its composure and let out an angry roar. It attacked the skeletons before it with even greater intensity. It seemed that it did not expect its attack would fail to kill the opponent. A flicker of interest appeared in Dua's soul fire. He raised his staff and unleashed another new skill. Dark Puppet Technique. Dark Puppet Technique consumes 1200 soul power, has a certain chance to control the enemy's pets, mounts, or summon creatures with a success rate, depending on the intelligence difference between the caster and the opponent. Cooldown 12 minutes per use. A black aura rose faintly from his staff. In the next moment, this black aura wrapped around the distant light ancient tree like threads. Woo! The light ancient tree let out a wail. In just a moment, the control over the light ancient tree was ding. Your intelligence is lower than the skeleton mage Dua Harry, and your control over the light ancient tree has been seized by the opponent. Cao Wei felt as if a part of his brain had suddenly gone vacant. When he came back to his senses, the light ancient tree was completely enveloped in darkness, its bark-made old face shining with a black glow in its pupils. Not good. Cao Wei silently muttered a curse. He directly retreated towards the distant battlefield. Meanwhile, the light ancient tree controlled by Dua, its branches slowly began to twist. Before long, the sword and shield in its hands transformed into a massive tree hammer. Facing the city wall, the ancient tree acted like the most skilled craftsman. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire city wall trembled slightly. Moreover, it was unclear when, but around the city wall where the light ancient tree stood, a group of hellhounds had trapped around the city wall. These hellhounds seemed to have made a plan. In the next moment, they swelled up like rolling balls. Boom, boom, boom. This was their skill self-destruction. The city wall of Huangshe camp trembled violently in an instant. The defensive inscriptions originally carved on it dimmed with the explosion. Thick cracks began to emerge from the crack. In the midst of Sand and his group's great change, the next moment the city wall before them collapsed with a roar. The Huangshe camp was breached. A section of the city wall shattered. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Such a sturdy wall finally collapsed under the self-explosions of the skeleton sea and hellhounds. Seeing the scene before him, Sanders' face turned ashen. He let out a furious roar. Everyone returned to the north side of the camp. Even if it means death, defend this final wall. As if in response to Sanders' roar, a new team of mountain elves slowly emerged from the dimensional gate. At the forefront was a cavalryman riding a fierce tiger, followed by 19 members mounted on leopards. Upon seeing this team, Sanders' eyes brightened instantly. Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Just in time. Canterback, come help me. Just having arrived in this trial land, the squad leader, named Canterback, seemed to still be adjusting. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the camp and the broken wall, he quickly understood the dire situation facing Huangshe camp. He then placed his index and middle fingers in his mouth. Whoosh! A loud whistle erupted from his lips. As the whistle sounded, all the mounts of him and his team tensed their muscles, crouching low like springs ready to charge. Everyone use beast charge. Canterback roared. Instantly, this 20-man Tiger Leopard cavalry team formed a triangle and charged forward into the skeleton sea. A shadow resembling an old tiger coalesced around this cavalry team. In that moment, Cao Wei felt that the Tiger Leopard cavalry was not just a cavalry unit, but rather a true ferocious tiger, a savage and domineering beast. The terrifying tiger charged into the skeleton sea without a care. Wherever it went, not a blade of grass remained. The vast skeleton sea appeared as fragile as a sheet of white paper before the Tiger Leopard cavalry. With a single ordinary charge, they directly opened a gap in the skeleton sea. As they pushed forward, Canterback suddenly found himself in a clear space. In less than 5 minutes, he had managed to break through the skeleton sea. The Tiger Leopard cavalry was truly fearsome. Yet Canterback seemed unsatisfied with his achievements. From a distance, he immediately spotted the solitary figure of Dua, alone sitting atop his skeleton horse. Next to him dangled a half-deadly hung. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Canterback's eyes. If he killed the skeleton mage opposite, wouldn't the skeletons be left without a leader? At that moment, Canterback ignored Sanders' retreat order from behind. He issued a command, shouting to his team behind him, "Everyone target the skeleton mage. Charge." Upon hearing Canterback's order, all the members of the Tiger Leopard cavalry let out a united roar. The massive tiger shadow charged straight towards Dua, Watching the tiger drawing nearer, Dua's face flickered with a hint of a smile. He raised his necromancer's staff and struck it fiercely against the ground. Fog. In the next moment, countless black mist billowed rapidly from his staff and enveloped the area. Facing the thick mist, Canterback merely snorted coldly. Eagle-eyed. Suddenly his eyes gleamed brightly and sharply. Dua's figure became completely visible before Canterback. He's on the right. Charge with me. Seemingly caught off guard that the enemy had found his position, Dua's face showed a hint of bewilderment, followed by panic. And Canterback, upon seeing the expression on Dua's face, couldn't help but smile coldly. Didn't expect, did you? I have the skill to see through. Thus the distance between the tiger leopard cavalry and Dua gradually shrank. 50 meters. 25 meters. The last 10 meters. Just as Canterback's spear was about to pierce Dua's head, Dua, who had seemed too frightened to even move, suddenly wore a mocking smile. His soul fire flickered slightly. Calmly, he unleashed two skills. Necromancer's Grasp. Bone Prison. Instantly, the previously smooth ground erupted with countless arms. These arms possessed incredible. Any creature that stepped on them would be instantly grabbed. Canterback and his team's mounts were instantly ensnared by the magic originally meant to track enemies under the experienced Dua's control instantly became a tripping net. These tiger leopard cavalrymen, who had just been incredibly swift, were suddenly halted by their mounts. In an instant, due to the immense inertia, they were thrown several meters away. What awaited them was the bone prison that Dua had long prepared. Except for the experienced Canterback, the tiger leopard cavalry team, except for Canterback, was completely captured by Dua. Seeing his 19 captured members, Dua couldn't help but chuckle. A more powerful killing move was waiting for them. Bone spikes. In the next moment, countless bone spikes suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing this scene, Canterback's eyes widened in fury. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Countless muffled groans echoed from within the prison. In the next moment, the members of the tiger leopard cavalry let out a painful scream. Each and every one of them had at least 3 bone spikes piercing through them. From a distance, it looked like a string of candied hawthorns. Instantly, blood tears streamed down Canterback's eyes. These were all his subordinates. Because of his erroneous decision, the entire squad was annihilated. Now, with only himself surviving, how could he face the world? I will fight you to the end. Canterback suddenly let out a furious roar. In the next moment, a pale yellow soul force gathered around him. It seemed he activated some special explosive skill. A dazzling flame rapidly radiated from around Canterback. With a resolve to die, he charged swiftly towards Dua. In the face of Canterback's determination, Dua, Soul Shock, Tracking Ghost Fire, Death Ray, Frost Ray, for immensely powerful skills struck directly at Canterback. In the next moment, just as Canterback was charging, his body suddenly stiffened. Not far away, Sander, who had been observing the battle, let out an unwilling roar. No. Unfortunately, his roar seemed to have no effect. The flames around Canterback gradually dissipated, and he himself directly knelt on the ground. Canterback perished in battle. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding and twisting echoed. Before them lay Canterback, who had just been slain by Dua. His body suddenly contorted involuntarily. The flesh and blood upon him rotted and peeled away at a visible speed. In the end, he transformed into a brand new robust skeleton. Along with him, his fierce tiger mount also underwent transformation. The Canterback, now a skeleton, seemed to have lost all sense of awareness. He knelt respectfully before Dua. Dua, however, chuckled softly. Go, my warrior, bring me the Huangshi camp. Upon hearing Dua's command, Canterback immediately nodded respectfully. In the next moment, he mounted his skeletal tiger and turned to charge toward the Huangshi camp. Seeing his former comrade's corpse being exploited by the enemy after death, and confronting him in battle, Sander's face turned ashen. Bastard. The tiger leopard cavalry was an essential unit among the mountain elves. When a small squad united, they even had the strength to challenge higher-level foes. Yet such an elite squad was easily toyed with by Dua. Instantly, Sander put aside all underestimations of the skeleton clan. Looking at Dua, his expression was grave. This enemy was not to be underestimated. He was definitely not a novice soul wielder. Perhaps he was a monster secretly cultivated by the skeleton clan. The skeleton clan had been plotting for so long, perhaps for today's full-scale assault. Sander believed that although the Huangshi camp was their first stop, it would certainly not be their last. Fortunately, Dua, on the opposite side, seemed to have no intention of personally stepping into the fray. As long as no enemy foolishly approached him, he would hardly take action. The only 2 times he targeted the enemy were due to Bulk and Canterback posing a threat to his life. As if he had grasped the opponent's tactics, Sander's expression darkened. Though he did not want to entrust the lives of his team to the enemy, Sander also understood. At this moment, he could only steel himself and fight against the ratmen skeletons before him. Sander shouted in frustration to everyone. All of you hold the Huangshi camp. We must last until the very last. Hearing Sander's words, the mountain elf warriors also held their breath. Everyone understood that they were no match for the archers of the Daybreaker squad. No longer cared about the few arrows they had left. At this moment, everyone took out their cherished arrows and launched them into the battlefield. Explosive arrows flew wildly towards the skeletons before them, as if they were free of cost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battlefield was filled with the sound of countless arrows slicing through the air. With each arrow shot by the Daybreakers, a skeleton was sent flying, followed by a fierce explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with countless small mushroom clouds. Massive craters erupted, creating numerous vacuums that blew the skeletons away. The skeleton soldiers' advance finally slowed alongside the mountain elves' frenzied assault. Seeing this, in the distance, Dua furrowed his brow slightly. He tapped his staff lightly. In the next moment, 36 skeleton knights slowly emerged behind him. They looked like warriors emerging from hell. These long-awaited skeleton knights had blazing red soul fires in their eye sockets. The trembling skeleton swords in their hands seemed to signify their inner thirst for blood and the souls of their enemies. Charge! With Dua's command. Instantly, the skeletal horses beneath these knights let out a furious howl. The cavalry charged toward the Huangshi camp like a spear. Their speed increased faster and faster. When they reached their peak speed, at that moment, all the soldiers on the battlefield seemed to see a massive skeleton head appear above this cavalry unit. With an unstoppable momentum, it took only a moment. This cavalry squad charged directly into the path of Sander and his companions. Seeing this scene, Sander and the others' expressions changed slightly. Everyone immediately used Wild Call. We must block this cavalry squad. Hearing Sander's command, all the mountain elf shamans' faces turned blood red. Awoke, roar, moo. A series of roars not resembling those of beasts echoed. At the forefront, several bear men towering at least 2 to 3 meters tall directly stood in front of the skeleton cavalry. Behind them, various beast men pressed against the backs of these strong men. In the next moment, bones collided with flesh in an instant. Bang! Crack! The entire shaman squad staggered back several steps. The leading tank-like shamans were directly turned into mush. The skeleton cavalry did not gain any advantage either. The leading 12 cavalry were directly smashed into a pile of bone fragments. Seeing the devastating losses of his squad, Sander's heart bled. Without a second thought, he spread his wings behind, with a furious punch toward the cavalry before him. Crack, crack, crack. He hammered down on the skeleton cavalry, as if venting his anger. Under his rapid and fierce attacks, this group of cavalry was soon reduced to pieces. When Sander regained, all the skeleton cavalry before him had been dealt with by him and his team members. Moreover, the number of ordinary skeletons before them had significantly decreased. No longer was it the dense swarm at the beginning. At present, there were only a few thousand skeletons left. Looking at the noticeably fewer skeletons before him, Sander's expression was not overly joyful. On the contrary, at this moment, he even hesitated whether to continue charging and eliminate the enemies before him. There were still half an hour left until the final wave of defenders arrived. If they eliminated these skeleton soldiers early, what awaited them would be the big boss skeleton mage Dua. At the usually brave and composed Sander was filled with fear. Just thinking of Canerbach's death made his heart chill. Attack or defend? It was a dilemma. As Sander hesitated, suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from behind him. He saw Cao Wei, who had been idling at the back of the battlefield, now wearing a look of relief on his face. Looking at the bewildered Sander, Cao Wei chuckled and said, "Captain, don't worry, I'll unleash my ultimate move. You don't need to worry about these minions, you would just focus on the main." As soon as the words left his mouth, numerous holy light orbs coalesced from Cao Wei's hands. In the next moment, these holy orbs like countless stars flew towards the skeletons opposite them. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying holy light cannon suddenly exploded upon the ground, with at least hundreds crashing down into the sea of skeletons before them. Not only did the visual sensation explode, but the illusion of a deity descending upon them compelled the surrounding soul energy users to kneel in worship. Everyone stared in shock at Cao Wei, who had unleashed the holy light bombardment. Even Sander looked at Cao Wei in disbelief, silently speechless. This human they had always looked down upon was actually hiding such depth. With just a single move, he had annihilated all of the enemy's forces. What the hell? Is this guy really just a trainee soul energy user? With such power, such attack strength, I would believe he was a second-tier soul energy user. Damn, I thought this guy was a warrior. Turns out he's a mage. What mage? Didn't you see he was using light-type magic? This guy is a priest. Right, I just remembered that ancient tree of light was summoned by him. Listening to the chaotic chatter of the surrounding team members, Sander looked at Cao Wei with an indescribable gaze. It was as if he was meeting this guy for the first time. Suddenly, Sander's gaze sharpened. This human had been playing the pig to eat the tiger until now. It was hard to doubt that he had no ulterior motives. Upon seeing Sander's gaze, Cao Wei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale, and he fainted on the spot. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. I've expended too much soul energy, Captain. I need to rest for a bit. You go ahead first, and I'll heal you once I recover." Hearing Cao Wei's words, Sander instantly remembered that they were still on the battlefield. The skeleton soldiers just now were merely an appetizer. The real challenge was actually that skeleton mage on the opposite side. Wait. Skeleton mage. He seemed to have thought of something. Sanders' expression changed dramatically. He turned to look at Duva on the opposite side. At this moment Duva also seemed taken aback by Cao Wei's sudden action. Seeing that all of his forces had been wiped out, Duva merely chuckled indifferent and twisted the bones of his body. The sound of crack crack echoed from his skeletal frame. Clearly he was about to make a move. Sander. If looks could kill, Cao Wei would have been slain by Sander countless times already. Why did this kid choose to unleash his ultimate ability now of all times? Isn't he just pushing all their spirits into the fire pit? Looking at Cao Wei. Meanwhile, Cao Wei innocently looked back at Sander. In their exchanged gazes, it seemed Cao Wei's eyes were saying, "I did this. All for you, Captain Pa." Spitting heavily, Sander tried hard not to look at Cao Wei's face. He feared that he would be unable to resist the urge to kill him. After all, this guy had just helped him eliminate the enemy. He feared that he would be unable to resist the urge to kill him. After all, this guy had just helped him eliminate the enemy. Clearly, this guy wouldn't be counting on any battle capability in the short term. Next, they would have to find a way to stall Duva. Thinking of this, Sander glanced at Duva with a somewhat grim expression. Meanwhile, his gaze sharpened, revealing a contempt. All Dawn Chasers prepare. Don't seek to attack. Try to block the enemy's route. The remaining shaman team, stay close behind me. The opponent is just a mage. Close combat is their weakness. If we can get close, taking him down will be a matter of minutes. Priests and mages, remember to support in time. Furthermore, the opponent is not an ordinary enemy. We must avoid prolonged combat and protect yourselves. After saying that, Sander took a deep breath. Looking at Duva, who had a mocking expression in the soul fire, Sander remained silent for a moment before shouting, "Follow me," with Sander's command. In the next moment, over 30 shamans charged out from behind him. All the shamans maintained their orc forms. According to Sander's orders, their primary target was to get in close. Light feather, rapid aura, endurance spell. Behind them, the priests of the hill spirits began to exert their roles. Facing Duva, who could single-handedly take on a tiger leopard cavalry team, they could not be too careful. Meanwhile, the Dawn Chaser archers also picked up the long arrows from their quivers, unwilling to be outdone. The arrows flew like a storm toward Duva across the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, a storm of arrows began to rain down from the sky. However, in the face of such a terrifying rain of arrows, Duva remained unfazed and even yawned. A futile effort. Next, he gently waved his staff. A black transparent shield appeared directly in front of him. Dark shield, clink, clink, bang, bang. As the arrows struck the shield, they produced a series of scattered sounds. Although the arrows had tremendous force, not a single one could penetrate Duva's shield. In the astonished gazes of everyone, suddenly a pair of pitch-black wings appeared behind Duva, flapping slightly. In the next moment, Duva soared into the sky, flying 5 meters high. From a distance, Cao Wei, who was currently playing dead, couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon witnessing this. Clearly, Duva had anticipated various countermeasures against his last flying escape. There was no way to escape now. But looking at Duva, who was becoming increasingly versatile, Cao Wei's expression also changed slightly. This guy was truly monstrous. Not only was he well-equipped and skilled, but his combat experience was also so rich. Just in 2 encounters, and in less than a day, Duva had already become this formidable. If given more time, Cao Wei estimated that even if Duva ruled the entire trial ground, he wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. He had that capability. While Cao Wei pondered how to deal with Duva, Duva showcased his astonishing combat. Suddenly, a series of black corrosive bombs appeared behind him, resembling Cao Wei's holy light bombardment in a similar fashion. However, compared to Cao Wei's brute force launch, Duva's attacks were clearly more elegant and refined, like a highly... With each wave of Duva's staff, these corrosive spheres precisely descended upon Sander's team. The distance between them was merely 500 meters. But this 1,000 meters was like a chasm for Sander and the others. No matter how agile the shamans were, or how strong their defenses were, once they entered Duva's attack range, these corrosive spheres would behave like homing missiles, always finding their target. At every moment, Duva's team continued to dwindle. Finally, after a long period of evasion, Sander and his team finally approached Duva's main body. In Sand's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed. His wings spread wide along his back, striving to their fullest extent. With his last breath, Sand soared into the sky. He tightly grasped Duva in the sky and pulled him down towards the ground. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke rose from the ground. Both Duva and Sand crashed heavily onto the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, all the shamans frantically rushed towards Duva. A group of beastmen extended their sharp claws and lunged at Duva. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of battle echoed amidst the smoke. From time to time, the air was pierced by sounds of painful grunts and cries. The archers and mages had ceased their... Due to the smoke, they feared injuring their own teammates. The scene fell into a brief silence. Everyone silently watched the smoke before them, waiting for the final outcome. Even Cao Wei slowly stood up from the ground. He gazed at the smoke across the way. As the smoke dissipated, a solitary figure gradually emerged before everyone. Upon seeing this slightly empty figure, a thud echoed. All hearts clenched slightly. The shamans who had just attacked Dua were now piled up like a mountain of flesh unbeknownst to them. Dua sat atop the mountain of flesh with a cold smile on his face. He remained still without any movement. Yet everyone was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to utter a word. Dua disdainfully let out a cold snort. When I was a warrior, you were still nursing. With a kick, he sent Sand, who resembled a dead dog, flying. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Sand's mouth. He stared blankly at Dua, as if wanting to say something. But in the next moment, Sand directly fainted, not even having the chance to speak his final words. Witnessing this, Cao Wei's pupils contracted. He never expected that Sand not only possessed formidable magical power, but also seemingly excelled in close combat. Although he did not know what Dua had done to Sand and the others amidst the smoke. But just by looking at the bruised and battered faces of the group, he could tell that they had endured a fierce confrontation. This guy. Is there anything he can't do? Cao Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth, slightly a hint of gravity reflected in his eyes. He immediately donned his forest gear. At that moment, he transformed into a mage. Holy light bombardment. Cao Wei roared in anger. In the next moment, holy light bullets, even larger than before, filled the entire sky. The sky appeared to be bathed in brilliant light in an instant. At this moment, even Dua slightly nodded. The countless holy light bullets surged towards him with an unstoppable momentum. The terrifying light attribute energy caused even Dua to feel a slight shock. Good lad, you actually have this hidden up your sleeve. But what you don't know is, strength spells only have their greatest deterrent power before being unleashed. With a chuckle, Dua quickly downed a bottle of mana potion. He slammed his necromancer staff forcefully again. In an instant, a massive dragon head conjured from dark magic appeared above Dua's head. Dragon flame. The dragon head slightly opened its mouth. In the next moment, a stream of black flames erupted from the dragon's mouth. As the holy light bullets collided with the black flames, it was as if a volatile chemical reaction had occurred, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom! The sky instantly transformed into a chaotic swirl of black and white. The alternating flashes of black and white made the surrounding soul users' eyes sting. Thus a full minute passed. Until Cao Wei exhausted his last bit of soul power, the holy light bullets in the sky finally disappeared. Cough, cough. Cao Wei felt his soul power completely drained. This was the first time he experienced the after effects of insufficient soul power. At this moment, he could only feel a dull pain in his head. He faintly sensed that if he cast another spell, it would undoubtedly fail at a percentage rate. In contrast, Dua's dragon flame continued to be unleashed without pause. In terms of total magical energy, he had far surpassed Cao Wei. In terms of equipment and soul power, he was significantly ahead of Cao Wei. There was a fundamental gap between. Dua clapped his hands and called out, "Clap, clap. I never expected in just a day your strength has improved so much. Kid, hand over the dragon egg and sign a slave contract with me, and I might spare your life." Dragon egg. The other mountain elves nearby were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words dragon egg. Cao Wei's expression, however, slightly changed. This Dua dared to mention the dragon egg so casually. Was he utterly fearless, or did he want to court death? Did he not understand the consequences if the surrounding foreign races heard the words dragon egg? Unfortunately, Dua seemed oblivious to the inappropriateness of his words. He still grinned at Cao Wei. "Indeed, although I have no fondness for that thing, the higher-ups have already made up their minds to hatch it. This thing is useless to you, so why not obediently return it to me? I might spare your life." Oh. Hearing Dua's confident response, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel slightly curious. He snorted coldly, pretending to casually ask, "How do you know I can't hatch it? This dragon egg, I have confirmed, is definitely alive. What you skeleton clan can accomplish, why can't I?" Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Dua chuckled again. This time he did not retort. As if guessing the trap in Cao Wei's words, Dua merely cast a faint glance at him. Dua spoke in a mocking tone, laughing sharply. "He'll tell you it's no problem. After retrieving that dragon egg, you probably haven't seen its hatching conditions right. Open your eyes and take a good look. This thing, can you really hatch it?" Ha ha. Cao Wei's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing Dua's words. Without a second thought, he took out his dragon egg from his spatial wristwatch. In the next moment, an intense chill enveloped Cao Wei's entire body. Name: Frost Dragon Egg, awaiting hatching. Hatching conditions: collect the life of 1 S-Rank soul user completed. Collect the life of 10 S-Rank hidden profession soul users 010. Collect the life of 50 A-Rank hidden profession soul users 650. Collect the life of 100 rank hidden profession soul users 32100. Collect the life of 500 crank hidden profession soul users completed. Collect the life of 1000 rank hidden profession soul users completed. Collect the life of 2000 rank hidden profession soul users completed. Collect the life of 5000 frank hidden profession soul users completed. Gulp. Seeing the hatching conditions of the dragon egg before him, Cao Wei instinctively swallowed hard. This was not a dragon egg, it was simply a slaughterhouse. Legend has it that wherever dragons roam, auspicious signs will emerge, and the people will live in peace. However, wherever dragon eggs are found, drought and suffering will plague the land and countless lives will be lost. For every unhatched dragon egg, the young dragon instinctively draws upon all the resources it can find around it to ensure its successful birth. It is said that the downfall of the Shang dynasty was due to a precious dragon egg buried underground in the land of Shang. From that moment, the calamity of sealing gods began, and countless people faced a tragic beginning and an even more tragic end. Thinking of the legends related to dragon eggs swirling in his mind, Cao Wei broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps these stories should not be taken seriously. However, since ancient times, humans have harbored a deep fear of mythical creatures like dragons. Just as the system described, this frost dragon egg requires a constant siphoning of the life force from those who possess spiritual energy in order to hatch. In just a few seconds of holding the dragon egg, Cao Wei felt his arm begin to slightly freeze, as if the dragon egg in front of him was attempting to devour him whole. In haste, he returned the dragon egg to his spatial watch. Yet as he glanced at the space watch again, the dragon egg occupying space made his expression grow ambiguous. This truly feels like picking up a hot potato. The frost dragon egg, whether discarded or sold, he couldn't bear to part with. But if he wanted to hatch it, just this level and a level hidden profession, users who possess spiritual energy, Cao Wei had no idea where to find them. He wasn't a madman to go against the world for a dragon egg. Ridiculous. With his current strength, whether he could defeat those high-level hidden professionals was still a question. Seeing the change in Cao Wei's expression, Dua merely chuckled. So have you thought it through? Obey me, and I will lead you into strength. With my help, I guarantee you will evolve to the 6th transition within 20 years. His voice was filled with In the next moment, a scroll brimming with magical energy was slowly drawn out. Without needing to guess, Cao Wei knew that what the other party held was undoubtedly the so-called slave contract. In response, Cao Wei simply smiled coldly. A holy light bullet coalesced directly in his hand. The next moment, he hurled it towards Dua's face. Boom! The holy light bullet exploded against a black curtain. Dua, however, looked at Cao Wei with a cold expression and said flatly, "Is this your choice?" Hearing Dua's words, Cao Wei merely smiled coldly. "Don't compare me to that waste. I'd rather die than be unfree." At Cao Wei's furious roar from a distance, Li Heng, who had been hanging behind Dua like a corpse, finally moved. At that moment, he became agitated, his face flushed as if insulted. The look he directed at Cao Wei was filled with indescribable hatred. "Cao Wei, I'm going to kill you." Then under Cao Wei's astonished gaze, Li Heng broke free from the rope's bind. With an unmatched momentum and speed, he charged at Cao Wei like a leopard. Meanwhile, Dua had already returned to his skeletal mount without anyone noticing. With a mocking expression, he looked towards Cao Wei and said with a sneer, "Let me see what kind of gap there is between you and the waste you spoke of." Before Cao Wei could react, Li Heng was already in front of him. In the next moment, a heavy punch struck directly against Cao Wei's chest armor. 424. Bang! A loud sound. Under Cao Wei's incredulous gaze, he was actually sent flying by a single punch from Li Heng. Feeling the immense force from his chest, Cao Wei seemed to understand something. Looking at Li Heng, although it seemed like he was confirming, his tone was filled with certainty as he spoke. "You have become a 1st transition noble knight." Hearing Cao Wei's question, Li Heng merely smiled cruelly. "Unfortunately, you will never reach the 1st transition in your lifetime." The next moment, his attributes were fully revealed before Cao Wei. Name: Li Heng, level 16 class, 1st transition, noble knight, equipment, aura warrior set, D5 penetrating knight's spear, D, aura warrior set effect, using aura skills, increases effect by 3 number of equipment pieces. Consumption reduced by 5 number of equipment pieces. Health 13500, soul power 64, 20 physical attack, 720 magic attack, 420 physical defense, 460 magic defense, 360 strength, 206 constitution, 222 speed, 126 intelligence, 146 luck, 102 skills, noble aura, armor piercing, aura strength, aura speed, aura berserk, aura endurance, aura noble aura. B increases attributes of allies by 10. Aura type talents gain a 5 boost. Seeing Li Heng's new attributes, Cao Wei was momentarily shocked. How is this possible? What's impossible about it? Li Heng roared in anger. In the next moment, he pulled back his hair from his forehead. A skull-like mark appeared on Li Heng's forehead. Occasionally, this skull mark would flicker with a fiery glow. This is the slave mark. The slave mark that Dua had carved onto Li Heng. From now on, as long as Li Heng dared to disobey, Dua had the right to decide his life or death. In other words, Li Heng no longer belonged to himself and had completely become Dua's possession. At this moment, Li Heng had completely lost his sanity. As if venting, he relentlessly attacked Cao Wei. Killing Cao Wei had become his obsession. For this, he even sold his soul to the devil. After becoming Dua's slave, Dua actually treated Li Heng. Whether it was helping Li Heng find suitable equipment or assisting him in completing transition tasks, Dua played an indispensable role. However, compared to what Li Heng had lost, these seemed too trivial. Therefore, at this moment, Li Heng was full. He was confident that with such powerful strength, Cao Wei was merely a whetstone for him. Watching Li Heng attack him continuously, Cao Wei frowned slightly. At that moment, he felt no connection to the grievances between him and Li Heng from the past. He only felt that the madman before him was nothing but a pitiful creature. In the next moment, Cao Wei's forest set was directly replaced with the enforcer set. Boom, a loud sound. Cao Wei and Li Heng's fists met heated. Looking at Li Heng, whose eyes were filled with bloodlust, Cao Wei merely said, without sadness or joy, is living so painful. Don't worry, you'll be liberated soon. Bang, bang, bang. On the ground, the figures of two soul power users were constantly separating and merging. Every 3 seconds, these two figures would collide once. The white figure was Cao Wei. The blue figure was Li Heng. At this moment, neither of them chose to use weapons. Like the most primitive wild beasts, they swung their fists at each other with all their might. Bang! Li Heng's fist struck Cao Wei's nose. Cao Wei, not to be outdone, kicked Li Heng in a sensitive area. Hiss! Instantly, both men let out a cry of anguish. In the next moment, after just a few seconds of separation, they tangled together once again. It was as if they were wrestling. Like male elk in autumn, they fought fiercely for mating rights. However, their battle was undoubtedly far more bloody. Today, this fight would determine not only the victor, but also life and death. One could say that Cao Wei's hatred for Li Heng was no less than Li Heng's hatred for him. Every cause has its effect. Today, Li Heng ended up in this situation because if he hadn't harmed Cao Wei and bullied him for half a year, how could Cao Wei have repeatedly attacked him? Neither of them looked favorably upon the other. Finally, Li Heng seemed to have given up on this pointless heated combat with Cao Wei. Although Li Heng's attacks were high and his speed fast, Cao Wei's defense was astonishingly high, much like a tortoise that was hard to penetrate. With over 1,000 in defense, Li Heng could only feel his hands swelling from the impact. The fighting was fierce, yet the results were pathetic. What was this? You throw a punch, I throw a punch, each punch taking away 10 hit points. Was this an RPG turn-based game? Immediately, a glint of determination flashed in Li Heng's eyes. Noble aura. Power aura. Explosive aura. In the next moment, 2 auras erupted from his body. Li Heng's power instantly surged from 720 to 972. Bang! An inaudible grunt. Cao Wei was once again sent flying by Li Heng. 834. A massive damage struck Cao Wei. Li Heng had just dealt a critical hit. Double damage left Cao Wei unable to function. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Cao Wei's mouth. But soon Cao Wei disdainfully wiped it away. Son, you're cheating. Get lost. Who told you that using skills in battle isn't allowed? If you can't match up, then suffer. In the next moment, Li Heng charged towards Cao Wei with another dash. Seeing Li Heng rushing towards him, Cao Wei took a deep breath. Bah, you have boosts, but I have healing. In the next moment, an energy bar was shoved into Cao Wei's mouth. After a while, Cao Wei, who had been battered and bruised, instantly became vibrant again. Bah, shameless. They'll see whether my stamina depletes first or your soul power. With that, Li Heng charged at Cao Wei like a fierce tiger. Just like that, the two instantly engaged in over 50 exchanges. No matter how strong Cao Wei's recovery abilities were, Li Heng, bolstered by the explosive aura, could always land a few critical hits on him. It was unbearable for Cao Wei. If this continued, what difference would there be between him and a punching bag? Immediately, Cao Wei began to think of a way to break the deadlock. What method could quickly break the ice and alter the current stalemate? Holy light bombardment. No way. Li Heng's magical defense was also quite formidable. A single holy light bomb from Cao Wei might not even break through 10 points of his defense. Even if Cao Wei could launch hundreds of holy light projectiles at once, as long as he couldn't take Li Heng down in one hit, there was a possibility of a counterattack. Blinding field. Also not an option. This was Cao Wei's trump card. Using it against Li Heng would be a considerable waste. Revealing his trump card now was not worth it at all. In the next moment, Cao Wei clapped his hands on the ground. Ancient Tree of Light. Instantly, a tender sprout shot up from the ground and began to grow rapidly. Before long, the sprout had transformed into a towering tree, blocking the path between Li Heng and Cao Wei, roaring loudly at Li Heng. Get lost. Faced with the provocation of the ancient tree, Li Heng's expression turned cold. In the next moment, he summoned his knight's spear, a long spear with armor-piercing effects. With just one strike, he dealt a considerable amount of damage. 1,650. A woo. The ancient tree let out a wail. Half of its body was shattered by Li Heng. If Li Heng's attack came 2 more times, it would surely meet the tree god. And Cao Wei, taking advantage of the ancient tree to block Li Heng's view, dashed away without mercy. At the same time, he pulled out a skill scroll he had just stored away from his space watch. Archery Mastery D. Just moments ago, while clearing away thousands of skeleton soldiers, Cao Wei's experience had already exceeded 10,000. The reason he hadn't used it immediately was that he intended to save it for a crucial moment. Now was not the time to conserve experience points. So without hesitation, Cao Wei directly used his skill. Holy Evolution. Ding. You have evolved Archery Mastery D, consuming 100 experience points. You have gained the skill Archery Mastery B. Archery Mastery B contains master-level Yellowstone archery techniques. Upon use, the user gains a significant amount of archery experience. Seeing the contents of the skill scroll, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. This is it. Use it. Ding. You have learned Archery Mastery B. A massive influx of archery-related experience flooded into Cao Wei's mind in an instant. As Cao Wei learned the skill, he felt his senses sharpen and his hands grow stronger, as if he were an archer who had mastered archery for many years. In the next moment, Cao Wei took out a longbow. It was the same longbow he had used against Papato. Name Hunter's Bow D requirements: level 10 strength, 40 speed, 25 effect, increases damage by 15 against beast-type creatures. Although the effect wasn't particularly outstanding, it was indeed the only bow Cao Wei could use at the moment. He suddenly stopped retreating. Looking at Li Heng, who was less than 50 meters away, Li Heng had just defeated the ancient tree he had summoned. With a cold smile, he watched Cao Wei. Cao Wei, unfazed, drew an arrow from the quiver beside him. Without saying a word, Cao Wei shot an arrow at Li Heng. Whoosh! The arrow struck directly at Li Heng's head. 620. A tremendous critical hit sent Li Heng flying backwards. As he surveyed the retreating scene around him, a flash of indescribable shock flickered in Li Heng's eyes, followed by a surge of anger. When did you learn such a technique? How despicable! Ignoring his own injuries, Li Heng charged towards Cao Wei. However, Cao Wei was no longer the same as before. As he watched Li Heng charge, and like a rampaging rhinoceros, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Brute. In the next moment, the arrows in his hand shot out, like a barrage, releasing 3 arrows in a second. Cao Wei was retreating while shooting. Meanwhile, Li Heng was in a dire situation, enduring excruciating pain as he desperately closed in on Cao Wei. Unfortunately, Cao Wei's archery was extraordinarily domineering. Each arrow seemed to have a will of its own, relentlessly targeting Li Heng's vital spots. Whether intentional or not, Cao Wei's hands were truly vicious. Halfway through, Li Heng couldn't help but cover his lower body, frantically retreating. In the distance, Dua watched this scene with growing excitement. I was right, this human's combat talent is indeed remarkable. Compared to the last time, he has grown stronger. My interest in him is only intensifying. Dua admired Cao Wei's relentless shooting as if appreciating a work of art. Though his own strength had also grown terrifying, having single-handedly annihilated a Ratman tribe's trial ground, Dua knew the reasons behind his success. On one hand, it was due to the overall weakness of the Ratman tribe. On the other hand, it was his vast experience that allowed him to challenge an entire tribe alone. In contrast, Cao Wei, still a newcomer, was growing at an alarming rate. His progress was undoubtedly more astounding than the geniuses Dua had seen over the years. Cao Wei was truly a genius among geniuses. This was also why Dua had previously refrained from striking him down when he had the chance, like a strict collector. Cao Wei was the most exquisite collection that Dua valued. This piece seemed like an uncarved. What he needed to do was to continuously sculpt Cao Wei, turning him into a rare gem. In fact, Cao Wei had not disappointed him. Every bit of progress was even more impressive than Dua had imagined. Watching the dashing human on the battlefield, Dua couldn't help but lick his teeth, even without a tongue. This human, he must be acquired today. He must be made to sign a slave contract with him, even if it means using any inhumane methods. Thinking of this, Dua's expression turned slightly cold. He looked at the mountain spirits in the distance, and finally took jet black wings extended from his back. Dua discarded his skeletal horse and quickly flew towards the Huangshan. Alongside his high-speed flight, a thick purple-black smoke spread out beside him. Plague of rats. The mountain spirits were already bewildered by the series of changes, first the dragon egg, and then the battle between Cao Wei and Li Heng. At this moment, they no longer knew if the human who had just fought alongside them had any other identities. All the spirits stood frozen at the Huangshan camp, coldly watching the battle between Cao Wei and Li Heng. Not a single one chose to intervene. At this moment, upon seeing Dua suddenly charging towards them, everyone instantly prepared for battle. As Sander had already been defeated by Dua, the commander's position was automatically transferred to the second highest authority present. A mountain spirit dressed as a mage slowly stepped out of the crowd. Seeing Dua rapidly approaching, his expression changed slightly. Everyone prioritize defense. The Daybreakers team, use explosive arrows. Do not hold back. If you survive this ordeal, I will reimburse you double. All mages and priests use defensive skills. Shamans. Forget it. Just hold the camp. The second turn master will arrive soon. 10 minutes. We just need to hold out for 10 minutes. Hearing the lead mage's words, the mountain spirits quickly entered a defensive stance. All the spirits looked at Dua with vigilant eyes. Members of the Daybreakers team took out their best explosive. Without holding back, they shot 3 arrows simultaneously. They never expected to hit an expert like Dua with only a rain of arrows would have a slight chance of hitting him. Boom. In the sky, a violent spark erupted. As the sparks burst forth, the surrounding unexploded arrows detonated like a chain reaction. In an instant, the sky was dyed a fiery golden hue, just as the mountain spirits silently prayed for Dua to perish in the explosion. Suddenly, a thick beam of light shot out from the smoke, swiftly heading towards the position of the commanding mage among the crowd. Bang! The protective shield before him couldn't even last a second before being punctured by Dua, creating a large hole. The next moment, the beam of light struck directly at the chest of the mountain spirit mage. A mouthful of blood sprayed from the mage's mouth. Staring blankly at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes gradually clouded over. Upon seeing this, all the mountain spirits were terrified. Everyone frantically attacked in the direction from which the magic had just come. They didn't care about defense. They unleashed their strongest attack skills. Soon the sky where Dua was located became a riot of colors. After all skills had been unleashed, a chilling male voice suddenly echoed from behind everyone. "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing Dua's words, a bone-chilling coldness washed over everyone's hearts as they turned their heads stiffly to look behind. Before them, a massive dragon had appeared. Flame of the demon dragon. In an instant, all the mountain spirits were engulfed by Dua's magic. Amidst the flames, the spirits' anguished screams echoed. In less than 5 minutes, the entire mountain spirit squad was annihilated. At this moment, only 5 minutes remained until the last wave of guardians from the mountain spirit tribe would arrive. Not far away, Li Heng opposite Cao Wei was jumping up and down like water droplets splashing into a pot of hot oil. Faced with Cao Wei's storm-like attacks, Li Heng appeared visibly flustered. From time to time, one could see Li Heng groaning in pain while clutching his lower body. Watching Li Heng, who was leaping around like a clown, Cao Wei wore a satisfied smile on his face. A melee fighter who cannot get close is just a little chicken. Cao Wei took out another arrow from his quiver. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Li Heng, a chilling sensation rapidly approached him from behind. Not good. Feeling the coldness behind him, Cao Wei realized he had been careless and did not dodge. A chilling bone-piercing ray struck Cao Wei, who was just ready to attack. Instantly, Cao Wei's movements visibly became stiff. Let alone shooting arrows, even drawing the bow felt extremely strenuous. Clearly, he had fallen into the frozen state of the frost ray. Cao Wei did not expect the skeleton mage opposite him to strike at this moment. "Bastard, didn't you say I should duel with Li?" Before Cao Wei could curse, Li Heng's eyes flashed with a glint of excitement when he saw Cao Wei suddenly become... It was an opportunity. "Speed, aura," Li Heng shouted angrily. In the next moment, his speed increased. He charged towards Cao Wei like a gust of wind. Under Cao Wei's furious gaze, Li Heng directly struck below Cao Wei's navel. 826. "Damn," Cao Wei yelled. "Are you doing this on purposely? Do you know your mother almost became a widow?" Hearing Cao Wei's furious curses, Li Heng felt a rush of comfort. Finally, he had regained some face. However, after hearing Cao Wei's trash talk, Li Heng's expression turned serious again. "Ihi, can you talk? If you can, then say more. Soon you won't have a chance to speak." Suddenly, 6 luminous auras flashed around Li Heng. At that moment, he unleashed all his firepower. The spear in his hand seemed to flash with a golden light. Without a word, Li Heng thrust it directly towards Cao Wei's heart. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Enough, stop. Just as Li Heng's night spear was about to pierce Cao Wei's chest, suddenly a cold voice interrupted Li Heng's movement. Although the tone was merely a casual command, yet the language was filled with an indescribable sense of rules and power. Upon hearing this voice, Li Heng's eyes so close. Just a bit more, and he could have killed Cao Wei. At this moment, he could not bear to let go. Li Heng let out a roar that sounded almost inhuman. In the next moment, he prepared to disregard Dua's orders and deliver a fatal blow to Cao Wei. Seeing Li Heng's actions, Dua merely snorted lightly. Humph! Suddenly, countless transparent golden chains appeared in the sky, rapidly piercing through Li Heng's body and binding him tightly. ZZ! Countless electrical currents erupted from the golden chains. Ah! A tragic scream echoed throughout the entire Huangshi camp. Looking at Li Heng, whose veins were bulging and expression crumbling, Cao Wei's expression turned grave. In a moment, a foul odor filled Cao Wei's nostrils. Li Heng before him had actually been electrocuted. In the sky, a pair of strikingly dark wings suddenly appeared before Cao Wei's eyes. Dua, clad in a set of undead armor, slowly flew to the middle of Cao Wei and Li Heng. Looking at Li Heng, who resembled a dead dog, a hint of mockery flashed through Dua's soul fire. It seems some people still do not understand what it means to be a good dog. With a thud, Dua's foot landed squarely on Li Heng's face. Li Heng's once handsome face immediately became swollen and bruised. ZZ! Another surge of electricity coursed through Li Heng's body. Instantly, the air was filled with Li Heng's helpless and piercing screams. Seeing this scene, Cao Wei seized the moment as his negative status faded. Grabbing his hammer, he swung it towards Dua without a second thought. Bang! The hammer missed and struck the ground hard. Meanwhile, Dua's figure had already appeared behind Cao Wei unbeknownst to him. With a slightly curious tone, Dua coldly asked, "Isn't he your enemy? Why do you pity him?" Whoosh! Hearing the voice behind him, Cao Wei swung his hammer again without a word. The hammer once again missed. Dua's position had retreated several meters without him realizing it. Cao Wei, with a grim expression, stated, Li Heng, no matter how worthless he may be, he is still a human being. Only I have the right to hit him. Dua seemed a bit curious about Cao Wei's logic, but he did not elaborate. In his hand, the slave scroll had reappeared at some point. Human, my patience is limited. Sign it, or... As soon as the words fell, countless dark magical powers erupted from Dua's body. Instantly, a tremendous pressure bore down on Cao Wei. Cold sweat streamed down Cao Wei's cheeks. He knew that if he signed this scroll, his future fate would undoubtedly be no better than the limp Li Heng on the ground. Gulp. Cao Wei swallowed hard, just as he pondered how to break the deadlock in the next moment. The winds and clouds changed dramatically. The once bright sky was suddenly tainted by crimson clouds. A series of fierce winds roared through the entire Huangshe mountain range. Countless birds and beasts seemed to be summoned by something rushing madly towards the Huangshe camp. Soon the three of them were surrounded by a flock of birds and beasts. Seeing the sudden change around him, Dua couldn't help but narrow his soul fire slightly. Interesting, it seems a formidable character has arrived this time. Saying this, he did not even glance at Cao Wei, turning directly to look inside the Huangshe camp. Suddenly, within the Huangshe camp, a massive dimensional gate opened. Roar, ong, ga. The sounds of beast roars, unlike those of humans, echoed from within the dimensional gate. In the next moment, a mountain elf dressed like a savage entered the trial ground with steady and powerful steps. With a hollow, emotionless voice, the mountain elf coldly stated, "I am Buck Quaid, beasts heed my call." Accompanied by the ethereal voice of Buck, in the next moment, all the birds and beasts present lowered their heads. These animals seemed to regard him as their emperor, showing no signs of resistance, obedient like sheep. Upon seeing Buck, Dua instinctively felt a shiver. This time, a real big shot has come. A class hidden profession of the Mountain Spirit Clan, Beast Tamer. To specially target a small character like me. Isn't this a bit over the top? Dua's words dripped with sarcasm. The wild-looking Buck did not speak. His eyes, devoid of pupils, emitted a green glow throughout the scara. A pair of large antlers adorned his head. From a distance, he resembled the king of a herd of deer, steady, dignified, yet sharp and imposing. The dimensional gate behind him had not vanished even after he entered the Huangshe camp. Suddenly, a purple giant wolf crackling with arcs of electricity dashed out from the dimensional gate. In the next moment, a gigantic ancient tree moving with slow steps gradually made its way through the dimensional gate. From afar, it resembled a begonia. The tree was covered in bright red flowers. When the wind lightly blew, these flowers emitted a sound akin to silver bells. A closer look revealed something remarkable. The flowers on this ancient tree seemed to be alive. Before Cao Wei could observe further, a sharp cry suddenly erupted from the dimensional gate. In the next moment, a massive bird, its feathers ablaze like flames, flew directly into the trial ground from the dimensional gate. The giant bird resembled a red-crowned crane. However, it had a total of 4 pairs of eyes. The instant the giant bird entered the trial ground, Cao Wei felt the temperature around him rise several degrees. Without needing to guess, Cao Wei knew this giant bird was undoubtedly a domineering fire attribute magical beast. Lastly, a harsh caw-caw echoed from within the dimensional gate. Under the bewildered gaze of Cao Wei, a penguin surprisingly emerged from the dimensional gate. Well, it was not quite right to call it a penguin, because this penguin had a crown embedded on its head. Moreover, compared to ordinary penguins, this one had noticeably larger eyes. The left eye veered towards the upper left, while the right eye shifted to the upper right. This crowned penguin looked like its gaze was filled with wisdom. In the next moment, under Cao Wei's bewildered gaze, this crowned penguin suddenly hugged the purple giant wolf beside it. Sizzle, 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 caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, the penguin let out a tragic wail. In the next moment, it collapsed onto the ground as if thoroughly cooked. From a distance, Cao Wei seemed to catch a whiff of a burnt odor. Buck instantly lost a powerful combatant. Everyone, what the hell? Is this thing a magical beast? It just made its appearance, and it's already down. They looked speechless at the emperor penguin beside them. Buck suppressed his tightly drawn face, not revealing any other expression. Although his last pet's appearance was somewhat anticlimactic, this did not detract from the fact that his other pets were still extraordinarily mighty. Buck forcibly held back his embarrassment and looked at Dua. "Are you the mage of the skeleton race mentioned in the intel? Quite interesting. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Buck then shifted his gaze to Cao Wei and the barely conscious Li Heng. Upon seeing the other's gaze, Cao Wei immediately shouted, "Lord Cough Master, Lord Buck, I am a mercenary of the Mountain Spirit Clan. We are one of our own." At Cao Wei's words, Buck merely chuckled coldly. "All my subordinates are dead, and you are the only one left alive. How can you claim to be one of our own? Those not of my race must have different intentions. Don't worry, I will make your death a swift one." With a click of his tongue, Cao Wei couldn't help but purse his lips at Buck's words. The moment he spoke, it was already an old trick. Indeed, anyone who could become a second transformation was no fool. The trick that worked on Sandy and the others would probably not work here. Dua merely chuckled. "Want me dead? You aren't qualified yet, but to play with me you are sufficient." And Dua directly swung the staff in his hand, striking the ground forcefully. Boom! A plume of purple-black smoke was immediately released. It was Dua's signature skill, Plague. Facing the dense fog before him, Buck merely revealed a hint of disdainful sneer. Hongzu. Hearing Buck call his name, the ancient tree behind him swayed its body, accompanied by the swaying of the Hongzu ancient tree. The red flowers on it detached from the tree with remarkable agility, swirling around Buck in hundreds and thousands. In the next moment, these flowers suddenly sneezed. Pink pollen instantly enveloped Buck. A massive pink barrier blocked around Buck. The smoke of the plague that spread out dissipated into nothingness upon contact with the pink barrier. Buck cold. Useless. The pollen barrier of Hongzu cannot be easily breached, even by peak second transformation experts. Without breaching my defenses, your skills are ineffective. If you obediently commit suicide, you might die with some dignity. Upon hearing Buck's words, Dua slowly retracted the mocking expression on his face. It was evident that Dua was now taking things seriously. Dark magical energy gathered in his hands. Just as Dua was about to unleash his skill, Ong, a bird's cry from the sky abruptly interrupted his spellcasting. A fireball the size of a person shot towards Dua. Boom! Instantly a massive pit erupted from the ground. Accompanied by it was an unparalleled heat. Just getting closer, Cao Wei felt his hair curl up from the heat wave. Immediately, he quickly retreated, wanting to escape the ongoing battle. Dua and Buck were practically engaged in a celestial battle. For a newbie like him, it was best to run as far as he. At this moment, Cao Wei finally confirmed that Buck and Dua were not on the same level of existence. He also firmly believed that strike earlier definitely wouldn't kill Dua. Taking advantage of Dua's distraction with Buck, Cao Wei would run as far as he could. Indeed, as the flames dispersed, Dua, hidden within the black barrier, looked displeased as he stared at Buck. Little beast tamer, you have provoked me. Hearing Dua's words, Buck merely showed a hint of disdainful laughter. Hongzu Hell Wolf embroidered, I go attack that skeleton mage. Emperor Penguin, you attack that human. With a command from Buck, in the next moment, the giant wolf and giant bird dashed out of the pollen barrier while the grand tree shook gently. Countless red flowers fell from his body, drifting rapidly towards Dua in the gentle breeze. Dua merely smiled coldly. He raised his staff and struck it forcefully against the ground. In that moment, the scattered bones around began to slowly coalesce. In the next moment, two Ratman skeletons, each about the height of a person, appeared beside Dua. Bone reconstruction. Bone reconstruction. See, gather the surrounding bones to form two modified skeletons. The strength of the skeleton monsters is determined by the quantity of bones available. Basic health 2000 points, complete bones quantity 100 health, physical attack power 60 points, complete bones quantity 15 damage, physical and magical defense fixed at 20 points, consumes 1000 soul power. Cooldown time 20 minutes per use. Although bone reconstruction is a clever skill, it is highly dependent on if the surrounding area is an empty field, it may summon two ordinary skeletons. However, in the current battlefield, how many bones are there around? The answer is countless. This time, the Ratman skeleton horde brought by Dua alone numbers in the thousands of bones scattered on the ground rushed towards the two Ratman skeletons, as if magnetically drawn to. Before long, a whirlwind stirred beside Dua, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The two Ratman skeletons, previously only a person's height, began to transform. When they reappeared before everyone, they had already transformed into two towering 10-meter-tall skeletal named Modified Skeleton. Health 10,846. Soul Power 0. Physical Attack 1,387. Magical Attack 0. Physical Defense 20. Magical Defense 20. Though the two massive skeletons had low defense, their attack capabilities were truly exceptional. With an attack exceeding 1,000, anyone struck by them would feel the pain. Suddenly, the two Ratman skeletons emitted a bone-grating roar. In the next moment, they surged forward towards the Hell Wolf, charging ahead. Watching the modified skeletons rush forward, the red flowers gathered defiantly on the Hell Wolf. As a sneeze erupted, a slightly smaller pollen barrier enveloped the Hell Wolf before them. Boom! The attacks from the two modified skeletons landed solidly on the Hell Wolf. 0. As a result, these two monsters with over 1,000 attack power caused no damage whatsoever. Not far away, Red Ancestor. Suddenly, a faint red light flickered around him. In the next moment, he shrank slightly like a tree trunk deprived of water for a long time. Meanwhile, Buck gathered a green light orb in his hands. Revived. He then pressed the light orb directly into the body of Red Ancestor. Instantly, Red Ancestor's body began to visibly recover. The red flowers he scattered burst into a series of silvery giggles. Seeing this scene, Dua in the distance furrowed his brow slightly. A symbiotic magical beast. It seems that if we don't deal with that wood-type magical beast, this battle won't be easy. In the next moment, dark energy condensed into wings appeared behind Dua. With a powerful flap, Dua soared into the sky. Upon seeing Dua fly into the air, the flame magical beast screeched loudly. Its body radiated a golden light. In the next moment, this light transformed into countless fiery raindrops, swiftly falling towards Dua. Faced with this rain of fire, Dua showed no interest even to glance at it. He directly conjured his dark barrier, instantaneously blocking the fiery rain. In the next moment, a black dragon's head materialized behind him. Looking down from above at Buck, who was hiding in the pollen barrier, Dua sneered. I want to see how long your turtle shell, dragon flame. In an instant, the dragon head behind Dua opened its massive jaws and unleashed countless pitch-black flames directly towards the pollen barrier on the ground. On the other side, after receiving Buck's command, the Emperor Penguin waddled over like a penguin, spreading its wings quickly to reach Cao Wei. In front of him, the creature caused a glimmer of sharpness to flash in Cao Wei's eyes. Holy light bullets coalesced from his hands, striking directly at the wise elder before him. Boom! A massive ice crystal blocked the path of the Emperor Penguin. All the holy light bullets shot hit the ice crystal. The Emperor Penguin then charged forward, aiming to collide with Cao Wei. At a critical moment, he actually slipped. With a thud, the Emperor Penguin fell flat on its face. Under Cao Wei's bewildered gaze, it tumbled to the ground at his feet. Quack, 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 while the wise elder actually cried out from falling. Cao Wei. He did not take the opportunity to pursue the fallen Emperor Penguin. With a speechless sigh, he took out a bag of food from his spatial watch. Handing it to the fallen Emperor Penguin, he said helplessly, It seems you're having a tough time, Penguin brother. Why don't we take a break and wait until your master finishes fighting? If your master dies, we won't have to fight, right? If he doesn't die, can I have you capture him? Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, tears glimmered in the Emperor Penguin's eyes. After hearing Cao Wei's empathetic remarks, the Emperor Penguin immediately embraced him. Quack, quack, quack. All right then. Though he didn't understand what the Penguin brother said, Cao Wei could guess the general meaning. The two of them actually began to rest in this serious battlefield. One person and one penguin sat far apart on the open ground sharing food. To an outsider, it would seem like two long-lost sworn brothers. Taking a sip of tea, the Emperor Penguin leisurely watched his master, who was already embroiled in a fierce battle in the distance. A flicker of remaining rationality told him that he should help his master. Penguin brother, I felt we hit it off well. I still have some kinfisher, would you like some? Quack, quack, quack. Immediately, the Emperor Penguin, who seemed to be pondering something important just moments ago, cast those thoughts aside and sat down to share the delicious canned fish with Cao Wei. One person and one penguin occasionally burst into quack, quack, quack laughter. Thus the battle continued for nearly 10 minutes. Dua's two modified skeletons had been shattered by the Hell Wolf. Meanwhile, the pollen barrier of Red Ancestor visibly dimmed, exhibiting numerous gaps. Seeing this scene, Dua in the sky suddenly chuckled. After fighting for so long, it's time for me to get serious. Suddenly, Dua snapped his fingers. In the next moment, all the purple-black smoke around him surged toward. Meanwhile, the Hell Wolf, which had been lingering in the plague, had its attributes reduced by 40. It did not rush to attack Buck. Instead, Dua directly shifted his target to the Hell Wolf in the distance. This time, Dua held nothing back. From the outset, it was peak power. Soul Shock, Death Ray, Tracking Ghost Fire, Frost Ray, Corrosion Sphere. In just a few seconds, Dua completely exhausted all his soul power. First, a Soul Shock rendered the Hell Wolf unable to take care of itself. Then the damage from the massive attack erupted directly. 3 terrifying high-damage strikes landed squarely on the Hell Wolf. In the end, Dua summoned countless corrosion spheres with his remaining soul power. Under the panicked gaze of the Hell Wolf, Dua waved his staff, launching all the corrosion spheres. Ding, ding, ding. He saw the Hell Wolf was about to be in trouble. Even though Hong Zhu was now a half-damaged body, he still waved the few remaining flowers he had to assist. The flowers that had previously wrapped around the Hell Wolf all emitted a crisp, ringing sound. Suddenly, a massive pollen barrier enveloped the Hell Wolf. Boom! A series of terrifying explosions came from the Hell Wolf's position. Beside Buck, Hong Zhu was aging rapidly at a visible rate. Sensing something was wrong with Hong Zhu, Buck prepared to heal him. But unfortunately, no matter what kind of revival skill he used, it could not stop Hong Zhu's weakness, accompanied by the last corrosion sphere crashing down on the pollen barrier. Finally, all the flowers surrounding Hong Zhu withered in an instant. Hong Zhu merely gazed longingly at Buck beside him. In the end, his entire body transformed into countless red flowers. As a gentle breeze passed by, these flowers swiftly floated towards Dua. Buck, with a pale face, issued a new command to Xiuyan. Xiuyan, burn. Upon hearing Buck's command, Xiuyan let out a sharp cry. In the next moment, his entire body transformed into a blazing fireball, charging directly towards Dua. Seeing Xiuyan's attack, the soul fire in Dua's eyes narrowed slightly. He gently waved his staff, and a black barrier appeared beside him. However, what Dua did not expect was that the moment his barrier solidified, the countless flowers transformed from Hong Zhu began to climb and cover his barrier as if they had a will of their own. In the sky, Dua's barrier was quickly enveloped by the red flowers. Looking at the flowers that refused to dissipate, Dua's soul fire narrowed instantly. Oh no, I was careless. Boom! In the sky, Xiuyan's attack arrived as expected. The massive fireball directly exploded against Dua's barrier, merging with the flowers. The moment these red flowers came into contact with the flames, they ignited. The terrifying flames continued to burn Dua's barrier. Before long, Dua, who was inside the barrier, realized that his barrier was being eroded by the engulfing flames. Boom! Another explosion echoed in the sky. Before long, Dua, who was inside the barrier, realized that his barrier was being eroded by the engulfing flames. Boom! Another explosion echoed in the sky. Cao Wei clapped his hands and prepared to make a run for it. What? Didn't we agree to catch the Emperor Penguin? Is it stupid to follow along? Just as he stood up to leave, Cao Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Curiously, he turned his head. Looking into the distance, following Cao Wei's line of sight, a pitch-black figure came in. Hiss! Upon seeing this figure, Cao Wei gasped in shock. He realized that the figure in the sky was none other than Dua. Despite having just endured such a terrifying blow, Dua showed no signs of injury. Even Buck, upon seeing the unscathed Dua in the air, was slightly taken aback. A glimmer of anger flickered in his eyes. A decoy or some invincible life-saving skill or item. I want to see how many such things you still possess. Suddenly, Buck's originally glowing green eyes turned blood red. Even after losing Hong Zhu, he showed no signs of panic. He took a deep breath, expanding his chest. The capacity was so great that it made Dua doubt whether he intended to suck all the air around him dry. However, even if he did suck it all away, so what? He was originally a skeleton. What was he afraid of? Who said skeletons need air to live? But in the next moment, Dua understood Buck's intent. He was summoning animal companions. Buck's chest was visibly swelling at an extraordinary rate. When he inhaled to the maximum, he suddenly let out a furious roar. Roar. The roar lasted a full. Even hundreds of meters away, Cao Wei felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. Just as Cao Wei thought his eardrum was about to be shattered by Buck, suddenly the Emperor Penguin, which had been sitting beside him, dashed towards Buck. Along with the Emperor Penguin, countless wild beasts surged forward. In the forest and mountains, every creature, whether bird or beast, rushed towards Dua with blood-red eyes. This was Buck's ultimate skill, Beast Control. Beast Control, a summons nearby beasts with a level not higher than yours to fight for you through roaring. The further the sound travels, the more beasts are summoned. The summoned beasts will obey you absolutely for at least 1 minute. Consumes 2,000 soul power. Can be used once a day. A terrifying talent skill. Accompanied by Buck's terrifying lung capacity at this moment. Not to mention the ground, even in the sky there were at least thousands of birds continuously flying in circles. The beasts on the ground were also constantly roaring towards Dua. All the animals seemed eager to tear Dua apart at this moment. Yet amidst this strange atmosphere, all the beasts maintained a certain order. They all seemed to be waiting for Buck. They stared coldly at Dua, with not a single beast rushing to attack. Looking at Dua in the sky, Buck, then he coldly uttered a single word. Attack. With a command from Buck, the sky, filled with flying creatures, rapidly launched an attack towards Dua. Claws and beaks all aimed at Dua's body. Occasionally mixed in were a few attribute-bearing magical beasts, occasionally launching colorful attacks at Dua. Faced with the numerous beasts, Dua's expression was far from pleasant. Without a second thought, he downed a high-level mana potion. As he prepared to counterattack, he expanded his dark barrier. In the sky, a golden crown suddenly appeared above his head. This crown, for some unknown reason, directly pierced through Dua's barrier. To Dua's astonishment, the crown simply settled upon his head. Caw, caw, caw. A harsh and hoarse roar suddenly echoed around. In an instant, Dua felt the temperature around him drop several degrees. Ding! You have equipped a special item, Sealing Crown. Your intelligence attribute has decreased by 100 points. What's happening? Seeing the crown on his head, Dua was left utterly bewildered. Thinking he had fallen victim to some special skill, he attempted to remove the crown. However, no matter how Dua tried to take off the crown, it remained firmly planted on his head, as if it were an organ he was born with. No amount of force had any effect. Meanwhile, the Emperor Penguin in the distance stared blankly, feeling his barrier. He looked at Buck in confusion, as if to say, Master, why are you using my crown? But soon after, the wisdom in his eyes was replaced by anger. Glancing at Dua, who wore a similarly bewildered expression, the Emperor Penguin's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The crown that should have adorned his head was now on that skeleton mage. Caw, caw, caw. With an angry roar. Without the crown, the penguin seemed to instantly regain his normal, but his temper had also flared up. Having lost his most important possession, the thief who stole it was right in front of him. What to do? Attack him. In an instant, countless icicles coalesced around the Emperor Penguin, swiftly shooting towards Dua. As the Emperor Penguin charged towards him, Dua's expression turned grim. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The crown atop his head was simply a magical sealing device. Even an ordinary apprentice soul mage upon wearing it would instantly become a fool. A reduction of 100 in intelligence was a nightmare for novice mages. Not to mention apprentice mages, even first and second-tier mages could not withstand such a penalty. If not for the gear he wore, Dua would probably be unable to unleash even a powerful skill right now. Damn it, how do I remove this thing? Just as Dua was at a loss regarding the crown, the Emperor Penguin's attack came as expected. The terrifying icicles shot directly towards him. Crack. With a collision, Dua's barrier was pierced by the icicles, creating a large hole. In that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Dua's eyes. He grasped his staff and unleashed his ultimate move, Dragon Flame. The dragon's head reappeared behind Dua, but this time it was clearly much smaller than the previous summons. A jet of black flame shot towards the Emperor Penguin. In response, the Emperor Penguin defiantly unleashed a breath of icy mist. Whoosh! In just a moment, the icy mist enveloped the black flames before him. The dragon flame was instantly frozen into chunks of ice by the Emperor Penguin's mist. At the same time, Dua himself was also frozen. Due to his body being frozen, Dua could no longer maintain his flight form. The ice chunk that trapped him plummeted towards the ground. Boom! The ice chunk crashed heavily onto the ground, yet it did not shatter. The beasts on the ground, upon seeing this ice chunk, instantly displayed a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. As if seeing a delicious treat, they pounced towards the ice chunk. Soon the massive ice chunk was devoured clean by the beasts. Meanwhile, the already battered Hell Wolf rushed into the beast horde and clutched the ice chunk. Without hesitation, he erupted with countless thunderous sounds, delivering a full-body electric shock massage to Dua within the ice chunk. In the distance, Cao Wei swallowed hard at the scene unfolding before him. Looking at the imposing Emperor Penguin in the sky, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The Emperor Penguin is amazing. Truly a second-tier magical beast, he knew. If the Emperor Penguin were really as wise as he initially appeared, then why would Buck take him in? It is likely that the crown is the key to the Emperor Penguin's abilities. Removing the crown would not only change his personality, but also grant him immense combat power. Looking at Dua trapped in the ice chunk, a hint of sympathy appeared on Cao Wei's face. Being devoured by beasts must be an unpleasant experience. However, just as Cao Wei thought Dua was doomed, a hellhound suddenly appeared beside him. Whoa! The hellhound let out a piercing howl. In the next moment, a white light flickered from the body of the hellhound. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted from the direction where Dua was. The beasts that had been surrounding Dua were instantly blasted into the sky. This was the hellhound's self-destruct. After the explosion, Dua was no longer the elegant figure he once was. His expensive great outfit had become tattered from the beasts gnawing. Facing the beasts before him, a glint of disgust flashed in Dua's eyes. He suddenly retrieved a crystal orb from his spatial gear. This orb, appearing to be a crystal ball on the outside, was actually a great item that Dua had brought from the undeads. Name Mana Amplifier B requirements: Level 1 effect, Soul Energy Reserve, can store up to 2 points of soul energy for the wielder's use. Explosion in an instant deals dark attribute damage equal to the amount of stored soul energy to all beings within a kilometer radius, permanently damaging the equipment. At that moment, the mana amplifier was glowing with a dazzling black halo, indicating that it was still fully charged. Looking at the group of beasts before him, a cold light flickered in Dua's eyes. Without a second thought, he crushed the mana amplifier in his hand. In the next moment, a terrifying dark halo enveloped all the land and sky within a kilometer. The moment Dua crushed the magical amplifier in his hand, the sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. In the distance, Cao Wei sensed something was amiss as he witnessed Dua's action. Without hesitation, he directly activated his skill Invincible. In the next moment, he began to flee, running away into the distance. A terrifying roar erupted from the Huangshe mountain range. In that moment, not only the Huangshe mountain range, but also the surrounding maps echoed with the ominous sound. Those nearby alien races who were slightly closer to the Huangshe mountain range all witnessed the strange phenomenon in the sky above it. In the center of the Huangshe camp, a massive black coffin seemed to have appeared. Even a distant glance at it filled the soul power users with dread due to the terrifying energy contained within. What is happening? What occurred at the Huangshe camp? Is it the secret weapon of the mountain spirits, or was there some special item triggered? That kind of power is definitely beyond what a novice soul power user can wield. Even a first-tier soul power user cannot. Everyone, we must investigate the situation at the Huangshe camp. I need to know the latest movements of the mountain spirits. On this day, rumors regarding the Huangshe camp spread like wildfire. Countless people speculated about what truly transpired there. Spies from various races all rushed towards the Huangshe camp. The already tumultuous trial grounds grew even more chaotic with the disturbances from the Huangshe mountain range. At this moment, within the Huangshe camp, Buck was weakly walking away from a pile of flying stones. After clearing the rubble from his body, Buck's eyes were filled with gravity. He hadn't anticipated that Dua's final trump card would be so terrifying. In the recent explosion, the Hell Wolf, being the closest, was turned to dust. He hadn't anticipated that Dua's final trump card would be so terrifying. In the recent explosion, the Hell Wolf, being the closest, was turned to dust. Layer of skin. Fortunately, they were still alive, and Dua was surely dead from the recent explosion. After surviving this wave of attacks, no one in the trial grounds would be his opponent anymore. Looking at his heavily damaged team, Buck couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It was truly an unexpected disaster. He had initially thought it would be an easy competition. Who would have thought that a mere novice skeleton mage could actually fight back against him? Buck embraced the Emperor Penguin and Xiuyan, preparing to leave through the dimensional gate. Boom! a subtle sound suddenly echoed. In the next moment, Buck's pupils slightly constricted as he noticed. From the pile of rubble, a skeletal arm suddenly reached out. Bang! Upon seeing this arm, Buck immediately unleashed his magical attack. Falling stars. A gigantic stone appeared above the Huangshe camp. Without hesitation, it was aimed directly at the position where the skeletal arm emerged. Instantly, the skeletal arm was violently struck by the stone. The ground even sank a few centimeters. Even if Dua below was still alive, he surely could not withstand this impact. Seeing this scene, Buck let out a slight sigh of relief. This time, it should truly be over. Crack, 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 unexpectedly. Before Buck could fully relax, more and more cracking sounds erupted from the rubble and the ground. At least dozens of skeletons suddenly crawled out from the ground. These skeletons were none other than the product of Dua's talent skill skeleton reconstruction. These skeletons included both avian and beast types, but none were Dua. Clearly, to prevent Buck from launching another powerful attack like falling stars this time, Dua was extremely cautious, having no intention of showing himself. As dozens of skeletons swarmed towards him, a trace of bitterness flashed across Buck's face. He recalled how he had commanded the beasts to entangle Dua just moments ago. Now he was about to personally taste the bitter fruit he had sown. Indeed, the Wheel of Fortune turns 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Buck's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. At this moment, he chose neither to fight desperately nor to flee. He simply stood still, watching the dozens of skeletons before him, his gaze revealing a hint of fatigue. Roar! Beside him, Shuyan suddenly let out a strained wail. He struggled to rise, nudging Buck with his head, lingeringly gazing at his master for the last time. In the end, his entire body transformed into a flame. The phoenix-like flame soared in the sky one last time before diving straight towards the dozens of skeletons below. Boom! The ground erupted in a dazzling blaze. Those skeleton beasts that once resided within Buck were all reduced to ashes at that moment. Seeing Shuyan perish, to save him, a tear unconsciously streamed down Buck's cheek. A skeleton mage hummed, "I will remember you, and next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." With that, Buck grabbed the unconscious Emperor Pain. Without looking back, he left the Huangshe camp behind. A dimensional gate appeared before Buck. Just as Buck prepared to return to his homeland, whoosh, an arrow shot through the wind, striking straight towards Buck. Thud! The arrow accurately pierced Buck's heart. Instantly, a mouthful of crimson blood spewed from. Clutching his chest, Buck stared blankly behind him. He saw Cao Wei standing on a high slope not far away. The one who had just shot the arrow was none other than Cao Wei. Looking at the arrow embedded in his chest, a bitter smile crossed Buck's lips. In the end, did he really end up in this situation? As for Cao Wei, his expression was somewhat grim. He felt no joy in having hit Buck. If possible, he even wanted to befriend this guy. After all, he had a good relationship with the Penguin brother. It's a pity that in the face of race, right and wrong don't matter. The fault lies with this world. Ding. You have killed the second-tier Beastmaster, Buck, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You have completed the final wave of defense tasks. Congratulations, you have become the new master of the Huangshe camp. Immediately, the entire world began to announce. Ding. The human race has occupied the Huangshe camp. All humans within the trial grounds will receive an additional 20 all-attribute bonus. Hearing the prompt in his mind, at this moment, countless races across the world erupted in a frenzy. How did humans manage to capture a piece of land in just a few days? Even the higher-ups of the human race were left. What is happening? Are we really that amazing? Why did we not even know how impressive we were? The moment Dua crushed the magic amplifier in his hand, the sky was suddenly enveloped in darkness. In the distance, Cao Wei sensed something was amiss as he witnessed Dua's action. Without hesitation, he directly activated his skill Invincible. In the next moment, he ran away, fleeing into the distance. A terrifying roar erupted from the Huangshe mountain range. At that moment, not only those in the Huangshe mountain range, but also the other races on nearby maps heard the ominous sounds emanating from it. Those races that were closer to the Huangshe mountain range all witnessed the strange phenomenon in the sky above it. In the center of the Huangshe camp, a massive black coffin seemed to have appeared. Even a distant glance sent chills down the spines of those soul power users, filled with fear from the terrifying energy within. What is happening here? What occurred at the Huangshe camp? Is it the secret weapon of the mountain spirits, or was there a special artifact that triggered? That kind of power is absolutely beyond the reach of a novice soul power user. Even a first-tier soul power user couldn't possibly wield it. We must investigate the situation at the Huangshe camp. I need to know the latest movements of the mountain spirits. On that day, rumors about the Huangshe camp began to spread. Countless individuals speculated about what had transpired there. Espionage agents from various races all rushed towards the Huangshe camp. The already unstable trial grounds became even more chaotic with the strange occurrences in the Huangshe mountain range. At this moment, inside the Huangshe camp, Buck was slowly walking away from a pile of flying stones, looking weak. Clearing the rubble from his body, his eyes were filled with gravity. He had not anticipated that Dua's final trump card would be so terrifying. In the recent explosion, the Hellwolf, being the closest, was directly reduced to powder. Though Xiuyan and the Emperor Penguin were only slightly affected, both were severely injured at this moment. Even Buck himself was left with only a thin layer of skin. Fortunately, they were still alive, and Dua must have perished in the recent explosion. Surviving this wave of attacks, there would be no one left in the trial grounds who could rival him. Looking at his severely depleted team, Buck couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It truly was an unforeseen disaster. He had originally thought it would be an easy contest. Who would have guessed that a mere novice skeleton mage could actually contend with him? Holding onto the Emperor Penguin and Xiuyan, Buck prepared to leave through the dimensional gate. Suddenly a subtle sound echoed. In the next moment, Buck's pupils constricted slightly as he noticed. From the pile of rubble, a skeletal arm suddenly reached out. Bang! The instant he saw that arm, Buck wasted no time and unleashed his spell attack. Fallen Stars. A massive stone appeared above the Huangshi camp, immediately descending onto the spot where the skeletal arm emerged. In an instant, the skeletal arm was violently struck by the stone. The ground even caved in slightly by a few centimeters. Even if Dua was still alive beneath, he must be dead beyond recovery now. Seeing this scene, Buck let out a slight sigh of relief. This should truly be the end of it all. Crack, crack, crack. To his surprise, before Buck could fully relax, the sounds of cracking stones and earth began to increase. Suddenly, dozens of skeletons crawled out from the ground. These skeletons were none other than the products of Dua's innate skill, skeleton rebirth. They varied from birds to beasts, yet not one was Dua himself. Clearly, to prevent Buck from unleashing another powerful spell like Fallen Stars, Dua was being very cautious this time, harboring no intention of showing himself. As dozens of skeletons surrounded him, a hint of bitterness flashed across Buck's face. He recalled how he had commanded the beasts to entangle Dua just moments ago. Now he was about to personally reap the bitter fruit of his own actions. Truly, fortunes turn with time. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in his eyes. In this moment, he chose neither to fight fiercely. He simply stood there quietly, watching the dozens of skeletons before him, his gaze revealing a trace of weariness. Ong. Next to him, Xiuyan let out a strained wail. He struggled to stand, nudging Buck with his head, lingering for a final glance at his master. Ultimately, his entire body transformed into a flame. The crane-like flame soared into the sky for one last flight in his life before diving straight towards the dozens of skeletons on the ground. Boom! The ground erupted with a dazzling blaze. The skeleton beasts that had once served Buck were instantly reduced to ashes at that moment. Seeing Xiuyan perish to save him, Buck couldn't help but shed a tear. A skeleton mage, huh? I will remember you. The next time we meet, I will surely kill you. With that, Buck directly picked up the unconscious Emperor Penguin beside him. Without looking back, he left the Huangshi camp behind. A dimensional gate appeared before Buck. Just as Buck was preparing to return to his homeland, suddenly, whooshed, an arrow shot through the wind, instantly piercing Buck's chest. The arrow accurately struck Buck's heart, causing a spray of crimson blood to burst from his mouth. Clutching his chest, Buck stared blankly behind him. There on a high slope, not far away, stood Cao Wei with the one who had shot the arrow was none other than Cao Wei. Looking at the arrow lodged in his chest, a bitter smile flashed across Buck's lips. In the end, did he really meet such a fate? As for Cao Wei, his expression was somewhat grim. He showed no joy at having struck Buck. If possible, he even wanted to befriend this guy. After all, he had a good relationship with the Emperor Penguin. Unfortunately, in the face of races, right and wrong are irrelevant. The true error lies with this world. Ding! You have killed the second-tier Beastmaster, Buck, earning 100 experience points. Ding! You have completed the final wave of defensive tasks. Congratulations, you have become the new master of the Huangshi camp. Following that, the entire world began to announce. Ding! The human race has occupied the Huangshi camp. All humans within the trial grounds will receive an additional 20 all-attribute bonus. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, all the races across the myriad worlds erupted into chaos at that moment. What was happening? In just a few days, how did the humans manage to seize another piece of land? Even the higher-ups of the human race were utterly perplexed. What was going on? Were we really that impressive? How come we ourselves were unaware of our own prowess? Putting away his bow and arrow, Cao Wei equipped his enforcer's hammer once again. In the next moment, he dashed towards the Huangshi camp without looking back. He even utilized all the skills at his disposal. Accelerate. Endurance. From a distance, Cao Wei appeared to be a gust of wind. However, on the originally flat ground, countless bone spikes and bone prisons suddenly emerged. Get out of my way. A furious roar erupted from Cao Wei. In the next moment, the hammer in his hand shattered all the bone spikes and prisons before him. Behind him, a skeletal figure was slowly crawling out from the ground. This figure was none other than Dua. Watching Cao Wei charge forward, Dua wasted no time and unleashed a mental shockwave directly. PFF, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from Cao Wei's lips. Yet he gritted his teeth and did not look back. Seeing Cao Wei's relentless sprint, Dua couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, you are so desperate for the dropped equipment that you're willing to risk your life. Kid, not escaping was the worst decision you could have made. You shouldn't have coveted this batch of gear. With that, a pair of wings materialized behind Dua. He swiftly pursued Cao Wei's direction while Cao Wei was fighting with his last breath. Finally, he struggled to reach the Huangshi camp. Ding! Upon entering the territory of Huangshi camp, do you wish to rename the new territory? No need. Upon entering the territory, Cao Wei let out a sigh of relief. Then he approached the spot where Buck had died to check his recent gains. There at the place where Buck had perished, 2 items had dropped. Surprisingly, both were scrolls. Ding! You have picked up the Forced Pet Contract Scroll C. Ding! You have picked up the skill scroll Falling Stars Earth Attribute C. Forced Pet Contract Scroll. Using this scroll allows the user to forcibly capture a beast of a lower level as a pet with the beast's potential not exceeding level C. Falling Stars and Earth Spell Scroll that can summon a meteor dealing over 2,000 intelligence, 450 damage to enemies, consuming 2,500 soul energy, with a cooldown of 20 minutes per use. Looking at the 2 scrolls in front of him, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. TCH. I knew it, a wild-looking guy is definitely broke. He had thought that with his luck he would at least get in a grade hidden profession scroll. He never expected to be mistaken this time. Not only did he fail to obtain anything good, but the only skill scroll he found was something he couldn't even use. As for the Forced Pet Contract Scroll, its effect was barely useful to Cao Wei. On one hand, his level was too low. On the other hand, he hadn't encountered any suitable beasts. Yet Cao Wei knew where to capture rare beasts. Certain dimensional gates approved by the Human Alliance lead into the beast world where capturing beasts is possible. However, the dangers inside are not to be taken lightly, and the tickets are exorbitantly expensive. One false move, and one could lose their life. Immediately, Cao Wei scratched his head in frustration. What if he simply sold it? Just as he was mulling over how to use the Forced Pet Contract Scroll, Dua had already swiftly flown to stand before Cao Wei. In the sky, he coldly observed Cao Wei below, his eyes flashing with a hint of frost. Kid, you've had enough trouble today? So I've decided. I will cripple you, and then force you to sign a slave contract. With that, a massive, ghostly green flame appeared in Dua's hand. Just as Dua was about to throw the flame, Cao Wei waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Unexpected. Upon hearing Cao Wei shout, Dua actually halted. With a stiff smile, his soul fire gazed at Cao Wei with a playful glint. What's the matter? Have you finally decided to submit to me? Those who know how to adapt are the wise. Your choice. With that, Dua produced the slave scroll once more. Gently unfurling it, a contract filled with unequal terms appeared before Cao Wei. The densely packed magical text was unfamiliar to Cao Wei, yet that did not hinder his understanding of the gist was that if Cao Wei signed this contract, his life would be in Dua's hands. No matter what orders Dua issued in the future, even if it meant making him commit suicide, Cao Wei would have to obey immediately. Should he refuse to comply, he would face severe punishment, similar to the chains and electric shocks that Li Hong had just endured. Meanwhile, as a slave, Cao Wei could harbor no ill thoughts towards his master. Even a slight murderous intent would result in a backlash from the contract. Looking at the contract before him, a cold smile flashed across Cao Wei's lips. This contract truly favors you. In response to Cao Wei's words, Dua also replied with a cold laugh. Don't you see? This contract is the most authentic rule of this world. The weak become possessions of the strong, dedicating everything they have. If you were strong enough to surpass me today, the one signing the contract would be me. So the reason you are signing this contract is simply because you are too weak. Cao Wei, I'll give you a chance. Sign the contract within 10 seconds, or I'll ruin you. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing Dua's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but lightly applaud. With a glint of amusement in his eyes, he said, "Well said. If you lag behind, you will be beaten. The weak deserve no rights. So I've decided I will make you sign this contract. You're clever, so then. What do you say?" Dua, who had initially thought Cao Wei was being sensible only, then realized halfway through his sentence. In his soul fire, a flash of murderous intent crossed. His gaze towards Cao Wei was filled with ill intent, facing Dua's almost tangible murderous aura. This time, Cao Wei showed no signs of panic or fear on his face. Instead, he chuckled and extended 3 fingers. Pointing at Dua before him, Cao Wei casually remarked, "I only need 3 seconds to deal with you." Facing Cao Wei's arrogant proclamation, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Dua's eyes, along with the anger of being provoked by a weakling. He swiftly picked up his staff and began to shake it. "Very well, I hope that 3 minutes later you'll still be able to smile like you are now. Don't think I don't know your invincible skill was just used. I will make you understand how a dog should flatter its master." In the next moment, a thick beam shot out from Dua's. Just as it was about to hit Cao Wei, suddenly Cao Wei moved. In the first second, he reached Dua's side at a speed almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In the second, Cao Wei punched Dua's staff, shattering it with a single blow. In the third second, Cao Wei's fist struck Dua's eye socket. Crack! Half of Dua's skull was smashed by Cao Wei's punch. Bang! In the astonished gaze of Dua, Cao Wei merely threw a punch at him. Then he felt a buzzing in his head, surrounded by a cacophony of sounds. Watching the scenery fly backward around him, Du Hua was filled with confusion. Am I flying? And in reverse. What is happening? In the next moment, Du Hua stabilized his body midair. Looking at the wicked smile on Cao Wei's face, Du Hua was astonished to discover. His right eye's vision suddenly turned pitch black. It turned out that just moments ago, Cao Wei's punch had actually knocked off a small part of his skull. From a distance, only a quarter of his head remained. Touching his aching head, Du Hua was filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. What is happening? How did you suddenly become so strong? Hearing Du Hua's question, Cao Wei simply chuckled. What a joke, what era is it to still ask such questions? He had activated his powers. The reason why Cao Wei just switched to his enforcer's mace was precisely because he had been waiting for an opportunity to turn the tables on Du Hua. After killing Buck, why did Cao Wei not leave, but instead choose to head back to the Huangshe camp? Even after taking a real hit from Du with soul shock, he still had to desperately run back to the Huangshe camp. The reason lay in the equipment he possessed. Enforcer's set. Enforcer's set within one's territory. The effects of all weapons are multiplied by the number of components. Current territories: Human Fortress, Huangshe camp. Cao Wei possessed a total of 6 enforcer components. Thus his physical attributes could be enhanced 6 times. Name: Cao Wei. Level 10 equipment: Enforcer armor C, Enforcer mace D, Enforcer necklace D, Wolf Tamer gloves D, Enforcer leggings C, Enforcer boots C, Enforcer helmet D. Set is activated. Health 21350, soul power 7500, physical attack 1040, magical attack 524, physical defense 1720, magical defense 1030, strength 465, agility 432, intelligence 280, constitution 950, luck 40, skills: energy stick D, swordsmanship resistance D, goblin punks magical I C, blinding field B, holy light bombardment C, archery control B. Within his territory, Cao Wei's attack power instantly broke 1,000. With a single punch, he turned the physically weak Du Hua into a fool. Moreover, the enhancement was not limited to his equipment attributes. Simultaneously, his skills were also augmented. Just then, under Du was astonished gaze, Cao Wei's hand instantly condensed countless holy light orbs. The sky was filled with holy light orbs, more dazzling and radiant than any he had thrown before. Holy light bombardment, accompanied by a wave of Cao Wei's hand. In the next moment, giant holy light orbs the size of large bowls fell towards the ground. At this moment, all of Cao Wei's physical attributes completely crushed Du Hua. Looking at the sky full of holy light orbs, a hint of fear flickered in Du Hua's eyes. He grabbed all the mana potions from his spatial equipment and poured them into his mouth as if they were free. The next moment, a huge dark barrier appeared before Du Hua. Block from me. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the light engulfed Du Hua's figure, accompanied by the timely arrival of the holy light bombardment. The already battered Huangshe mountain range became even more miserable at this moment. Those alien scouts who were originally heading towards the Huangshe camp, seeing the sky full of white light, their faces instantly turned ashen. Just how powerful could this be? Is this truly the commotion a mere apprentice soul user should cause? Clearly it was impossible. At this moment, countless leaders of the alien races in the trial ground furrowed their brows slightly. Looking at that brilliant light in the sky over the Huangshe camp, their eyes were filled with vigilance. Immediately, these leaders said to their subordinates, quickly inform the higher-ups. A formidable priest has appeared in the trial ground. Level to be determined, apprentice period. Strength. 3rd transfer. Race. Could not possibly be from the skeleton race, half likely from the mountain elf race, and half likely from the human race. At this moment, the light dissipated. The territory before him had turned into a vast expanse of white. Not to mention Du Hua's figure. Not even a hair could be seen. In the air, only a slave scroll gently floated down. It was made from some unknown special material. Under Cao Wei's terrifying attack, this scroll ultimately did not shatter. As for Cao Wei, a notification sound from the system rang in his ears. Ding! You have killed the level hidden soul user, the skeleton modifier, Du Hua, gaining 1,000 experience points. Cao Wei. Damn, you mother bear. After all that fighting, the system just gives me 1,000 experience points. This experience is probably not even 1/10 of what I gained from sneakily killing Buck. It's simply a waste of feelings. After fighting for so long, if it weren't for the system notification, Cao Wei would have thought he was battling against a peak 2nd transfer or even a 3rd transfer powerhouse. Du Hua, whether in skill or experience, was definitely several times more seasoned than an ordinary apprentice soul user. As for the Du Hua that was eliminated by Cao Wei, at this moment within the undead star, Du Hua, who was working in his office, suddenly felt his body tremble. Ding! Your clone number 376 has been destroyed, permanently losing one of all attributes. Hearing this notification, Du Hua's body shivered slightly. Even without a physical form, Du Hua's skeletal frame was sweating coldly. After a while, he finally snapped back to reality. His eyes were filled with shock and fervor. I never expected to encounter such a promising talent in the trial ground. Cao Wei, is it? I will have my eyes. Having said that, Du Hua suddenly seemed to think of something, and his face fell. Unfortunately, I did not complete the task given to me by Lord Baldo. This is no laughing matter. Now I can only see if I can seize a function of the trial ground that I have occupied. It truly is a troublesome time. After saying this, Duwa prepared to leave his office to plead for forgiveness. But in the next moment, his body froze slightly again. The huge skeletal face suddenly showed a slight upward curve at the corners of its mouth. This smile looked somewhat sinister. Those passing skeletons seeing this broke out in a cold sweat. After a long time, Duwa finally came back to his senses, a playful expression flashing in his soul fire. I never expected this little pup to still be alive. It's getting more and more interesting. Having dealt with Duwa, Cao Wei finally resolved a significant worry. Next, he was eager to see the spoils of it. Just moments ago, Cao Wei suddenly discovered that Duwa, besides losing that slave scroll, had also dropped an item. At first, Cao Wei didn't pay much attention, but after carefully searching around, he confirmed it. Just moments ago, Cao Wei suddenly discovered that Duwa, besides losing that slave scroll, had also dropped an item. Skin of the Stand-in D, a special item that grants the user a new identity with the race fixed as skeleton. Stamina 100,000 points. Once the stamina is depleted, the item will automatically shatter. Looking at the skin of the stand-in before him, Cao Wei's pupils slightly constricted, although he didn't understand why Duwa dropped such an item. However, the moment he saw this item, countless bold ideas floated in Cao Wei's mind. A good item. With the skin of the stand-in, Cao Wei essentially gained a new layer of identity. Without hesitation, Cao Wei used the skin of the stand-in in front of him. The next moment, the skin of the stand-in instantly adhered to Cao Wei's body. Wearing it felt completely comfortable. He transformed from wearing the Enforcer's armor to appearing as a muscular. Although still clad in the Enforcer's armor, he now looked rather sinister. Feeling his new identity, Cao Wei nodded in satisfaction. Then, without saying a word, he directly evolved the skin of the stand-in in front of him. Divine Evolution. Ding! You have evolved the grade item skin of the stand-in into the grade item Cloak of Disguise. Cloak of Disguise. Be the wearer will automatically transform into a member of the skeleton race. Current possible disguise professions: Skeleton Warrior, E Skeleton Archer, E Skeleton Mage, E Dark Priest. B. The skills used will automatically change to similar skills. After wearing it for every 2 hours of use, it requires 24 hours of recharging. Seeing the Cloak of Disguise item before him, a flicker of surprise flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. This item is excellent. Although the stamina setting has changed to a recharge setting, allowing only 2 hours of wear per day. However, the Cloak of Disguise has the advantage of transforming into the corresponding profession. Immediately, without a second thought, Cao Wei chose to disguise himself as a Dark Priest. Character: Cao Wei. Skeleton profession: Priest, Dark Priest, level 10. Before him, the Enforcer's armor. In the next moment, it transformed into a pitch-black robe. The golden hammer in his hand, under the enhancement of the Cloak of Disguise, instantly turned black gold. From a distance, Cao Wei looked like a soul-reaping messenger emerging from hell. His robe flapped in the wind, and his eyes sparkled with ghostly blue soul flames, seemingly ready to devour anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Holy Light Bomb. Gently murmuring, Cao Wei conjured a holy light orb in his hand. Originally supposed to be a bright white orb, at this moment it strangely turned into a deep black. Although its nature remained unchanged, it could easily be mistaken for a corrosive orb filled with dark energy. With a gentle wave, this corrosive orb flew far away, exploding on the distant ground. Boom! Instantly, stone fragments flew. The effect was no different from the holy light orb. Thus, Cao Wei pondered over the Cloak of Disguise for a long time. Finally, he drew a conclusion. Goodness, this is just a skin. Aside from looking a bit cooler, it seems to have no other use. Of course, for disguise, the Cloak of Disguise has done exceedingly well. In his current form, even if Cao Wei entered the Undead Star, it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. The only pity is that this clothing requires recharging. Otherwise, Cao Wei would definitely let those skeletons know what it means to be a spy. After Cao Wei finished dealing with Duwa's legacy, he hurried back to the Huangshi camp. At this moment, although the Huangshi camp had become dilapidated in Cao Wei's eyes, it was undoubtedly a vast treasure. Otherwise, why would Cao Wei be willing to spend so much time and effort to provoke Duwa and the Huangshi camp to fight? Wasn't it all for the treasures within? For example, that special profession transfer scroll for shamans. At this moment, the Huangshi camp had already become Cao Wei's territory. This meant that he had the right to dispose of everything inside. Relying on his memory, Cao Wei arrived at the hiring hall. At this time, the hiring hall had already turned into a pile of ruins due to the recent battle. Unable to do anything else, Cao Wei had to lie on the ground and start digging. In no time, he unearthed quite a few good items. Mana recovery potion. Junk. What is this? There are even seeds. Oh, it's still an item. Hey, skill scroll. TCH. Great. Junk. Damn. This is the last piece of the forest set I didn't redeem. Alright, this gauntlet belongs to me. Damn. How come after searching for so long, I still haven't found the special task transfer scroll? Thus, after spending a whole half-day's effort, Cao Wei managed to dig out quite a lot of items from the hiring hall. He indeed found a number of equipment and skill scrolls. However, unfortunately in the end, he did not find that special task transfer scroll. Cao Wei suspected that this treasure as a clan's heirloom was definitely hidden in some special place. Excavating it would require considerable effort. The only annoying thing was that Cao Wei discovered there was not enough space in his spatial watch. This spatial watch was something he pried off a corpse. It was a cheap item with only 1 cubic meter of space, and it already contained a massive dragon egg. At present, Cao Wei had already dug out half of the items in the hiring hall. His spatial watch was filled with equipment and scrolls. Looking at the dazzling array of items scattered on the ground, Cao Wei felt like crying without tears. If he left them here, it would be too regrettable. What if someone stole them? The mountain goblins had such a large camp, yet they didn't even have a single piece of spatial. Looking at the piles of items and equipment, Cao Wei was left speechless. Crack. Just as Cao Wei was lost in thought, suddenly a strange noise echoed around him. He saw several blood-red eyes appear before Cao Wei. Around him, several sneaky scouts from different races were slowly approaching Cao Wei. Damn, he hadn't even packed up his stuff, and thieves were already coming. Immediately, Cao Wei drew his hammer and pointed it at them. Stop right there. Dare to touch my things, and you'll with a puff. Upon hearing Cao Wei's arrogant remarks, the surrounding alien scouts burst into laughter. How dare a mere skeleton speak so brazenly? Brothers, why bother talking to a skeleton? Their intelligence is not even as high as that of our Scorpion clan's 5-year-old child. Exactly, let's kill this trash and split the equipment. What are we waiting for? First come, first served. Instantly, a group of aliens greedily looked at the pile of materials before them and charged directly at Cao Wei without a second thought. Faced with these aliens who had lost their minds to greed, Cao Wei's solution was exceedingly simple. Snap. A finger snap. Immediately, countless dark, holy light bombs appeared in the sky. Dark bombing. Cao Wei shouted in anger. In the next moment, the sky was filled with holy light bombs raining down around him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying black light enveloped the surrounding soul power users. In the next moment, those alien soul power users who had previously worn greedy expressions were engulfed by fear. When the black light dissipated, those previously arrogant soul power users had either died or been severely injured. Not far away, those aliens who had just been a step behind now wore faces filled with horror. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost as they fled rapidly into the distance. Not good. The skeleton clan not only has a mutated mage, but now a terrifying dark priest has appeared. Everyone at all costs bring this information back. Watching the alien scouts fleeing in panic, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Unfortunately, these aliens did not belong to the same faction. As they fled, they were exceedingly crafty. A group of scouts quickly dispersed in all directions. If Cao Wei were to chase them down, he would inevitably fall into the enemy's trap. Looking at the pile of items before him, Cao Wei found himself at a loss. Just when he was feeling stuck, suddenly his sharp eyes spotted a scroll. Did it just explode out? Or did the enemy drop it? Regardless of anything else, as long as it's a scroll, it must be something good. Without hesitation, Cao Wei picked up the scroll from the ground. In the next moment, he froze in place. Ding! You have picked up the scroll of the potion merchant Nuonuomef. It turned out to be another merchant scroll. Seeing the scroll before him, Cao Wei's hands trembled slightly. The words of MOMO and Xiao Shuang echoed in his ears. A special merchant scroll, if placed in the auction house, could fetch a starting price of at least 1 million. A wave of immense happiness instantly enveloped Cao Wei. However, if there was anything regrettable, it was that this scroll was only grade. Among many scrolls, it was probably Cao Wei could evolve it. However, after evolving, only he could use it. Thinking of this, Cao Wei couldn't help, but if he evolved it, this scroll could at least be upgraded to grade. Perhaps at the new merchant, he could uncover some special item, but if he sold it without evolving, Cao Wei could potentially make a fortune and live a life of luxury. With this thought, he hesitated slightly. However, after hesitating for no more than 3 seconds, Cao Wei's gaze became resolute again. His parents had not yet been found. It was not the time for him to give up. After all, he still had another merchant scroll to sell. It was a perfect opportunity given by fate for him to become familiar with using merchant scrolls. So why not give it a try? Immediately, Cao Wei used his skill. Holy Evolution. Ding! You have used Holy Evolution on the scroll of the potion merchant Nuonuo, consuming 200 experience points. Ding! You have obtained the scroll of the potion merchant Grandpa K2D. Looking at the brand new scroll before him, Cao Wei couldn't help but smile slightly. As expected, his guess was correct. He then decisively used the scroll before him without any reluctance. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere changed dramatically. A special dimensional gate appeared in Cao Wei's hand. Unlike any dimensional gate he had seen before, this one looked like a product being sold in a sudden shop. The area was completely empty with only a single door. The material of the door appeared to be made from some exquisite wood. Above the door frame, there was a decorative potion bottle. It must be used to highlight the identity of the door's master. Suddenly, the merchant scroll in Cao Wei's hand transformed into a key. Holding the key in his hand, he glanced at the keyhole on the dimensional door. Without a word, Cao Wei directly, click, The dimensional door was opened by Cao Wei. "Welcome, strange traveler." A somewhat aged voice suddenly echoed from within the door. As Cao Wei stepped through the doorway, he discovered a long corridor unfolding before him. The corridor was filled with various alien soul power users. However, the majority of them were beastmen from the Fox clan. A large group of children looking no older than 6 or 7 scurried back and forth with various medicinal materials and utensils. From time to time, countless doors would inexplicably appear along the corridor. Whenever a door opened, a new alien soul power user would emerge. Among them, some appeared accustomed to this, while others looked a bit anxious. Giants, demons, skeletons, elves, humans, and even angels and dragon men. Cao Wei surprisingly saw them all in this corridor. Even more strangely, none of the aliens, despite being enemies, seemed to attack each other. "Sir, I see you've been standing here for a while. Is this your first time here?" Just as Cao Wei stood observing the situation, a soft, childish voice suddenly came from beside him. Looking down, he saw a baiji little fox girl gazing at Cao Wei with a look of respect. Name Nuonyuomi. Occupation first tier, alchemy apprentice. Level 24. Cao Wei. Damn. His level was actually surpassed by a little girl. Seeing the respectful expression on the little girl's face, Cao Wei felt his face flush. He truly didn't deserve such honor. "You are the big shot." Instantly, Cao Wei put aside all his previous underestimations. A child who looked only 6 or 7 had the power of a peak first tier. He as a rookie in his apprenticeship should not be reckless. Cao Wei cleared his throat slightly and awkwardly said, I came here to buy potions. Do you have anything suitable for me?" Hearing Cao Wei's words and looking at the equipment on him, the little fox girl, named Nuonyuomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh ho! He had stumbled upon a big fat sheep. As a Kwasa merchant, Nuonyuomi considers herself different from other apprentices. The apprentices working for Old Man Cato all aspire to become pharmacists. However, Nuonyuomi is different as she defines herself as a merchant. Her innate skill is called identification. In addition to revealing the flaws of her enemies during battle, she can also analyze the quality and effects of their. Just moments ago, Nuonyuomi used identification art on Cao Wei and instantly discerned the value of his equipment, particularly the effectiveness of the Enforcer set, which dazzled her. Thus, Cao Wei was naturally labeled as a tycoon. At that moment, a symbol flashed in Nuonyuomi's eyes. Her gaze toward Cao Wei was filled with awe for money. Without a second thought, she took him towards the end of the hallway. After passing through the opulent corridor, Cao Wei suddenly found himself in a brand new spatial realm. It was as if he stood in a jewelry store within a department store. Around him were various Fox Clan salespeople introducing their potions to the customers before them. After casually browsing, Cao Wei discovered that the potions on this floor were mostly a grade featuring common types, like acceleration, armor-breaking defense, and health, or mana restoration. The purchasing method was also quite simple. Locals paid with the unique currency of the Fox clan. Meanwhile, other soul power users from different races exchanged goods using the most primitive barter system. Under Nuonyuomi's guidance, Cao Wei explored the area. After finishing, Cao Wei's expression showed little surprise. On the contrary, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He hadn't expected such a lavishly designed space to contain such mediocre items. Compared to the potions he had discarded outside, the quality was clearly inferior. Cao Wei couldn't help but flash a hint of disdain. Had he known, he would have been better off selling this scroll at an auction. Nuonyuomi had been observing his expression the entire time. Upon seeing the disappointment in his eyes, her fists clenched slightly. Indeed, this human before her was a big fish. "Excuse me, sir, are you dissatisfied with the products on our first floor? If you need, I can take you to the second, or even, perhaps there's something you need there." Oh. Upon hearing Nuonyuomi's words, a gleam flashed in Cao Wei's eye. "You actually have a second and third floor. What kind of items are there?" Nuonyuomi immediately smiled sweetly at Cao Wei's question. With a deceitful smile, Nuonyuomi replied, "Of course there are great items, sir. The second floor features potions crafted by advanced potion-making apprentices, all at least grade. These are made by second-tier intermediate potion masters, even some by third-tier advanced potion masters. As for the third floor..." Nuonyuomi paused slightly at this point. Seeing her pause, Cao Wei chuckled lightly. He pulled out an grade warrior-type skill scroll from his hand. This item was useless to him. At Old Man Kata's store, it would serve well as currency. Upon seeing Cao Wei's extravagant tip, Nuonyuomi's heart raced with excitement as she discreetly accepted his scroll, tucking it into her sleeve. "Sir, the third floor is Old Man Cato's exclusive auction house. There you can bid for potions personally crafted by Old Man Cato. Although they are all-grade potions, these are Old Man Cato's private recipes." Hearing Nuonyuomi's mysterious words, Cao Wei frowned slightly. He flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. What was there to brag about with just a grade potion? No matter how impressive its effects were, could it compare to a grade potion? Clearly, Nuonyuomi noticed the contempt in Cao Wei's eyes. Immediately, she glanced around mysteriously. After confirming that no one was paying attention to her, Nuonyuomi tiptoed slightly, leaning her mouth close to Cao Wei's ear, and whispered, "Sir, let me quietly inform you about today's auction content. This is your privilege for the tip. Old Man Tor's famous potion is called Fire Lotus, which can permanently enhance your intelligence by 20 points. Moreover, every soul power user can use it 3 times. Instantly upon hearing Nuomi's information, Cao Wei's eyes widened. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy moly! A potion that permanently enhances attributes. No wonder so many people are willing to come to this potion store. The secret was hidden here. At that moment Cao Wei was captivated. If such a potion fell into his hands, coupled with his innate skill divine evolution, Cao Wei could hardly imagine how exaggerated the effects of that fire lotus potion would be after evolution. Cao Wei clenched his fists. No matter what, he had to participate in this auction. Immediately he pulled Nuomi. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and take me to the 3rd floor. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Nuomi's face showed a bitter smile. Sir, I haven't finished speaking. Old man Tor, while good at potion making, is also quite greedy. He only accommodates 20 distinguished guests each time. If you want to go to the 3rd floor, you'll need to demonstrate your capabilities, understand? After speaking, Nuomi rubbed her thumb against her index and middle fingers. This gesture is known to everyone in the universe. Cao Wei was initially taken aback. However, he quickly realized. He thought it was something serious. It was just about money. Cao Wei chuckled as he pulled out a scroll, gently handing it to Nuomi. The next moment, he hurriedly tucked it into his. Unfortunately, what Cao Wei didn't expect was that Nuomi, seeing what he had just taken out, suddenly panicked and shouted. This unprofessional shout quickly drew the attention of surrounding customers. It seemed Nuomi realized. Her little face turned slightly red and her body trembled involuntarily. Not for any other reason than because the scroll Cao Wei showed her was actually a special class change task scroll, Shaman D. Instantly Nuomi looked at Cao Wei with different eyes, her gaze filled with hesitation. She gently bit her lip, pulling Cao Wei's arm to rest against her egg. In a somewhat coquettish voice, she whispered beside Cao Wei. Sir, do you need a second wife? Cao Wei. I don't want that. Glancing sideways at the blushing Nuomi, a hint of disdain flickered in Cao Wei's eyes. I apologize, but I am a righteous and valiant man raised under the light of the righteous path. I do not refine copper. Immediately Cao Wei lifted the Nuomi in front of him and tossed her aside. So do I have the qualification to go to the 3rd floor now? TCH. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Nuomi's little mouth involuntarily pouted slightly. But soon she regained her human-like smile and said, Of course, my lord. However, the auction will not start for another half an hour. Would you like to go up now, or take a look on the 2nd floor first? Hearing Nuomi's words, Cao Wei thought for a moment. Then he casually said, Let's go to the 2nd floor first, perhaps there is something I need there. All right, please follow me. Upon hearing Cao Wei's request, Nuomi immediately led him towards a large door near. Arriving before a metallic door, Nuomi took out a card from her spatial equipment. She lightly waved it in front of the door. The metal before them surprisingly emitted a layer of white fluorescence. In the next moment, the door opened. Inside was actually an elevator. Entering the elevator, Nuomi directly pressed the button for the 2nd floor. Accompanied by a slight shake of the elevator, it wasn't long before the elevator door opened again. A new room appeared before Cao Wei. If the 1st floor was adorned in lavish splendor, then the decor of the 2nd floor could only be described as noble and elegant. All around, even the display counters were intricately carved with detailed patterns. And beside each bottle of potion, the name and achievements of the master who crafted it were introduced along with the effects of the potion. This time Nuomi did not follow Cao Wei. Instead, after greeting him, she went to sign him up for the 3rd floor. After Nuomi left, a new Fox Clan woman quickly approached Cao Wei. She appeared to be a beauty of the Fox Clan. In terms of both figure and temperament, she was clearly more beautiful than the Fox Clan attendants on the 1st floor, especially since she seemed to be noticeably older. In every sense. If it weren't for her fox-like face, Cao Wei might have genuinely developed feelings for her. Under the guidance of this new attendant, Cao Wei soon began to explore the 2nd floor of Old Man Tor's potion shop. Cao Wei, who initially held little hope, was pleasantly surprised after browsing around. The potions on the 2nd floor were indeed of significantly better quality than those on the 1st floor. All of them were grade or above potions. Several types of potions made Cao Wei's heart skip a beat. Holy Light Potion D. After use, all holy skills gain a 35 increase in power, crafted by mid-level alchemist Andrew. Demon Banishment Potion D. After use, the user's attacks deal an additional 20 damage to dark creatures, crafted by mid-level alchemist Peter Long. Frost Concentrate Potion D. After use, the user's ice skills gain a 30 boost, and all control skills are extended by 15, crafted by high-level alchemist Ice Demon. Deadly Potion D. After use, increases the user's hit rate by 40, critical damage by 15, crafted by high-level alchemist Amir Du. Pet Evolution Potion D. After use, can enhance the potential of pets or mounts below grade with a 30 chance to elevate their potential by 1 level and a 10 chance for their racial traits to evolve. Indestructible Potion D. After use, allows the user to maintain their condition for an entire night with a 50 chance to gain the status of energized for 24 hours, crafted by an anonymous alchemist. Cao Wei. Looking at the dazzling array of products before him, Cao Wei was momentarily dazzled. He immediately pulled the attendant beside him and asked, "How much for this and that?" Altogether, hearing Cao Wei directly point out several high-grade potions, the Fox Clan attendant was also slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Cao Wei was so extravagant. The Fox Clan saleswoman immediately said respectfully, "My lord, if you do not have our Fox Clan currency, you can exchange these for items of equivalent value. We have professional appraisers who will determine the value of your items. Additionally, some alchemists may post peculiar item trading tasks. If you can fulfill their tasks, they are also willing to exchange their crafted potions with you." Upon hearing the Fox Clan saleswoman's words, Cao Wei's eyes instantly lit up. He quickly began to check the introductions behind these potions, such as the Grade Monster's Claw from the Forest Lizard, the Grade Monster's Eyeball from the Death Vulture, and the Grade Monster's Whip from the Silver Barbarian Sheep. In short, all sorts of strange trading tasks appeared before Cao Wei. Most of them he had never even heard of. Soon he abandoned the idea of completing the trading tasks. He gently pulled out a few scrolls from his spatial watch. Before long, several scrolls appeared before him. This time it was the Fox Clan saleswoman who gasped in surprise, accompanied by her astonished voice. Soon many other beings from different races who were purchasing goods turned their attention to him. Instantly, everyone felt envious. What kind of family was this? Are they trading using scrolls? A group of people swallowed hard, tears of envy streaming down their cheeks. Is this what being a wealthy person feels like? Mom, I've finally seen what it means to have money. So frustrating. So envious. Clearly, regardless of the race, scrolls are considered rare items. A group of beings looked at Cao Wei with eyes full of jealousy and greed. Yet very few dared to cause trouble. After all, the security forces around were present. Even the weakest alchemist had at least first transition strength. This was not a place for anyone to act recklessly. Trembling slightly as she accepted the scrolls handed to her by Cao Wei. Before long, the Fox Clan saleswoman appeared before Cao Wei holding a leather bag full of potions. She respectfully handed the leather bag to Cao Wei, saying, "My lord, all the potions you requested are in this magical bag. By the way, the indestructible potion you were just interested in was bought by someone else, but I returned the scroll to you, placing it in the bag." Oh well. Buying a potion actually comes with a spatial bag. Cao Wei, who was worried about not having spatial equipment, was just offered a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. However, when Cao Wei heard that the potion was gone, his expression instantly fell. TCH. The joy of shopping suddenly diminished by half. After browsing the potion shop on the second floor, Cao Wei sat beside himself, feeling a bit bored, sipping on the complimentary drinks provided by the staff. The drink was black in color, but tasted like orange juice, causing Cao Wei, trying it for the first time, to be momentarily taken aback. Upon learning that the drinks were all free, Cao Wei promptly ordered 2 liters, drinking them without a care for his. This drew curious glances from those around him, but Cao Wei paid them no mind. After all, he had exchanged genuine gold for this drink. Not drinking would be a loss. Burp. Finally, after finishing the 2 liters, he bounced over to his side. "Sir, your seat is ready. Would you like me to take you up now?" Hearing Nuon's words, Cao Wei felt he had nothing else to do and decided to go up. Cao Wei nodded and followed Nuon to the 3rd floor. Once there, he noticed the architecture was quite different. There was no grand hall. The potion shop on the 3rd floor surprisingly utilized private booths. Each participant had their own private auction booth. This ensured client privacy while also enhancing the auction's efficiency. Following Nuon, they arrived at booth number 12. Upon entering, Cao Wei was stunned by the luxurious decor before him. The interior was undoubtedly the most extravagant he had ever seen, and there was no comparison. A massive genuine leather sofa appeared before Cao Wei, its crimson fur clearly made from the hide of a high-grade magical beast. On the table in front of him lay a huge crystal measuring a full 100 inches. Inside the crystal, a humble-looking elderly fox in servant attire gazed at it with reverence. Presumably, the crystal served as a live broadcast monitor. To prevent guests from being bored while waiting, the booth was also stocked with a variety of exquisite foods. These ingredients are the most seasonal and precious delicacies, including meat from 3rd-tier magical beasts. The drinks are top-notch as well, so feel free to indulge. Entry. These ingredients are the most seasonal and precious delicacies, including meat from 3rd-tier magical beasts. The drinks are top-notch as well, so feel free to indulge. Cao Wei sighed, patting his already full belly, tears of regret streaming down his face. If only he had known there were such delicacies on the 3rd floor. With a helpless wave of his hand, Cao Wei slumped on. As soon as he sat down, he felt as though he had sunk deep into the sofa, enveloped by the rich fire element. He let out a comfortable sigh, and before he knew it, fell asleep. Meanwhile, Nonomi looked on in surprise at Cao Wei's comfortable expression. She then quietly approached the food, stealthily packing the delicacies into her spatial bag. As for Cao Wei, he had no idea how long he had slept. Suddenly, he felt someone gently shaking his arm and opened his somewhat drowsy eyes. There sat Nuonmi beside him, her expression respectful. "Sir, the auction has begun." Hearing her words, Cao Wei finally realized he was still at the auction. He nodded and immediately began observing the crystal television on the table. Didn't they just bring a lot of... Ha ha ha. Sir, if you're hungry, I can have someone bring you another feast. All right. Dear guests, hello. I am your auctioneer for tonight, Dan. Just then, before Cao Wei could say anything, a clear and rapid voice of a man came from the crystal. Cao Wei immediately stopped thinking about food and focused intently on the crystal before him. The fox auctioneer who had just appeared in the crystal was finally making a move. He lifted a vial that seemed to contain the stars of the night. Gently shaking it, the galaxy inside swayed slightly. Seeing such a peculiar potion, Cao Wei's eyes brightened. Even without knowing its effects, he could tell it was a valuable. After a moment, the auctioneer suddenly smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our auction house's first potion. Its name is Star Essence." Upon hearing the name of the Star Essence, Cao Wei nodded. Indeed, the potion lived up to its name. The auctioneer was clearly skilled. Such a beautiful potion, could it be intended for mages or priests? This auctioneer must be a master with taste, just like him. At that moment, a gruff voice of dissatisfaction came from booth number 2. "Old man Dan, stop teasing us. We can't wait any longer for a potion that hasn't even been introduced yet. Hurry up and tell us the effects of the Star Essence." Hearing the voice from booth number 2, the auctioneer showed no sign of embarrassment. He slightly bowed and said, "I apologize, esteemed guest, for interrupting your enjoyment. Allow me to introduce the effects of the Star Essence. This bottle of Star Essence will enhance your physique upon consumption. The lower your original physique, the greater the increase you can achieve, up to a maximum of 10 points. Additionally, after using it, you have a 10 chance of permanently gaining the effect of 8-pack abs." This auctioneer is also a fitness fanatic. The potion can be used a maximum of 2 times, but after 10 uses, you will definitely achieve the effect of 8-pack. The starting bid is 1,000 universal fox coins. Cao Wei. For some reason, after hearing your introduction, I feel this potion is no longer elegant. This is practically a potion made for muscle-bound potion makers. However, I must admit the effects of this potion are indeed impressive. For an average mage, drinking it could easily add at least 5 points to their stamina. That's roughly equivalent to an extra level in attributes. Suddenly, discussions arose from the surrounding booths. Before long, a clear female voice rang out from booth number 1. "I am willing to offer 2,000 universal fox currency." As this female voice called out, new bids started to emerge from the surrounding booths. "I bid 3,500. 4,000. I have a class item for sale from a distance. Value according to your judgment. I have an E-class skill scroll here, estimated value around 8,000. Before long, the Star Essence had reached a high price of 8,000. Throughout the bidding, Cao Wei had yet to place a single bid. Beside him, Nuonuami appeared somewhat anxious. After all, Cao Wei was the one he brought along, and any purchases he made would earn her a commission. She approached Cao Wei with a flattering expression, gently tapping his thigh. "Sir, this Star Essence looks amazing. Would you like to buy a bottle to try? 8-pack abs are all the rage with the ladies." Upon seeing the scroll thrown by Cao Wei, Ningmi immediately caught it in her hands, staring at it with red-rimmed eyes for a long while. Skill scroll Bloodthirst E. After learning, one can acquire the Bloodthirst skill, which increases attack and movement speed by 15 for 20 seconds. After the effect ends, the user's attributes temporarily decrease by 30. What a treasure! Upon seeing this scroll, Nonomi took a deep breath. She almost choked on her breath in surprise. Wow, it's actually a burst-type skill scroll. For a warrior, it's definitely a crucial skill for a comeback. Nuonomi's eyes spun rapidly. In no time, she had already estimated the value of the scroll in front of her. Immediately, she spoke to the crystal in front of her. "Box No. 12, we are offering an E-level warrior burst-type scroll, estimated price 1.5 million. Whoa. Upon hearing the noise from Box No. 12, a wave of exclamations erupted from the surrounding. "Damn, this is just the first potion. Why is the kid buying something so expensive? I heard there was a big spender on the second floor who only deals with scrolls. Could it be someone from Box No. 12? Damn, the rich are truly different. They even trade with scrolls. We the commoners can't compete with that. Forget it, this is just the first item. I don't believe he has many more scrolls. It has already exceeded the total value of the stars. No need for a bid." Hearing the voices from the surrounding boxes, Cao Wei couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. However, he did not say much. He cheerfully sipped from a glass of red wine on the table. Would he tell those commoners at the door that he possesses the divine evolution skill? These potions, which are generally average for them, will all become divine potions after his evolution. Meanwhile, Nuonomi was already smiling widely. A good start. Cao Wei was introduced to her as a client, and she can earn a 1 commission. Suddenly 1,500 in hand. This is just too easy. Moreover, seeing Cao Wei's composed demeanor, Naomi knew he surely had many more treasures. With 3 hammers struck down by Dan, the star potion was successfully traded to Cao Wei's hands. Dan appeared very pleased with the result of this first auction. For an auctioneer, the result of the first item sold is extremely important. It can be considered a good omen. Thus, he quickly took out the second potion. This time, he held in his hand a bottle filled with a sky blue liquid, an unknown potion. Gently shaking it, Cao Wei seemed to see countless silver fish swimming inside the bottle. But in the next moment, these silver fish all vanished into the blue liquid. Duer Dan then said gracefully, "This potion is called Deep Sea D, which has a certain chance to help mage professions enter a precious meditative. As everyone knows, if one can successfully enter a meditative state, not only can it enhance your intelligence, but there is also a chance to comprehend rare skills. So far 6 users have consumed Deep Sea, among whom 2 mages entered a meditative state within 2 hours after taking Deep Sea. The starting bid, 300000. Hearing Duer Dawn words, a wave of voices erupted around. Clearly this so-called meditative state is extremely precious. However, Cao Wei was not very familiar with this meditative state. Looking at Nuomi beside him, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Nuomi, what is this meditative state? Can priests enter it?" Upon hearing Cao Wei's question, Nuomi's eyes brightened slightly. She rubbed her fingers again, gazing at Cao Wei with sparkling eyes. Hee little money fan. Seeing Nuomi's actions, Cao Wei immediately threw in a great item from his space watch into her arms. In the next moment, the item vanished into thin air. Nuomi then spoke in her sweet voice, "My lord, this meditative state is a special state of enlightenment. Even warriors can enter a meditative state under special circumstances. The effects are indeed as Duer Dan said, but each person's gains are different. In my opinion, the potion on stage has a 30 success rate, which is already quite high. If you have spare money, you can give it a try, consider it a gamble." Oh. Upon hearing Nuomi's explanation, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. He had heard of gambling stones and jade, but this was the first time he heard of gambling potions. Immediately a glint of interest flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. He had never entered this meditative state before. If he could truly comprehend some special skill, it would be nothing short of amazing. Immediately Cao Wei tossed out another scroll. Skill scroll Backstab. E grants the backstab skill upon use. To activate this skill, one must circle behind the enemy, dealing 125 armor-piercing damage upon use. Upon seeing this scroll, Nuomi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. He then loudly shouted again at the crystal in front of him, "E-level universal scroll for assassins. Worth 1 million. Suddenly the customers who had just been gearing up around quieted down completely. After a while, everyone finally came. What the hell? It's 12 again. Is he so poor that he only has scrolls left? Or is his family in the scroll production business? Damn, what a buzzkill. I'm not even in the mood to auction anymore." Suddenly raising the price by 8,000, what's his intention? What a bastard. If it weren't for the fact that fighting is not allowed here, I would want to go back to my old profession. Impressive. No. 12 indeed might be worth getting to know better. I give up. This was supposed to be a potion testing auction. This Deep Sea is not worth it. They'll keep my money for the next round of bidding on Red Lotus. Thus, this second round of the auction quickly came to an end. At this moment, Duer Dan, although still wearing a smile, suddenly felt that something was a bit off. In his past auction houses, which one was not bustling with excitement? Why is today so quiet? As an experienced auctioneer, Duer Dan knew this was not a good omen. Although the potion did sell for a high price, it's time for you all to understand what it means to have the dignity of an auctioneer. Duer Dan suddenly raised his voice by several decibels. It seems that everyone's enthusiasm is not particularly high. Then, shall we take out a bottle of Red Lotus potion today to liven things up? I must remind everyone that there are a total of 3 bottles of Red Lotus potions in this auction, so don't miss out. As expected, after hearing Duer Dan's words, the previously dull auction scene became lively again. Everyone excitedly looked at the crystals on their tables. Most of the people here came for the homeland potion. How could they resist the renowned work of Old Man Tor? As expected, when the bottle of homeland potion was presented, a hint of intoxication surfaced in the eyes of all the spectators present. Inside the bottle, the transparent red potion swayed like blood. With each movement of the auctioneer, lotus flowers arose. This breathtaking beauty made many soul power users present, especially the mages, quicken their heartbeats. Duer Dan chuckled and said directly, "I believe everyone is already aware of the effects of the homeland potion, so I won't elaborate. The starting bid is 1 million. Let the bidding begin." Upon hearing Duer Dan's words, Cao Wei instantly sat up from the sofa where he had been lounging. Is this the homeland potion? Indeed, it looks extraordinary. Without a second thought, Cao Wei, in the astonished gaze of Nuomi, took out a pile of scrolls from his spatial watch. Looking at the scrolls stacked like a tower beside him, Nuomi's eyes were filled only with and flashing. "Master, please consider allowing me to be your concubine." Nuomi shamelessly knelt down before Cao Wei. As a result, he was met with a slightly disdainful look from Cao Wei. "You think keeping you would be more comfortable than having a dog at home?" Woof, Cao Wei. He pinched his forehead and directly tossed out 2 scrolls. "Enough talk, just place your bid." Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Nuomi immediately ceased her antics and began evaluating the 2 scrolls in front of her. A hint of shock flickered in her eyes as she looked at the 2 scrolls. Room 12. I bid 1 a grade wind type skill scroll for mages and 1 a grade tracking type skill scroll. The estimated value. 2 million. Wow. Hearing the voice from room 12, the atmosphere was immediately doused with cold water. Goodness, it's that room 12 again. Is this person crazy? With these scrolls, they could assemble a powerful 5-member mercenary team. Did room 12 really choose to use this for the auction? Is this person a fool, or just someone who can't spend their money? Those locals who could only participate in the auction with money shed bitter tears. The soul power user from room 12 was not human. This is simply extravagant. Bang! A loud noise. Suddenly a man's furious shout echoed. What do you mean by room 12? Are you trying to ruin our auction? Why don't you just buy everything in one go? I'm determined to win you today. I bid 4 million. Good. Mr. Box 2 bids 4 million. Is there anyone else willing to offer a higher price? Upon hearing the bid from Box 2, a glimmer of joy appeared in Duerden's eyes. He was genuinely worried that no one would bid against room 12. Otherwise, today's auction would truly be dull. However, Duerden hadn't been happy for long. In a short while, a slightly excited and youthful voice unexpectedly came from room 12. We are willing to add in a grade fire-type skill scroll for mages, a blast-type spell worth 1 per million. Everyone. Well, room 12 is indeed too extravagant. Can't compete. At this moment, the price from room 12 had risen to 4.6 million. The other bidders who had just considered bidding immediately abandoned their plans to continue competing. Instead, each one's gaze shifted away from the auction. Everyone turned their attention to room 12 in the venue. From the first round of bidding until now, Cao Wei had continuously bid for warrior, mage, assassin, and archer skill scrolls. Having such a wide array of scrolls made the surrounding guests curious. Who is this room 12? How could they have so many scrolls? We should get to know them. Big brother, didn't you say you needed an explosive skill? Why don't we go to room 12 and see if we can trade? Since we're going to trade with room 12, we won't need to compete in the upcoming auction. Room 12 seems quite interesting. What race does this rich young master belong to? Even our family wouldn't dare to play like this. Come with me to room 12. I want to see who this extravagant person is. Hiding their identity, even letting others speak for them, it's obvious they're not a good person. At this moment, several boxes around closed their speakers. Several guests began to whisper, plotting to get their hands on Cao Wei scrolls. In their eyes, Cao Wei epitomized a fool with too much money. If they didn't try their luck, it would be a shame. Thus, soon there was a series of knocks on Cao Wei's box. Nuomi, with keen insight, ran to the door and looked through the peephole to see the changes outside. Master, guests from other boxes request to come in, but I don't know if you. Make them wait. I won't see anyone until the auction. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Nuomi immediately nodded in agreement. Soon the guests outside were all dismissed by her. Meanwhile, Cao Wei successfully completed the bidding for the third round. At this moment, cold sweat was already trickling down Duerden's forehead. This auction was truly bizarre. No matter how he tried to stir the atmosphere, it was always disrupted by the wealthy individual in room 12. Although the transaction price was not low, Duerden couldn't feel happy about it. He even lost the courage to raise the bid further. He trembled as he took out the fourth potion. Everyone, allow me to introduce this bottle of Zime potion. Its effects are. The starting bid is 600,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice unexpectedly came from room 12 again. Want a grade skill scroll for warriors, bidding 1.2 million. Everyone. At this moment, no one was willing to raise the bid anymore. Even though the price offered by Cao Wei was relatively low, there were no other bids. After all, everyone still wanted to exchange some scrolls from Cao Wei. If Cao Wei completed all his trades in advance, it would be quite a loss. Therefore, in this strange atmosphere, the venue became solely the domain of Cao Wei. The only voices left in the entire venue were the excited shouts of Nuomi. Finally, under Duerden's pale gaze throughout the last round of the auction, no one shouted a bid. Cao Wei actually monopolized the entire event. At this moment, Cao Wei was leisurely sitting on the sofa. Next to him, Nuomi was gazing at him with admiration, diligently massaging his legs. The expression on her face was as sycophantic as it could be, almost as if she wanted to write, "Please reward me," on her forehead. Cao Wei merely chuckled without saying much. Like a well-trained dog completing its tasks, she tossed out a scroll that he had no use for. Woof. In the air, Nuomi caught the scroll Cao Wei had thrown with her mouth. At that moment, one might mistakenly think she had suddenly returned to her roots. Just as the two were having a great... Over here, the door of the private room, where Cao Wei was suddenly knocked from the outside. A voluptuous fox tribe waitress appeared carrying a wooden tray in front of Cao Wei. Sir, thank you for shopping at Old Man Tor's shop. This is the equipment sent to you by Old Man Tor. A spatial ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. All your potions are inside. Hearing the words of the fox girl, Cao Wei's eyes immediately lit up. It was a perfect match for his needs. He needed large-capacity spatial equipment. Taking the ring offered by her, he noticed a blue gem was embedded. The ring was also engraved with beautiful patterns. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this ring was actually engraved with a cartoonish depiction of an old fox's head. It seemed that the old fox on this ring was Old Man Tor. What surprised Cao Wei even more was that this spatial ring was recognized as a special equipment by the system. Name: Old Man Tor's Spatial Ring. Requirements: Level 0, Effects 1. With this ring, shopping at Old Man Tor's potion shop grants a 10 discount. 2. This ring can condense a special dimensional key every month, which can open the dimensional door to Old Man Tor's potion shop. 3. It has a huge capacity of 100 cubic meters. Seeing the description of this ring, Cao Wei's eyes brightened. This was the first time he had seen spatial equipment recognized by the system. Previously, although his spatial watch could hold items, it was not recognized by the system. Otherwise, he would have upgraded his spatial watch long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so passive when at the Huangshi camp having so many treasures, but no place to store them. Since this is recognized equipment, could it evolve? After all, it would only take 1,000 experience points which he had. Immediately, Cao Wei used a skill on Old Man Tor's ring. Holy Evolution. Ding. You have used Holy Evolution on Old Man Tor's spatial ring, consuming 1,000 experience points. Ding. You have obtained Old Man Tor's spatial ring C. Name Old Man Tor's spatial ring C. Requirements: level 0, effects 1. As above 2. As above 3. Has a vast capacity of 5,000 cubic meters. Wow. Incredible. Seeing his new ring, although the name was still the same, the space had expanded several times. Now he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough space to store things. Calmly putting the ring on his hand, he thought that Old Man Tor was quite nice, a good fox. After Cao Wei completed the transaction, he did not leave immediately. After instructing Naomi beside him for a moment, a large group of Fox Tribe waiters soon arrived at his private room, bringing with them a large amount of food and tables and chairs. Cao Wei was still lazily sitting on the sofa, while the door of his private room was now wide open for everyone. After the room had been rearranged, a Tiger Tribe man, who looked like a warrior, slowly walked into Cao Wei's private. Gently removing the noble hat from his forehead, the Tiger Tribe man said in a deep voice, "Hello, Mr. 12. I am a guest from room 4. I have come to ask if you have any spare scrolls, and we are willing to buy or exchange with you." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's playful laughter echoed from the entrance of Cao Wei's private room. "I didn't expect someone to arrive before me. It seems our purpose is the same." This gentleman from the Tiger Tribe, a humanoid female soul power user of a different race, slowly entered Cao Wei's private room. Although she appeared human, her body was adorned with roses and branches. Cao Wei had seen this race in textbooks. It was apparently a branch of the tree spirit race, the Rose Tree Spirit Tribe. She smiled at Cao Wei and boldly sat down in the chair closest to him. At the same time, both she and the Tiger Tribe man noticed the scroll next to Cao Wei, which was as tall as a small mountain. And beside it, Naomi held the scroll as if it were a bone. What a sight! What a sight! This number 12 actually had a large number of scrolls. Was he a bastard of some foreign royal family, or had he just robbed someone of all their possessions? Seeing the astonished expressions of the two foreign soul power users before him, Cao Wei couldn't help but smile slightly. "Ladies, I understand your intentions, but please wait a moment. In 10 minutes, I will close the door to my room, and at that time, any guests that come will be able to trade with me. Just a heads up, if you have any scrolls or items for priests, please prepare some. I am very willing to exchange at a high price." Hearing Cao Wei's words, the female soul power user from the Rose Tree Spirit Tribe and the Tiger Tribe soul power user exchanged glances. Immediately, the two left Cao Wei's private room to make further preparations. Thus, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, each of the 19 nearby private rooms sent a Looking at the diverse forms of the foreign soul power users before him, Cao Wei couldn't help but smile slightly. "Great, I think our micro-trading session can officially begin. First of all, thank you for holding me in such high regard. You can call me Clown. As you can see, I am a priest. If you have any items or equipment that can entice me, I don't mind exchanging my goods with you. Even." At this point, Cao Wei slowly took out a brand new scroll from his spatial ring. Holding it as if it were a rare treasure, Cao Wei slowly displayed the attributes of this scroll to everyone. Special job change scroll Shaman D. The moment they saw this scroll, nearly all the guests fell into extreme madness and frenzy. The previously mentioned female soul power user from the Rose Tree Spirit Tribe exclaimed, "Sir, if you are willing to give me this scroll, I can offer you an upgrade priest skill scroll." Wow. Upon hearing the words of the Rose Tree Spirit soul energy wielder, the surrounding soul energy practitioners let out a gasp. It was likely that no one expected their opponent to throw down a trump card right from the start. The Tree Spirit soul energy wielder was rather straightforward. She discreetly handed her scroll to Cao Wei. Instantly, the information regarding the scroll appeared in Cao Wei's mind. Skill scroll Honeydew A creates a honey field of 100 square meters within which all allied entities will gain a comprehensive recovery rate of 2 per second. The recovery speed of Tree Spirit type soul energy wielders is doubled. It consumes 800 soul energy points per second. Cooldown time 20 minutes per use. A divine skill. Upon seeing the information about Honeydew, Cao Wei instantly became unsettled. Any priest obtaining Honeydew would undoubtedly become the brightest figure on the battlefield. When soul energy practitioners of the same level battle each other, if any side possesses Honeydew, the scales of victory would definitely tip in their favor. Honestly, under normal circumstances, if a class priest skill was exchanged for a class special task job transfer scroll, Cao Wei would absolutely come out ahead. However, looking at the honey-dew scroll in front of him, a trace of reluctance flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke. I'm sorry, your offer isn't attractive enough for me. Why? This isn't a class skill scroll. How many soul energy practitioners could spend their entire lives without obtaining such a high-level scroll? Hearing Cao Wei's words, the other party was instantly taken aback. She hadn't expected Cao Wei to have such high standards. Meanwhile, Cao Wei sighed inwardly. Because I have divine evolution. This class special task job transfer scroll can completely evolve into a class special task job transfer scroll. In this light, the class exclusive skill scroll seemed a bit lacking for Cao Wei. So despite feeling reluctant, he wore a stern expression. It's just a class skill scroll. Our family can get as many of these scrolls as we want. Bring me in class scroll, and it might catch my eye. What? That's impossible. Hearing Cao Wei's words, the tree spirit soul energy wielder gasped. What are you drinking to be that bold? Scrolls above class are also known as strategic level scrolls. The appearance of each class scroll is accompanied by countless blood and the fall of powerful beings. How could one easily exchange a class special task job transfer scroll for such a scroll? It was not worth it. After hesitating for a moment, the tree spirit soul energy wielder finally said with a gloomy expression. Well then, I'm sorry, sir. Apart from your special task job transfer scroll, I have no authority to exchange my scroll for anything else. Hearing the other party's words, Cao Wei merely nodded. If it couldn't be done, it couldn't be done. Honeydew consumed so much blue energy that he couldn't maintain it for long. If he truly used it, it would just be a burden for him. Should he evolve it? He had no experience. If he didn't evolve it, he would feel like he lost out. In the early stages, honeydew was simply a useless item for Cao Wei. However, with the Tree Spirit Lattice initial trial, the enthusiasm of the other soul energy practitioners increased significantly. Everyone took out the equipment or items they were carrying. Upon learning that Cao Wei needed priest-type scrolls, they eagerly selected several decent items and equipment for him to review. Mr. Clona, do you have any burst-type skills for mages, preferably at E-class or higher? I'm willing to exchange an E-class priest skill scroll for it. Mr. Clona, I need a stealth-type skill scroll for assassins, ideally class or higher. I'm willing to trade this C-class level 25 priest equipment for it. Mr. Clona, I wonder if I could get an E-class skill scroll if I spend a night with you. Our slime clan can take on any position. Mr. Clona, I have a pet egg of a light-type magical beast which can hatch into an unknown light-type pet with at least E-class potential. Do you have a class fire-type scroll for mages? Mr. Clona. Mr. Clona. Just like that, amidst the frantic selling from the crowd, the scrolls in Cao Wei's hands became fewer and fewer. Everyone suggested various trading conditions, both normal and bizarre, especially from numerous female or feminine soul energy practitioners. They even proposed many strange trading conditions to Cao Wei, leaving him excited. But, he chuckled, would he go to the human world for money? Places like Tianshang Rinjian and Dihao Club, where the ladies are beautiful, speak sweetly, and are all talented. He liked those places. Who would want you common, unattractive people? Are you all after my body? Bah, you are shameless. I'm too embarrassed to expose you. You are just after my skill scroll. Cao Wei would rather die than yield. I'm very upright. It's definitely not because I can't afford it. A single scroll is too expensive. What kind of face do you have to think your worth for one night is worth millions? Do you think you're some special item? Will sleeping one night help him level up or change jobs? He chuckled. It's all so vulgar. After experiencing a full 2 hours of trading, this small trading event hosted by Cao Wei finally came to an end. Representatives from both sides were very satisfied. The little stack of scrolls beside Cao Wei was entirely exchanged for what he needed. Once all the guests had left, Cao Wei eagerly laid out all the traded items on the table. He looked left and right. Finally, with the help of Nuan no Mi and counting, Cao Wei completed the tally of his gains from this trade. 6 pieces of priest equipment ranging from level 10 to level 30, and 3 class priest skill scrolls. 4 E-class priest skill scrolls. 2 class priest skill scrolls. 1 class priest skill scroll. 1 E-class light attribute magical beast egg. Lastly, there were also 4 other possible skill scrolls. With these scrolls in hand, Cao Wei was confident that even if he upgraded to the 2nd or 3rd job transfer, it would be sufficient. However, looking at the little over 1,000 experience points he had left, Cao Wei's expression couldn't help but drop slightly. What can so little experience do? It seems it's time to leave here and return to the trial ground. He had so many skill scrolls in hand, yet he couldn't use them. With so many scrolls, it's definitely most cost-effective to use them after divine evolution. However, Cao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. He directly put away all the scrolls on the table. Soon only 3 class skill scrolls remained on his desk. 2 were general, and 1 was exclusive to his priest class. Although he only had a little over 1,000 experience points, these 3 scrolls were sufficient for leveling up. Immediately, Cao Wei activated his skill. Divine Evolution. Ding. You used Holy Evolution on the skill scroll Holy Fist F, consuming 200 experience points. You used Holy Evolution on the skill scroll Holy Light Shield F, consuming 200 experience points. You used Holy Evolution on the skill scroll Miniature Arrow Tower F, consuming 500 experience points. You obtained the skill scroll Rapid Fire Arrow Tower D. It increases damage against dark races by 50 and deals true damage, consuming 500 soul power points, cooldown 15 per use. Consume 50 units of wood to summon an automatic enemy locking arrow tower 10 meters high with a durability of 2,000 points, shooting 4 arrows per second, with an attack power of 25 and the arrows inflict armor-piercing damage. Cooldown time 1 minute per use. This perfectly compensates for Cao Wei's lack of attack and defense capabilities. If there were enough wood, he could build a line of arrow towers. This is unmanageable. It's as if he turned an adventure RPG masterpiece into a tower defense game. 1,000 towers shooting 4 arrows per second equals 100 points of damage. If he attacked other races' trial grounds and built 1,000 arrow towers in advance. However, this is just a dream. Building 1 tower requires 1 ton of wood. 1,000 towers would need 1,000 tons. This thought is just a dream. In the meantime, he tidied his clothes and prepared to leave Old Man Tor's potion shop. However, before Cao Wei could take a few steps, a soft and somewhat dispirited voice came from behind. "Sir, are you leaving?" Hearing this, Cao Wei was momentarily taken aback before a smile crept onto his face. "Of course, do you want to come with me?" "No, my goal is to become an excellent merchant. So, actually, I have my own little shop, but I can only sell level items for now." Cao Wei's eyes lit up upon receiving the key. Name Nuam is shop key F. Effect can open a dimensional door to Nuam is shop when in a non-combat state and can be opened at any time. Cao Wei chuckled seriously, placing the key into his spatial ring and gently ruffling Nuam is fiery. "Well then, I look forward to your growth, and I hope you can find items that interest me. By the way, please find me some priest items or equipment in the end." "Yes." Nuami clenched her fist upon seeing Cao Wei take the key. What Nuami handed over was a bound key that only dimensional door merchants could give out. Cao Wei's spatial ring has many limitations. For instance, it can only open once a month. Only with this exclusive bound key could Cao Wei open the door anytime. Nuami saw potential in Cao Wei, a possibility that could help her quickly upgrade to a great merchant. Do not think that upgrading as a merchant is simple. They upgrade based on their transaction amounts. Only great merchants can trade more and better items, attracting more customers. Nuami admitted. She was taking a gamble. Waving goodbye to Cao Wei with a worried expression, she watched as he returned to the corridor where he came from. Stepping through his dimensional door, he soon found himself back at the Huangshi camp of the trial ground. Cao Wei suddenly felt a sense of dislocation looking at the disheveled equipment around. Is this the merchant scroll? Truly extraordinary. 3 days later in the trial ground, within a severely damaged alien protection zone, a skeleton was eerily sitting atop the ruins. Surrounding it, countless alien corpses were piled high like mountains, and scattered across the ground lay their numerous dead tools. Any newcomer witnessing this bloody scene would likely feel nauseous. However, at this moment, the skeleton was unconcernedly drinking a recovery potion, all the while counting today's. "I earned a total of 16853 experience points by eliminating a Bullets Ant tribe's protection zone. Killing a nameless flower spirit tribe netted me 9450 experience points. Then I took down a zombie tribe and gained 6420 experience points from grave robbing. Lastly, this badger tribe's protection zone earned me 7652 experience points. Not bad, not bad. That's 40,000 experience points in 1 day. In these 3 days, I've earned nearly 100 experience points. It's time to head back." Indeed, the skeleton was calculating its own harvest. It was none other than Cao Wei. Since leaving the Huangshi camp, he had been relentlessly attacking other races while disguised in a hooded robe. With his superior equipment and terrifying skills, Cao Wei systematically eliminated one alien protection zone after another. However, when the system notified him of a defensive mission, Cao Wei cleverly left without hesitation. After the battle at Huangshi camp, he clearly understood that he was no match for second-tier experts. Thus, during these days, he had been continuously harvesting experience. Following his remarkable achievements over these days, his alt-account's reputation had skyrocketed. Almost all the nearby alien camps were aware of the terrifying dark priest that had emerged from the skeleton tribe. After consecutively slaughtering several trial protection zones, he forced some aliens to close the trial grounds, preventing newcomers from entering. However, Cao Wei gradually realized that the rewards were no longer as plentiful as before. Thus, he contemplated returning home. The value of the trial grounds had nearly been exhausted by him. In the future, if he wanted to gain experience, he would need to seek higher-level soul users. Weaker alien soul users typically only provided Cao Wei with 1 or 2 experience points. He brushed off the dust from his clothing. In the next moment, a glint of determination flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Before heading back, he needed to enhance himself a bit. He slowly took out several bottles of potions from his spatial ring. These potions were all grade potions auctioned off at Old Man Tor's shop. Among them were 3 bottles of Red Lotus Potion, 1 bottle of Star Potion, and 1 bottle of Deep Sea Potion. Additionally, there were 2 bottles that increased Constitution, 1 that boosted Strength, and 1 that enhanced Speed. 9 bottles of grade potions required 900 experience points to upgrade. Just right, leaving 1,000 experience points as a reserve. Looking at the 9 bottles of potions before him, Cao Wei wasted no time and activated his skill. Holy Evolution. Ding. You have obtained 9 bottles of C-grade potions. In no time, the 9 bottles of potions underwent a splendid transformation. Especially the Red Lotus Potion, its red contents were almost as thick as blood. Blood Lotus Potion C after use permanently increases intelligence by 35 points with a certain chance to gain the Anger Lotus status. Star Potion C after use, the lower your health the greater the bonus, with a maximum of 40 points of permanent constitution increase. Upon use you will definitely gain the 8-pack ab status. Deep Sea Potion C after use permanently increases intelligence by 20 points. The Mage class has a 60 chance of entering meditation state, the Priest has a 55 chance, the Archer 40, the Assassin 30, and the Warrior 15. Mighty Bull Potion C after use permanently increases Constitution by 30 points with a small chance to gain the Skin Toughness status. Hummingbird Potion C after use permanently increases speed by 30 points and temporarily gains the Speedy status. Explosive Scale Potion C after use permanently increases strength by 30 points and speed by 15 points. Looking at the 9 bottles of potions before him, Cao Wei wasted no time and consumed them one by one. Perhaps it was due to drinking too many potions at once. In the next moment, Cao Wei's body visibly turned red. Puffed. A stream of nosebleed gushed from Cao Wei's nostrils. It was as if he had consumed too many recovery potions at once. The nosebleed spouted out like a fountain. Before long, Cao Wei found himself in an oversupplement status. Oversupplement recovers 3 of health per minute, exceeding the life limit will cause a nosebleed. Cao Wei. This status is insane. I'm just trying to recover a bit, and you're monitoring this. However, Cao Wei barely had time to fuss before his head. A mysterious state gradually rose from his mind. Before long, Cao Wei unexpectedly fell asleep. When Cao Wei awakened again, he discovered that unbeknownst to him, he had actually collapsed in a pool of blood. Judging by the amount of blood, it was impossible for a single adult to bleed that much. A wave of dread washed over Cao Wei. How much blood had he lost during his unconsciousness? Hadn't he drained enough blood for a woman to last a lifetime? Suddenly, just as he was panicking about almost over-supplementing himself, Cao Wei received a system notification. Ding! Your strength has increased by 40 points, speed by 50 points, constitution by 70 points, and intelligence by 160 points. You have gained 2 permanent statuses, 8-pack abs and skin toughness, along with 2 temporary statuses, Anger Lotus and Speedy. Ding! You have acquired the skill Universal Liquid C. 8-pack abs just looks good when undressing, no other use. Skin toughness reduces physical damage by 2, magical damage by 1. Anger Lotus, the next attack, carries an additional 5 fire attribute damage lasting 72 hours. Speedy temporarily increases speed by 10. Universal Liquid C after use you can condense a special liquid. If it hits an enemy, it can deal 500 damage. If it hits an ally, it can restore 500 health, and it can form a shield with 2,000 endurance points consuming 1,000 soul power. Cooldown time 10 seconds per use. Seeing the skyrocketing attributes on his body, Cao Wei's eyes widened. He never expected that after just a brief period of unconsciousness he would not only gain so many attribute points, but also acquire 2 permanent statuses and a skill. Especially the Universal Liquid, which was undoubtedly a versatile skill. He figured it must be a new skill acquired after entering the meditation state. Not only that, but all of his attributes had also seen a significant increase based on the effects of the potions he had consumed. He opened his character panel. Name Cao Wei. Occupation Apprentice Priest. Level 10. Equipment Law Enforcement Set, Swift Gloves, Disguise Robe, Old Man Tor's Space Ring. Life 14,550. Soul Power 6,500. Physical Attack 700. Magical Attack 454. Physical Defense 1,120. Magical Defense 885. Strength 222. Agility 257. Intelligence 266. Constitution 520. Luck 40. Skills Energy Rod, D Swordsmanship Resistance, D Goblin Punks Magical, I C Blinding Field, B Holy Light Bombardment, C Archery Control, B Justice from the Heavens, D Sacred Shield, D High Speed Arrow Tower, D Ancient Tree of Light, C Spirit of Revival, C Universal Liquid, C Tough Skin, E 8-pack abs F. Looking at his newly acquired attributes, Cao Wei felt as if he could defeat a second transformation master with ease. Of course, he understood that this was merely wishful thinking. Although Cao Wei's abilities had seen a significant boost on paper, he was still a long way from matching a second transformation master. As for being invincible among first transformation practitioners, after witnessing the abnormality that was Dua, Cao Wei dared not to be so arrogant. As a fellow apprentice soul power user, Dua was clearly far stronger than him. If it weren't for the fact that Dua had been in a fierce battle with the guardian buck sent by the Huangshi camp. In the end, it was only due to his equipment advantage that Cao Wei managed to kill Dua. In an unknown situation, even with his enhanced abilities, Cao Wei couldn't guarantee he could defeat Dua. After twisting his somewhat stiff body, Cao Wei directly removed his disguise robe. He returned to it. This time Cao Wei had no intention of showing off. It was time to go home and retrieve the gifts his parents had prepared for him. Blue star at the entrance of the trial dimension. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary boy walked out of the trial dimension. He wore a complete set of great equipment. Indistinguishable from the crowd, there was nothing remarkable about him. This was Cao Wei. Before returning, Cao Wei had specifically changed into a new outfit. To avoid causing any unnecessary misunderstandings, Cao Wei didn't want to wear his overly flashy law enforcement, so he specifically looked for a set of decent priest attire, disguising himself as an ordinary soul power user. Standing among the crowd, no one would likely pay him any extra attention. Wearing the distinctive hood of the priest robe, Cao Wei went directly to a pawn shop. Lee's Pawn Shop. One look at the name, and it was clear this was another property of the Lee family. In today's Blue Star pawn shops had become a very ordinary industry. Many soul power users returning from adventures outside the dimension would go to pawn shops to mortgage or sell items. The more advanced option was the auction house. Although Cao Wei's goods were already sufficient to reach the level of the auction house. Right now, the most pressing matter for Cao Wei was to redeem the items his parents had left in the bank vault. For this, Cao Wei was willing to accept the loss of some. Before long, under the astonished gaze of the staff, Cao Wei took out 2 grade scrolls used by fire mages. When Cao Wei emerged, he already had a check from Lee's bank in his possession. With this check, Cao Wei could directly withdraw 3 million in cash. Holding the check in his hand, a sense of discomfort arose in Cao Wei's heart. How much did his parents have to struggle to earn such money from the dimensional gate? And he, just by going to the trial dimension, once probably earned more than what his parents made in a whole year. If only he had awakened earlier, perhaps his parents wouldn't have gone missing. He squeezed the check in his hand. Money truly is a bastard. With the check in hand, Cao Wei returned home. Taking out the documents his parents had entrusted to him before their departure, a warm smile appeared on Cao Wei's face. Before long, Cao Wei found himself at the entrance of Lee's bank. At the bank counter, the bank teller greeted him with a businesslike smile. "Dear soul power user, how may I assist you today?" Upon hearing the question, Cao Wei nodded and replied, "Hello, my parents rented a safety deposit box here, and I need to retrieve it now. This is my parents' identification. They have both gone missing in the dimensional gate, and as their direct descendant, I have the right to retrieve their belongings. Additionally, my parents borrowed 2 million in cash from your bank before their disappearance. This is a 3 million check. You can see that it should cover my parents' debt. The remaining funds please deposit directly into my bank account." Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, the bank teller was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Cao Wei, who appeared to be just of age, a hint of sympathy emerged on her face. Then she carefully took the documents Cao Wei had handed over and began to review them. After confirming everything was in order, she led Cao Wei to the storage room of Lee's bank. Inside the storage room, rows of neatly arranged safety deposit boxes were on display. The teller took out a key and approached safety deposit box number 4201. Opening the box, a metallic-looking briefcase appeared before Cao Wei and the teller. Without opening it, Cao Wei left Lee's bank. What Cao Wei didn't know was that shortly after he left the bank, a bank manager immediately called his boss. "Boss, the items in safety deposit box number 4201 that the young master was interested in have just been taken by a child." It's a low-level 100 compatible job transfer scroll. The young master mentioned he was interested, so I kept an eye on it. Yes, I'm sorry, boss. I was too hasty. Yes, this scroll is somewhat rare, but it's just a grade item. The young master would definitely not be interested. Right, I just wanted to report to you. Well, boss, wishing you good health and all the best. Cao Wei was unaware of the happenings at Lee's bank. At this moment, he had already returned home. Opening the briefcase before him, Cao Wei was slightly surprised to find inside the large case, there was surprisingly only a single scroll. The golden corners made the scroll appear somewhat mysterious. Is this what his parents left for him? Cao Wei couldn't help but tremble as he picked up the scroll before him. The next moment, the information of the scroll appeared before his eyes. Name: low-level 100 compatible job transfer scroll D. Effect: upon use, the user will be guaranteed to obtain the most compatible profession during their next job transfer task, with a maximum profession potential of no more than D grade. As Cao Wei looked at the content of the scroll, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Gazing at the low-level 100 compatible job transfer scroll before him, Cao Wei's hands trembled slightly. This seemingly D-grade low-level job transfer scroll was nothing short of a divine artifact for Cao Wei. Moreover, it was exactly what he needed at the moment. For an ordinary person, acquiring it might only lead to a D-grade hidden profession. But Cao Wei was different. He possessed the SSS-grade Sacred Evolution talent. Without hesitation, he used his skill directly on the low-level 100 compatible job transfer scroll in front of him. Sacred Evolution. In the next moment, the low-level 100 compatible job transfer scroll transformed into a beam of golden light, becoming a brand new scroll that resembled gold. Intermediate 100 compatible job transfer scroll B. Effect after use. The user will definitely obtain the profession most compatible with them during their next job transfer task, with a maximum potential not exceeding grade B. Looking at the effects of the intermediate 100 compatible job transfer scroll, before him Cao Wei couldn't help but clench his fist. In the next moment, without a word, he used it directly. Ding! You have used the intermediate 100 compatible job transfer scroll and are searching for the profession that matches you best. Matching. Ding! You have obtained the task transfer information for 3 hidden professions. Please choose. In the next moment, 3 hidden professions appeared before Cao Wei. They were the Light Summoner C, Forest Priest B, and Balanced Priest B. Light Summoner C. After the transfer, the soul power user can use healing skills and summon light-type elements or beasts with a maximum of 4 summoned beasts. Forest Priest B. After the transfer, the soul power user can use healing skills and wood-type spells and nature spells, and can contract with special summoned forest spirits to assist in battle. Balanced Priest B. After the transfer, the soul power user can acquire the abilities of other professions, obtaining skills from up to 4 different professions which can be replaced, but the replaced skills will be permanently forgotten. Looking at the information on the 3 hidden professions before him, Cao Wei first ruled out the Light Summoner. Although it could summon elements and beasts to fight, its limitations were also significant. It could only summon light-type creatures, making it easily countered by enemies. Having seen the abilities of the A-grade Beast Master Buck, Cao Wei no longer regarded the Light Summoner. Furthermore, with the Light Summoner's potential being only C, Cao Wei had no intention of considering it. Unconsciously, he turned his gaze towards the Forest Priest and Balanced Priest. The Forest Priest was quite good, essentially granting Cao Wei the abilities of a mage. The wood type had many powerful skills capable of both offense and defense, as well as summoning skills like Trant. Additionally, the Forest Spirit served as a decent support spirit, providing Cao Wei with significant combat assistance. It was akin to having an extra teammate. As for the Balanced Priest, to Cao Wei, he was simply a jack of all trades. If he were to transfer to the Balanced Priest, Cao Wei would not only be able to use mage skills, but also the skills of assassins, warriors, or archers. Most importantly, he could even use the skills of hidden professionals. However, without powerful skills, this profession would struggle to showcase any remarkable abilities. Thus, if an ordinary priest had the opportunity that Cao Wei currently possessed, they would likely choose the Forest Priest. But Cao Wei was no ordinary priest. With his Sacred Evolution talent, he could fully unleash the Balanced Priest's greatest strengths. Therefore, after weighing his options for a moment, Cao Wei had already made his decision. I have decided transfer to Balanced Priest. Ding! You used the intermediate 100 compatible job transfer scroll B, and you have received the task for the Balanced Priest B transfer. Transfer task B. Kill 5 first-tier soul power users of the warrior, mage, priest, archer, and assassin professions. Seeing this task, Cao Wei couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't seem very difficult. For an ordinary apprentice soul power user, it might be a challenging task. But for Cao Wei, first-tier soul power users were no longer formidable foes. After all, he couldn't even remember how many of those law enforcement officers in the trial grounds he had slain. If only Cao Wei had obtained the intermediate 100 compatible job transfer scroll earlier. Perhaps he could have completed his transfer while in the trial grounds. At this moment, Cao Wei could hardly wait to complete his transfer task. Just as Cao Wei was preparing to pack his things and leave, suddenly his home phone rang. Ding-ling-ling. The harsh ringing made Cao Wei pause slightly. After his parents went missing, relatives of his family had learned that they owed $2 million in debts. One by one, they avoided him. Aside from the bank, no one had called his family in a long time. But hadn't they just paid off all the money? Why would someone still be calling? Unconsciously, Cao Wei picked up the home phone and answered. Soon a young woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Cao Wei's home? I am his homeroom teacher Li. Homeroom teacher. Hearing teacher Li Tian's voice, Cao Wei was momentarily taken aback. But soon a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After days of living on the edge, he had almost forgotten that he was still a student. Now Cao Wei was still a high school senior. However, unlike most students preparing for the college entrance exam, his future life might be even more brilliant and perilous. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cao Wei spoke. Teacher Li, this is Cao Wei. I became a soul power user after transferring, so I stayed in the trial grounds a few more days until I reached level 10 before coming back. Hearing Cao Wei's voice on the other end, Li Tian was also momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, a hint of joy flashed across her face. My goodness. Cao Wei, you finally come home. The teacher has been calling your house for several days. Since you've become a soul power user, why haven't you reported to school? Let me help you register here. Tomorrow is an important day when the leaders of the Human Alliance will come to speak at school, so you must not miss it. Since you've become a soul power user, you qualify for the special class. I can't explain it all over the phone. When can you come to school? Hearing teacher Li's words, Cao Wei slightly opened his mouth. To be honest, he didn't want to go to school right now. He preferred to complete his transfer task first rather than listen to the leader's nonsense. However, remembering that Teacher Li had been calling him for several days, Cao Wei's heart warmed. Finally, Teacher Li will go this afternoon. I'm heading to school right now. Arriving at the familiar high school, students passed by in small groups. Many first and second year students wore expressions of youthful innocence. Cao Wei had never paid attention to this before, but now it was different. He could almost instantly recognize who the soul power users were. Those soul power users, upon seeing Cao Wei, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It seemed that only soul power users could communicate with each other while ordinary people were drifting further away. Knock, knock, knock. Gently tapping on the door of Teacher Li's office, Cao Wei walked in. Upon seeing Cao Wei, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. Although Cao Wei was still her student, he gave her an impression that was surprisingly unfamiliar. It was as if he had undergone a transformation. The once slightly timid boy now radiated confidence, his face glowing with self-assurance. Cao Wei, my goodness, it seems you gained quite a bit in the trial grounds. You look so much more spirited. Teacher Li did not hold back her praise upon seeing Cao Wei. Immediately she grabbed a chair from the side and placed it in front of her. Sit. Hearing Teacher Li's request, Cao Wei simply nodded. Sitting beside Teacher Li, Cao Wei looked at her with some confusion and asked, Teacher Li, you mentioned on the phone that you wanted to discuss something with me, right? What is it? Upon hearing Cao Wei's question, Li Tian nodded and replied directly, I do have something to discuss with you, Cao Wei. You are now a soul power user. According to regulations, all students who awaken as soul power users must register, after which you can freely choose whether or not to join a special class. Special class. Hearing Teacher Li's words, Cao Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then he recalled what a special class was. The teachers had mentioned it to the students in their second year. Ordinary students can attend university after graduating from high school. However, if one becomes a soul power user, there are more choices available. That includes attending specialized schools for soul power users. After all, the lives of ordinary people and soul power users are like a chasm apart. It is more convenient to manage them collectively rather than separately. Thus, the Human Alliance established specialized universities for soul power users, providing unified courses to help students grow better. The special class is a unique class for soul power users during their high school years. Although students in the special class will also take the college entrance examination, their scores are of secondary importance, accounting for only 30 of the total. The remaining 70 is based entirely on practical performance. There are different examination contents for soul power users. Today, Teacher Li called Cao Wei over to ask whether he wanted to transfer to the special class. Upon hearing Teacher Li's inquiry, Cao Wei agreed without a second thought. After all, it was already the latter half of the third year, with only about 100 days left until the college entrance examination. Before coming here, Cao Wei had planned to go solo in the future. However, after listening to Teacher Li's introduction, he suddenly felt that attending a soul power university might be a good path. Making friends, forming a strong team would undoubtedly be much safer than going to another world alone. Once Cao Wei transitions to a balanced priest, his special profession would surely make him a hot commodity. Thus, with Teacher Li's assistance, Cao Wei transferred classes directly. As for his original class, there was nothing there that he felt nostalgic about. Therefore, Cao Wei didn't even say goodbye to his former classmates and followed Teacher Li towards a special floor. Arriving at a special teaching building, it felt more like a training ground to Cao Wei than a classroom. Next to a small two-story building was a large open space. Surrounded by various training equipment, there were also numerous arenas. Judging by the marks on the arenas, it was clear that many different battles had taken place here before. However, before Cao Wei could take a closer look, he was already led by Teacher Li to a new class, Special Class F. The entire teaching building had a total of 8 classes. Classes A, B, C, D, and E were each a class. Class F, however, had 3 sections. These 3 classes housed 80 of the soul power users in the school. The remaining 20 were all hidden profession soul power users. Moreover, they enjoyed 80 of the school's resources. Because Cao Wei's profession level was F-level ordinary priest, he was placed in Class F3. Standing in front of the door to Class F3, Cao Wei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The expected scene of all elite youths did not materialize. This F3 class seemed to be much worse than he had imagined. Inside, there was a chaotic mix of noisy sounds. A group of male and female students were competing in strength, smoking, and wearing heavy makeup. It was a scene of utter chaos, making Cao Wei frown. Has the world gone down the drain? Are these students really this disappointing? Suddenly, Cao Wei felt that he might have come to the wrong place. Is this really the special class for soul power users? It feels more like a den of delinquents. Unable to help it, Cao Wei glanced at Teacher Li with a somewhat unpleasant expression. To his surprise, Teacher Li did not look much better. After a slight sigh, Teacher Li finally spoke. As I am a teacher in the ordinary class, I cannot provide you with much information about the specific situation. I have already discussed your special situation with your new homeroom teacher. He will explain the specifics of the special class. That's it for now. Oh, I have classes to attend, so I'll be off. After saying this, Teacher Li left without another word, leaving Cao Wei standing awkwardly in place. At this moment, many people had already noticed Cao Wei. Oh, a new face. Kid just became a soul power user. A boy with a somewhat unruly demeanor approached from the crowd. He had a strong build and a shaved head, smoking a cigarette without anyone stopping him. The first impression he gave was that this guy is not a good person. The bald guy did not insult his appearance either. He grinned and walked up to Cao Wei saying, "My name is Lu Xiong, the boss of class F3. I don't care whether you will transfer classes in the future, but as long as you are in this class, you must listen to me, understand? Today I'll teach you your first lesson in this class, which is, when I ask you a question, you must answer." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiong's fist flew out suddenly. It looked like it was about to smash into Cao Wei's eye. The surrounding classmates seemed to have anticipated this. One by one, they looked on excitedly at the unfolding drama. However, the next moment, something that left everyone dumb. With a slap, Lu Xiong's flying fist was effortlessly caught by Cao Wei. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Cao Wei retaliated with a punch right on Lu Xiong's nose. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The next moment, Lu Xiong's scream reverberated throughout the special class teaching building. Looking at the classmates before him, who were trembling in fear, a smile appeared on Cao Wei's face. However, this smile seemed a bit sinister. He clapped his hands as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. The next moment, he sat on Lu Xiong's back and gently said, "All right, now I am the boss of class F3. Can someone tell me about the details regarding the class transfer?" A group of students from class F3 exchanged glances, looking at Cao Wei. Then they glanced at Lu Xiong, who was groaning in pain beneath him. For a moment, no one dared to step forward and speak. Just when Cao Wei was frowning and becoming a bit impatient, a rough voice suddenly emerged from the entrance of class. "What are you all doing? It's just that I arrived 10 minutes late for class. Can't you handle this little bit of time? Lu Xiong, you're the most troublesome one here. Get outside and do 100 push-ups." "Wait, who are you?" A one-eyed man wearing an eye mask walked into class F3, cursing. His sturdy muscles contrasted with his somewhat thin suit. It seemed rather out of place with his entire demeanor. To be honest, if he claimed to be a bandit, it might have been more believable. However, from the tone of the man's words, Cao Wei seemed to realize this person was his new homeroom teacher. While Cao Wei was still in shock, his homeroom teacher Cheng Yao-in was also looking at him in astonishment. After thinking for a long time, he realized he couldn't even recall Cao Wei's name. Curiously, Cheng Yao-in asked, "Hey, which class are you from? Are you a student in my class? Here to mess with my students? Don't you want to fit in?" Hearing Cheng Yao-in's words, Cao Wei finally stood up from Lu Xiong's lap. After sizing up the one-eyed man before him, he slowly spoke. "I'm sorry, teacher. I just transferred to class F3. My name is Cao Wei. The previous teacher Li Tian should have mentioned this to you. Not sure if you remember. Also, I didn't hit this Lu Xiong. He heard I had no seat after coming to the class, so he voluntarily offered himself as a stool for me to sit on." Hearing Cao Wei's words, Cheng Yao-in shot him an annoyed glance. Was this guy really a fool? Or did he think he was a fool? Looking at Lu Xiong on the floor, Cheng Yao-in felt a mix of anger and disappointment. Without further ado, he kicked Lu Xiong hard. Duong, a loud crash. Lu Xiong was slammed against the wall. Hiss. Seeing this, Cao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This person is ruthless. Are teachers in special classes this violent nowadays? Is this how they educate students? I wonder which student can endure such a kick. Isn't he afraid he might have kicked Lu Xiong to death? Unexpectedly, the next second, Lu Xiong, who had been kicked into the wall, let out a joyous howl. "Oh, that felt great. Old Ching kicked me again. I haven't fully recovered yet. Cao Wei. Lu Xiong really is a masochist." Many shared the same thought, at least Cheng Yaojin thought so. He disdainfully spat on the ground. He then turned his displeased gaze toward Cao Wei. "Kid, I remember now, you're the transfer student today, right? Making such a fuss on your first day? You'll be punished." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yao-in unexpectedly kicked towards Cao Wei, just like he had done to Lu Xiong. Bang! A loud impact. Cao Wei felt as if his body had been struck by a cannonball. The next moment, two people hung against the wall of class F3. However, the anticipated pain did not come. On the contrary, Cao Wei actually felt a sense of refreshment and vitality. Ding! You have been affected by Cheng Yao-in's skilled, justifiable motivation, temporarily gaining the statuses profound enlightenment and slow recovery. Justifiable motivation C attacks a teammate, helping them slowly recover health and soul power. Cao Wei, what is this strange skill? Strangely enough, he was a bit excited. At this moment, Cao Wei finally understood that Cheng Yao-in was indeed a ruthless person. Even beating people could help them recover. He truly shouldn't be judged by appearances. He was born to be a teacher. Indeed, a true teacher hits you for your own good. However, not fighting back after being hit, that wasn't Cao Wei's style. It was time to test this teacher's strength. A glint of determination flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. The next moment, he pulled himself off the wall. Previously dressed in ordinary clothing, he now donned a set of level E priest robes. Divine justice has arrived. Boom! A massive beam of light suddenly descended upon class F3. The target of the beam was none other than Cheng Yao-in. Seeing the beam rushing towards him, a hint of mockery appeared on Cheng Yaoyin's face. The next moment, a giant protective shield appeared around him. From time to time, a dragon's roar echoed within his protective shield. Guardian of the Dragon Sea obtains a protective shield with 5,000 durability, increases resistance to dragon-type magic by 30. While the durability remains intact, the user's strength and constitution temporarily increase by 50 points, consuming 3,000 soul power. Cooldown time 10 minutes per use. Cheng Yaoyin twisted his neck with a smile on his face. Looking at Cao, daring to hit a teacher on your first day? I must teach you, you little troublemaker. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Oh, I won't wear any equipment and will face you in 2 rounds. After finishing his words, Cheng Yaoyin swiftly charged in front of him. Clenching his fist, he punched Cao Wei in the abdomen. Crack. A mouthful of blood spewed from Cao Wei's lips. This time, along with the intense pain, it was not a justifiable motivation but a real damaging skill. And this skill Cao Wei was quite familiar with. Because he had it once too. This is Holy Fist, the exclusive skill of priests. Teacher Cheng, I never expected you to be a priest as well. With your physique, I would believe you were a warrior. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Cheng Yaoyin burst into laughter. Who says a priest can't be a warrior? My motto is, a warrior who can't heal is not a good teacher. Eat my divine warhammer. The next moment, a massive warhammer appeared in Cheng Yaoyin's hand. Well, now he looked even more like a warrior. Moreover, a hammer-wielding warrior. Not far away, a group of students from other classes had noticed the commotion in Class F3. One by one, they rushed out of their classrooms, eager to see what was happening. However, before they could sneak over to Class F3, suddenly the door of Class F3 was burst open from Cao Wei flew out like a baseball hit by a home run. Soaring through the air, there was no trace of fear on his face. On the contrary, he was smiling. Looking down at Cheng Yaoyin, who was holding the massive hammer, Cao Wei unleashed his strongest attack. Teacher Cheng, take this. Holy light bombardment. In the sky, countless holy light projectiles surged towards the ground like shooting stars. If they all struck the teaching building, it would undoubtedly collapse. Faced with Cao Wei's indiscriminate wide-range attack, Cheng Yaoyin's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, a massive shield appeared in his hand. With a forceful push towards the ground, a gigantic shield's phantom emerged in front of the teaching building. Duong. Following that, the holy light bombardment arrived as scheduled. However, at the moment the attack hit the enlarged phantom of the shield, it vanished without a trace. And Cao Wei realized that his strongest attack had failed. Unable to help it, he let out a slight sigh and directly fell from the sky. Boom! The ground was struck, creating a deep pit, and smoke surrounded the area. After a short while, Cao Wei's figure appeared before everyone. However, instead of the welcome he expected, he was met with Cheng Yaoyin's cold smile. You little rascal, you really dare to play. If I don't make you suffer today, I won't be surnamed Cheng. After saying that, Cheng Yaoyin was about to take action. However, Cao Wei instantly retorted, Teacher, don't forget, you just lost. You said you wouldn't use equipment, but isn't this what you're doing? Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Cheng Yaoyin was momentarily taken aback. But the next moment, a cruel smile flashed across his lips. Who said I made a bet with you? I am the teacher I can do whatever I want. After saying this, Cheng Yaoyin instantly dashed behind Cao Wei. A howl resembling a wolf's cry echoed. Cao Wei was kicked around in midair by Cheng Yaoyin like a soccer. What was even more infuriating was that while kicking, Cheng Yaoyin actually used the just punishment. Instantly, Cao Wei was in pain, yet somehow found it enjoyable. At this moment in Class F3, Cao Wei and Lu Xiang were hanging in midair like 2 sausages. Cheng Yaoyin, on the other hand, looked displeased while talking to the students in the class. You bunch of students are truly the worst class I've ever taught. Do you want to advance to Class F1 or even to Class ED or higher? The promotion battle is just around the corner, and you still have time to bicker. My performance this month. Looking at Cheng Yaoyin, who was firing up at the whole class, Cao Wei couldn't help but kick his companion Lu Xiang beside him. Hey, you bald guy, tell me what this promotion battle is all about. After being kicked by Cao Wei, Lu Xiang, who had just been in a state of despair, suddenly regained his senses. He looked at Cao Wei with a flattering expression. Boss Wei, you can call me Xiao Lu or Xiao Xiang. Now you are the boss of our Class F3. This promotion battle is actually a grand competition among classes F1 to F3. It happens once a month, with the 3 classes taking turns to compete and rank. The class that comes in first automatically gets promoted to Class F1, and while students in Class F1 may not have the privileges of classes A to E, they do get the qualification to challenge the Trial Tower. Wait, what? What exactly is the Trial Tower? Before Lu Xiang could finish his explanation, Cao Wei interrupted him directly. Why did another term pop up that he didn't know about? Could it be that he was really ignorant? Hearing that Cao Wei didn't know what the Trial Tower was, Lu Xiang immediately began. It turned out that the Trial Tower was indeed a tower. Moreover, it was a place very similar in function to the trial ground. It was one of the examination locations for senior students during their college entrance examinations, accounting for 40 of the practical score. The so-called Trial Tower was actually a dimensional gate connecting various races. Inside, one would encounter various different levels of alien races. Every 10 floors, the strength of the encountered races would vary. For example, on the very first floor, one would mostly encounter weak races, such as skeletons, ratmen, or gnomes. As long as one could break through 10 floors, they would score a passing mark of 60 points for the Trial Tower Project score in the practical examination. For every additional 10 floors cleared afterward, one would gain another 10 points. Essentially, breaking through 50 floors would yield a perfect score. The races encountered on the 50th floor would be of a level similar to human soul power users. However, the professions of the opponents might be rarer than those of humans, such as the mountain elves that Cao Wei encountered in the trial grounds. Almost everyone was a level shaman. Of course, even after passing the 50 floors, one could continue to clear more. Currently, the highest record at Cao Wei School is 50 floors achieved by a senior with a hidden level profession. No one knows the exact name. The Human Alliance has classified that senior as a top secret. At the time, he didn't even participate in any other examination projects and was directly admitted to the Advanced Soul Power Academy. Of course, what students widely circulate is that if one can break through 80 floors of the Trial Tower, some Advanced Soul Power Academies would consider them for direct admission. In short, after surpassing 50 floors, every additional floor cleared would add a point to the score. Students with the capability could participate. However, every teacher of the senior students would repeatedly emphasize to the students that they must act according to their abilities. Because the Trial Tower is not just a trial for humans. It is equally a trial for other alien races. All battles inside are filled with cruelty and the most primal jungle rules. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and death awaits those who fight beyond their means. In past challenges of the Trial Tower, the mortality rate of senior students has always exceeded 10% and remains high. After listening to Lu Xiang's explanation, Cao Wei nodded in understanding. He then couldn't help but ask, "So what does this Trial Tower have to do with the promotion battle that old Cheng just mentioned?" Hearing Cao Wei's question, Lu Xiang immediately grinned and replied, "Boss Wei, you've asked the right person. This Trial Tower is essentially a mock exam organized by the school. However, not everyone can just go if they want to. Resources are limited. Apart from students from classes A to E who can go for free, class F can only send one class. Thus, the 3 classes need to compete, and of course, it also concerns the teacher's performance. That's why old Cheng is so anxious." "Oh, I see." After hearing Lu Xiang's explanation, Cao Wei finally understood the connection between the promotion battle and the Trial Tower. Cao Wei's eyes flickered slightly. Just right, his job change task required him to kill 5 soul power users of different professions. Therefore, the Trial Tower was the best place for him to complete his task. In that case, he was determined to participate in this class battle. He decided to first lead his classmates to secure first place in the promotion battle. Just like that. After Cao Wei had a thorough understanding of the promotion battle and the Trial Tower, Cheng Yaoyin had also finished scolding. After dropping the news that he would take everyone to the Cloud Sea secret realm tomorrow, he stormed out, ignoring the wails of his classmates. Seeing his classmates around him, Cao Wei couldn't help but scratch his head in curiosity. What exactly is this Cloud Sea secret realm? Why is there no one to explain it to him? Looking at Lu Xiang beside him with ill intent. However, before Cao Wei could kick him, Lu Xiang winked at him. "Boss, this Cloud Sea secret realm is a place specially prepared for us spirit power users from Xuanwu City High School. The entire map has been developed to 95 and the monsters inside will not exceed level 15, making it a good place for low-level spirit power users. Moreover, if we are fortunate enough to find the remaining 5 of the undeveloped map, we might even obtain a treasure. That thing is invaluable. With just one, we wouldn't need to struggle anymore." Oh, hearing Lu Xiang's explanation, Cao Wei's interest immediately diminished by more than half. A low-level secret realm offers little enhancement for him. It might be somewhat tempting for spirit power users in the training period. But after hearing the information about the Trial Tower, Cao Wei felt that this seemingly grand Cloud Sea secret realm was not very appealing. However, the next moment, Lu Xiang's words sparked a flicker of interest in Cao Wei. "We went there once before, and the monsters in the Cloud Sea secret realm drop a material called Cloud Sea Pearl. Each one can be sold for 100 coins, and 1,000 Cloud Sea Pearls can be combined into a Cloud Sea Treasure Pearl. It can increase intelligence and store spirit power, and importantly, it's great equipment. So many people want to try their luck there to obtain the Cloud Sea Treasure Pearl." Oh, hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei finally felt a smidgen of interest. This item that stores spirit power is indeed rare. Perfect timing, as he often lacks spirit power if he could have a Cloud Sea Treasure Pearl, his combat endurance would certainly be greatly enhanced. Cao Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. It could be worth checking out. With his holy light bombardment, defeating monsters would definitely not be difficult. But, seeing the complaints from his classmates, Cao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly and asked, "Isn't that pretty good? Why does everyone look so disheartened?" To his surprise, after hearing Cao Wei's words, Lu Xiang's face also flashed with a hint of frustration. He spat on the ground with disdain, looking at the group of classmates in front of him, muttering, "Don't mention it. Weiga, don't forget where we are. This is class F3. All the cowards and poor students in the school are concentrated here. They would rather not go to the battlefield for a lifetime. So forget about the trial tower, just the promotion battle many will deliberately hold back. I've been in class F3 for several months, but it has always been class F3. This bunch of people are like a herd of mules, they only bully ordinary people. In front of a real spirit power user, do you think they dare to make a sound? Oh. Hearing Lu Xiang's complaints, it was Cao Wei's turn to look at him with new respect. He didn't expect this bold fellow, oh no, this bold guy would actually have some ambition. But soon Cao Wei nodded in understanding. Not everyone in this society is a warmonger. There are those who defend their homes and fight for righteousness, and there are also those who fear death. It can only be said that people's choices of paths differ, so Cao Wei did not agree with or refute Lu Xiang's words. Seeing that Cao Wei did not speak, Lu Xiang began to amuse himself. He immediately flattered Cao Wei, saying, Wei Ge, you actually managed to make old Chung suffer. Just now, you must have already become a first-level spirit power user, right? That's great. You and I can form a dual sword combination. We will definitely lead our class to win first place. Hehe. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei shook his head. Then he looked at Lu Xiang and asked, what about the strength of classes F1 and F2? What's your strength? Hearing Cao Wei's question, Lu Xiang's face momentarily froze as if he had become After a long time, he finally said, well, Wei Gu, I am a level 4 trainee warrior. But you mustn't underestimate me. I have a hidden class, an E-grade shield warrior. As for classes F1 and F2, I remember that class F1 currently has 6 first-level spirit power users, and class F2 has 1 peak first-level spirit power user and 3 first-level spirit power users. Hiss. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Wait a minute. Does their class really have so many first-level spirit power users? Then what about our class? Oh, why is your level so low? Haven't you been to the trial land? Cao Wei never expected that a normal class F1 would have 6 first-level spirit power users. And class F2 has a peak first-level tough guy. Looking at himself. Still a trainee after so long. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Lu Xiang's face turned slightly red as he said, well, I wanted to change jobs, but my parents absolutely disagreed. Our Lu family has only one heir. My dad said that if I dare to go to the trial land, he would break my legs. This level 4 was also due to old Chung taking me to the Cloud Sea secret realm last time. TSK. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but smirk. Just now this guy was looking down on his classmates full of bravado. It turns out he is someone with high aspirations, but fragile life. So regarding Lu Xiang's boasting that followed, Cao Wei simply ignored it. Not a single word of it registered. At that moment, Cao Wei thought to himself, if the strength of classes F1 and F2 is indeed that strong as a trainee spirit power user, it would be quite dangerous for him to face them before he changes jobs. When the promotion battle comes, he really might not be able to defeat them. Unable to help it, Cao Wei's gaze shifted to the classmates beside him. He saw a group of lazy students discussing what excuse to use to take a day off tomorrow. Many male and female students even began to discuss where to go to play when skipping school tomorrow. Instantly, Cao Wei shook his head slightly. TSK. This batch of classmates is truly the worst he has ever taught. No wonder old Chung was so angry just now. Unable to help it, Cao Wei turned his gaze to Lu Xiang beside him. At this moment, this naive youth is the only one he can make use of. In the next moment, Cao Wei directly broke free from the ropes binding him. With a smirk, he looked at the astonished Lu Xiang and asked, Xiangzi, do you desire power? No, I desire milk. A crisp sound echoed. Before Lu Xiang could finish his words, Cao Wei slapped him directly. What nonsense are you saying? Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, a hint of grievance and embarrassment flashed across Lu Xiang's face. Sorry, Wei Gu, it was just an instinctive reaction. I absolutely didn't mean it. Nodding slightly, Cao Wei did not pursue the matter any further. It's normal for a man to think about certain things. He continued to smile and looked at Lu Xiang. Not bad. Xiao Xiangzi, I see that you have quite a bit of spirit, so I've decided to take you on as my little brother. Tomorrow we'll head to the Yunhai secret realm, and I'll make sure to help you level up. Let's set a small goal first. How about reaching the peak of first transformation? Hiss. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Lu Xiang couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Then feeling a bit shy, he asked, Wei Gu, is that really possible for me? Of course it is. Without hesitation, Cao Wei patted Lu Xiang on the shoulder. Don't worry, we can form a team. I'll take you to farm experience. I guarantee your leveling speed will be as fast as a rocket. Hearing Cao Wei's words, a spark of excitement flashed in Lu Xiang's eyes. Hey, Wei Gu, I'm counting on you. Absolutely. If things go well, I'll try to find you a sister-in-law next year. Thank you, brother. Ha ha ha. The next morning, when Cao Wei arrived at class F3, sure enough, besides him and Lu Xiang, the entire class was absent. Looking at the class now consisting of just the two of them, Chung Yao In was jumping up and down in anger. On the other side, at the entrance of class F3, a somewhat effeminate male teacher suddenly appeared, smiling as he greeted Chung Yao In. What did I say, Teacher Chung? I told you that your class would definitely have a significant absentee rate, right? Luckily, I foresaw this and applied for a bus to take your students along. Let's be honest, the quality of your students. Upon hearing the effeminate teacher's words, Cheng Yao-yin's expression seemed somewhat unpleasant. After sighing, he called for Cao Wei and Lu Xiang to get on the bus. As they walked, Cao Wei curiously glanced at Lu Xiang and asked, "What's wrong with Lao Cheng? He seems to be at odds with that teacher at the door." Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Lu Xiang couldn't help but curl his lip. What else could it be? Colleagues are natural enemies. The teacher at the door is the head teacher of class F2, named Chao, and a real wolf in sheep's clothing. He always likes to provoke Lao Cheng, whether it's during salary distribution or when comparing grades. There's nothing we can do if our class is at the bottom, while theirs is second to last. They have to find a sense of superiority. Upon hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei suddenly showed an understanding expression. He couldn't help but look at Lao Cheng with some sympathy. Dealing with such a class must be tough for him. Each of them likes to seek attention from him. The most frustrating part is that he can't hit back. Isn't that infuriating? Just like that, the group arrived at the school's dedicated bus. As soon as they entered, they saw several students from class F2 looking at them in surprise. Oh, isn't that Lu Xiang? He actually dares to come to the Yunhai secret realm. It seems the lesson you learned last time wasn't enough. Ha ha ha. And he even brought someone else. Looks like class F3 is making progress. Now there's double the number of students compared to last time. Hey, I know this guy. Wasn't he the one who fought Teacher Cheng yesterday? Hiss. Now that you mention it, he's the one who almost blew up the teaching building yesterday. Upon someone's reminder, everyone finally took a good look at Cao Wei. Each of them curiously examined him, not understanding why such a talent was assigned to class F3. Cao Wei didn't say much either. He casually glanced around and spotted the last row of seats. Although there were 5 seats in the last row, there was only one person sitting there. There, a boy with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows sat calmly in the last row of the bus. He looked quite good, but his face bore some injuries. It was unclear where he had been hurt. The boy had his arms crossed and was wrapped in bandages. His face was covered in several adhesive bandages along with various bruises. The surrounding classmates seemed to be afraid of him, keeping their distance. Seeing this scene, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel slightly curious. He was just about to sit down, but Lu Xiang suddenly grabbed him by the corner. "Wei Gu, that back seat is best left unoccupied. That's the position of the fist madman." Fist madman. Upon hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei was slightly taken aback. Who? He's the guy from class F2 at the peak of first transformation, named Su, when nicknamed Fist Madman. This guy has some issues. After saying that, Lu Xiang pointed at his head. Upon hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei squinted his eyes. After just a glance at Su Wen, he stopped dwelling on it. All the while, Cheng Yao-yin wore a displeased expression as he watched Cao Nen bragging nonstop. And because they were in the same vehicle, he had no choice but to listen. From Lao Cheng's expression, it seemed like he wished he could jump off the bus directly. In this way, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the Yunhai secret realm after a long journey. By the time the bus stopped, it felt like Cheng Yao-yin had lived through an entire century. Stepping off the bus with a sullen face, he immediately shouted at Cao Wei and Lu Xiang. "You two, if you can defeat class F2 in the next class promotion battle, I'll treat you both to dinner for the entire month." Upon hearing Cheng Yao-yin's words, Cao Wei immediately showed a sympathetic expression. "Look at how frustrated this kid is. He's willing to spend money to hire help. And what about your performance this month? Hasn't it been completely deducted already?" Just like that, the two of them slowly made their way to the dimensional gate of the Yunhai secret realm amidst Cheng Yao-yin's scolding. Cao Yao-yin took out his teaching certificate and handed it to the guard at the entrance. The guard glanced at it a couple of times and then let them pass. The three of them easily passed through the dimensional gate without any unexpected battles. On the contrary, what lay beyond the dimensional gate was a scene of harmony. In front of them was a bustling crowd, all holding signs and conducting business. High prices for Yunhai pearls, buying Yunhai pearls. High-level leveling teams, only 200 for first level, guaranteed to level you up like a rocket. Equipment repairs. Potion supplies. Looking at the various merchants in front of them, these were all staff members of the Yunhai secret realm. After all, although it was open to high school students, they also needed to earn a living. Collecting a bit of money is quite reasonable. Besides, aren't they also buying back Yunhai pearls? If a stronger student comes, they can easily recoup their costs and even make a profit. Cao Wei was just about to follow Lu Xiang to check out the market when suddenly a girl riding a pig appeared before him. It was actually Momo. Seeing an old friend, a flicker of joy flashed across Cao Wei's face. Without a word, he rushed towards the girl riding the pig. Momo. A loud roar. It startled Momo and the classmates beside her. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Cao Wei, her face also instantly filled with delight. Old Cao. Without hesitation, Momo flipped over and jumped off her pig mount. In a sprint, she reached. There was no embrace as one would expect from old friends. Instead, Momo suddenly started to pat Cao Wei's body in front of everyone. The crowd. Cao Wei, seeing Momo's actions, was equally bewildered. Are girls nowadays this forward? But in the next moment, Cao Wei understood what Momo meant. While searching him, she yelled, "Old Cao, is that scroll still on you? I was so worried. After parting ways, you didn't even give me a phone number. It only occurred to me after leaving the trial area that we hadn't exchanged contact information. Good heavens, I feel like I've lost a fortune. Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but chuckle. He pushed Mo aside and glanced at the astonished faces of the surrounding classmates, with Lu Xiang looking at him in admiration. Cao Wei simply smiled and explained, "Don't worry, the scroll is with me and used. We agreed that it would be used when you and Xiao Shuang were together. By the way, how did you end up in the Cloud Sea secret realm? I remember your level. It shouldn't be very useful for you now, right?" Hearing Cao Wei's words, a hint of pride flashed across Mo's face. In the next moment, she displayed part of her information. Name Mo, profession mechanical hunter, level 20. Seeing Mo's level, Cao Wei's eyes widened. How long has it been? Mo's level actually increased. It seems she's not far from reaching the pinnacle of her first transformation. You must have eaten some magic milk powder to level up so quickly. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo burst into laughter. I haven't even reached my peak yet. I still have a long way to go. Xiao Shuang is already level 25 and is currently rushing through her second transformation quest. What? Upon hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei felt an immense pressure. He never expected Xiao Shuang to be even more impressive than Mo. As expected from a child of a powerful family, even leveling up is so extraordinary. However, before Cao Wei could elaborate, Mo suddenly pulled him aside and said, "It's perfect that you're here. You're a decent fighting force. Cao Wei, I didn't come to the Cloud Sea secret realm just to level up. Well, I have something good on me. I wonder if you want to join." Oh, hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei's eyes lit up. Benefits? Then he certainly couldn't miss out. Immediately, Cao Wei nodded vigorously. What benefits? Upon hearing Cao Wei's question, a sly smile appeared on Mo's face as she said, "It's this." In the next moment, a scroll suddenly appeared in Mo's empty hand. Gently unfolding it, it revealed a map of the Cloud Sea secret realm. Before coming, Cao Wei had actually seen that they were for sale at the entrance. However, Cheng Yaoyin said he already had one, so Cao Wei didn't prepare to buy it. Each one cost 1,000 coins, which is not a small amount. The child of a poor family, having been poor, does not like extravagance. Upon seeing the map in Mo's hand, Cao Wei couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Is it just this? Aren't these sold everywhere outside? To his surprise, upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo rolled her eyes. Can my map compare to the common stuff outside? Didn't you inquire before coming? The Cloud Sea secret realm has not been fully explored yet, right? The map I have marks the one of the unexplored area. Hiss. Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei gasped. As expected from the Mo family, their generosity is astonishing. A core family member actually possesses such a valuable map. What could Cao Wei do about this? With such resources, what was he supposed to strive for? Sometimes it's not that you're afraid of others being richer than you. It's just that you're afraid that those who are richer are also more hardworking and stronger than you. Suddenly, Cao Wei understood Mo's intentions. He immediately knelt down and shouted, "Please, Lady Mo, take care of me." And Mo burst into exaggerated laughter. "All right, from now on you'll be my #1 sidekick." Okay. Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei sighed. Without saying another word, he directly hugged Mo's long leg. Even though she was wearing leather pants, Cao Wei could already feel the strength and elasticity coming from them. Hiss. Hee. Cao Wei, are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing Cao Wei's actions, Mo, then she finally reacted. Blushing, she quickly rode her wild boar and left the camp. Before leaving, Mo didn't forget to call out to Cao Wei. Before this afternoon, whether by spending or collecting, get a Cloud Sea pearl. Otherwise, I won't play with you anymore. Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei lying on the ground sighed helplessly. Indeed, one cannot be arrogant. Just one step away. She was almost going to take him under her wing. Now it's even worse, she wants a fee. But a Cloud Sea pearl is only 1,000,000 coins. Cao Wei can afford it. On the other side, Lu Xiang ran up to Cao Wei with admiration written all over his face. He eagerly said, "Wow, Wei Ge, you actually know such a beautiful girl. Look at her clothes, she must be from the private high school in Xuanwu City. That's the world of strong people. I heard even the weakest students can get into a second-rate soul power academy. And that young lady even has a mount. She must be wealthy." Hearing Lu Xiang's words, a hint of disdain flashed across Cao Wei's face. That mount, I was the one who helped her get it. What's there to envy? He'll get you one too. No, two. One to ride, one to watch. Two to switch it up. Hearing Cao Wei's words, a glimmer of hope appeared on Lu Xiang's face. He seemed to already envision himself riding a wild boar, looking quite impressive. On the other side, Cheng Yaoyin also approached Cao Wei and Lu Xiang with an unhappy expression. He held out 2 medals to the two. Then he explained to Cao Wei, "This medal is a specialty of the Cloud Sea secret technique and also a form of protection. If you are killed when your health drops below 10, it will automatically teleport you out. However, coming back and will cost 200 coins, so if you can avoid it, try not to understand. By the way." At this point, Cheng Yaoyin looked closely at Cao Wei. He cautiously leaned in and said slowly, "I see you're quite clever and have some strength. If you run into someone from class F2, Beat them up mercilessly. For every few you take down, I'll give you a few hours of special training. Cloud Sea Metal F, a special item that automatically teleports the wearer out of the Cloud Sea secret realm when their health drops to 10. Combat between members of the same clan results in 0 health without death, but triggers automatic ejection from the Cloud Sea secret realm. Oh. Upon hearing Lao Cheng's words, Cao Wei's eyes instantly gleamed with a subtle smile. Well now, Lao Cheng, you're quite the sly one. How mischievous, you've utterly charmed me. Without hesitation, Cao Wei chuckled and nodded, then led Lu Xiang away. What Cao Wei and his companion did not know was this. Elsewhere at that very moment, Cao Nen stood watching their retreating figures, his face twisted into a cold, disdainful smirk. Gazing upon his classmates, Cao Nen sneered and declared, "Whoever among you expels the 2 students from Class F3 will receive a piece of equipment as reward. Remember, any equipment." Whether intentional or not, Cao Nen deliberately flicked his gaze towards Su. Indeed. In the next instant, Su Wen turned his head and asked, "Teacher, did you truly say any equipment, including gauntlets?" Naturally, at once a sharp, incisive gleam flashed across Su Wen's eyes upon hearing Cao Nan's promise. Then bursting into a thunderous, unrestrained laugh, he threw his head back. Facing his classmates, Su Wen spoke coldly. "The 2 from Class F3 belong to me alone. No one else is to interfere." Hearing Su Wen's words, the apprentice-level soul cultivators in class remained silent. Yet several first-tier soul cultivators scoffed audibly. "Su Wen, what are you really to dare challenge me?" "Exactly. You haven't even acquired a primary weapon despite reaching peak first-tier cultivation. Your strength likely matches only mid-tier first-tier cultivators." "Precisely. Don't think we won't compete with you." Upon hearing these 3 first-tier soul cultivators, a flash of murderous intent flared in Su Wen's eyes. Yet he merely let out a faint, icy chuckle. "Very well. If you wish to vie with me, then by all means try. I'll be waiting." Having spoken, Su Wen departed without another word, his sprinting speed rivaling even that of second-tier soul cultivators. Watching him vanish, the others clenched their teeth, faces darkening as they stared at his retreating back, then fell into grim silence. They immediately surged after his trail. At this very moment, Cao Wei strolled lazily alongside Lu Xiang. They had already formed a party, thus experience was shared between them. Cao Wei studied the map handed to him by Cheng Yaoyin for a long while, but found no high-tier zones marked. Most surrounding monsters appeared to be at the apprentice level. The Cloud Sea secret realm, though termed a secret realm, harbored creatures of negligible power. All were mountain spirits and wild beasts, resembling goblins or gremlins, diminutive, wielding crude. Name: Mountain Spirit. Level 110. Health 2000. Soul Energy 100100. Magic Attack 1050. Physical Defense 1050. Magic Defense 1050. Name: Wild Beast. Level 115. Health 2000. Soul Energy 0. Physical Attack 1050. Physical Defense 1050. Magic Defense 1050. Clearly, wild beasts were purely physical entities, devoid of even a trace of soul energy. Mountain spirits, meanwhile, could cast earth elemental spells, but their offensive potency remained unremarkable. Confronted with either foe, Cao Wei barely stirred from apathy. Without preamble, he unleashed a single heaven's judgment, obliterating an entire cluster. Truth be told, were it not for the occasional material drops from these creatures, Cao Wei wouldn't have bothered lifting a finger. Lu Xiang, however, radiated exhilaration. Within mere minutes beside Cao Wei, he had already leveled up to level 6. From level 2 to level 6 in under an hour. Such ascension dwarfed even rocket propulsion. Surely this surpassed those so-called leveling services stationed at the entrance. As for the gear dropped along the way, Cao Wei didn't spare even a glance, handing every piece to Lu Xiang. Overwhelmed, Lu Xiang nearly prostrated himself and almost called Cao Wei father. Along the path, Cao Wei alternated between slaying monsters and instructing Lu Xiang in combat. Observing the small round shield in Lu Xiang's grasp, Cao Wei discerned inklings of his true vocation. Lu Xiang's vocation was Shield Warrior, a hidden class rated E, scarcely superior to standard warriors. Yet Shield Warriors possessed one innate talent: Shield Rush. Shield Rush E. All shield type weapons gain 5 effectiveness. All shield-based skills gain 5 effectiveness. Its utility remained negligible at low tiers, but at higher levels its impact became undeniable, yielding substantial defensive augmentation. After hours of grinding, Cao Wei and Lu Xiang amassed over 1,000 Cloud Sea pearls, mere frank materials incapable of granting experience even via sacred evolution. Cao Wei tossed every pearl into his spatial ring. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang quietly ascended to level 10. A golden light flashed, then Lu Xiang's eyes blazed with elation. "Senior brother, I've received my vocation quest. It appears I must personally slay 10 level 10 soul cultivators, or beasts, using shield-based skills." Oh. Hearing Lu Xiang's quest, Cao Wei nodded thoughtfully. Hardly an arduous trial, fitting for an E hidden class. Unlike Cao Wei's own requirement, slaying soul cultivators outright. Soul cultivators proved far more cunning than wild beasts, and Cao Wei's targets had to be first-tier cultivators. With nothing pressing, he resolved to first guide Lu Xiang through this vocation quest. Yet just as he prepared to begin, a figure burst forth from a nearby thicket. Without hesitation, the assailant charged straight toward Lu Xiang, the seemingly weakest target. Caught off guard, Lu Xiang flinched visibly. Instinctively, he raised his round shield, just as Cao Wei watched astonished. The attacker ignored the shield entirely, unleashing a torrential barrage of blows. Damn, you dare strike my junior brother. Cao Wei snapped into action. Seeing the ambush, he launched Heaven's Judgment without delay, yet the assailant, as if sensing it behind him, reacted with uncanny precision. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he absorbed Cao Wei's blow heated. In Cao Wei's stunned gaze, the assailant's fist shattered Lu Xiang's round shield into splinters, then crashed squarely into Lu Xiang's eye socket. Crack! The metal shattered. Lu Xiang vanished, teleported back to the entrance of the Cloud Sea secret realm, wearing an expression of utter humiliation. What the hell? You've got guts, shattering my junior brother's weapon bare-fisted, but you've chosen the wrong man to provoke. Haven't you heard the saying, strike the dog, but heed its master? At that moment, Cao Wei recognized the ambusher. None other than Su Wan, the fist madman he'd glimpsed aboard the transport earlier. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Su Wan's expression remained impassive. He calmly raised his arms, crossing them before his chest. His legs settled into a crescent stance, reminiscent at first glance of a professional boxer's posture. Cao Wei watched, and a cold, disdainful smile curled his lips. A boxer, an archaic relic from centuries past, a soul force cultivator resorting to mundane human combat techniques. How utterly antiquated your fighting style must be. Let me show you what true soul force combat looks like. With a sharp, crisp snap of his fingers, countless holy light orbs materialized around him. The signature technique of Cao Wei, Holy Light Barrage. Like a torrential downpour, the orbs surged towards Su Wan. His face tightened, icy, unreadable, while Cao Wei watched, faintly startled. Yet Su Wan deliberately narrowed the distance between his feet, advancing in rapid, precise footwork, exactly as a seasoned boxer would, dodging each incoming orb with uncanny grace. Amidst Cao Wei's Holy Light Barrage, Su Wan moved like a solitary skiff adrift in a tempest, perilously close to capsizing, yet never yielding. Cao Wei had launched at least 40 orbs, each the size of a clenched fist, yet Su Wan's agile steps rendered every strike futile. Every orb grazed past his body with flawless precision. Stunned by Su Wan's astonishing reflexes, Cao Wei barely registered the next instant. When Su Wan's fist exploded forward, aimed straight at Cao Wei's face. A sharp crack echoed, then a viscous liquid coalesced midair before him. His omnipotent fluid. The moment it intercepted the blow, Cao Wei recoiled sharply, then slammed his fist into the ground with thunderous force. A sapling erupted, surging upward into a towering, luminous, ancient tree, the Sacred Light Tree. Instantly, a branch extended downward, and Cao Wei leapt onto it, perching atop the canopy. Su Wan's eyes flickered with genuine surprise at the Sacred Light Tree, but just as quickly, he drew a slow, as if channeling a volatile explosive technique. Crimson aura spiraled violently around him, his speed surging, his movements sharpening to blinding intensity. Facing the Sacred Light Tree, its vitality exceeding 4,000 points, Su Wan showed no hesitation. Fists flying at 5 strikes per second, he assaulted the colossal trunk with relentless fury. Woo-woo, the tree groaned in anguish. Under Cao Wei's incredulous gaze, its supposedly indestructible bark began to splinter, fracturing under repeated, devastating blows. Each impact registered as 200 damage, a terrifying rate that would shatter the tree within seconds. Cao Wei instinctively inhaled sharply. HSS, this one's no joke. But, luckily for me, I'm even more formidable. He smirked, then discarded his ordinary priest robes, replacing them with the forest set acquired from Huangshe camp. The moment the high mana ensemble settled upon him, his spiritual energy swelled, vibrant, overwhelming. Another crisp snap resounded. 40 holy light orbs reappeared, yet now each swelled to the size of a washbasin, radiating searing luminescence. Su Wan's pupils contracted at the sight of the enlarged holy light orbs. This time he neither dodged nor braced for impact. Instead, under Cao Wei's baffled stare, he turned and fled. Cao Wei merely chuckled, a dry, mocking sound. Run! Did I give you permission? In an instant, the massive orbs rocketed after Su Wan. Within moments, he dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing into the mist-shrouded Cloud Sea realm. TCH. Does he even have a Cloud Sea medallion? Cao Wei shook his head, dismissing the thought, just as he turned to retrieve Lu Xiang. Then, 3 vaguely familiar figures emerged before him. He'd seen them earlier aboard the transport, the remaining 3 first transformation Soul Force cultivators from Class F2. At their forefront stood a warrior, behind him 2 mages followed. Spotting Cao Wei alone, their expressions shifted, wary, unsettled. Where's Su Wan? What did you do to him? Cao Wei's gaze narrowed. You ask about Su Wan the moment you see me. Why not ask what he did to our classmates? Since your people just sent my junior away via teleportation, collecting interest seems only fair. And with that he summoned his holy light orbs once more. The trio exchanged glances, pale tense. This guy's ruthless. He actually took down fist-mad Su. I'll hold the front line. You two back me up. 3 against 1, we still have a chance. Wait, what the? The warrior was still strategizing when Cao Wei struck without pause. Wash basin's eyes orbs hurtled toward them. Instantly the two mages erected shimmering barriers. The warrior. Who was he? Damn it, you fight without honor. His protest died mid-sentence. As he vanished, teleported instantly to the Cloud Sea realm's entrance. Dazed, he scanned the surroundings, only to find his 2 comrades standing beside him equally bewildered. HSS. You two raised barriers, and still couldn't block his attack. The mage's side deflated. No choice. He's simply too strong, far beyond our current tier. We need at least 2nd transformation cultivation to stand a chance. That Cao Wei, he's already at 2nd transformation. A sharp involuntary breath escaped the warrior. 2nd transformation. Only top-tier students from Xuanwu City Private High could reach such a level. But before they could delve deeper, their attention snapped sideways to where Su Wen stood silent and composed. The warrior scoffed. Su Wen, you claim to be the strongest fighter in our school. Yet look at you now. Could you even land a hit on that priest? Su Wen's expression didn't waver. He cast a single icy glance, then spoke, voice calm, unshaken. I underestimated him. I didn't dodge. But you 3. Pathetic. 3 of you lasted mere seconds against him. Without waiting for the warrior's retort, Su Wen pulled out 200 credits and purchased a new Cloud Sea medallion, clearly signaling this confrontation was far from over. At this very moment, Cheng Yaoyin, seated on the bus, felt a surge of pride. Haha, Chow and I told you long ago that your teaching skills were lacking. A newcomer from our class actually took down 4 seasoned veterans from your class. TSK tisk, with this you dare to flaunt your prowess in front of me. I. Blah blah blah. Hearing Cheng Yaoyin's boastful chatter, Cao Nan's expression turned somewhat sullen. He hadn't expected that the 4 major players in the class would fall to that newcomer from class F3. Initially, when he saw Lu Xiang being killed, a hint of pride flickered across his face. But before he could boast with Cheng Yaoyin, the next moment their class seed player Su Wen unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the Cloud Sea secret realm. It was obvious that he had been defeated by Cao Wei. Initially, Cao Nan was secretly speculating. Even if Su Wen came out, it must have been after a fierce and intense battle. Who would have thought that shortly after the remaining 3 soul power users from their class were almost simultaneously teleported out? What does this indicate? It indicates that they were simply not on the same level as Cao Wei. He secretly cursed his luck. This time Cao Nan finally tasted the bitter fruit of his previous actions. Having offended Cheng Yaoyin too severely in the past, it was finally Cheng Yaoyin's turn to be arrogant. And Cheng Yaoyin seemed to have been waiting for this day to come. He spat out all sorts of profanities without holding back. The more sarcastic the better. Unable to bear it, Cao Nan gritted his teeth and left the bus. Oh, Teacher Cao, where are you off to? Aren't you going to talk to me more about your teaching experiences? Huh. Hearing Cheng Yaoyin's words from the bus, Cao Nan's expression froze. With a face that looked as if he was about to cry, he coldly replied, Need to pee, and I'll smoke a cigarette. Oh, what a coincidence, I also need to go to the restroom to smoke. Aren't you the one who doesn't smoke, Chong? Haha, just learned. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang was running. Finally, he arrived breathlessly at Cao Wei's side. At this moment, he was still cursing nonstop. That damned punch maniac, we weren't looking for him, yet he came looking for us. But Wei Ge, you really are impressive. You actually defeated the punch maniac. Haha, now our class has some face. Let's see if class F2 dares to boast again. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei merely smiled lightly. However, the next moment, he couldn't help but furrow his brows as if recalling something and asked, That's Su Wen. His footwork is somewhat special. What's going on? Throughout, I only saw him use one skill, though everything else was based on his combat instinct, right? Upon hearing Cao Wei's confusion, Lu Xiang instantly transformed into an encyclopedia. He said somewhat gossipy, Oh, Wei Ge, that Su Wen is really not worth worrying about. His potential is only this much at the early stage. Oh, hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Curiously looking at Lu Xiang, he didn't understand what he meant. Lu Xiang, with a hint of pride, continued, This isn't really a secret in class F2. I have a friend in class F2 who told me that Su Wen, although he is a level hidden class fighter, he simply cannot equip any gear. Can't equip gear. Upon hearing Lu Xiang's words, Cao Wei was slightly taken aback. This was quite novel. It was his first time seeing such a peculiar hidden class soul power user. Lu Xiang nodded and continued, It seems that the fighter class can only engage in close combat. They primarily increase strength and speed than physique. Low intelligence means they can't use many skills, and they can't even use weapons. No, it's not that they can't use weapons, it's that the weapons they can use are a very special type of boxing gloves that can only be custom-made, and monsters basically don't drop any. Fortunately, fighters' attacks come with armor piercing, so their attacks are still decent. After listening to Lu Xiang, Cao Wei nodded in understanding. No wonder that Su Wen only had bandages wrapped around his hands. It's not that he doesn't want to use weapons, it's that he simply doesn't have any. And the bruises on his face must have been left during battle. A pure close combat class that requires custom weapons, ordinary families simply can't afford to play. You have to know that anything related to custom is certainly linked to expensive. Though it's a hidden class, Su Wen must be feeling quite constrained. However, even so that Su Wen has still managed to raise his level to the peak of the first transition. At this moment his perseverance was evident. After the two of them chatted for a while, Cao Wei also began to help Lu Xiang complete his job transition task. 5 level 10 monsters were not hard to defeat. It was just a bit troublesome to find them. Fortunately, the Cloud Sea secret realm was rich in monsters. With Cao Wei's help, soon he had gathered a full set of equipment for Lu Xiang. The previous round shield had been broken due to Su Wen's armor-piercing attacks. So this time Cao Wei specially helped Lu Xiang craft a heavy shield piece of equipment named Impact Heavy Shield. He required level 10 physique, 15 strength, 15 speed, 20 effect. Energized impact. The shield can absorb damage from enemies and automatically store it. When the damage stored reaches 2,000 points, it automatically releases a shockwave with an attack power of 2,000 points. Overall, the additional attributes of this heavy shield are average. However, the ability of energized impact is quite impressive. Even if Lu Xiang lacks attack or combat experience, simply withstanding hits can still damage the enemy. It was just right for his job transition battle. After receiving the Impact Heavy Shield, Lu Xiang was enamored. Immediately, he sought out a level 10 wild monster and started to fight. Wild monsters and hill spirits are mostly social creatures. Upon seeing an enemy, they rush forward all at once. Usually, it would be somewhat difficult for Lu Xiang to complete it, but today was different. Cao Wei directly took down a nest of them, leaving one wild monster specifically for Lu Xiang to train with. Gradually, Lu Xiang began to adapt instead of being timid at the start. Moreover, with Cao Wei continually healing him from the side, Lu Xiang fought quite leisurely. On average, every half an hour his Impact Heavy Shield could finish its charge. The last attack of 2,000 points could basically take down the enemy in one go. Just like that, Cao Wei continuously led Lu Xiang through multiple gathering spots of hill spirit wild monsters. After about 3 hours, accompanied by Lu Xiang's furious shout, energized impact, roar, suddenly the wild monster was sent flying by Lu Xiang's shield. After convulsing on the ground for a few seconds in unwillingness, it never woke up again. Following the death of the last task wild monster, the next moment Lu Xiang's system voice chimed in, as expected. Ding! You have completed the job transition task. Do you wish to transition to a junior shield warrior? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Xiang's face instantly lit up with delight. Class changed. Ding! You have completed the class change quest. All attributes increased by 25 points. You have acquired the profession, shield warrior. Ding! Your innate talent skill Shield Rush D has leveled up. Ding! You have acquired the exclusive skill Shield Counter D. Name Lu Xiang. Profession Shield Warrior E. Level 11. Equipment Cloud Sea Helmet, Cloud Sea Armor, Cloud Sea Bracers, Cloud Sea Trousers, Cloud Sea Boots, Impact Heavy Shield. HP 7200. Soul Energy 2000. Physical Attack 320. Magic Attack 80. Physical Defense 720. Magic Defense 320. Skills Shield Counter D Block E. Talent Shield Rush D. All shield-type weapons wielded by you gain a 10 enhancement in effect. All shield-based skills gain a 10 enhancement in effect. Shield Counter D. If activated at the precise moment an enemy's attack lands, it reflects that attack back, dealing 60 of its original damage. Costs 300 soul energy. Cooldown 20 seconds per use. Block E. If activated at the precise moment an enemy's attack lands, it nullifies 80 of the incoming damage. No cost. Though he had now become a Tier 1 soul energy cultivator, Lu Xiang's attribute panel was merely unremarkable, unexceptional in every way, and his skills were limited to the 2 innate abilities granted upon awakening and class change. Yet this was entirely typical. For ordinary high school students, acquiring new skills offered only 2 paths: slaying monsters or purchasing skill scrolls. Even frank skill scrolls cost hundreds of thousands of credits, far beyond the reach of average families. Thus most students simply couldn't afford to cultivate skills. Unlike Momo and Xiao Shuang, whose repertoires were far richer. When Cao Wei fought alongside them, Xiao Shuang's skills rarely repeated themselves. Even Momo had mastered several high-impact techniques. Yet now it was clear Lu Xiang embodied the norm among countless ordinary soul energy cultivators. Tightly sheltered by his parents and lacking funds for scrolls, he possessed only a handful of basic abilities, easily countered by others. A faint sigh escaped Cao Wei's lips. Xiao Xiangzi, your stats are downright embarrassing. You're hardly worthy of being my brother. Later I'll take you to perilous dimensional gates. We'll grind skills all day long. Otherwise you'll be utterly useless in the upcoming class promotion battle. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Lu Xiang's cheeks flushed faintly. He knew full well how undistinguished he was. Yet there was no help for it. His parents' oversight was unbearably strict. With a quiet sigh, the joy of his recent class change evaporated completely. Even his equipment had been forged by Cao Wei. He truly had nothing to boast about. At the thought of Cao Wei taking him to other dimensional gates to hunt skills, Lu Xiang's heart surged with excitement. But imagining his parents' furious reaction, bitterness welled within him. Perhaps he could slip away secretly. As Lu Xiang drifted into thought, he absent-mindedly collided with Cao Wei, who had just moments before been walking ahead. "What's wrong, Brother Wei? Why did you suddenly stop?" Rubbing his forehead, Lu Xiang asked, puzzled. Cao Wei's lips curled upward in a faint, disdainful smile as he glanced coldly around. "What else could it be? We've been surrounded. Friends ahead. You might as well drop the act. That disguise is loud." No sooner had Cao Wei spoken than figures emerged slowly from the jungle before them. Leading them stood the warrior from Class F2. Behind him stood not only several mages, but also a large contingent of F2 students. 30 or more. Truly the entire class had mobilized. At the sight of this massive force, Cao Wei broke into laughter. How intriguing indeed. I'd been wondering how to find you, and yet here you are delivering yourself straight to me. At Cao Wei's words, the lead warrior's expression hardened imperceptibly. His gaze locked onto Cao Wei with seething resentment. Spitting contemptuously, he sneered, "Cao Wei, this time we're prepared. You won't defeat us as easily as everyone. Follow the formation I outlined earlier. Warriors, advance with me." With that command, the warrior raised his voice. Instantly, 7 or 8 F2 students charged forward. Behind them, mages began chanting incantations while archers drew their bows. If Cao Wei failed to instantly eliminate these warriors, he would face a coordinated barrage from every ranged specialist in Class F2. Witnessing this, Lu Xiang's eyes widened in fury. Despicable. With a roar, he seized his impact-heavy shield and thrust it forward, forming an iron bulwark before them all. Seeing Lu Xiang step defiantly into the front line, the lead warrior's face flickered with undisguised disdain. "This novice hasn't even graduated apprenticeship. Let me handle him." As he spoke, brilliant light coalesced along the edge of his greatsword. Clearly, he was preparing a high-impact technique. Though Lu Xiang trembled inwardly at the warrior's onslaught, his expression remained resolute and unyielding. "Pa, Chenming, you blind, arrogant fool. Don't you know the saying, a scholar who's been away 3 days must be regarded anew? Let me test my new skill on you. Take this, shield counter." The instant Chenming's greatsword struck Lu Xiang's heavy shield. Clang! A deep, resonant clang echoed across the clearing. In the next breath, before Chenming could even comprehend what had happened, a colossal force erupted from Lu Xiang's shield, hurling toward him like a thunderclap. Chenming's expression twisted in shock. "Brat, when did you?" But before he could finish speaking, countless holy light orbs engulfed him in blinding radiance. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air. F2's entire warrior squad fell in an instant. Yet this was only the beginning. The archers and mages behind them had already completed their incantations. Frost arrow, firebolt, fatal strike, freeze. A kaleidoscopic storm of attacks descended upon Cao Wei and Lu Xiang. Such a torrential assault, even with his heavy shield, was impossible for Lu Xiang to block entirely. Just as he braced for imminent teleportation home, suddenly, a sapling burst forth from the earth beneath his feet, surging skyward with astonishing speed. Within moments, a towering ancient tree loomed before him. It was Cao Wei's luminous ancient tree. Without hesitation, its branches wove themselves into a colossal shield, absorbing the full fury of the onslaught. Boom! From the ancient tree's trunk, a miniature mushroom cloud billowed upward. The F2 students stared tensely toward the rising smoke. Could such overwhelming firepower truly kill Cao Wei? As they anxiously awaited the outcome, a colossal holy light orb pierced through the smoke, hurtling straight toward F2's formation with devastating force. Boom! A deafening sound. The ground was engulfed in white light. In just a single blow, all the students of Class F2 were surprisingly knocked down by Cao Wei. This ambush by Class F2 ended in total annihilation. Looking at the deep pit created before him, a cold smile flashed across Cao Wei's lips. How dare an ant shake a tree? Lu Xiang, who stood nearby, was already dumbfounded. Swallowing hard, his admiration for Cao Wei was like the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, as unstoppable as a flood of the Yellow River. Holy cow! Wei Gu is amazing. But in the next moment, Lu Xiang hadn't screamed for long. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him again. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, Lu Xiang was ambushed with dozens of punches by this shadow. And the one who ambushed him was none other than Su Wen. "You little brat, have some guts." Seeing Lu Xiang being attacked, Cao Wei's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, he conjured a sphere of liquid resembling a spear in his hand. He hurled it towards Su, yet before the liquid could hit its target, Lu Xiang had already been forced to unleash the effect of the Cloud Sea metal by Su Wen. Su Wen, seeing his opportunity, swiftly retreated. Having dealt with Lu Xiang, he instantly fled the scene, disappearing from sight. Seeing Su Wen escape, Cao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy's gotten smarter. He knows he can't take me hidden and has opted for ambush. But will Cao Wei really allow him to have his way? In the next moment under Su Wen's astonished gaze, Cao Wei actually took out a scroll and activated it. You have used the skill scroll Danger Sensing D. Then Cao Wei used Divine Evolution to evolve the newly Ding. You have consumed 100 experience points to gain a new skill Crisis Detection C. Crisis Detection. After use, it can search for enemy information within a 200-meter radius and classify them as strong, medium, or weak. This skill has a certain chance of being detected by higher-level soul power users, so please use it cautiously. Lasts for 10 seconds, consuming 500 soul power points. Cooldown time 20s per use. This scroll was exchanged by Cao Wei with foreign soul power users at Old Dad's Potion Shop. The reason he hadn't used it was that he wanted to save his experience points. On one hand, to deal with unexpected situations like today. On the other hand, Cao Wei was preparing to promote to the first transition and directly challenge the peak. At this moment, having gained a new skill, he immediately used Crisis Detection. Suddenly, it was as if countless signals were scanned through a radar in his mind. Within a 200-meter radius, several green and yellow dots appeared around Cao Wei. The green ones represented no threat. The yellow ones indicated moderate threat. However, among these dots, a red dot stood out prominently 50 meters northwest of Cao Wei. Cao Wei couldn't help but glance slightly towards the northwest. Meanwhile, Su Wen's pupils constricted in the distance. Did he discover me? No. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Looking around him, Su Wen was confident that he was hidden very cleverly. Even if Cao Wei had sharp eyes, he shouldn't be able to find him. Su Wen instinctively shrank his body. At that moment, he resembled a venomous snake, fixating his gaze on Cao Wei, waiting for the moment Cao Wei would let his guard down to strike. Having learned from his previous lessons, Su Wen realized he couldn't give Cao Wei a chance to cast spells. Otherwise, he would never win against Cao Wei. If he wanted to win, ambush was his only option. However, what Su Wen didn't know was that at this moment, he shone like even if his hiding skills were truly outstanding, they were insignificant before Cao Wei's skills. Suddenly, Cao Wei summoned countless holy light bullets. In the next moment, amidst Su Wen's confused expression, they shot towards the direction where he was hiding. How is this possible? Seeing the countless holy light bullets flying towards him, Su Wen couldn't help but gasp. In the next moment, he dashed out of his hiding spot, charging towards Cao Wei. Since ambushing wasn't working, he had to take a gamble. But would Cao Wei really give him the opportunity? Seeing Su Wen's rapidly approaching figure, a trace of disdain flashed across Cao Wei's face. Weakling. In the next moment, countless holy light bullets swirled around Cao Wei. Just like before, they surged towards Su Wen. Watching the countless holy light bullets rushing towards him, Su Wen's expression tightened. Charge. I must get through. Body. Muscles. Nerves. Move for me. In the next moment, under Cao Wei's astonished gaze, Su Wen miraculously dodged several of the holy light bullets, each the size of basins. Boom, boom, boom. The ground vibrated with the sound of explosions, and surprisingly, Su Wen managed to endure this round of bombardment. Although he was still injured, he had truly made it to Cao Wei's front. Looking at Cao Wei, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared on Su Wen's face. Cao Wei, this time I win. Su Wen shouted furiously, preparing to strike Cao Wei. Bang! A dull. In the next moment, Su Wen's confident punch was actually caught by Cao Wei with one hand. Su Wen, seeing his fist being gripped, Su Wen instinctively tried to break free. But at that moment, he realized that his hands felt as if they were fixed in place by iron hoops. He couldn't move at all. How is this possible? Looking at his hand held firmly by Cao Wei, Su Wen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Cao Wei looked at Su Wen with indifference. Shaking his head, he sighed slightly and said, "There is nothing impossible. You are just too weak." Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Su Wen's pupils constricted. Too weak. In the next moment, Su Wen's expression turned red. His eyes were filled with rage. Bullshit. Take my wave fist. Suddenly, Su Wen's hands sparkled with intense blue light. Clearly, Cao Wei's words had provoked his pride, forcing Su Wen to unleash his ultimate technique. Yet, this time Cao Wei did not give him the chance to cast his skill. His fists rained down on Su Wen like a then he prepared a combo for him. Puff. A mouthful of blood erupted from Su Wen's mouth. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Why? How are you so strong? Hearing Su Wen's murmurs, a smirk appeared at the corner of Cao Wei's mouth. Wanna know? Be my little brother, and he'll teach you. After saying that, Cao Wei delivered a punch to Su Wen's neck. In the next moment, Su Wen vanished from the Cloud Sea secret realm. Clearly, his health was below 10%. After swiftly dispatching Su Wen, Cao Wei brushed off the dust from his clothes. This Su Wen was indeed somewhat interesting. During the second attack, he actually managed to step out of the range of his holy light bombardment. In terms of combat talent, he was the most gifted individual Cao Wei had seen aside from Duhua. Unconsciously, Cao Wei felt a sense of regret for such talent. If it were Su Wen, having him as a younger brother would not be out of the question. At the very least, he was far more spirited than a certain Xiang. Achio. At that moment, Lu Xiang suddenly sneezed. With a hint of apology, he looked at old Chung and continued discussing the recent battle in the Yunhai secret realm. Suddenly, more than 30 students appeared at the entrance of the Yunhai secret realm. Such a significant event even startled the person in charge. They initially thought that a terrifying monster had suddenly appeared inside, but upon inquiry they found out otherwise. Goodness, it turned out that a few students were just overly eager for a fight. Following that, old Chung and Cao Nen apologized profusely. However, despite the apologies, old Cheng's face was constantly adorned with a smile. This time he considered himself fortunate. He never expected that Cao Wei would be so impressive. One person taking down an entire class. Just a bit better than his high school days. Really. Therefore, before Lu Xiang could return to the secret realm to look for Cao Wei, he forcibly pulled Lu Xiang, and in front of Cao Nen explained what had just happened in the secret realm. Cao Nen on the side looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, listening to Lu Xiang's vivid description and glancing at a few masters in the class. He couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. He had a feeling Class F3 might have produced a remarkable figure. Cao Wei simply shouldn't be in Class F3. With his strength, he could have easily been in Class A. At that moment, Cao Wei was unaware of what was happening outside the Yunhai secret realm. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be particularly concerned, because at that moment he was busy fighting monsters. Indeed, he still had a bit of a way to go before gathering a complete Yunhai pearl, as mentioned by Momo. This was a total of 1,000 Yunhai pearls. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to collect so many. But Cao Wei was different. With his crisis detection ability, he could observe everything within a 200-meter radius at all times. Wherever there were monsters, he would go there. Before long, he had swept through the entire Yunhai secret realm. He finally gathered a total of 1,000 Yunhai pearls. Ding! You have obtained 1,000 Yunhai pearls. Would you like to synthesize the equipment Yunhai Baiju? Hearing the system prompt, Cao Wei nodded in agreement. Synthesize. In the next moment, all the Yunhai pearls in front of him vanished. In their place floated a blue pearl in midair. Name Yunhai Baiju D subhand equipment wearing requirement level 0 intelligence 50 effect 1 I charging Yunhai Baiju. Can store 5,000 soul power points, which the user can directly extract when needed. Can be charged once a day. Effect 2. Bait Yunhai Baiju is a food that certain special creatures are very fond of. Long-term placement may summon special monsters. Seeing the attributes of the Yunhai Baiju in front of him, Cao Wei nodded. As a subhand equipment for mage professions, both mages and priests could wear the Yunhai Baiju. It perfectly fit into Cao Wei's equipment slots. Although the attribute boost wasn't significant, the charging effect was undoubtedly a very good skill. At a critical moment, it could even sway the outcome of a battle, just like Cao Wei's Holy Light Bombardment. If he had the Yunhai Baiju, he could at least cast a dozen more. However, upon seeing the second ability of the Yunhai Baiju, Cao Wei couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. This bait. Could it possibly be the true reason Momo wanted the Yunhai Baiju? After all, one Yunhai Baiju would suffice. The reason Momo needed so many could very well be to attract us. Unconsciously, the look in Cao Wei's eyes flickered. The next moment, he activated the sacred evolution on the Yunhai Baiju in front of him. Ding! You consumed 1,000 experience points and obtained the equipment Yunhai Miju C. Name Yunhai Miju C wearing requirement level 0 intelligence, 150 luck 50 effect 1 A charging Yunhai Miju can store 1,500 soul power points, which the user can directly extract when needed. Can be charged once a day. Effect 2. Bait Yunhai Miju is a delicacy highly coveted by certain special creatures. If placed outside, it is highly likely to be attacked by wild monsters. The evolved Yunhai Miju has a much more powerful charging effect. With it, Cao Wei undoubtedly gained more combat power. As for the original bait effect, the description has also changed. From the original attracting monsters to being attacked by monsters, this Yunhai Miju is undoubtedly very alluring. If used as bait, it would be perfect. One piece is worth 10. However, upon seeing the Yunhai Miju in front of him, Cao Wei felt a slight conflict. With such an excellent charging effect, he was somewhat reluctant to use it as bait. He let out a small sigh. He would for now, since he had already synthesized the Yunhai Miju, it was time to find Momo and the others. In the evening, at the entrance of the Yunhai secret realm. At this moment, Momo and her team members were standing at the entrance of the secret realm waiting for Cao Wei's arrival with a hint of boredom. Their 5-member team was a standard 5-profession team. Whether it was endurance exploration or damage output, they were all quite exceptional. Naturally, the leader was Momo. Not only was her damage high, but she could also create a variety of strange and rare items. Her 4 female teammates, although they were all just ordinary professions, had already reached the pinnacle of their first advancement, making them quite powerful. Furthermore, since the group often teamed up, they naturally had a great understanding of each other. Just then, one of the female mages glanced at her watch and, feeling somewhat bored, asked, "Momo, why hasn't your boyfriend arrived yet? It's so unreasonable to make us girls wait for him." "What boyfriend? That's just one of my younger brothers. He's just here to run errands for me." Lulu, don't get the wrong idea. Upon hearing Lulu's words, Momo seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The others, seeing Momo's expression, immediately revealed strange smiles. All right if you say so. He's serving tea and running errands. That's something a boyfriend can do too. Exactly. I just saw it with my own eyes that Cao Wei was clinging to you. I never expected you to have such status, Momo. When will you teach me? Upon hearing her friend's, Momo's face instantly turned bright red. Stamping her foot, she immediately retorted loudly. I have nothing to do with that Cao Wei. By the way, I'm his creditor. He owes me several million. After saying that as if to confirm her own statement, Momo emphasized several times. However, just as she finished speaking, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind her. Oh, then Momo, the little rich lady, I can't pay you back. How about I sell myself? Wow. Is this a confession? Is this a declaration of marriage? Haha, thrilling. Embarrassed, Momo wished she could dig a hole to hide. Hearing Momo change the topic, Cao Wei didn't take advantage of it. He smiled and shook his head. Look at my treasure instead. Instantly, the 5 girls present revealed expressions of shock. Wow. Cao Wei, where did you get this? This equipment is so cool. Great. With this, our harvest today will definitely be amazing. Though it was a bit of a pity he decided to present the Yunhai secret pearl. It's just a matter of spending more money and experience. Indeed, even Momo was slightly taken aback when she saw the Yunhai secret pearl. Cao Wei, the attributes of this Yunhai secret pearl are impressive. Are you sure you want to give it to me? For you, I am willing to give everything. Sweetheart. Hey, oh. Momo's face turned slightly red upon hearing Cao Wei's words. So cheesy. After putting it in her backpack, Momo looked at everyone and said, all right, we have both people and items, let's get ready to set off. She then took out the map and spread it out before everyone. This map had an unknown area marked on it, located in the center of a lake. Surrounded by mist, ordinary soul practitioners probably wouldn't even see the unknown island marked on them. However, in the center of this lake, someone had marked a question mark. What is inside? Why do we need to prepare the Yunhai pearl? You'll find out when we get there. Don't worry, I guarantee there are good things. Along the way, everyone moved slowly, and as they approached the marked point, Cao Wei noticed something strange. The mountain spirits and wild monsters were clearly increasing in number, and they seemed to be heading in the direction where Cao Wei was walking. Even a small team of mountain spirits over level 10 began to attack Cao Wei's group. Fortunately, Momo's small team was quite capable. Even a small team of over 21st turn mountain spirits could be handled easily. The girl named Lulu in the team was a fire mage. Though her profession was common, she had plenty of skills. Another girl named Han was a warrior and also a relatively rare dual-wielding fighter. She had a fast attack speed and often dealt double damage. The other 2 girls, Qian and Zhou, were a priest and an assassin. Everyone had their own characteristics. And because they were all from wealthy families, they didn't lack skills. Compared to them, the students from Cao Wei school were undoubtedly much poorer. In terms of skills and combat methods, they were far behind. Cao Wei couldn't help but sigh slightly. He remembered that there was a team battle in the college entrance examination. Relying on the strength of his school students, it would be very challenging to win against students like Momo from Some kids are born at the finish line. Unable to compete, even Cao Wei, if not for his divine evolution talent, would likely still be troubled by his family's debt of 2 million. With a command from Momo, everyone swiftly charged towards the path leading to the lake. In no time, the path behind them was rapidly vanishing. Clearly, those mountain spirits and wild monsters had already reached the island in the lake. Without hesitation, Cao Wei gritted his teeth and drew a scroll. Ding! You have used the skill scroll Feather of Lightness. Feather of Lightness D increases the speed of squad members by 10 for 1 minute, consuming 1000 soul power. Cooldown time 5 minutes per use. Without the need for divine evolution, Cao Wei directly released the skill. In the next moment, the members of Momo's squad felt their bodies suddenly become much lighter. Good job, Cao Wei. Let's go faster. With a joyful cheer from Momo, everyone's speed increased. Before long, just as the path in front of them was about to completely disappear, Cao Wei finally saw the full view of the so-called island in the lake. At this moment, in the center of the lake, a small island emerged through the mist. In the center of the island, 2 stone statues of mountain spirits and wild monsters were seated back to back. They appeared as if they were naturally crafted works of art. From a distance, these gigantic stone carvings seemed almost alive. Countless mountain spirits and wild monsters were kneeling on the ground, continuously bowing their heads. Meanwhile, Cao Wei and Momo cautiously found a hidden spot to scout the situation from afar. What is going on? Cao Wei looked towards Momo beside him. We've reached the island, so what should we do? With so many wild monsters, we might not be able to defeat them. Hearing Cao Wei's words, Momo simply chuckled. Continuing in the same mysterious tone, she replied lightly. Wait. Hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei felt a hint of curiosity. He looked into the distance, seemingly trying to guess what the mountain spirits and wild monsters were about to do. Soon he saw 3 to 5 mountain spirits emerging from the crowd. They appeared to be the leaders, exuding a considerable presence. The surrounding mountain spirits and wild monsters bowed their heads in reverence upon seeing them. Then these 3 to 5 mountain spirits each chose a direction and began to perform an unusual dance for the crowd. Chanting an unknown language, it resembled a ritual incantation. As the dancers moved with each leap, the surrounding mountain spirits and wild monsters would humbly lower their heads. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. All the mountain spirits and wild monsters suddenly opened their mouth, roar. Everyone let out a synchronized roar reminiscent of a release of pent-up frustration. Cao Wei and his teammates instinctively covered their ears. Thousands of mountain spirits and wild monsters roared, shaking their eardrums. But soon Cao Wei understood the reason for their fury. He saw countless precious orbs suddenly floating out from the mouths of these mountain spirits and wild monsters. These orbs were the Cloud Sea orbs. As thousands of Cloud Sea orbs floated out, it was undoubtedly a stunning sight. Yet even more astonishing events were yet to come. These Cloud Sea orbs seemed to be drawn by something. At that moment, they all flew towards the 2 stone statues. Tens of thousands of Cloud Sea orbs finally combined into 4 orbs. These 4 orbs were the Cloud Sea treasures. They appeared to have gained a spirit of their own. In the next moment, all 4 Cloud Sea treasures flew towards the eyes of the stone statues in the center of the mountain. Instantly, a brilliant light flashed from the eyes of the 2 stone statues. Moo, a resonant sigh seemed to echo through the heavens and earth. The 2 stone statues, which had originally been sitting back to back, unexpectedly came to life after receiving the Cloud Sea treasures. Slowly, they dragged their heavy bodies to stand up. Following that, an altar appeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, the 4 Cloud Sea treasures from the eyes of the stone statues automatically fell off, inserting themselves in a regular pattern onto the altar. At the moment the first treasure landed on the altar, a flash of golden light passed by. Moo, a melodious deer call echoed. Then Cao Wei saw a creature resembling a deer appear in the center of the altar. What is this? Seeing this creature, Cao Wei couldn't help but exclaim softly. Beside him, Mo lay down next to him and quietly explained. The Cloud Deer, a level 50 monster, is a unique beast of the Cloud Sea secret realm. Additionally, the data indicates that it is very likely the guardian deity of the mountain spirits and wild monsters. Only a level 50 guardian deity. Then it seems these mountain spirits and wild monsters aren't that impressive after all. Looking at the Cloud Deer, Cao Wei silently complained in his heart. That said, when Cao Wei looked at the Cloud Deer before him, a flicker of excitement couldn't help but flash in his eyes. If he could slay this so-called guardian deity, he should be able to obtain numerous valuable items. Cao Wei couldn't help but lean down and excitedly ask, "When do we strike?" "Not in a hurry, the main show is yet to come." After saying that, Mo pointed at the Cloud Deer across from them. To Cao Wei's astonishment, the Cloud Deer actually swallowed the Cloud Sea treasure before it. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the body of the Cloud Deer. The nearby mountain spirits performing the ritual were directly illuminated by a multicolored beam. The colorful lights of coffee green, blue, red, and purple, when shining upon the 4 priests, caused their bodies to undergo astonishing transformations. 2 of the 4 priests transformed from their original flesh into skin resembling mountain stones. Meanwhile, one of the other 2 mountain spirits took on a muddy appearance, while the other resembled flowing magma. The Cloud Deer can help the mountain spirits evolve. Seeing this shocking scene, Cao Wei's heart was filled with astonishment. Looking at Mo beside him, he found her equally attentive, gazing at the 4 mountain spirit priests. If the Cloud Deer possesses the ability to evolve others, then it is indeed godlike. Data indicates that the creatures of the Cloud Sea secret realm differ from us humans. Their mysterious altars are equivalent to our soul power stones. From the data currently available, if the Cloud Deer is given corresponding benefits, it would be the Cloud Sea treasures. We can obtain abilities or skills related to fire, earth, water, electricity, and wind. The elemental transformation of their skin is merely one feature. Once all these mountain spirits and wild monsters leave, it will be our turn to activate the altar. I've calculated it. Each Cloud Sea treasure provides 1 opportunity for evolution, and the Cloud Sea secret pearl you entrusted to me. Honestly, I don't know what role it plays. Hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei nodded in understanding, a hint of anticipation flashing through his heart. If ordinary Cloud Sea treasures can grant the Cloud Deer the ability to evolve beings, then what about the Cloud Sea secret pearl? Thus Cao Wei and the others had no idea how long they had been waiting. A group of mountain spirits and wild beasts finally completed their ritual. The 4 mountain spirit priests, endowed with newfound powers, moved as if the earth itself trembled at their gestures. What originally required the collective efforts of many mountain spirits to fully conjure a magical path was unexpectedly created in an instant before the 2 mountain spirit priests who had acquired earth-based powers. Seeing those 2 mountain spirit priests, Cao Wei fell silent. Their strength had at least reached the level of ordinary second-tier practitioners. The mountain spirit priests, who previously were at most peak first-tier, had prayed to the Cloud Deer once and gained second-tier strength. Cao Wei pondered to himself if he could also receive the help of the cloud deer, perhaps he could achieve the possibility of surpassing second-tier power during his apprenticeship. Once all the mountain spirits and wild beasts had departed, Cao Wei and the others finally appeared. Looking at the two sealed stone sculptures, Cao Wei excitedly turned to Momo and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Now that the troublesome ones are gone, shouldn't we pray?" However, upon hearing Cao Wei's words, the faces of the others showed little joy. Momo's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. She did not hastily take out the Cloud Sea Pearl. After confirming with her team members once more, she then approached Cao Wei. "Cao Wei, there's something I need to discuss with you regarding our identities. In this world, we are essentially illegal residents. If the cloud deer discovers that we are not indigenous to this place, it will attack us. We can only gain the power of the cloud deer by defeating it without killing it, understood? The final distribution will be based on everyone's contributions during the battle." Upon hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei's usual playful demeanor vanished. He seriously glanced at everyone before finally asking, "So what position do you want me to take? Tank, archer, or priest?" Hearing Cao Wei's words, Momo's expression relaxed slightly. She chuckled and patted Cao Wei on the shoulder. "Old Cao, I know you're a jack of all trades. Our team already has good synergy, so we don't need you to intervene. Just assist us from the side and try to minimize our maximum damage. In unexpected situations, please be ready to replace any one of us at any time, especially Han Han." After saying this, Momo pointed to the warrior girl beside her. As the warrior in the team, Han Han, being a dual-wielding warrior, cannot use shield-type weapons. Ensuring output requires sacrificing defense while being prepared to charge to the front lines. Even if there is money for healing in the back, it cannot guarantee Han Han's safety. So when Momo introduced Cao Wei into the team, Lu and the others did not object. They were more than happy to add an insurance like Cao Wei, a jack of all trades. Moreover, Cao Wei had brought with him the Cloud Sea secret pearls they had never seen before. They also wanted to see what kind of changes would occur if the abilities offered by the Cloud Sea secret pearls were sacrificed. Thus, the group finished discussing their tactics. Momo took out 4 Cloud Sea secret pearls from her backpack. She handed them to Han Han, who suddenly let out a sharp cry. In the next moment, the Cloud Sea secret pearls were thrown by Han Han, like baseballs, crashing into the eyes of the stone sculpture. Amazing. Watching the girl's fast pitch, Cao Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such an insertion was truly flawless. Indeed, as long as they were soul power users related to warriors, they wouldn't overthink. With such strength, was there any need to think? Before long, all 4 Cloud Sea secret pearls were thrown by Han Han towards the stone sculpture. The 2 massive stone sculptures of mountain spirits began to slowly move. The altar reappeared before everyone. This time, as Cao Wei got closer, he realized that the altar seemed to be much larger than he had imagined. From a distance, Cao Wei had thought the altar was only big enough for 3 to 5 people. To his surprise, this altar could probably accommodate 20 people without issue. Cao Wei's expression changed slightly. Did this mean the cloud deer was much larger than he had anticipated? Moo. However, the cloud deer did not give Cao Wei time to react. With an ethereal cry, the phantom of the cloud deer appeared above the altar. As Cao Wei had guessed, the cloud deer was far taller than he had seen from a distance, standing at least 5 meters tall, and as for its weight, Cao Wei felt it must be measured in tons. Just the terrifying antlers on its head seemed to be a meter high. Unlike the rounded antlers of ordinary deer, these antlers appeared to be sharp spikes polished like swords, looking exceptionally lethal. At this moment, the cloud deer seemed puzzled, not understanding why it had been awakened after a moment of silence. However, when the cloud deer caught sight of Cao Wei and the others, it understood the reason immediately. The cloud deer let out a furious roar. Moo! A flicker of lightning glimmered ominously atop its massive antlers. "Everyone be careful and defend." Seeing the lightning on the cloud deer's antlers, Momo's eyes turned cold. She immediately commanded her team loudly. The others quickly reacted as well. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. A gigantic lightning ball shot out from the cloud deer's antlers. Upon striking the ground, it caused the earth to tremble. Countless purple and silver lights flickered on the ground. Even though Cao Wei was several meters away from the upheaved ground, he felt a tingling sensation assaulting his body. Hiss! Is it really that strong? Looking at the cloud deer before him, a hint of astonishment flashed in Cao Wei's eyes. Even the previous duo's attack was roughly at this level. In the next moment, the attributes of the cloud deer appeared before Cao Wei. Name: Cloud Deer, level 50 health, 500 soul power, 500. Although he could only see a little bit of the introduction. Seeing the cloud deer's health, Cao Wei couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He immediately cursed. This thing is only second tier. With this amount of health and soul power, he would believe it was a 3rd or 4th tier powerhouse. Clearly, the cloud deer was not like ordinary wild beasts, resembling a special high-tier hidden profession among humans. While those ordinary mountain spirit wild beasts were merely minor or elite monsters, the cloud deer was the head boss. Momo also evidently perceived the attributes of the cloud deer. Everyone's expressions became rather grim. Everyone pay attention. Under no circumstances should you kill the cloud deer. When its health drops to around 1000 points, it will automatically lose its combat ability. Upon hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. Goodness, if this thing doesn't blow me away, you'll call it my dear brother. With such thick health, how can we defeat it? Hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. In the next moment, under Cao Wei's surprised gaze, Mo surprisingly stowed away her ordinary hunting rifle and pulled out a gigantic sniper rifle that was at least 2 meters long from her spatial watch. Name VM-798 Anti-Tank Sniper Rifle B. Level 20. Effective range 4,000 meters. Physical attack 1,500. Strength 120. Constitution 100. Agility 50. Effect 1A. Overheating. After activating the skill, the user can fire 5 consecutive bullets, after which the sniper rifle will cool down for 5 minutes. Can only be used once within half an hour. Forcibly using overheating will inevitably damage the weapon. Effect 2. Dislocation. The VM-798 Anti-Tank Sniper Rifle has immense recoil, causing the user to risk obtaining the states of dislocation and fracture after use. Effect 3. Armor piercing. The bullets fired from the VM-798 Anti-Tank Sniper Rifle have a 60 armor piercing effect. Whoosh. Watching as Mo takes out the sniper rifle from her spatial watch. Even though he had no knowledge of firearms, Cao Wei couldn't help but whistle. Compared to this level weapon, all the weapons he had obtained before seemed to pale in comparison. What man doesn't have a dream of firearms? Indeed, firearms are the romance of men. However, before Cao Wei could revel in his thoughts, Mo suddenly shouted at him. Cao Wei, take my position for a moment. I need a relatively safe sniping point. Upon hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei immediately snapped back to attention. Instantly, he took out a long bow from his backpack. It was the long bow he had obtained from the mountain elf camp. Due to its excellent attributes, Cao Wei had chosen to evolve it right away. Currently, with Mo the archer temporarily leaving the team, Cao Wei stepped in perfectly. Name Glory of the Sun Chaser B. Level 10. Speed 80. Strength 80. Constitution 80. Effect 1. 3-stage mode. Glory of the Sun Chaser is a highly selective long bow, with its attack varying based on the user's strength. If strength exceeds 100 points, it can shoot arrows dealing 500 points of damage. If strength exceeds 200 points, it can shoot arrows dealing 1,000 points of damage. If strength exceeds 300 points, it can shoot arrows dealing 1,500 points of damage. Effect 2. Scorching Overload. Infusing soul power into the bow allows it to shoot arrows that inflict fire damage. Consuming 20 soul power, each arrow carries 20 points of fire damage lasting for 5 seconds, with effects that can stack. Once this bow is drawn, who can rival it? And this is not all. Cao Wei slowly took out a quiver of arrows from the arrows inside the quiver were somewhat special. With only 20 arrows in the quiver, they represented a significant portion of Cao Wei's wealth, because all the arrows inside were his evolved lava arrows. Lava arrow C sharpness 3.0 fire 4 speed 2. Upon hitting a target, it generates a terrifying temperature of 1,400 degrees within a 40-meter radius lasting for 3 seconds. After the Sun Chaser squad was taken down by Duhua, Cao Wei found a total of 20 leftover arrows among the items they dropped. Without hesitation, Cao Wei directly evolved all of them. It should be noted that the lava arrows are so terrifying that even Duhua was frightened by them. Cao Wei was very confident in their attack. Moreover, with the enhancement from Glory of the Sun Chaser, in just a moment, Cao Wei's strength attribute exceeded 200. Immediately, Cao Wei drew the bow and shot an arrow. Bang! The sound of a spring vibrating echoed. The shocking sound even caused several women nearby to change their expressions slightly. In the next moment, a crimson arrow shot toward the cloud deer in front of him like lightning. Moo! A mournful cry rang out. In the next moment, the massive cloud deer was covered in a torrent of lava. The terrifying lava, reaching 1,400 degrees, enveloped the cloud deer completely. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the cloud deer transformed into a ball of fire. Well done, Cao Wei. With the effectiveness of the strike, the morale of the group surged tremendously. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 5 bullets, each the thickness of a child's arm, shot toward the distant cloud deer. The one firing the bullets was none other than Mo. 5 bullets hit the distant cloud deer directly. Instantly, another mournful cry emerged from the flames. This time, Mo was not just using a weapon with great power. More importantly, the bullets she used were also... Cao Wei recalled that in order to deal with the guardians of the goblin tribe, Mo specially used an armor and this time, Mo used not just any armor-piercing round, but the specially crafted, armor-piercing uranium round she developed after returning. Not only does it have armor-piercing effects, but it also inflicts poison damage. Within the fireball, the mournful cries of the cloud deer continued to echo. Due to the immense pain, the cries even reached the ears of the mountain spirit monsters that were originally preparing to leave. Ga. The leading mountain spirit priests let out a strange roar. Instantly, the mountain spirit monsters that had just retreated rushed frantically toward the island in the lake. Moreover, before the mountain spirit priests could create a path to the island in the lake, many mountain spirit monsters jumped directly into the river. This means that if Cao Wei and the others fail to defeat the cloud deer within half an hour, what awaits them will be the combined assault of the cloud deer and a horde of mountain spirit monsters. As for how Cao Wei and the others were faring at this moment, looking at the continuously burning fireball in front of him, there was not much joy on Cao Wei and his companions' faces. Because even though the cloud deer was being burned continuously, its roars remained powerful and vigorous. Clearly, it had not yet entered a weakened state. Moreover, from time to time attacks would flicker within the fireball. Large amounts of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning shot out from within the fireball. Clearly, the frenzied cloud deer had begun its indiscriminate attacks, with high-power attacks and the enemy's attack trajectories being completely random. Cao Wei and his companions were suffering greatly. Not far away, Mo noticed the group's bitter struggle, and her face fell into a moment of hesitation. Her expression flickered several times before she grit her teeth and shouted at Cao Wei. Cao Wei, how much health do you think our previous attacks took from the cloud deer? Hearing Mo's question, Cao Wei, who was evading attacks, was slightly taken aback. I don't know, but it should be about 10,000 health points. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo immediately took a deep breath. How many arrows do you have left? 19. Hiss. This time it was Mo's turn to be surprised. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, and Mo made a decision. Cao Wei, please shoot another 5 arrows. If the cloud deer is still alive afterward, I'll grant you 3 chances to pray. All right. Upon hearing Mo's words, Cao Wei immediately agreed without hesitation. Although the lava arrows were scarce, the cost was naturally much smaller compared to the blessing of the cloud deer. He immediately picked up his glory of the sun chaser. Without a second thought, he drew another lava arrow and shot it out. However, what Cao Wei did not expect was, even as flames engulfed it, the cloud deer did not forget to defend itself this time. Moo! The cloud deer let out an angry roar from within the flames. A yellowish light burst forth from its antlers. Instantly, a semicircular earth-type protective shield enveloped the cloud deer. Clang! Cao Wei's arrow surprisingly did not penetrate the cloud deer's shield, but exploded in midair instead. At the same time, the flames on the cloud deer's body seemed to gradually fade away. As the water flowed over the cloud deer's body, the injured cloud deer, which had lost half of its fur, reappeared. As previously guessed, the cloud deer's injuries, though appearing severe, were far from critical. This. No way, Mo. We can't break through the defense. Cao Wei shouted anxiously. Upon hearing Cao Wei's words, Mo immediately gritted her teeth. With a pained glance at the VM-798 in her hand, Mo shouted with her heart in turmoil. Give me 3 minutes, and I'll buy you a chance. Remember, shoot when I say to shoot. All right. Everyone distract the cloud deer. Buy me time to shoot. Upon hearing Mo shout Han, and the other girls immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques. Lulu, as a fire mage, began to chant a spell. Fire chain. In the next moment, fiery chains shot out from her side, locking straight towards the cloud deer. The layers of fiery chains resembled snakes endowed with life. Even through the energy shield, they wrapped around the cloud deer again and again. Meanwhile, the priest Qian was equally unwilling to back down. Mind control, Qian exclaimed. In the next moment, her eyes turned pink. She glared fiercely at the cloud deer across from her. Instantly, the cloud deer's struggling figure came to a halt. However, the cloud deer's pause lasted for less than 10 seconds. The next moment, a stream of blood trickled from Qian's nostrils. I can't do it anymore. I have no soul power left. Upon hearing Qian's words, those around her suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Just as Qian finished speaking, Moo! An angry cry of the deer resonated. The fire chains from Lulu were violently shaken off by the enraged cloud deer. Suddenly, dazzling lightning erupted from the cloud deer's antlers. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The booming thunder and flashes of lightning roamed within the clouds. But that was not all. As everyone anxiously awaited the cloud deer's attack to descend, a loud boom resounded. A lightning bolt the width of a barrel struck down upon the incapacitated Qian. Upon seeing the lightning bolt, everyone gasped. Just then, a golden shield abruptly appeared above Qian's head. The one who cast the shield was none other than Cao Wei. At a crucial moment, he managed to block the raging lightning. However, his shield's energy was instantly diminished by more than half. Without a moment to think, Cao Wei rushed to Qian, who was out of soul power. Sorry. With that, Cao Wei picked her up in a princess carry. As he lifted Qian, the forest outfit originally worn by Cao Wei changed form. The mage robe was replaced by shining silver armor. In an instant, Cao Wei transformed from a mage into a formidable warrior. It was the enforcer set. Upon seeing the changed demeanor of Cao Wei, Qian's gaze instantly lost focus. A priest could actually be this handsome. However, what Qian did not expect was that an even more handsome figure stood behind. Looking at the Cloud Deer's shell, Cao Wei coldly snorted and asked, "Everyone prepare your strongest attacks. They'll see if we can break this shield." With that, Cao Wei set Qian down. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Cao Wei surprisingly abandoned the advantage of distance and charged straight towards the Cloud Deer. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck directly at Cao Wei. Endurance. Feather of lightness. Speed up. Without any hesitation, Cao Wei cast 3 layers of speed-enhancing buffs on himself. Countless streams of liquid condensed into a mirror blocking above Cao Wei's head. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Finally, at the moment Cao Wei approached the Cloud Deer, he suddenly unleashed his blinding domain. Moo. The sudden blindness startled the Cloud Deer. Immediately, the formerly orderly lightning turned into chaotic silver snakes, striking wildly. Ancient Tree of Light. Cao Wei roared. In the next moment, a massive ancient tree of light appeared before the Cloud Deer. Although compared to the Cloud Deer, the ancient tree looked like a child facing an adult. Yet under Cao Wei's command, the ancient tree of light unleashed all its branches wrapping around the Cloud Deer in front of it. Over the top of the ancient tree, Cao Wei jumped onto the Cloud Deer's head. In the next moment, a meteor-like holy light bullet formed in Cao Wei's hands. Take this. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion resonated from above the Cloud Deer. Soon after, everyone heard the Cloud Deer let out a mournful cry. With a loud rumble, the Cloud Deer lost its balance and fainted from the holy light explosion unleashed by Cao Wei. Opportunity. Seeing the Cloud Deer fall, Han and Zhou exchanged glances, their eyes shining with determination. Blade Storm. Poisonous Strike. The 2 girls who had not been able to make any moves until now finally unleashed their signatures. Han's body danced rapidly with 2 swords in hand, while Zhou's dagger emitted a dark green glow. Puff. Moo. The already unconscious Cloud Deer let out another mournful wail. In the next moment, blood-red light burst from its eyes. Zzz. This time the mad Cloud Deer could no longer care about anything else. The indiscriminate lightning attack now turned and shot directly at itself. Watch out. Seeing the lightning above, Cao Wei's eyes widened. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly retreated. Boom! A loud explosion. A massive lightning bolt struck the body of Yun Zhonglu directly. Then Cao Wei heard 2 delicate shouts. Oh! In the sky, Han and Zhou were sent flying. Cao Wei had no time to think. He immediately hugged the bodies of the 2 beautiful women tightly. Looking at the 2 unconscious figures before him, Cao Wei's expression turned slightly grim. In an instant, Momo's team had lost 3 combatants. How could they continue fighting? Unable to help it, Cao Wei turned to Momo beside him and shouted anxiously, "Momo, how much longer?" Hearing Cao Wei's question, Momo was already drenched in sweat and shouted back, "Just wait for me 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. Hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei suddenly felt anxious. Because Yun Zhonglu had already started to awaken. At this moment, Yun Zhonglu had already left the range of Cao Wei's blinding domain. At the same time, due to the recent lightning strike, he was much more alert. A faint yellowish shield enveloped him once again. The advantage that Cao Wei had painstakingly created vanished in an instant. As for the bright ancient tree, it had long been reduced to nothing but debris. Meanwhile, Cao Wei's soul power was nearly depleted due to the activation of the blinding domain. Now only Cao Wei and Lulu still had combat strength. Taking a deep breath, Cao Wei slowly took out a white gem from his spatial ring. Spirit of the Ancestor Beast Light Soul Stone C. Spirit of the Ancestor Beast Light Soul Stone C. You can summon any level light-type creature to possess your body. During this period of possession, the user's physical attributes will be greatly enhanced. Last for 5 minutes. This soul stone was precisely the light soul stone that Cao Wei had exchanged by increasing his favorability with the mountain goblins. Originally, Cao Wei intended to use it against Dua. However, on the day of the battle, due to the intense situation, he completely forgot about it. This time, the light soul stone finally found its use. Without hesitation, Cao Wei crushed the light soul stone in his hand. In the next moment, a unicorn spirit made of light elements suddenly appeared above Cao Wei. Hiss! The unicorn let out a neigh. Then it galloped forward towards Cao Wei. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, the unicorn had already dived into Cao Wei's body. Ding! You have been possessed by the clever magical beast unicorn. In the next 5 minutes, your soul power recovery speed will be 300, and all light-type skills will increase in power by 50. You gain temporary skills Unicorn Charge, Unicorn's Roar, and Wild Call. Unicorn Charge D. Launch a shockwave at the enemy, dealing 2,000 points of light attribute damage. The enemy has a chance to become stunned. Consumes 1,500 soul power, cooldown 1 minute per use. Unicorn's Roar D. Emit a terrifying roar at the enemy. Monsters below level will be paralyzed for 5 seconds. For each level higher, the stun duration decreases by 1 second, ineffective against monsters above a level. Consumes 1,500 soul power, cooldown 1 minute per use. Wild Call D. Summon the Unicorn Spirit, boosting the user's attributes by 100 points for 1 minute. After use, the effect of the light soul stone disappears. Consumes 1000 soul power, cooldown 1 minute per use. At this moment, Cao Wei felt waves of energy surging into his body, like a dried up, while suddenly receiving a fresh spring. The soul power that had been depleted instantly replaced. A sharp horn sprouted from his forehead. Looking at Yun Zhonglu before him, the next moment Cao Wei let out a roar that was not human. It was indeed the unicorn's roar. Hiss! Yun Zhonglu on the opposite side was clearly startled by Cao Wei's roar. But in less than a second the opponent regained composure. Instantly Cao Wei understood. The Yun Zhonglu opposite him definitely exceeded a level, and it seemed that his roar had thoroughly enraged the Yun Zhonglu before him. He saw Yun Zhonglu gently lifting his front hooves, slightly lowering his head. Clearly the opponent was finally preparing to charge at Cao Wei with love. If struck by the antlers, even if he didn't die, he would be turned into a candied haw. Instantly Cao Wei's expression changed. He gathered energy in both hands. A light sphere condensed between his hands. Unicorn shockwave. Boom! A visible white energy wave gathered from Cao Wei's hands. The shockwave shot forth like a sharp impact gun. It slammed into Yun Zhonglu's forehead. Moo! Yun Zhonglu let out another mournful cry. In the next moment, he was actually knocked into a stunned state by Cao Wei. Faced with the unconscious Yun Zhonglu, there was no trace of triumph in Cao Wei's eyes. He saw massive holy light bombs condensing in his palms. Each holy light bomb was as large as a door frame. Empowered by the unicorn spirit, Cao Wei had never seen such gigantic holy light bombs. Holy light bombardment. Instantly, countless holy light bombs rained down upon Yun Zhonglu. With the recovery speed of triple soul power, Cao Wei could even unleash an infinite combo of holy light bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying holy light bombs struck Yun Zhonglu one after another. In just a short while, the protective shield before him was shattered by Cao Wei. Seeing the protective shield being shattered, Lu beside him suddenly lit up with excitement in her eyes. Flame bombardment. She actually unleashed a skill similar to Cao Wei's holy light bombardment. Instantly, flames and light attributes continuously assaulted Yun Zhonglu. The focused fire on Yun Zhonglu caused him to emit a series of mournful cries. Unconsciously, Yun Zhonglu's health was gradually decreasing. Perhaps without Cao Wei's lava arrows, his health would drop below 1000. At this moment, Momo's sniper rifle cooldown finally ended. Looking at the sniper rifle still warm in her hands, a hint of pain flashed across Momo's face. What a loss, what a loss. In the next moment, Momo's eyes transformed into cross stars. Just like a scope on a sniper, she aimed at Yun Zhonglu's forehead. Pulling the trigger. Headshot. Overheat. Boom, 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 boom. 5 bullets struck directly onto Yun Zhonglu's forehead. With the last bullet fired. Crack. Momo's sniper rifle unexpectedly fell apart into a pile of useless parts. However, the effect was surprisingly good. 5 bullets frequently landed headshots. Yun Zhonglu's already low health dropped significantly once again. Moo! Under the bombardment of the holy light, Yun Zhonglu let out his final mournful cry. In the next moment, his massive body fell straight to the ground. Yun Zhonglu was defeated. Cao Wei, stop! Upon seeing the cloud deer fall, Mo hurriedly shouted. Looking at the cloud deer lying motionless before him, everyone rushed excitedly to its side. Although the cloud deer's eyes remained open, its body lacked any strength to move. Helplessly watching Mo and the others approach, everyone let out a slight sigh of relief at this scene. Mo immediately took out the cloud sea pearl from her spatial watch and held it before the cloud deer's mouth. The cloud deer hesitated as it looked at the pearl. Seeing that the cloud deer was unwilling to consume the cloud sea pearl, Cao Wei's expression immediately turned cold. A dagger appeared in his hand, pressing firmly against the cloud deer's throat. Eat or die. Seemingly understanding Cao Wei's words, the cloud deer, feeling cornered, reluctantly consumed the cloud sea pearl offered by Mo. In the next moment, something extraordinary happened. The cloud deer's body quickly became transparent, with colorless light bursting forth from within. Mo immediately grabbed the unconscious Han and others coming to the side of the cloud deer. First, pray for them. Hearing Mo's words, the cloud deer seemed to show no signs of refusal. A beam of light directly entered Han's body. In the next moment, everyone saw Han's pale complexion instantly turn rosy. Her body rapidly began to exhibit elemental transformation. Bing! Han let out an unclear light moan. Soon after, she slowly awakened. Seeing her hardened skin, Han immediately understood what had happened. Did we succeed? Upon seeing Han's changes, Mo let out a sigh of relief. Great! Cao Wei, bring Zhou and Qian here together. Hearing Mo's request, Cao Wei and Han nodded immediately. They carried the unconscious Zhou and Qian to the cloud deer. Then Mo took out 2 more cloud sea pearls and offered them to the cloud deer's mouth. In no time, Zhou and Qian both attained a new state. Both of their bodies displayed different elemental transformations. Zhou's skin became exceptionally rosy and his height increased significantly. As for Qian, her eyes and hair turned dark purple. Occasionally streaks of lightning flickered indicating she had gained abilities related to lightning. Finally, Lulu and Momo each utilized the prayer power from the Cloud Deer. Lulu received fire energy that perfectly matched her growth. Momo also acquired lightning power. However, due to the significant sacrifice she made during this mission, a sniper rifle. Wang Haochen gave her another chance after her persistent pleas. This time, Momo surprisingly gained lightning. However, slightly different from ordinary lightning power, Momo discovered that her lightning power seemed to be closer to magnetism. At last, everyone's gaze turned toward Cao Wei. As the greatest contributor to this mission, Cao Wei's efforts could undoubtedly be deemed MVP. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Wang Haochen chuckled. He accepted the 2 Cloud Sea Pearls Momo handed him along with the secret pearl he had obtained. One by one, he placed them into the Cloud Deer's mouth. In the next moment, he heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding. You have received a blessing from the Cloud Deer. Ding. You have gained the Elemental Body Earth. Elemental Body Earth D passive skill. The host gains 20 resistance to Earth magic and can use Earth magic of level lower than D. Seeing the new skill he acquired, Cao Wei's eyes lit up slightly. This elemental body is great. Not only does it grant resistance, but most importantly, Cao Wei can actually use Earth magic from now on. It's known that Earth magic is universally recognized as the top form of defense. From now on, Cao Wei will go further in terms of durability. He immediately began to eagerly feed the second Cloud Sea Pearl to the Cloud Deer. Ding. You have received a blessing from the Cloud Deer, and you will gain the following 2 choices. Choice 1, enhance your acquired ability and possibly gain an unknown powerful skill. Choice 2, acquire a new ability. Seeing the choices before him, Cao Wei momentarily lost focus. If he were to enhance the elemental body, he already had holy evolution, so he didn't care to use it. However, the prospect of an unknown powerful skill made him slightly tempted. Has he ever seen such a strong prompt from the system before? As for acquiring a new ability, it could mean gaining a new elemental body, indicating he might be able to use new spells. Unavoidably, Cao Wei felt a bit conflicted. But soon Cao Wei's gaze became resolute. I choose 2. Ding. You have gained the Elemental Body Water D passive skill. The host gains 20 resistance to water magic and can use water magic of level lower than D. Ding. Your skill Universal Liquid has changed and evolved into the skill Liquid Control. Liquid Control C. After use, you can condense a special liquid that can exist in gas, solid, and liquid forms. If this liquid hits an enemy, it can deal 1,000 points of damage. If it hits an ally, it can restore 1,000 points of health. It can also transform into a shield with 3,000 endurance points, consuming 1,000 spirit power. Cooldown time 10 seconds per use. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Cao Wei couldn't help but clench his fist. Indeed, his choice was correct. The so-called powerful skill he could also obtain through holy evolution. Only by gaining more skill choices can he develop towards the all-round direction he envisioned. Looking at the 2 elemental body skills before him, Cao Wei wasted no time and directly used holy evolution. Ding. You consumed 20,000 experience points and gained the skill Elemental Body Water B. Ding. You consumed 20,000 experience points and gained the skill Elemental Body Earth B. Elemental Body Water B passive skill. Water Element Domain B. Upon activation, it allows control over a 10 by 10 meter area of water elements, consuming 1,000 soul power per second. Within the Water Element Domain, you can utilize 3 states of liquid, gas, liquid, and solid to attack enemies for 1,000 damage, create a shield with 1,000 durability to protect allies, and heal allies for 1,000 health points per second. Cooldown time none. Upon seeing the information about his newly mastered Water Element Domain, Cao Wei was initially taken aback. But soon after, he was filled with great joy. The second domain after the self-blinding domain, the Water Element Domain that Cao Wei had just obtained, was undoubtedly much stronger. It could easily be described as a versatile domain. It combines damage, defense, and healing. Although the attack and defense, as well as healing, may not be as potent as when controlled in liquid form, Cao Wei would have to test its practical effects to know for sure. He was quite certain that as a level skill, the Water Element Domain would not be as simple as it appeared. However, this was not the time for Cao Wei to experiment with his skills. Under the expectant gazes of Momo and the others, Cao Wei slowly took out the Cloud Sea secret pearl from his backpack. Everyone was naturally very curious about what would happen if this previously undiscovered equipment was sacrificed. Even the previously unfriendly Yun Zhonglu widened his eyes in surprise at the moment Cao Wei revealed the Cloud Sea secret pearl. Clearly, the allure of the Cloud Sea secret pearl was utterly irresistible to him. Roar! At that moment, just as Cao Wei was about to feed the Cloud Sea secret pearl to Yun Zhonglu, suddenly behind them came the roars of the mountain spirits and wild monsters. A magical path appeared on the opposite shore of the lake. A large number of mountain spirits and wild monsters rushed towards Cao Wei and the others. Evidently, all the mountain spirits understood Yun Zhonglu's significance. If Yun Zhonglu were to die, everything in their Cloud Sea secret realm would come to an end. Upon seeing the countless mountain spirits and wild monsters behind them, the expressions of the group turned pale. Not to mention thousands. Just 100 would be a considerable challenge. If ants can bite and kill an elephant, how much more so a swarm of first transformation mountain spirits? Cao Wei, hurry. We don't have much time to escape. Hearing Momo's words, Cao Wei had no time to consider the consequences of feeding the Cloud Sea secret pearl to Yunzhonglu. He suddenly displayed a glint of determination in his eyes. In the next moment, he pried open Yun Zhonglu's mouth and stuffed the Cloud Sea secret pearl into it. Moo! At the instant Yun Zhonglu swallowed the Cloud Sea secret pearl, a brilliant light burst forth from within its body. Apart from red, green, brown, blue, and purple, a new color unexpectedly appeared on Yun Zhonglu's body. Seeing that color, a deep shock flashed in Cao Wei and the others' eyes. That color was light. A light that was white to the extreme. This newly appeared white light surged like waves throughout the entire Cloud Sea secret realm. The previously rushing mountain spirits and wild monsters suddenly froze in place, dumbfounded. Moo! Another ethereal sound emanated from Yun Zhonglu's throat. But this time the sound clearly carried a hint of joy. In the astonished gaze of Cao Wei and the others, Yun Zhonglu's body actually began to grow once more. From its original 5 meters, it slowly grew to 10 meters high. A terrifying aura continuously emanated from its body. This aura was third transformation. Momo said in a daze as she looked at Yun Zhonglu before her. Roar, Ga. Behind Cao Wei and the others, the mountain spirits and wild monsters that had been dazed suddenly began to emit strange roars alongside Yun Zhonglu. Suddenly, one of the mountain spirits in the crowd burst forth with brilliant light. Following that, this phenomenon rapidly spread. In the crowd, large groups of mountain spirits and wild monsters began to shine with light. The entire Cloud Sea secret realm was instantly replaced by this brilliance. Under the astonished gazes of Cao Wei and the others, the bodies of these mountain spirits and wild monsters slowly became taller than before. At the same time, their bodies grew increasingly stronger. Especially the 4 leading mountain spirit priests, whose bodies swelled to an impressive height of 2 meters. The overwhelming aura emanating from them confirmed to Cao Wei and the others that they had evolved to the second transformation. What is happening? Looking at such a shocking scene before them, Han Han, whose mind was already somewhat overwhelmed, suddenly asked a question. However, no one could answer her. The group stood there in a daze watching this miraculous event unfold. Finally, Yun Zhonglu stopped roaring. The mountain spirits and wild monsters also ceased their odd cries. Though the light faded, the enlarged form of Yun Zhonglu and the robust bodies of the mountain spirits testified to what had just occurred. Everything the group had just experienced was not a dream. Moo! Suddenly Yun Zhonglu called out again. Hearing his voice and seeing his massive form, Cao Wei and the others instantly felt a surge of tension. If the second transformation was already so difficult to deal with, how challenging would the third transformation be? Cold sweat dripped down everyone's backs. Momo and the others began to contemplate how to die in a manner that would look good, while they silently prayed in their hearts. Suddenly, Yun Zhonglu slowly opened its mouth. Moo! It seemed it bore no intention of blaming the group. In the next moment, a shimmering object resembling glass floated out of its mouth. It landed on Cao Wei, but the name of this item was quite strange. Ding! You have received an unknown item gifted to you by Yun Zhonglu. Item level. Level, an item of level. This was the first time Cao Wei had seen an item display replaced. Level, an item of level. This was the first time Cao Wei had seen an item display replaced because Yun Zhonglu, apart from mooing, could not say anything else. However, after taking the item handed over by Yun Zhonglu, everyone noticed. It seemed perhaps that Yun Zhonglu and the surrounding mountain spirits had no intention of attacking them. At this moment, all the mountain spirits miraculously refrained from attacking the group. One by one, upon seeing Cao Wei, they actually smiled respectfully at him, revealing simple expressions. The confused group could only brace themselves and leave the island in the lake. As they passed through countless mountain spirits, the group felt their scalps tingle. Everyone, do you think we should report? Suddenly Han Han, who was beside them, asked somewhat bashfully. Hearing Han Han's words, the others fell into no need. If we don't want to attract trouble, it's best to keep this matter to ourselves. As Cao Wei and the others returned to the entrance of the Cloud Sea secret realm, waves of humans transformed into beams of light appearing outside the dimensional gate. Their faces were filled with confusion and disbelief. Several administrators at the entrance of the Cloud Sea secret realm were equally bewildered. They exchanged glances simultaneously, considering one possibility: a powerful unknown boss had emerged in the secret realm. However, since the development of the Cloud Sea secret realm, there had never been any reports of such a powerful. To confirm their speculation, one of the administrators approached the students and quietly asked, "What happened inside the secret realm?" A tall student with a mournful expression replied, "We were fighting monsters as usual, but suddenly the strength of those mountain spirits increased significantly. We encountered the same issue. The mountain spirit we had cornered suddenly grew more than twice its size and instantly turned the tables on us. We experienced the same thing. As more and more students provided nearly identical responses, the administrators began to grasp what had transpired in the secret realm. For some reason, the originally weak mountain spirits had increased in strength, and due to the insufficient levels of the students entering the Cloud Sea secret realm, they could not hold out for long before being transported back. Cheng Yaoyi noticed the anomaly and approached a robust administrator who was about his size, giving him a playful slap on the rear. What the heck? The administrator clearly did not expect someone to tease him in such a situation and was about to blow up. But when he turned around and saw Cheng Yaoyin's cheeky smile, his expression changed instantly. He responded with a sleazy smile of his own. The flirtatious atmosphere immediately made the students uncomfortable. Tui, what's going on? Cheng Yaoyin saw his image about to be ruined, coughed lightly, and inquired with a serious expression. The strength of the monsters in the secret realm has suddenly increased significantly. The administrator named Tui answered truthfully. Is that really the case? Cheng Yaoyin exclaimed, this is supposed to be a trial ground. What countermeasures have you thought of? 2 of my colleagues have already reported the situation to the higher-ups, Tui said, and I along with Cao Wei need to stay here and wait for the students who can last until the end gathering their information. The later they come out, the stronger they are. Cheng Yaoyin nodded. This will also allow you to filter out potential talents for focus cultivation. Everything has its pros and cons, Tui said leisurely. I don't know which outstanding individuals will manage to hold out until the end. While they were speaking, students were being transported back one after another. Their strength had improved significantly compared to those who returned first, and most were already at the first advancement of hidden professions. Jianing, let me tell you, Tui said while staring at the entrance of the secret realm. If one of your class can become an outstanding individual, you won't have to endure the ridicule of other class teachers anymore. Cheng Yaoyi nodded despondently, but then he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed from disappointment to excitement. First, don't call me by that name in public. I would prefer you to call me Teacher Cheng. Second, coincidentally, there is a student from our class who is still inside the secret realm. After Cheng Yaoyin finished speaking, Tui's mouth dropped open in shock. In his impression, the F3 class that Cheng Yaoyin taught was filled with weaklings. Because of this, Cheng Yaoyin's status among the teachers had plummeted from a slightly sleazy genius teacher to the bottom-of-the-barrel headmaster. Seeing Tui's disbelief, Cheng Yaoyin recounted the remarkable deeds of Cao Wei that had occurred not long ago. So this Cao Wei is truly a rare talent. Tui said softly. Teacher Cheng, I must congratulate you. It's finally my turn to be proud. Tui's face was unable to hide his joy. Recalling the humiliations he had endured over the past few years, and now that Cao Wei had finally changed his situation, he secretly vowed to do his utmost to cultivate this prodigious talent. Time passed second by second, and the students were nearly all back without exception, having been defeated by the enhanced mountain spirits. The students seemed to have realized this as they all focused on the entrance of the secret realm. Occasionally, 1 or 2 students who returned later were greeted with cheers from their classmates. Lu Xiang, come over here. Cheng Yaoyin shouted. Teacher, what's the matter? Lu Xiang, not daring to be slow, hurriedly ran to his side. Gather all the students from our class quickly. Cheng Yaoyin instructed. When Cao Wei comes out, you must welcome him with unprecedented enthusiasm. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the other side. Make it even more enthusiastic than there's got it. Cheng Yaoyin said. Understood, I will do it right away. Lu Xiang said loudly. I'm very spirited. Cheng Yaoyin nodded in satisfaction. It seems I have to take good care of you from now on. Teacher. That won't be necessary. Lu Xiang involuntarily shivered. You can just take care of Cao Wei. I want to distribute my care evenly. Cheng Yaoyin started to say, but his tone immediately changed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Lu Xiang nodded and dashed towards their bus. The number of students being transported out gradually decreased, and most of the students from various classes had already returned to the entrance of the secret realm. But no class left first. Everyone was quietly waiting for the last person to be transported out. Even the vendors and staff stopped working, pausing to watch the dimensional gate. Soon 2 individuals were awkwardly transported back. Their clothes were torn and tattered, barely covering their private. It's Mo Guei Yu and Mo Xiao from Class B. Cheng Yaoyin said softly. They were twins, famous in school, both strong hidden professions, and had seamless coordination. As dusk approached, Cheng Yaoyin and all the students of Class F3 became increasingly anxious. Why had Cao Wei not appeared yet? Could something dangerous have happened? Just as their anxious feelings had nowhere to release, 6 figures passed through the transport gate. Their movements were so graceful and calm. Cao Wei. Cheng Yaoyin instantly recognized the only male. Cao Wei, number 1 in the world. Cao Wei, invincible under heaven. Lu Xiang wasted no time and immediately led the crowd in cheering. Cao Wei and Mo looked on in confusion at the crowd and the loud cheers, feeling somewhat awkward. As the crowd cheered too, he hurried forward to register the information of several individuals. When he registered Cao Wei, he smiled meaningfully at him and said in a voice only Cao Wei could hear, Jian was right, you indeed have some skill. Brother, you flatter me. Cao Wei had never been the center of attention like this before. However, he had to admit that this feeling was Absolutely exhilarating. Just as Cao Wei was about to say something to Mo, he saw two teachers speaking sternly to Mo and the others. Their expressions were not good. He could only shrug and casually wave goodbye to Mo and the others before returning to Cheng Yaoyin's side. Big brother, what happened in the secret realm just now? Lu Xiang asked eagerly. It was nothing much. Cao Wei replied expressionlessly, I heard that the strength of the mountain spirits inside has increased significantly. How did you manage to hold on until now? A classmate asked. The area we went to had few mountain spirits, and we took them out one by one. Cao Wei lied without a hint of guilt. In truth, they hadn't faced any attacks from the mountain spirits upon their return. Although those spirits had been enhanced by the cloud deer, they had expelled most of the humans in a short time. However, they were very friendly towards Cao Wei and the others. Presumably this was also thanks to the cloud deer. As for why Cao Wei and the others took so long to come out, it was because they had been resting in a particularly scenic spot and leisurely enjoyed afternoon tea. These 5 girls each had their own charm, leaving Cao Wei with plenty to reminisce about. Boss, what are you thinking? You're about to drool, Lu Xiang reminded him, seeing that Cao Wei was on the verge of losing his composure. Oh, it's nothing at all, Cao Wei quickly replied. I just gained something good this time, I'm just a bit happy. Cheng Yaoyin circled around Cao Wei twice, staring at his silver sea medal. I knew I wasn't mistaken, you actually weren't defeated. What? The students were all stunned at Cheng Yaoyin's words. Take a good look at your cloud sea medals. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the students' faces, Cheng Yaoyin explained, you were defeated by the mountain spirits and returned thanks to your cloud sea medals. The energy depletion of the cloud sea medals has turned all of yours gray. Cheng Yaoyin removed Cao Wei's medal. And Cao Wei's medal not only did not lose energy, but instead absorbed energy in the cloud sea secret realm, which is why his is white. As his words fell, everyone indeed noticed the discrepancy. In other words, Cao Wei not only survived the attacks of the mountain spirits until now, but he was also able to return calmly to the exit, which can be said to be a complete retreat. Lu Xiang analyzed. Is that true? The students from class F3 looked at Cao Wei simultaneously, their eyes filled with sort of. Cao Wei waved his hand dismissively. Soon after, several more batches of students were teleported out. Although they had lasted longer, each appeared quite disheveled. As night fell, many students boarded buses to leave, and Cheng Yaoyin also bid farewell to 2E, leaving the Cloud Sea secret realm. In the following days, Cao Wei's deeds became a model to be spread throughout the school. However, a considerable portion of people did not believe that Cao Wei from class F3 truly possessed such formidable strength, thinking he simply relied on MOMO and other partners with hidden professions to last so long in the secret realm. Several students from advanced classes also looked down upon his behavior of being an experienced baby. Days later, this incident morphed into another version. I heard that Cao Wei sold his looks to gain the protection of those hidden professions. No way, that's just too shameless. Not just shameless, it's utterly disgraceful. Cao Wei walked expressionlessly past the murmuring crowd, feeling like crying with no tears. His originally heroic image, guided by rumors, had completely dissipated. In its place was a despicable figure who sold his looks for profit. Even after returning to class, he couldn't muster any joy. Boss, there's no need to worry. Lu Xiang consoled him. They don't know your strength now, so they will naturally talk nonsense. But soon you'll have the chance to showcase your abilities. By then they'll be stunned. It's fine, I'll be okay once I get used to it. Cao Wei sighed, his brow furrowed. Just as he was about to continue sulking, a burly figure approached him quickly. Teacher. Hello. Before Cao Wei and Lu Xiang could finish their conversation, they found themselves pressed against the back wall of the classroom in succession. You're so young yet so gloomy. Cheng Yaoyin said discontentedly, let me use my righteous whip to wake you up. Jianin, you're really. Cao Wei gritted his teeth, suppressing a comfortable groan. After all, if he was beaten like Lu Xiang beside him and still looked blissful, then that would add another layer to his character. Next Monday is our F-class promotion battle. You are the backbone of our class. Cheng Yaoyin said, I don't care what others think of you, but you must lift your spirits. Yes. Cao Wei replied hastily. You all too, this time we have a great chance of advancing. Everyone needs to put in extra effort. Cheng Yaoyin scanned the class. Whether we can enter the trial tower depends on this time. Yes. The students of class F3 shouted in unison. Cao Wei's presence also instilled them with great confidence, making them realize that their class had not been abandoned, but was a place where the strong and weak coexisted. Now no one was willing to be a salted fish. Everyone wanted to transform into a dragon. A week quickly passed, and Cao Wei finally got used to it. He could now face those rumors with composure. The promotion battle took place as scheduled, with 3 classes battling in succession. Each victory earned a point, and the class with the most points would secure the qualification to enter the trial tower. Cheng Yaoyin went to draw lots, and when he saw the result, his face turned pale. The slip of paper clearly read F1. Upon seeing that he had drawn class F1, the students of class F3 all sighed. They were about to face the toughest opponents. However, Cao Wei was unconcerned. He simply asked Cheng Yaoyin, teacher, I'm in a hurry, can we let them go together? In theory that's possible, but their strength. Cheng Yaoyin frowned. I suggest you don't be too overconfident. Just watch and see. A deep smile appeared at the corner of Cao Wei's mouth. After Cao Wei proposed this idea, the students of Class F3 opposed it. Although they hoped to win, they were also concerned that Cao Wei would be no match for the elite of Class F1. However, when Cheng Yaoyin saw the determined and confident expression on Cao Wei's face, he hesitated for a moment and waved his hand to the students of Class F3. Since he has confidence in himself, you should support him. Cheng Yaoyin patted Cao Wei on the shoulder. Go ahead, and if it really becomes too difficult, just admit defeat. Okay. Cao Wei nodded, then took the lead to stand up and walk to the combat platform. After he ascended, another burly man from Class F1 also stepped onto the platform. In the first match, Cao Wei from Class F3 versus Cheng Pu from Class F1. However, while Cheng Pu was warming up, Cao Wei suddenly raised his hand to the referee. This action immediately caused a burst of laughter from the stands. Haha, is he afraid to fight because he sees Cheng Pu's size? These people from Class F3 are too cowardly. They truly are the perennial underdogs. Isn't this Cao Wei the one who relies on others? It seems the rumors were indeed true. Cao Wei, do you have something to say? The referee asked as the stands became increasingly chaotic. It's like this I find 1v1 too uninteresting. Moreover, my time is a bit precious, so. Cao Wei spoke slowly. Can we have more people participate? His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone watching. The people from Class F1 all scoffed at Cao Wei's audacity. However, what was puzzling was that after hearing Cao Wei's words, the students of Class F2 fell completely silent. Even Su, when the leader of Class F2, wore a sullen expression and remained silent. Are you here to cause trouble? The referee thought Cao Wei was joking. No, I am very serious. Cao Wei repeated his request. How many do you want to fight? The referee asked. How many victories does Class F3 need to qualify? Cao Wei countered. Each class must compete in 15 matches. The referee replied, if your Class F3 defeats 10 individuals from Class F1 and 10 from Class F2, then you can qualify ahead. All right then, Cao Wei nodded casually, saying, I want to fight 10. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena fell silent. Even Cheng Yaoyin and the others couldn't help but feel nervous for him. Boss, this is really risky, Lu Xiang said in shock. Even if he is strong, individually facing so many opponents will be very difficult. At this point, we can only trust that he will succeed, Cheng Yaoyin said quietly. The referee, upon hearing Cao Wei's request, was momentarily dazed. In his memory, there had been a boastful individual a few years back. However, if it weren't for his rescue back, then his grave grass would probably be 2 meters high by now. Nevertheless, since Cao Wei made a request, and it didn't violate any rules, he immediately stood up and said to Class F1, Class F1, send up 9 more people. The students of Class F1 looked at each other, and after a while 9 individuals of varying builds stepped onto the combat platform, standing alongside Cheng Pu. Alright, now it's Cao Wei from Class F3 versus Cheng Pu, Zhang Tianhao, Wang Feifei, and Wang Fugui from Class F1. Both sides have 1 minute to prepare. After the referee finished speaking, both sides began to roll up their sleeves. Cao Wei contemplated for a moment and took out the energy-storing staff from Old Thor's spatial ring. Cao Wei is really too bold. Cheng Yaoyin shook his head repeatedly after seeing this. Why do you say that? Lu Xiang asked. He is facing many opponents at once, and the people from Class F1 are not fools. How could they give him time to cast spells? Cheng Yaoyin explained. If he were using melee weapons or bows, he might have a fighting chance. As he finished speaking, Class F3 erupted in concern for Cao Wei, but now even if they worried, there was nothing they could do. Combat begins. With the referee's command, the 10 top students of Class F1 simultaneously launched an attack on Cao Wei. Cao Wei stepped back 2 paces, and 2 ancient trees of light instantly grew up, barricading the students from Class F1 like walls. However, Zhang Tianhao suddenly dodged and bypassed the ancient trees of light, instantly reaching Cao Wei's front. His profession was an assassin. I will make your arrogance pay the price. Saying this, he thrust his 2 daggers directly at Cao Wei, but at that moment Cao Wei remained completely unflustered. Oh, on the contrary, a slight smile had already appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly justice. In front of Cao Wei, a fist-shaped illusion made of light elements suddenly appeared. Zhang Tianhao's pupils dilated in surprise, then he collided head-on with the fist without any defense. The audience only heard the sound of bones shattering, and then Zhang Tianhao was teleported back to the stands, looking incredulously at his hands, as if he had just been dreaming. Although he was an assassin with several pieces of equipment enhancing his abilities, his health was not low. Yet he had been taken down so effortlessly. After easily dispatching Zhang Tianhao, Cao Wei's face did not show any sign of relief. He knew that the reason he could take him out so quickly was that the energy-storing staff was already filled with energy, allowing his heavenly justice to unleash several times its power. However, he understood that the next battle might not be so easy. At this moment, the two ancient trees of light had been severely damaged, and he heard Cheng Pu let out an angry roar as flames ignited around him, directly breaking through the trunks of the ancient trees. The ancient trees of light disintegrated into specks of starlight. Just as they thought they could overpower Cao Wei, hundreds of holy light bombs appeared in the sky behind him, each the size of a frying pan. Try this. Holy light bombardment. The holy light bombs rained down on the combat platform However, the students from class F1 were not to be underestimated either. Two of them quickly raised shields while the others took cover behind them. Nonetheless, the intensity of the holy light bombardment was too overwhelming. The two shields shattered one after another, and the subsequent damage struck them hard. This kid Cao Wei, Cheng Yaoyin exclaimed in shock. He can simultaneously unleash so many holy light bombs. No wonder he confidently brought out the staff. Not just him, and now, whether students, teachers, or referees, everyone was stunned by this indiscriminate attack. The long-declined class F3 had truly produced such a figure. During the bombardment, two more individuals with weaker constitutions were teleported to the stands. Now there were only 7 people left on the battlefield. Ding! Your identity card has received a new mission. The current world, the four-armed insectoid planet. You have received the following tasks. Collect 100 pieces of bat carapace from the four-armed insectoids, as their carapace has good plasticity and ornamental value. Task level F points, earned 50. Investigate the cultivation system of the four-armed insectoids, preferably obtain their techniques. Task level E points, earned 200. Collect a specimen of a high-ranking warrior of the four-armed insectoids whose body structure seems to undergo unknown changes with a strength of above second transformation. Task level D points, earned 500. Gain favor with a certain nation of the four-armed insectoids and obtain a magical token from the Beetle Lord. Task level C points, earned 1000. The four-armed insectoids are said to possess 13 legendary swords with magical powers. Collect the legendary sword's current progress, 1013. Task level B points, earned 5000. Obtain a special task transfer scroll related to the four-armed insectoids. Task level A points, earned 50,000. Destroy a soul power stone. Task level S points, earned 100000. Pick up the mercenary identity card in hand. Indeed, a whole bunch of tasks had already appeared on it. From the simplest level tasks to the most difficult SS level tasks, everything was included. Cao Wei casually selected a few tasks and set off slowly with Lu Xiang and the others. However, at this moment, Cao Wei looked somewhat different from his usual self. Today, he wore a pair of deep black sunglasses. He also had heavy noise-canceling headphones hanging by his ears. He was wrapped up tightly. If one didn't know better, they might think it was winter. In fact, the temperature on the four-armed insectoid planet was quite pleasant, around 23 degrees. The reason Cao Wei dressed this way was entirely out of necessity. A week ago, Cheng Yaoyin had instructed Cao Wei on how to learn new techniques. First, Cheng Yaoyin wanted Cao Wei to learn how to control the soul power within his body, no longer using his skills in a crude manner. What Cheng Yaoyin wanted Cao Wei to learn was to use tech. First, Cheng Yaoyin wanted Cao Wei to learn how to control the soul power within his body, no longer using. Cao Wei once thought that soul power was a capability obtained after awakening through a soul power stone existing within his blood. But can a person feel their own blood flowing? Naturally, they cannot. However, according to Cheng Yaoyin, any soul power user can actually feel the soul power within their body. It's just that one is not born able to sense it, but needs to carefully feel it, much like how a blind person's hearing becomes more acute than that of ordinary people. Cheng Yaoyin's training method was also quite simple. It involved Cao Wei closing off his 5 senses to reach the point of controlling his soul power. Not exaggerating, the so-called soul power is Cao Wei's 6th sense. Now, after a week of rigorous training, Cao Wei has gradually grasped a hint of technique. Do not underestimate this technique. It is crucial for a supportive priest in a team. Just like a priest hiding in the back if your teammate is 20 meters away from you. At this point, your healing skills might not be able to hit your teammate effectively. However, among the 7 present, none of them had more than half of their health left, and some were below a 10th. Even worse, among the 10 outstanding students of different professions, there was not a single priest. On the battlefield, there was no supply, and now they could only charge forward. His soul power should be running low. Cheng Pu said, as long as we can approach him successfully, we have a chance to turn the tide. Accelerate. Qingling's feather. With the enhancement of these 2 skills, his speed suddenly increased, leaving a faint shadow in the air. Before Cheng Pu and the others could get close to Cao Wei, he had already appeared on the other side. Heavenly Dominant. Cheng Pu shouted fiercely, his body instantly charging toward Cao Wei in a strange pose. After Cao Wei dodged to the side, he sadly realized he was firmly locked onto. Cheng Pu did not want to reveal this skill, but now he felt that if he didn't defeat Cao Wei quickly, their class reputation. Heavenly Dominance can lock onto opponents within a certain range and capture them with 100 accuracy for a fierce strike. This skill is simply a divine technique on the battlefield. At the time, the Cheng family invested countless resources and connections to obtain this skill. Originally, he planned to hide this skill and reveal it at a crucial moment, but now he had to use it on a student from. In a flash, Cheng Pu's speed reached its peak, instantly closing in on Cao Wei. He grasped Cao Wei's clothing and lifted him up, slamming him towards the ground. The panic flashed across Cao Wei's face just before he was about to make intimate contact with the ground. A golden shield instantly enveloped him. If it were someone else, they would have likely suffered a heavy blow by now. However, Cao Wei had the invincibility granted by his law armor for 3 seconds. Cheng Pu disbelieving threw several punches, but they had no effect at all. Stop wasting your effort. Cao Wei smirked. At this rate, people will think you're a fool. Hearing the mockery, Cheng Pu was about to explode with rage, but Cao Wei didn't give him the chance. He grasped his staff with both hands and exerted force. The staff made intimate contact with Cheng Pu's head, and Cheng Pu only felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying backwards. No one expected that the staff could be used this way by Cao Wei. What a waste of talent. Cheng Pu heavily crashed to the ground, and Cao Wei had already launched his counterattack. He charged toward the nearest student, raising his hand vigorously. Liquid control. A faint green mist suddenly appeared, and before the student could react, they absorbed them. The next second, he returned to the stance. This kid's methods are too wild. The referee thought helplessly. It seems Cheng Yao-in has found a great bargain this time. Such an unmethodical attack from Cao Wei was simply a disgrace to the thousands of years of cultural inheritance. However, he had to admit that although Cao Wei didn't follow any rules, his agile thinking in battle would surely help him reach greater heights in the future. After all, in the ever-changing battlefield, only flexible and varied combat methods like Cao Wei's could provide more opportunities for victory. The remaining 6 finally adjusted their positions, each giving their all to coordinate their attacks. Cao Wei was gradually retreating in his attack, with his health plummeting. However, they watched as Cao Wei endured countless skills, but still did not fall, and they began to doubt just how much health he had left. Cao Wei probably has already surpassed 1000 health points. Wang Feifei said while panting heavily to those around him. He was very good at calculating damage. No way isn't he a mage. Someone behind him exclaimed in shock, how can his health be higher than Cheng Pu's? I don't know. Wang Feifei sighed, having to admit that Cao Wei's strength had far surpassed all of them. He must be at the 2nd transformation level. Cheng Pu finally joined them. It's hard to imagine that such a character would emerge from class F3. But it ends here. Wang Feifei said, next let's strike him down in one go. Cao Wei's health was already low, and Cheng Yao-in and the students from class F3 couldn't help but sweat. Cao Wei's health is at most a little over 1000. Cheng Yao-in said he is in danger. Damn, Teacher Cheng. Lu Xiang was about to say Cheng Yao-in's nickname, but quickly corrected himself under Cheng Yao-in's threatening gaze. If I remember correctly, Cao Wei should be a priest. After he finished speaking, Cheng Yao-in suddenly slapped his thigh. Yes. He hasn't used any healing skills, yet who knows who will win. While he spoke, Cao Wei was already cornered by the crowd. Cao Wei, let's see what else you can do. Cheng Pu pretended to tighten his fists, his joints cracking loudly. You all are celebrating too early. Cao Wei said coldly while sneering. A duck that is just about to be caught is still stubborn. Cheng Pu snorted coldly, and the crowd closed in on Cao Wei again. However, under the gaze of the hunters, Cao Wei leisurely took out a curry stick. He took a few bites of the curry stick, and once again liquid control appeared, but this time the mist drifted towards Cao Wei himself, the cool mist instantly restoring a considerable amount of his health. He felt a wave of ease wash over him, and his health quickly recovered to half. Why do you still have such? Wang Feifei asked with wide eyes. Is it strange? Cao Wei tilted his head and looked at Wang Feifei. Because I am a priest. After he finished speaking, Cheng Pu and the others stood there as if struck by lightning, dumbfounded. I don't believe it. Wang Feifei shouted loudly. Think what you want. Cao Wei shrugged. The rumors from the past few days had already improved his mental fortitude. Hundreds of holy light orbs appeared in the air again. Cheng Pu and the others felt a great threat as their conditions were poor, and they might not be able to withstand his next attack. The next second, the holy light orbs fell, and the battlefield was immediately in chaos. As the mist cleared, only Cao Wei remained standing on the battlefield. Looking at his expression, he still appeared very confident. Aspirant priest Cao Wei wins. After the referee finished speaking, the people from class F1 and class F2 were once again astonished. He is a priest. How can there be such a powerful priest on Blue Star? My goodness, tens of thousands of health points, a variety of skills, and immense attack power, yet he is still a priest. Who told me that priests are a low-tier profession? Come out so I can give you a beating. Wait, he is still a trainee priest. What the heck, a trainee priest can actually overpower 10 first-turn experts? As the noise in the stands grew louder, the referee coughed lightly and announced Class F3 has scored 10 points first. Cao Wei's performance this time was truly dazzling, making quite a spectacle. Cao Wei waved his hand to the students of Class F3, then calmly walked down from the battle stage. The students of Class F3 were all very excited, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Cao Wei. With Cao Wei, they finally had hope of entering the trial tower. However, Cao Wei gaining 10 points did not mean the class battle was over. There were still 5 matches waiting for them. The students of Class F3, inspired by Cao Wei's battle, were eager to challenge him, especially since he had already swept away the top student of Class F1. At that moment, a blonde youth in silver armor descended from Class F1. He was tall and robust with sharp facial features and a regal demeanor. The blonde youth stared intently at Cao Wei, who did not flinch under his gaze, and their eyes clashed neither willing. Then he walked over to the referee and whispered something. The referee's face showed a helpless expression as he said, "First turn Holy Sword user Shimin Yue, you need to face 5 opponents." This. Cao Wei and Cheng Yaoyin exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. "I've heard that there is a great expert in Class F1, it must be him," Lu Xiang said solemnly. "I thought it was Cheng Pu." "His aura is extraordinary," Cao Wei said gravely. "You all need to be careful." "All right," Lu Xiang nodded and walked to the battle stage with several other capable partners. "Do you think they can win?" Cheng Yaoyin squinted his remaining eye and asked. "Not necessarily," Cao Wei replied. "I exchanged a glance with him earlier. I could tell that he seems to harbor extraordinary power within his body. Strange, why didn't he participate in the battle just now?" Cheng Yaoyin was puzzled. "Maybe he wants to challenge me," Cao Wei shrugged. "Besides, I think if there are going to be 10 matches next, he might also want to take on 10 opponents like I did. Let's see if this young man truly has the ability," Cheng Yaoyin said with interest, gazing at the battlefield. The battle begins. 3 minutes later, Cheng Yaoyin shook his head helplessly, striking the armrest hard, causing the marble armrest to crack instantly. In those 3 minutes, the 5 members of Class F3 could no longer withstand the onslaught of Shimin Yu alone. They were steadily retreating, looking as if they were about to lose the match. At that moment, a guard approached Cheng Yaoyin and said sternly, "You have damaged Academy property. Please compensate 800 yuan in cash." Cheng Yaoyin stared blankly at the guard, looking defeated. He patted Cao Wei beside him and said, "I didn't bring any money today. How can you cover for me?" Cao Wei immediately understood from his expression that this guy would definitely not pay him back. However, since he had already asked, it seemed he had accepted this fact. In helplessness, Cao Wei could only take out the money and hand it to the guard. "Thank you. He'll treat you to a meal sometime," Cheng Yaoyin said, patting Cao Wei's shoulder with satisfaction. Cao Wei immediately became alert. During the meal, would he still expect me to pay? Although he wasn't short on money, he couldn't let himself be taken advantage of so easily. But there was no time for him to think further, as several people returned to the stands one after another. The eager expressions from earlier had completely vanished from their faces, replaced by a somewhat dejected smile. "It seems that this Shimin Yu indeed has some skill," Cao Wei said. Within less than 20 seconds, Lu Xiang, who had held on until the end, also returned to the stands. Since the battle began, less than 10 minutes had passed. Cheng Yaoyin sighed, unable to say anything. "Boss, his strength might really be able to match yours." Lu Xiang scratched his head. "We can't defeat him at all." "I understand," Cao Wei nodded. "But why would someone with his strength still be in Class F?" "Perhaps he is in a situation similar to mine," Cao Wei pondered. "The match between Class F1 and Class F3 has ended. 5 points to 10 points. The host stood up and announced, "Class F has indeed produced many talents this time. All students keep it up." The first day's match ended, and everyone went home. That evening, Cheng Yaoyin indeed invited Lu Xiang and others to dinner. After several rounds of drinks, he was indeed drunk beyond recognition. Lu Xiang and the others seemed to be used to this, obediently going to settle the bill. However, Cao Wei was one step ahead of them, paying the bill. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Lu Xiang asked in confusion. "It's nothing, just a few bucks." Cao Wei waved his hand. "Just consider it as you all being my cheerleaders these past few days, been treating you." After saying that, he turned to help Cheng Yaoyin, but he stood up by himself. "Have we settled the bill? Then let's all go home," Cheng Yaoyin said, and walked out of the room first. Cao Wei turned to look at Lu Xiang and the others, finding their expressions to be quite normal, as if this was a common occurrence. "Indeed, what a shameless person," Cao Wei said helplessly. "I've never seen someone so brazen." "What did you say?" Cheng Yaoyin turned back to look at Cao Wei and the others outside. "I said I've never seen such a wise and mighty person," Cao Wei responded quickly while giving a thumbs up. Cheng Yaoyin nodded with satisfaction and walked further away. "Hey," Cao Wei spat lightly. "Big brother, do you have any thoughts about tomorrow's match?" On the way home, Lu Xiang asked. "Not really," Cao Wei shrugged. "I've encountered the people from Class F2 before. Their strength is even weaker than Class F1. "That's right, they are definitely no match for you, big brother," Lu Xiang said excitedly. "Then doesn't that mean our entry into the trial tower is secured?" "I hope the enemies in the trial tower can give me a good challenge," Cao Wei said, rubbing his fists in anticipation. "I wonder what kind of peculiar characters I will encounter. I must work hard too," Lu Xiang echoed. "If we keep losing, that would be a huge embarrassment." The next morning, the competition of the promotion match began again, and today Class F3 was set to compete against Class F2. Today's atmosphere was much more relaxed compared to yesterday, as Cao Wei had already become somewhat familiar with several strong students from Class F2. Moreover, they were simply not his opponents. In Class F2, a group of students were debating various solutions, and some even suggested using tricks to win. Suwon paid no attention to their noisy discussions, instead closing his eyes in a corner to gather his thoughts. So when do you think the plan we discussed earlier will work? A graceful figure sat next to Suwon, immediately drawing several dissatisfied glances. Suwon slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Linya, I believe I have mentioned before that in the face of absolute strength, no trick can increase your odds of victory by even a fraction. Suwon, you are being too timid. A classmate complained. We lost to him once, but as long as we coordinate properly, we still have a chance to win. Yeah, are you unwilling for us to achieve victory in the promotion match? So Suwon is turning against us, ha? Suwon ignored their sarcastic remarks and calmly stated, trust me, when you face him in real battle, you'll realize how naive your thoughts are. We'll see about that, a student said with a grim expression. Su, good, does that mean we won't be able to win the promotion? Linya looked unhappy. Upon seeing her pitiful expression, Suwon felt a pang of sympathy, but still nodded. This time we not only have to face that Cao Wei who popped up from nowhere, but also Shi Mingyue from class F1. Suwon sighed, if only I had suitable gloves I might stand a chance against them, but I don't have any. While class F2 was in heated discussion, their homeroom teacher also appeared beside them. Cao Wei from class F3 will likely use the same tactics as before, taking on 10 alone. The homeroom teacher of class F2, Zhang Chufeng, had long white hair and somewhat charming features, making him look like an otherworldly being. Since he became the homeroom teacher, he had become the object of pursuit for many female teachers, and over time, even some male teachers found it hard to resist his allure. However, despite being popular at school, he rarely interacted with others. As a result, he earned the nickname Ice. Therefore, I plan to have 10 other strong students go up, first excluding Suwon. Zhang Chufeng said calmly. Suwon will be kept as a backup. Why? Upon hearing this, class F2 erupted in protest. Just because his strength is greater than yours. Zhang Chufeng snorted coldly, casting a frosty gaze over everyone. Seeing Zhang Chufeng showing signs of anger, the students dared not speak further, not even daring to breathe loudly. The hope for our class is slim this time. We can only proceed this way. Zhang Chufeng continued, if you want to prove that you are superior to Suwon, then you must defeat Cao Wei. Seeing Zhang Chufeng's determined expression, the students reluctantly agreed, and several of the stronger ones gathered together to devise a strategy. From yesterday's battle, they had already identified Cao Wei's weaknesses and were familiar with his skills. As the preparation time ended, the referee announced the continuation of the promotion battle. Cao Wei confidently stepped onto the battle stage, stopping in front of the referee and declaring, I will take on 10. After what happened yesterday, the referee was obviously prepared. He nodded and shouted loudly towards class F2, Class F2, send up 10 people. The members of class F2 responded, quickly gathering and marching towards the battle stage. From their momentum, Cao Wei sensed they were 3 points stronger than the members of class F1 yesterday. However, he did not see Suwon among them. Where is Suwon? Cao Wei inquired. He's waiting in the wings. A pale-faced short student replied, today, let us bring an end to you. All right. Cao Wei nodded eagerly, his face filled with excitement. Make sure not to hold back. As both sides were on edge, the referee announced the start of the match. On the second day of the promotion match, Cao Wei from class F3 faces Zhang Yuan, Hao Wu Lei, and Sun Jiani from class F2. After a brief preparation, the referee announced the battle had begun. Class F2's response was much quicker than that of class F1, as 6 members quickly rushed towards Cao Wei. Their weapons were consistent, resembling those of assassins. Wang Hao now? A black-clad assassin shouted to the person behind him. The pale-faced youth immediately responded, summoning a book radiating a strong aura of death. The book flipped a few pages, and then Wang Hao suddenly pointed at Cao Wei. Sealing technique. As he finished speaking, a cage formed from dark elements instantly imprisoned Cao Wei. He also realized that while being trapped, his body was additionally inflicted with several debuffs. Weakness: Wither Soul Power Drain. Weakness reduces target's output by 20 for 10 seconds. Wither: after the target uses a skill, it will consume double the soul power with a chance to backfire, causing damage equal to the lost soul power 0. 2. Soul Power Drain. The target's soul power slowly drains. Enchanting skills cannot be used temporarily. Cao Wei was taken aback. These debuffs were simply tailored for him. As the debuffs stacked onto him, several of his opponents also closed in on Cao Wei. Taking a deep breath, he found himself in a predicament, yet he remained utterly calm. Compared to his experiences in the trial grounds, these crises were hardly worth mentioning. Divine Shield. Several golden shields appeared rotating around Cao Wei's body, while green mist morphed into the shape of shields. The shields successfully blocked the first wave of damage, but these assassins were clearly not ordinary opponents. Zhang, you break the shield, the black-clad assassin urged. Another assassin beside him wielding a dagger nodded immediately. A red light appeared on his dagger, and upon contact with the shield, it shattered instantly. Let's see what you can do next. Zhang Yu said triumphantly as the shield protecting Cao Wei shattered. Little brother, you are celebrating a bit too early. Cao Wei maintained a smile on his face. Everyone from class F3 felt a wave of anxiety for him. Let's see how tough you can be now. Zhang Yu shouted, brothers, let's go all out. With his words, several assassins rushed towards Cao Wei from different directions. It's over. Lu Xiang's face turned pale. Even he could see that if all their attacks hit Cao Wei, he would be severely injured even if he wasn't killed instantly. Moreover, the remaining mages of class F2 began to chant their spells. Their plan is excellent. They want to take advantage of the time when Cao Wei is controlled to eliminate him with concentrated fire. Cheng Yaojin squinted his eyes. I wonder how Cao Wei will resolve this. Blindness domain. Just as they were about to hit Cao Wei, a thick black fog suddenly enveloped them. Everyone instantly lost their sense of direction. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the fog, yet Cao Wei remained unscathed. Heavenly justice. Wang Hao had been worried about the battle in the fog, but in a second a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart. Before he could react, a cross formed from holy light suddenly fell from the sky. With this single strike it direct, as Wang Hao was slain, the debuffs on Cao Wei instantly vanished, and he activated all his speed-enhancing skill. He quickly withdrew from the fog's range, and the few mages still chanting were left dumbfounded as they watched Cao Wei standing firmly beside them. Behind Cao Wei, the familiar holy light bombarded once again, gathering into shape. Goodbye, Cao Wei said while snapping his fingers. Immediately, the holy light missiles shot towards the fog. Zhang Yu and the other 5 unfortunate assassins, already low on health, couldn't withstand such concentrated damage and were instantly killed. As everyone returned to the stands, they wore expressions of regret. Cao Wei actually has domain skills. Who exactly is he? Cheng Yaojin said softly. Seeing the battle turn around in just a few seconds, class F3's earlier tension transformed into joy, with some close friends even embracing each other, crying tears of happiness. Cao Wei's victory also signified that they finally had a spot to enter the trial tower. After being stifled for so long, they could finally enter the long-desired trial tower. The battle wasn't over yet. Now only Cao Wei and 3 mages remained on the battlefield. Faced with a nearly full-strength Cao Wei, they had no desire to resist. Cao Wei's earlier attack was far stronger than that of any of these official mages. What do you want to do next? Cao Wei walked over to them, tilting his head and asking. The closest mage to Cao Wei stuttered, too frightened to speak a complete sentence. I'm not some monster, am I? Cao Wei casually patted his shoulder, causing the mage to almost fall to the ground. If you can't handle it, you can just admit defeat. It saves me from having to fight you, right? Cao Wei said with a... The mage seemed to grasp a lifeline. Yes. I admit defeat. After one mage conceded, the other 2 followed suit. The referee had never seen such a situation before. Clearly, Cao Wei had become a demonic presence in the eyes of certain students. Today's duel has been won by Cao Wei, and Class F3 has gained 10 points. Congratulations to Class F3 for securing entry into the trial tower. After the referee finished speaking, the students of Class F3 were so excited they lost themselves in joy, rushing to Cao Wei as he stepped off the battle platform, lifting him high into the air. Amidst the cheers, Cao Wei felt for the first time how joyful life could be. In contrast, Classes F2 and F1 wore faces of despair. They had always looked down on Class F3, not expecting that just one person, Cao Wei, could turn the situation around. Although Class F3 has obtained the qualification to enter the trial tower, the match is not over yet. The referee cleared his throat and reminded them. Suwen slowly stood up after hearing this, while Linya looked at him. Don't worry if I can't win, I'll admit defeat. Suwen glanced back at her, affectionately ruffling Linya's hair. Then, without hesitation, he walked onto the battlefield, embodying the courage of one man standing against 1,000. Without overthinking, Class F2 had already lost much face in the earlier battle. Now Suwen had to face 5 opponents to try to recover some of that lost dignity. However, this was not an easy task for him. He had to admit that both Shiminyu and Cao Wei were far stronger than Suwen. Told the referee that he would take on 5 opponents, and the referee hesitated before announcing it. Don't push yourself. If they can do it, so can I, Suwen said calmly. His profession had never been well regarded, and due to its limitations, he didn't even have a way. His daily efforts had earned him his current strength. Now he wanted to demonstrate to everyone that hard work is just as important as talent and opportunity. The referee was moved by his unwavering spirit and nodded in approval. Soon Lu Xiang and the other 4 elites from Class F3 all stepped onto the battle platform. Even though Suwen was a defeated opponent of Cao Wei, they still didn't dare to underestimate this boxing maniac. The battle begins. With the referee's command, Suwen swiftly moved, dodging the attacks of the crowd while searching for their weaknesses. The battle turned out to be much more difficult than Suwen had imagined. Lu Xiang and others had also completed their first rotation tasks, significantly improving their strength. Cao Wei and the others looked at Suwen's resolute expression and couldn't help but be moved. This was a fierce battle, and in the end, only Lu Xiang and Suwen remained on the combat platform. Big brother, you're really amazing, Lu Xiang said, giving Suwen a thumbs up. You too, today your shield didn't even get broken by me, Suwen replied, also breathing heavily. Both of their faces were bruised, and the bandages wrapped around Suwen's fists were stained red with blood, his hands trembling slightly. Forget it, big brother, Lu Xiang said somewhat reluctantly. I admit defeat. Your concession is an insult to me, Su Wen said in a low voice. I want to win you fairly. All right. Lu Xiang said helplessly. He held on for another 2 minutes before finally being taken down by Su Wen. Alone Su Wen stood on the battle platform raising his bloody right hand. He had won. The people in the stands fell silent for a moment before erupting into applause cheering for Su Wen. It turns out that the thrill of a genuine fight is truly the romance of men. When Su Wen returned to Class F2, those who had just mocked him now looked at him with newfound respect. Su Wen's fighting spirit will surely lead him to significant achievements in the future. Cheng Yaoyin said leisurely, perhaps he is only slightly inferior to me. If Cao Wei had not heard the latter part of Cheng Yaoyin's statement, he might have respected him. However, Cao Wei truly could not understand why Cheng Yaoyin was always thinking about showing off. Don't you believe me? Cheng Yaoyin noticed the strange look on Cao Wei's face and said with annoyance. No, Cao Wei hurriedly replied. Then why do you have that expression? Cheng Yaoyin pressed on. I was just thinking of something happy. Cao Wei deflected. One day you will believe it. Cheng Yaoyin did not pursue the topic further. He sighed softly, gazing into the distance. It seemed even more showy. Cao Wei clenched his fists, took a few deep breaths, and finally dismissed the urge to continue mocking. The day's combat was officially over, and it was time for Class F3 to revel in their glory. On the way back to the classroom, each of their faces was adorned with pure joy. Even Cheng Yaoyin finally had the courage to whistle at the handsome female teachers, or the male teachers. However, he still looked somewhat comical in his current state. After returning to class, many people gathered around Cao Wei asking how they could become as strong as he was. Cao Wei thought for a moment, and then said the secret to success is 99 effort plus 1 talent. He could not recall which great person had said such profound words, but evidently this statement had successfully impressed the classmates surrounding him. So as long as you work hard to develop your strengths, you will eventually have your day in the sun. Cao Wei smiled warmly at everyone. Keep it up. Upon hearing this, everyone felt enlightened. They felt as though Cao Wei's words had awakened them. A few even grabbed their weapons, heading towards the school's training ground. While Class F3 was in an uproar, a blonde youth quietly entered the classroom. Bro, you must be in the wrong room, Lu Xiang said with dissatisfaction. This is F3's territory. I advise you. The blonde boy completely ignored him and found a suitable spot to sit down. Lu Xiang felt a surge of irritation. He glanced at Cao Wei and said fiercely, Big brother, can I? Forget it, you can't beat him. Cao Wei shook his head at him. How could that be? I Lu Xiang him still. Lu Xiang continued as he walked towards the blonde youth. The blonde youth also turned his head at that moment. Upon seeing that strikingly handsome face, Lu Xiang felt an odd sense of familiarity. Holy crap. Shi Minyu. Lu Xiang exclaimed in shock. What are you doing here? Oh, it's like this, Shi Minyu said expressionlessly. I transferred classes and from today onwards we are classmates. After he finished speaking, both Lu Xiang and even Cao Wei looked bewildered. Such a thing is possible. He actually managed to transfer classes after Class F1 lost its chance to go to the trial tower. Even a fool could figure out that his purpose for transferring was to enter the trial tower, right? I knew it the moment you joined our Class F3, it's because you admire our boss, isn't it? Lu Xiang said with a grin. Cao Wei's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. How could Lu Xiang's IQ be so frequently offline? You should have just arrived at Class F1, right? A classmate stepped forward and said, in such a short time you wouldn't have had the opportunity to transfer classes. Cao Wei scratched his head and quickly remembered that his name was Li Qizi. It is indeed a bit difficult. Shi Minyu replied honestly, my dad had dinner with the school board member for several hours and then. Cao Wei interrupted Shi Minyu. Although Shi Minyu was straightforward, this was not a glorious matter and was best. Please take care of me from today onward. Shi Minyu did not stand up. He extended his hand towards Cao Wei's direction. Oh, okay. Cao Wei nodded and gave him a thumbs up in midair. Is this how strong people greet each other? Lu Xiang thought to himself, they are really evenly matched. The two hands lingered in the air for a moment before simultaneously retracting, and they quickly began to busy themselves with their tasks. Shi Minyu took out a blueprint from his ring, carefully browsing it while drawing circles around the edges. Lu Xiang, how much do you know about the trial tower? Cao Wei inquired. Although I have never been inside, I've heard friends say that the trial tower is similar to the Cloud Sea illusion, a small space where you will encounter monsters or beings from other planets. The trial tower not only exists on our blue planet, but also in other spaces. Lu Xiang paused before continuing. Every time you successfully ascend a level, you will receive rewards. The higher the layers cleared, the more rewards you gain. Oh, got it, Cao Wei responded. I also heard that beyond 50 levels in the trial tower, high-level skill scrolls will drop, which is something everyone dreams of. Li Qizi chimed in. Everyone was suddenly filled with longing for the trial tower, eager to roll up their sleeves and experience it for themselves. However, given their current strength, the chance of clearing more than 50 levels seemed quite slim. Although Lu Xiang and Li Qizi's explanations were not that detailed, the trial tower had already formed a basic framework in Cao Wei's mind. The resources within the trial tower are limited. If one wishes to obtain more resources, they must act swiftly. His first turn task must also be completed within the trial tower. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to leave school. Just as Cao Wei was preparing to leave, Qing Yaoyin entered the class. The class, which had just been noisy like a vegetable market, instantly fell silent. Indeed, Qing Yaoyin held a certain level of intimidation in the eyes of everyone. Cao Wei, Shi Min, Yue, Lu Xiang. Qing Yaoyin called out the names of 6 or 7 people, then said, "Come to the office with me. The rest can leave first." Cao Wei and Lu Xiang looked at each other in confusion and reluctantly stood up. Seeing them rise, Shi Min slowly got up as well. One must say his calm demeanor in every gesture demonstrated a remarkable presence. Upon reaching the office, Qing Yaoyin surveyed everyone, his expression shifting constantly as he cleared his throat. It seems like this is a very important matter, Cao Wei thought to himself. Qing Yaoyin fell silent for a moment. Just when Lu Xiang and the others were about to lose their patience and complain, he finally spoke. "Although you have qualified to enter the trial tower, I must remind you that the trial tower is exceedingly dangerous. While you will be transported back to the outside world upon death, inside the pain is very real." Qing Yaoyin said seriously, "There are countless creatures in the trial tower. No matter how weak the creatures you face may seem, you must not let your guard down." "Understood," Cao Wei and the others replied. "The first 30 floors are manageable, but beyond the 30th floor you may encounter creatures from other realms." Qing Yaoyin continued to put it simply, "Do not trust any creatures other than humans." He added, "It's best if you don't trust humans either." Li Qizi said, "The reason I called you here today is also to give you a piece of advice." Qing Yaoyin said, "Before the 30th floor of the trial tower, entry is restricted to individuals only, but after the 30th floor, team formations are allowed. You can team up." Lu Xiang asked in surprise, "How come I didn't know?" Qing Yaoyin retorted, "What do you know? Have you ever entered the trial tower?" "I haven't." Lu Xiang lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. "The 30th floor is similar to a lounge where you can purchase supplies and adjust your state. I also suggest you form." Qing Yaoyin said, "In the trial tower, a maximum of 3 people can form a small team. The experience you gain will be shared and rewards can be distributed freely. You all have no objections, right?" Qing Yaoyin asked. Before Cao Wei could speak, Shi Min raised her hand first. "I'm not used to teaming up, I prefer to advance solo." Shi Min said earnestly, "When I'm on my own, I can focus all my energy on outputting damage, but if I have teammates, I might get distracted." "I feel the same way." After Shi Min finished speaking, Cao Wei also raised his hand. Qing Yaoyin was silent for a moment, then nodded, "I know your strengths are not weak. Since you have made this choice, I won't force you. Just remember to protect yourselves." Qing Yaoyin said earnestly. Lu Xiang split into 2 teams and remember to distribute the classes evenly. "Got it, teacher." Lu Xiang responded quickly. "All right, go back and prepare." The trial tower officially opened. Qing Yaoyin said, "Resources inside the tower are limited, so you must push forward quickly to have a chance at obtaining better items." "Understood." "Understood." Cao Wei and the others replied in unison. Then Qing Yaoyin waved them off, and everyone left. "Boss, actually I'm feeling a bit uneasy." On the way home, Lu Xiang said with a worried expression to Cao Wei, "What's wrong?" Cao Wei looked at him in confusion. Logically, he should be very excited about entering the trial tower for the first time. "I'm worried that I won't be able to get past the 30th floor." Lu Xiang said, "You know my profession isn't suited for a fin." "That is indeed a tricky problem." Cao Wei stroked his chin and said, "I'll think of a way for you when I get back, but I can't guarantee that it will help." "Big brother, I'm really touched by your words." Lu Xiang said, "Go for it. You need to have confidence in yourself." Cao Wei said, "Even if you can't reach the 30th floor, you at least shouldn't give up easily." Lu Xiang showed a determined After they parted ways, Cao Wei also returned home. Without saying a word, he took out the key to the Nuonyuo rice shop. With a flash, he was already inside Nuonyuo Rice's little shop. Nuonyuo Rice was lazily lying behind the counter. "Take whatever you want if our shop doesn't offer credit or discounts." Nuonyuo Rice said absent-mindedly, then slowly raised her head. "Dad." Cao Wei's forehead was covered with big question marks. When did he become her dad? The transformed Fox clan has a long lifespan, and this little lowly was probably a few hundred years old demon. "You have mistaken me for someone else," Cao Wei said helplessly. "I did not mistake you. I did not mistake you." Nuonyuo Rice suddenly jumped up from the lounge chair, bouncing to Cao Wei's side, her big ears flopping excitedly. "As long as you are a big client, you are my dad," Nuonyuo Rice said, "and right now you are my only big client. You should just call me sir instead." Cao Wei was really not used to this form of address. After all, he was still just a... What if others misunderstood? He couldn't just jump into the Yellow River to clear his name. "All right then." Nuonyuo Rice drooped her head, looking like a child who had been scolded. "Sir, what would you like to choose during your visit this time?" Nuonyuo Rice asked. "Give me a few potions." Cao Wei thought for a moment. "Get me anything that temporarily boosts attack speed and defense." "We have those." Nuonyuo Rice quickly said. "How many does the sir want?" Cao Wei hesitated for a while, then said, "I want all that you have." As soon as he finished speaking, Nuonyuo Rice froze in place. She couldn't help but think about how correct her decision had been to hand the key to Cao Wei. "Sir, how do you plan to pay this time?" Nuonuo Rice's mouth was almost stretched to her ears. Since Cao Wei had grown accustomed to her greedy appearance, he did not remind her of her current loss of composure. Of course it's the scrolls. Cao Wei said, I'm so broke that I only have scrolls left. Luckily, this was Nuonuo Rice's shop with no one else around. If Cao Wei had said this on the street, he would have undoubtedly attracted a crowd of hostile glances. Received. Nuonuo Rice hurriedly began counting the potions. She quickly took several boxes and swept the potions on the counter into them. The total is 1.2 million. After counting the potions, Nuonuo Rice said. Cao Wei roughly calculated that this would be about 10,000 for each bottle, which could be considered a reasonable price. Cao Wei casually took out 2 grade skill scrolls which Nuonuo Rice hurriedly caught, and then said, Sir, these 2 scrolls are estimated to be worth 1.4 million. No need to give me the rest, consider it a gift. Cao Wei gently patted Nuonuo Rice's head and said. Upon hearing this, Nuonuo Rice's body swayed slightly. Is this what joy feels like? Nuonuo Rice spun around a few times before steadying herself, and it was clear that she was very happy. By the way, I have one more thing. Cao Wei continued, do you know where I can buy skill scrolls? They'll take you to a place that will definitely satisfy you. Take me there quickly. As Cao Wei hurriedly stored the potions in his ring, he urged Nuonuo Mi to lead the way. The sign of the shop had only 4 large characters. Skill scrolls. Under the guidance of Nuonuo Mi, Cao Wei entered the scroll shop, where rows of scrolls greeted his eyes, neatly categorized by profession and level by the staff. Cao Wei quickly found the scrolls needed by the heavy-armored warrior. After browsing for a moment, he picked up a skill scroll named Thorned Armor. Sir, your profession seems to be that of a priest. Nuonuo Mi reminded him. I'm buying it for a friend, Cao Wei replied nonchalantly. He chose a few more scrolls before satisfactorily proceeding to check out. Sir, that will be 3 drank scrolls and 1 crank scroll totaling 13 million. How would you like to pay? I'll pay with scrolls. After finishing his sentence, Cao Wei casually took out a few scrolls from his ring, throwing them to Nuonuo Mi without even looking, saying, it's up to you. Nuonuo Mi quickly nodded, and after assessing the value of the scrolls at 13 million, returned the excess to Cao Wei. I thought you might pocket some of it. Cao Wei smiled lightly. I also have professional ethics. Nuonuo Mi patted her meager chest and said. This action of Cao Wei instantly drew the attention of the staff and other customers. Goodness, with so many scrolls, one might think he's here to supply the scroll shop. What's his background? These scrolls seem practically free. Same as everyone else, some people go their whole lives without acquiring a single premium scroll, but this gentleman is certainly not one of them. Shut up, I am one of those people. I'm about to cry. Cao Wei ignored them and left after checking out under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Truly, he was hiding his talents and fame. After simply bidding farewell to Nuonuo Mi, Cao Wei exited the trading space. He checked the potions and discovered that most were a rank with a few drank ones. Overall, Nuonuo Mi's shop truly lived up to its reputation for affordability. Cao Wei categorized the potions, planning to distribute them to his classmates the next day. He also held 2 drank scrolls in his hand and decisively used Holy Evolution. Dingyu used Holy Evolution, consuming 100 experience points, and gained Arcane Flash C upgrade. Dingyu used Holy Evolution, consuming 100 experience points, and gained Holy Healing C. Arcane Flash condenses pure holy light energy into a beam, exploding after charging for 1 second, dealing 1,600 damage to enemies hit by the beam, and applying the blinding effect, reducing the target's hit rate by 20. This skill's effectiveness is enhanced by 50 against dark races. Consumption 800 soul power. Cooldown 25 usage. Holy Healing utilizes the power of holy light to heal oneself or allied units, instantly restoring 800 health points and gradually recovering over 30 seconds. During this period, being attacked will enhance the healing effect, restoring up to 50 of maximum health. Consumption 500 soul power. Cooldown 240 usage. These 2 skills were carefully selected by Cao Wei, significantly enhancing his combat power and survival ability. The remaining scroll was meant for Lu Xiang. Although he had a bad first impression of Lu Xiang after spending some time together, he felt that this person was indeed trustworthy. After discussing these matters last night, he hurriedly rested. For the trial tower tomorrow, he needed to ensure Early the next morning, Cao Wei woke up early and waited in the classroom, but he immediately noticed that Shi Mingyue was distributing recovery potions to everyone in the class. This fellow, is he a worm in my stomach? Shi Mingyue and Cao Wei exchanged glances, both silent, while Cao Wei gritted his teeth and took out the attribute potions from his ring, distributing them onto each desk. Shi Mingyue looked at him helplessly, seemingly sharing the same thought as Cao Wei just now. Don't think too much. I also bought recovery potions. Cao Wei explained, but since you've given those out, I have to provide something different. When I first saw you, I thought you were quite imposing and certainly not ordinary. I never expected you to have this side. Shi Mingyue said. Likewise. Cao Wei replied, I thought you were a haughty noble, but it turns out you care about your classmates as well. As he spoke, he wrote a few large characters on the blackboard. Prepared a small gift for everyone, keep it up. Signed, a person who wishes to become a hero. After completing this, he walked out of the classroom. After leisurely finishing breakfast, he pushed open the classroom door only to have all the classmates stand up in unison. Thank you, boss. Lu Xiang led the way. Thank you, boss. Cao Wei remained silent for a moment, glaring at Shi Mingyue, thinking that this guy must have revealed what he had done. That wasn't me saying that. Shi Mingyue shrugged. I don't believe you. Who else could it be? Cao Wei retorted. At this moment, Lu Xiang stood up, saying, Big brother, it really wasn't him. The reason we know that you provided the potions is entirely because... Lu Xiang paused for a moment before continuing, the only person in the class who can write such ugly handwriting is you. Cao Wei was nearly brought to tears, determined to practice his handwriting diligently. Forget it, knowing is enough. Cao Wei sighed. Come out with me for a moment. Boss, you aren't planning to kill me to silence me, are you? Lu Xiang said, trembling slightly. Rest assured, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to leave the classroom. Cao Wei said with a smile. Upon hearing Cao Wei's response, Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and followed him out of the classroom. Cao Wei turned around and without further ado handed him the thorned armor scroll. Big brother, this is far too precious. Lu Xiang said, trembling. You can repay me with your life's time. Cao Wei patted his shoulder and joked, are you willing? I'm willing. Even if one day you like men, I will. Get lost. Cao Wei interrupted him, laughing as he kicked him back into the classroom. A drank scroll costs at least several 100,000, and although Lu Xiang knew that Cao Wei wasn't short on money, he never expected him to be so extravagant. Moreover, this scroll was perfectly suited to his profession. Thinking of this, Lu Xiang couldn't help but feel tears of gratitude welling up, and Cao Wei's image in his heart suddenly grew larger. Lu Xiang's face was bursting with excitement as he hurriedly learned the thorn armor skill. This skill could reflect damage dealt to him by enemies, and the higher his own defense, the greater the damage reflected. It was as if the skill was tailor-made for Lu Xiang. Soon Cheng Yaoyin also entered the room, dressed in a more fitted suit today with a red-eye mask and tie, making him look quite festive. Students, your fortunes lie before you. Strive with all your might to seize them. Cheng Yaoyin said passionately. Let us conquer the trial tower. The students of Class F3 cheered, then walked out of the classroom in an orderly fashion toward the direction of the trial tower. Students from classes F1 and F2 peeked out of their classrooms, their eyes filled with envy. Under Cheng Yaoyin's leadership, they quickly arrived at the trial tower, which occupied a considerable area, with the tower size gradually decreasing from the lower to the upper levels. The topmost layer was nearly touching the clouds, with a golden orb floating at the tower's peak, emanating a Several classes of students were already ready at the trial tower, and as the lowest class, Class F3, could not escape the scorn of these excellent students. However, the people of Class F3 knew that they absolutely could not make any mistakes at this crucial moment, otherwise they might not only lose their qualification to enter the tower, but also suffer physical punishment. After all, classes A and E were far stronger than they were. Cao Wei and Shi Mingyue, however, were too busy countering those who mocked them. Having been spoiled since childhood, Shi Mingyue could not tolerate such humiliation. As for Cao Wei, he simply felt that his strength was no worse than theirs, and with his own abilities he had no need to care about those people. Just bear with it. Once you pass the 30th level of the trial tower, you can take action against anyone you find displeasing, Cheng Yaoyin told the two. For now, focus and calm your minds. We will soon enter the tower. After Cheng Yaoyin finished speaking, several leaders from the academy began to give lengthy speeches, which were tedious and lacking substance. In Cao Wei's view, their more than half an hour of discourse was less stirring than the last 4 words. Begin entering the tower. At the leader's command, a small door in front of Cao Wei opened, revealing what appeared to be a starry expanse. The dimensional gate can only allow one person to pass at a time. Cheng Yaoyin said, Cao Wei, who will go in first, you or Shi Mingyue? Me. The two replied simultaneously. Everyone knew that being the first to enter the trial tower would offer a greater opportunity. Why should it be you? You just turned around. Cao Wei grasped the doorframe. I am the legitimate student of Class F3. They'll give you 1 million. Shi Mingyue merely replied calmly. They'll give you in a grade scroll cash. Cao Wei retorted defiantly. As they quarreled, they noticed that students from other classes had already begun to enter in an orderly fashion. With no other choice, Cheng Yaoyin said, you two play rock, paper, scissors. Forget it, let him go in first. In the end, Shi Mingyue displayed the upbringing of a noble gentleman and voluntarily stepped aside, allowing Cao Wei to step into the trial tower. Just before he vanished, Shi Mingyue heard a soft, thank you. Subsequently, Shi Mingyue and the other students of Class F3 began to enter the trial tower in an orderly manner. Cao Wei's vision blurred, and when it became clear again, he found himself in a dense jungle. The environment of the trial tower appeared randomly, simulating real-world settings. He cautiously observed his surroundings, and his crisis detection automatically activated, immediately alerting him to a shadow wind wolf lurking behind him. To encounter such a cunning monster on the first level was quite a surprise. Cao Wei quickly drew his charging staff and spun around. A holy light bullet suddenly appeared, exploding above the shadow wind wolf's head. With just that one strike, the shadow wind wolf was easily dispatched. Near the fallen shadow wind wolf, a spatial gate appeared, marking the entrance to the second level. Cao Wei approached the Shadow Wind Wolf's side and discovered a scroll quietly lying on the ground. Wow, a skill scroll on the first level. Cao Wei quickly picked up the scroll before entering the second level. The monsters on the second level were even stronger than the Shadow Wind Wolf, but for Cao Wei there was nothing that a single holy light bullet could not solve. If there was, then it would take two. After all the students entered the trial tower, the teachers gathered together, and the screen above the trial tower displayed letters from A to F. To facilitate the distinction of students, each class students had to enter the trial tower through fixed dimensional gates. Below AF, there was a number, and at this moment both A and CS numbers had reached 11. This number represented the highest level reached by the students of a certain class in the trial tower. The teachers discussed animatedly in front of the big screen. The one from Class A who is advancing the fastest must be D Ting, right? Of course his strength is top-notch in the entire academy. As everyone was speaking, they suddenly noticed that Class F was unexpectedly ranked third. Their topic of discussion shifted immediately, for Class F had long been at the bottom. Entering the trial tower was merely a way to receive minimal rewards. However, they did not expect that this time their speed would surpass everyone's expectations. Cheng Yaoyin grinned at everyone, as if to say the time has come for us to shine. Within the trial tower, Cao Wei had successfully passed the 13th level and gained numerous rewards, but these gains were not particularly enticing to him. Below the 10th level, he only needed to face one enemy per level, while above the 10th level, he had to contend with several at once. However, the strength of these monsters was still not enough for Cao Wei. He stepped into the portal to the 14th level, and the scene transformed into a vast prairie with wild grass towering over his waist. A rustling sound arose, and Cao Wei immediately became alert as two red dots rushed towards him at high speed. He took a few steps back to create distance from his foes. Brilliant light erupted from his staff. Arcane flash. A beam of light suddenly refracted from his staff to his front, and after a brief second the light was explosively detonated. The unfortunate monster was instantly obliterated just as it was about to reach Cao Wei. Feeling that there were no other dangers, Cao Wei contentedly walked over to the slain creature to collect his reward. However, this time the reward still lacked significant allure. Although the equipment dropped by these monsters would cause a frenzy in the outside world, for him, these items were merely a trivial distraction. He sighed and stepped into the portal once more. The elites in the trial tower were fervently climbing, and Class F gradually ascended to the second position, their speed surpassing everyone's expectations. Teacher Chung, you really have received a little monster this time, one teacher remarked. Indeed, our two leading generals in class could stir up a storm even in Class A. Oh, I must say, I've hit the jackpot this time, Cheng Yaoyin proudly stated. Teacher Cheng, you are unaware. A somewhat aged voice came from behind Cheng Yaoyin. Cheng Yaoyin immediately realized who this person was. He was Li Chunyang, the head teacher of Class A, a rare pinnacle expert of the fourth transformation in the academy. Although his energy veins had begun to wither, it was undeniable that the vast majority of people would never reach such heights in their lifetime. Moreover, if he were to have another opportunity, he could break through the fourth transformation and leap to become a fifth transformation master. It should be noted that fifth transformation masters are as rare as phoenix feathers in ordinary cities. Perhaps only he had the capability to transform the hidden talents of Class A into a true hegemon. Teacher Li, I am truly not boasting. Cheng Yaoyin said with a smile, if you don't believe it, given some time, we could have a friendly match. You really overestimate. Li Chunyang scoffed, let's not mention anything else. Even if it's D Ting, dealing with the two elites you mentioned would be as easy as crushing an ant. Cheng Yaoyin stared intently at Li Chunyang, who doesn't know how to boast. He asked, I just want to know if you dare or not. Li Chunyang coldly snorted, a wave of pressure emanating from him, causing several teachers' faces to change dramatically as they instinctively moved to a safer distance. The pressure released by a fourth transformation master could directly crush an ordinary person. Even though they were at the third or fourth transformation level, they had no means to resist. However, it seemed that this pressure had no effect on Cheng Yaoyin, who casually shifted his stance. Old man, I respect your age, but I advise you not to provoke me. Cheng Yaoyin said indifferently, your little tricks might scare those guys, but at the very least I've come down from the Radiant Legion, you can't possibly think I can't deal with you, right? As he spoke, the pressure emanating from Li Chunyang instantly vanished without a trace. Li Chunyang glared at Cheng Yaoyin and coldly said, I accept your challenge, you decide the time. Alright, I'll make sure those two young lads from our class give you a good time, Cheng Yaoyin said with a sly smile, then waved to the teachers who had hidden far away. It's fine, now come over. Several teachers had just witnessed the exchange. Clearly, it was also their first time directly observing Cheng Yaoyin. Being at ease under the pressure of a pinnacle fourth transformation master indicated that he might be at a similar level to Li Chunyang, if not slightly inferior. Moreover, Cheng Yaoyin was much younger than Li Chunyang, suggesting that he had a great chance of surpassing Li Chunyang, and just as the head teacher was arguing, the students of Class A and Class F had already entered the 19th level of the trial tower, while students from other classes were still struggling on the 11th level. Inside the trial tower, Cao Wei had already stepped into the dimensional gate of the 19th level, surrounded by swirling yellow sand, where two gigantic figures flickered in and out of sight. Named Desert Giant Crab. Level 16. Health 7,000. Soul Power 1,200. Physical Attack 536. Magical Attack 450. Physical Defense 752. Magical Defense 124. Skills Slap, E Sticky Saliva, E Sturdy Armor D. Seeing the monster's introduction, Cao Wei was instantly horrified. These two monsters were significantly stronger than the previous ones. Just this round might be beyond the capability of many students. However, for Cao Wei, these two desert giant crabs were merely an appetizer. The two giant crabs simultaneously slammed their claws and charged at Cao Wei like a train. Unexpectedly, despite their massive size, their bodies were quite agile. Cao Wei sneered at the moment the desert giant crab approached him. Two gigantic radiant ancient trees sprang up from the ground. They instantly blocked the charge of the desert giant crab, and then the two radiant ancient trees began to launch their own attacks on the desert giant crabs. Although the attacks of the radiant ancient trees were not particularly painful, they bought Cao Wei a significant amount of time. Heavenly Justice descends. A gigantic sword of light instantly condensed from the air, and then directly fell, causing one of the desert giant crabs to instantly lose nearly 1/3 of its health. Arcane Flash. Cao Wei's staff suddenly emitted a beam of light. He kept moving, and as the beam pierced through the two desert giant crabs, it detonated instantaneously. The massive damage instantly killed one desert giant crab, while the remaining one posed no threat and was easily slain by Cao Wei. He rummaged through the corpse of the desert giant crab and found a skill scroll and a shield gleaming with orange-yellow light, which he also stored away. Sturdy Armor D. Effect provides a 33 increase in maximum armor value for 20 seconds. During the effect duration, there is a 1/5 chance to be immune to damage. Cost 350 soul power. Cooldown 120 susage. This skill was quite impressive. Cao Wei was even a bit tempted, but he had no desire to become a heavy armored warrior. Auctioning this scroll would be decent, or he could directly give it to Lu Xiang. As Cao Wei pondered, he stepped into the teleportation gate. What dangers awaited him beyond the 20th level? Outside the trial tower, several teachers were intently watching the numbers in front of them, when suddenly the number below Class F changed to 20. This speed was even faster than Class A. Seeing this, Li Chunyang's expression turned grim, while Cheng Yaoyin, although he said nothing, wore a proud expression that instantly pierced Li Chunyang's heart. The teachers were also amazed at Class F speed. Just as they were speaking, a team dressed in black and red robes arrived at the front of the trial tower to stand with them. Seeing the newcomers, Li Chunyang respectfully said, "Deputy Zhao, my apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. No problem, I came here after hearing that Di Ting was participating in the trial tower." The man referred to as Deputy Zhao said, "You should know Di Ting's background. This time, he will prove himself. If he successfully clears the 50 levels of the trial tower, he will be directly accepted into the D family." Everyone else was puzzled. Only Li Chunyang understood that although Di Ting bore the D surname, he was a bastard, which was why he appeared in the school. If he wished to join the D family, he must possess sufficient strength. General Zhao walked to the large screen, observing it carefully, and then asked with a puzzled expression, "Why is Di Ting in Class F?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit awkward. It turned out that General Zhao mistakenly thought Di Ting was in Class F, the fastest progressing class in the trial tower. Li Chunyang coughed lightly and said, "He is not in Class F, but in my Class A." General Zhao responded with an "oh," his eyes still glued to the large screen. Meanwhile, the number below Class F had already changed to 23. The number under Class A remained at 21, and the gap between the two classes was gradually widening. Does that mean there is a student in Class F who is stronger than Di Ting? General Zhao muttered softly. There was a reason for his words. Although Di Ting was the illegitimate son of the D family patriarch, he possessed the pure bloodline of the D family, which meant his talents were undoubtedly far superior to most of his peers. Moreover, since Di Ting's birth, General Zhao had devoted countless resources to nurture him, which had led to his current achievements that could almost overshadow all his contemporaries. However, today he saw the myth he had crafted with his own hands effortlessly surpassed by an unknown student. He may have just surpassed Di Ting by coincidence. Li Chunyang explained. "Don't say that recklessly. Clearly my student is stronger than your student," Cheng Yaoyin said discontentedly. "Who are you?" General Zhao looked at Cheng Yaoyin. "I am Cheng Yaoyin from the Radiant Legion," Cheng Yaoyin said. "You can call me Teacher Cheng. By the way, I am the head teacher of Class F." General Zhao nodded, and then said, "No matter the reason, even if it is just luck for the Class F student, that is still part of his strength." "Just you wait, General Zhao. Oh, after the 30th floor, that's when the real test begins," Li Chunyang hurriedly said. General Zhao specifically rushed to Longjing City to watch Di Ting, and he was also a confidant of the D family patriarch. It could be said that whether Di Ting could join the D family in Longjing City depended entirely on General Zhao's word. Whether Di Ting could complete the challenge of the 50th floor also meant whether he could achieve better development in the future. General Zhao nodded, saying nothing more, and found a place to sit, his eyes still firmly fixed on the large screen. Class F had already surpassed the 25th floor. Upon seeing this, Chung Yaoyin was so delighted he nearly lost himself in pride, while the other head teachers all had grim expressions. Previously, they thought Class F was merely a group of misfits, but today the speed at which Class F progressed in the trial tower, Cao Wei had successfully reached the 26th floor. After the 20th floor, monsters began to appear in swathes, especially after breaking through the 25th floor. The monsters on the 26th floor were called Zhang Lei Yaoing, gathering in droves in the sky, blocking out the sun. Each Zhang Lei Yaoing had faintly purple arcs of electricity flickering on their wings. In the center of this flock was a king eagle several times larger than the others, emitting a deafening screech at Cao Wei. Roar! Cao Wei quickly covered his ears. He hadn't expected this eagle to also master sound wave attack. Above the Zhang Lei Yaoing stood a humanoid creature. Although Cao Wei had never seen it, he knew this humanoid was not a person, but a humanoid monster. Before he could react, after the king eagle screeched, all the Zhang Lei Yaoing simultaneously charged at Cao Wei. Their sharp beaks and claws gleamed with cold light, drawing ever closer to him. Liquid control. Holy shield. Dark barrier. Cao Wei closed his eyes, wrapping his body in multiple layers of shields. The layers of shields blocked all the eagle's attacks, but due to their overwhelming numbers, the outermost shield only held for a few seconds before collapsing entirely. However, those few seconds were exactly what Cao Wei needed, as countless holy light bombs had gathered behind him. Beasts, take this. Cao Wei roared at the sky, and immediately the holy light bombs rained down from above. The sky was filled with holy light, as each Zhang Lei Yaoing was blown to pieces. After several seconds of bombardment, only the king eagle remained in the sky. The king eagle roared again, and the humanoid creature on its back raised its hand, gathering terrifying lightning elements. Thunder spear. Cao Wei heard a hoarse shout, and then the spear made of lightning elements containing terrifying energy shot towards him. Endurance. Light feather. Speed boost. Cao Wei activated all the skills that could enhance his speed. He exerted all his strength to retreat, but the thunder spear seemed to have locked onto him. Seeing the thunder spear getting closer and knowing he could not escape its pursuit, Cao Wei had no choice but to stop in place, surrounded by a golden light ring. The next moment, when the terrifying lightning element made contact with the ring, it exploded instantly, dust swirling outwards from the center where Cao Wei stood. Boom! A loud sound reverberated within the trial tower. As the smoke cleared the ground, near Cao Wei was damaged beyond recognition. However, thanks to his 3 seconds of invincibility, Cao Wei suffered no harm. He looked coldly at the king eagle in the sky, raising his charged staff and aiming at it. Justice from the heavens. A sword of light formed from holy light appeared above the king eagle's head, and before the eagle could react, it was struck. It immediately fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. However, Cao Wei knew that this single strike would not be enough to defeat it. As the king eagle fell, Cao Wei raised his staff again, directing a beam of light at the ground not far away. 1 second. At the moment the light exploded, the king eagle happened to fall right above it. It suffered significant damage again. This time it could no longer hold on, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, gradually vanishing. The humanoid creature also jumped down from the king eagle and faced Cao Wei. Name: Yusoro. Profession: Zhang Lei Knight. Level 19. Health 6,000. Soul power 4,200. Physical attack 980. Magic attack 1320. Physical defense 330. Magic defense 400. Skills: Thunder Spear C. Lightning Domain D. Thunder Palm D. The strength of this humanoid creature exceeded Cao Wei's expectations. He had originally thought the king eagle was the boss, but it turned out this Zhang Lei Knight was the real boss. Such terrifying attack power! Cao Wei exclaimed in surprise. However, even though you are strong, you still lack a little bit of refinement, Cao Wei said arrogantly. Both sides roared simultaneously and charged at each other. The energies of lightning and holy light intertwined in the air, resembling fireworks. However, the Zhang Lei Knight only held out for a few seconds before being defeated. The staff and the thunder spear collided in the dim sky, producing bursts of flashes. The sound of wind was mixed with roars and howls. Cao Wei once again wielded the staff as a melee weapon, and with each clash the radiance of the Thunder Knight dimmed by a third. Stepping back, Cao Wei unleashed several holy light projectiles that whistled through the air, striking the Thunder Knight in an instant. Although the Thunder Knight managed to block 2 of them, it was still hit, letting out a painful howl as more holy light projectiles flew towards it. In its final moment, it extended its bloodied left hand, and in an instant the scattered thunder elements floating in the air all gathered around it. Thunder Palm. The thunder elements transformed into the shape of a palm reaching out towards Cao Wei. However, it could not approach his body. The thunder palm dissipated in less than a second under the barrage of holy light. I was just having some fun earlier, Cao Wei said nonchalantly, but I have something more important to attend to. So please die first. After finishing his words, the remaining holy light projectiles struck the Thunder Knight's torso, causing it to be blown apart instantly. Cao Wei walked over to the Thunder Knight, and discovered 3 items on the ground: skill scroll, thunder spear, summon thunder spear, thunder, hawk pet egg. With these rewards, Cao Wei was already very satisfied and stored them all in his spatial ring. After a short rest, he passed through the dimensional gate again and advanced to the next level. The next layer was filled with monsters like a tide, but they could never block Cao Wei's path. After a dozen minutes, Cao Wei stepped into the 29th layer of the trial tower. As soon as he entered, a decaying odor assaulted his senses. Cao Wei vaguely felt that he had smelled this stench somewhere not long ago. Just as he was reminiscing, the ground beneath him shifted, and he leaped high, turning to see 2 grayish-white bony hands reaching up from the spot where he had just stood. Immediately, undead beings began to rise from the ground, dividing into several groups, each armed with different weapons. This was undeniably an undead army. Cao Wei took a quick glance and found that most of the undead in the army had already completed their first transformation. No wonder he felt this stench was familiar. He had encountered the same scene in the trial grounds not long ago. Cao Wei calmly summoned the ancient tree of light, standing atop its branches as holy light projectiles the size of basins continuously formed in the sky. Holy light bombardment. Once fully charged, the holy light projectiles suddenly fell, each detonating precisely where the undead were clustered. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions lasted several seconds before finally coming to an end. At this moment, the ground of the 29th layer was in shambles. Holy light bombardment causes more damage to dark creatures. These undead might pose a tricky problem, but for Cao Wei there was hardly any challenge at all. The undead army that had undergone the baptism of holy light bombardment now only consisted of a few slightly more robust undead warriors. Cao Wei continued to unleash several skills, turning the undead warriors into grayish-white dust that dissipated into the air. You have completed the job transition task. You can transition to balanced priest. Upon hearing this news, Cao Wei felt a surge of joy. He could finally make his first job transition. Ding, do you want to transition? No, Cao Wei replied while picking up the spoils on the ground, among which a nearly broken sword caught his attention. Though the blade of this sword was covered in cracks, it seemed as if a golden liquid was slowly flowing through the fish. Name: Soul Retracing Sword. D requirements: level 12 attack power, 420 effect, single target skills, deal an additional 15 damage to the target, and slow the target's movement speed by 20. This weapon is too powerful, Cao Wei exclaimed. Though its skill isn't that great, just being a level 12 equipment grants him such a significant attack power boost. If he were to evolve it further, wouldn't that be delightful? As Cao Wei pondered, he stored the Soul Retracing Sword and turned to enter the teleportation portal. The F class has reached the 30th level so quickly. This is simply monstrous. The A class has only just passed the 27th level. It seems that the elites of F class could indeed rival D-Ting. The teachers discussed among themselves while Cheng Yaoyin appeared as if bathed in spring breezes. Cao Wei is truly bringing honor to his name. 70 minutes, averaging just about 2 minutes per level challenge, Governor Zhao said softly. He's even more powerful than I was at his age. This is the first time I've seen a student progressing at such a rapid pace. It's simply terrifying. Another teacher, Li Chunyang, stood behind them looking helpless. He had originally thought that D-Ting would be the first to reach the 30th level, but he never expected a student from F class to surpass him by quite a bit. Teacher Chung, have you heard of a legend? Governor Zhao asked. It's about Captain D. There are so many legends about Captain D. I've heard so much I'm a little tired of them. Cheng Yaoyin shrugged and said, I don't know which one you're referring to, Governor Zhao. It is said that when he passed the trial tower, it only took him 60 minutes. Governor Zhao continued. He was also a prodigy discovered by the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, and he achieved the myth of the Glorious Legion through relentless efforts. The Imperial Forest Army, the pinnacle of combat power in Blue Star. Cheng Yaoyin nodded, sensing something from Governor Zhao's words. Although he stated the facts, the implication of his words was that Cao Wei is currently a raw gem in need of a more powerful craftsman to carve him, so he can have greater opportunities for growth. And here the only one capable of nurturing Cao Wei is Governor Zhao. If you have any thoughts, we can discuss them in detail during our leisure time. Cheng Yaoyin, being very clever, immediately said, I believe our class children will absolutely not disappoint you. Just wait a bit longer. Governor Zhao smiled. I want to see just how great his potential truly is. Cao Wei entered the 30th layer, which had no monsters. Several old men had set up stalls displaying many potions and equipment. And now besides them there were no other young faces. Cao Wei's lips curled up. He was indeed the fastest. He found a secluded spot to sit down, silently muttering, Job transition, balanced priest. Suddenly the spiritual energy in this small space was drawn towards Cao Wei, converging at his brow. The swirling energy nourished Cao Wei's weary body, and he felt his strength soaring. A few minutes later the energy began to settle. Cao Wei opened his eyes, feeling as if his body was filled with boundless power. To break the stars and shatter the moon, it was nothing less. Name: Cao Wei. Occupation: balanced priest. Level 12. Equipment: lockkeeper set, energy storage staff, and old Tor's spatial ring. Health: 17100. Soul energy: 10000. Physical attack 905. Magical attack 790. Physical defense 1300. Magical defense 1008. Strength 282. Agility 300. Intelligence 320. Constitution 609. Fortune 42. Skills Energy Rod, D Swordsmanship Resistance, D Gnome Punk's Magical, I C Blinding Domain, B Holy Light Barrage, C Archery Mastery, B Divine Justice, D Sacred Shield, D High Speed Arrow Tower, D Luminous Ancient Tree, C Spirit of Revival, C Liquid Control, C Water Elemental Domain, B Toughened Skin, E 8-Pack, Abs, F Sacred Healing, Art C Arcane Flash C. Cao Wei gazed contentedly upon his attribute panel, pleased yet increasingly awed by how extraordinarily potent his stats had become. Unbelievably powerful. Were others to witness Cao Wei's attributes, their jaws would surely drop in sheer astonishment. This bore no resemblance to a mere level 12, first transformation priest. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the balanced priest exclusive skills Occupational Transformation, a Saintly Formation Array, C Fountain of Vitality, C Blink, D, and Purification, right D. Occupational Transformation. The balanced priest may temporarily shift into the role of warrior, mage, assassin, or archer. Upon transformation, the balanced priest retains all native skills while gaining access to all foundational abilities of the adopted class, and randomly acquires 3 advanced skills, 2 offensive, and 1 status affecting. The skill holder may actively learn abilities from multiple vocations. Duration 24 hours. Cost 1 soul energy point. Cooldown 24 hours. Cao Wei gasped. This ability surpassed even his wildest expectations. Not only could he retain his priestly skills after occupational shift, but he would also gain 3 potent randomly assigned abilities, sparing him the arduous task of mastering other classes in depth. Cao Wei continued scrolling through the remaining skill descriptions. Saintly Formation Array granted healing to himself and allied units, and upon taking damage had a chance to summon luminous sprites to strike alongside him. Fountain of Vitality conjured a small spring that replenished Cao Wei's soul energy, precisely resolving his chronic mana depletion and enabling him to cast far more spells. Blink and Purification Rite were comparatively mundane. The former granted brief spatial displacement, the latter dispelled negative effects afflicting him. Indeed, having completed his first transformation, Cao Wei now wielded a far richer arsenal. These foundational skills opened vast new avenues for tactical versatility in combat. Cao Wei still possessed ample experience points, and his immediate goal was clear: to ascend once more as swiftly as possible. He retrieved all skill scrolls and equipment acquired within the trial tower. Ding! You have employed Sacred Evolution, consuming 1 of 0 experience points, acquiring the skill Gale's Fury C. Gale's Fury summons 12 enhanced wind blades, each inflicting 750 damage upon enemies. Damage diminishes if multiple blades strike the same target. Maximum total damage per use 3750. Costs 650 soul energy points. Cooldown 35 seconds per use. Ding! You have employed Sacred Evolution, consuming 1 of 0 experience points, acquiring the skill Thunder Dragon Flash C. Thunder Dragon Flash conjures a Thunder Elemental Dragon that delivers a devastating strike, dealing 1/6 damage, scaling upward with the target's current health. Cost 1100 soul energy points. Cooldown 65 seconds per use. Ding! You have successfully used Sacred Evolution 500 times. Talent upgraded. Talent Sacred Evolution 3 SSS. Sacred Evolution utilize experience points to enhance skills, items, or equipment. Current enhancement multiplier 50. Tier 3 special ability, every 10 levels gained grants 1 special evolution opportunity, still at 50 power, but with the unique capacity to sever soul binding. Upon completion, the evolved item becomes freely transferable and controllable. Ascension requirement: perform 50 upgrades 800 times. 800. Ding! Talent upgraded. Upgrading items rank D or lower no longer grants proficiency. Upon hearing the announcement, Cao Wei nearly fainted from exhilaration. What did a 50 upgrade truly signal? Without exaggeration, once he fully upgraded his weapons and gear, even third transformation adversaries would be fair game for him to test his blade against. Not merely possible, but an 80% certainty. And there was even better news: he could now bestow his sacred evolved items upon others. Though limited to once per 10 levels, this restriction posed no obstacle for him. He lacked neither coin nor resources, but exchanging his sacred evolved artifacts for rarer materials or urgently needed gear would yield unparalleled value. Were this secret to spread, even venerable wealthy clans would bow low and plead for his favor whenever necessity demanded it. Yet, even amid his elation, Cao Wei never paused. He upgraded numerous items in rapid succession, only then realizing he still lacked suitable equipment. Perhaps something better awaits higher up, he mused, finally drawing forth the soul-forging sword, a seemingly battered, enigmatic artifact. To what divine tier might it ascend beneath his hands? With trepidation, Cao Wei activated Sacred Evolution once more. Ding! You have applied Sacred Evolution to the soul-forging sword, consuming 1,000 experience points. A radiant golden aura enveloped the blade, and the sword trembled violently. Then before Cao Wei's very eyes it shattered into fragments. Cao Wei stared baffled. Had this wretched weapon simply disintegrated under the overwhelming surge? Damn it, I misjudged its worth. He sighed, disappointment heavy in his voice. This artifact, which had appeared so profound and arcane, proved utterly frail. And now he began to rue the loss of those precious 1,000 experience points. Just as despair settled, the scattered shards quivered anew, as though drawn together by unseen magnetic. Then beneath his astonished gaze they coalesced seamlessly. The fractures vanished entirely, replaced instead by iridescent dragon-scale-like patterns across the blade's surface. Ding! You have acquired the dragon-scaled soul-forging sword C. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the blade, and Cao Wei erupted into ecstatic jubilation. When he beheld its full attributes, he nearly collapsed, overwhelmed by pure, uncontainable euphoria. The dragon roar soul retracing sword C. When the malevolent souls depart, the dragon roars. Required level 12 attack power 690 effect. This single target skill inflicts an additional 30 damage to the target. Soul Devour. The dragon roar soul retracing sword releases energy, dealing 500 points of true damage to the enemy and randomly inflicting 2 debuffs. If the enemy is an undead, the true damage is doubled, accompanied by 4 suggested skills. Soul Guardian. This equipment can protect your soul, absorbing 1 lethal damage. After absorbing the damage, the equipment shatters. This piece of gear is already incredibly powerful, but its ultimate skill is even more formidable. This is equipment that can negate death once. Although Cao Wei has not yet faced a life-and-death crisis, he knows that one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Right now it is still a trial, and as his strength grows he will soon face a more brutal battlefield. By that time there may be many who are stronger than him. He certainly does not want to be wiped out so easily. With this equipment, he has a safeguard. He never expected such powerful equipment to exist in the trial tower. I will blow up the trial tower. Cao Wei stood up, raising the dragon roar soul retracing sword high as he joyfully exclaimed. What the heck? He startled a few people as he stood up. It turns out that while Cao Wei was engrossed in evolving his equipment, some others had also reached the 30th floor. They were gathered in small groups, seemingly forming their own teams. Cao Wei looked around, but did not see any sign of the other members from Class F. Could it be that they all died? Cao Wei sighed. He felt a bit disappointed. After all, he had high hopes for Shi Mingyue, yet he ended up dragging her down. Cao Wei. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw Shi Mingyue sitting comfortably on a nearby chair. What was even more outrageous was that he was holding a goblet. He skillfully swirled the liquid in the cup, the thick red wine resembling settled blood. The young master truly lived up to the title. Shi Mingyue, you truly are yourself. Cao Wei gave him a thumbs up. In such an environment, to still have the mind to enjoy oneself, first, it indicates a habit formed over time, and second, there might be a bit of foolishness. Shi Mingyue should belong to the former. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shi Mingyue downed the red wine in one go, his body instantly radiating a mist of red aura. I thought you wouldn't make it up here. I thought you wouldn't make it up here. The two spoke simultaneously. By the way, what was that you just drank? Cao Wei asked with confusion. Judging by Shi Minyue's reaction after drinking the red wine, it should not be an ordinary item. At the very least, the liquid in the cup shouldn't be wine. That was a dragon blood elixir, Shi Mingyue said casually. It can enhance one's base attributes for a limited time. Wow, that sounds pretty good. Cao Wei said curiously. Dragon blood, how rare. Don't think too much. The dragon blood elixir is derived from the roots of the dragon blood vine, and it is not what you imagine it to be. Shi Mingyue explained. I thought it was something great, only to find out it's just the dragon blood vine. Cao Wei waved his hand, suddenly realizing something. Wait, the dragon blood vine is already extinct. Are you trying to trick me? Who told you that? Shi Mingyue asked in confusion. I have plenty at home along with all sorts of rare plants. And there are dedicated pharmacists who collect these plants and refine them into potions. Cao Wei's eyes widened. And you drink them like they're beverages? Well, there are plenty, so having a bit isn't a problem. Shi Mingyue shrugged, as if such matters were as normal as eating and drinking. He was so ordinary that he didn't even want to explain. So this is the gap between people, Cao Wei said, scratching his head in resignation. Adults always say they don't want their children to lose at the starting line, but now he understands. You thought I would say some children are born at the finish line. No, some children are born on the podium. Even at birth they are already holding a gold medal. Clearly Shi Mingyue is that kind of person. I finally understand you are not just a rich kid. Cao Wei teased, you are a true tycoon. Just average. Shi Mingyue waved his hand, then carefully scrutinized Cao Wei for a few moments. Did you just complete the first transition? Shi Mingyue asked. Yeah, I just finished the first transition task. After Cao Wei displayed some of his stats, Shi Mingyue couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. While looking at this panel, who would dare believe you are a priest? Shi Mingyue didn't even have such high HP, And what's more bizarre is Cao Wei's attributes were balanced like a barrel. To call them exceptional attributes would not be an exaggeration. Just average. Cao Wei mimicked Shi Menyu's gesture of waving his hand. Alright, it's getting late, we should continue to progress. Shi Menyu stretched and said seriously. Indeed, they had already lingered on the 30th floor for some time. Just as they were about to leave, Shi Menyu looked in a certain direction. Di Ting. Shi Menyu's gaze sharpened. I didn't expect he would also choose to team up. Is this the legendary first new student in the world, Di Ting? Cao Wei had been at the academy for a while, so he had naturally heard of him. He scrutinized Di Ting from head to toe before retracting his gaze. He may seem strong in others' eyes, Cao Wei said, but to me he is nothing extraordinary. Hey brothers, were you just talking about me? As if sensing their gaze, Di Ting furrowed his brow and stepped forward to ask. Yes indeed, Cao Wei nodded. I just wanted to see how extraordinary the academy's top new student truly is. I didn't expect that upon seeing you today, I would indeed feel you deserve that title, Cao Wei continued. Di Ting seemed a bit aloof, then asked, most of those who can enter the 30th floor are elites of the academy, so I should be familiar with the top new students, but you two are unfamiliar faces. Where are you from? Class F3, Cao Wei replied immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Ting's expression changed to one of contempt. No wonder it turns out you are from Class F. Di Ting shook his head and turned to leave. Do you look down on us from Cao Wei questioned him in a low voice upon seeing his demeanor. No one in the entire academy can look up to you guys, Di Ting stated frankly. Since you look down on me, how about we make a bet? A smile appeared on Cao Wei's face. Let's bet on who can clear more floors in the trial tower, how about that? Am I really supposed to be afraid of you? Di sneered upon hearing this. Do you truly believe that having reached your current position means you can be compared to me? Naive to the extreme. Cao Wei adjusted his neck displeased. You were the first to look down on us. What are you afraid to accept our challenge? Shi Menyu was momentarily taken aback and thought to herself, you made a bet with him, but what does this have to do with me? Don't overthink it, I simply disdain competing with you. Di continued. However, since you've sincerely challenged me, let me show you the disparities of the world. Di spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Then let's see what happens. Cao Wei replied with a smile. Di snorted coldly again and turned to leave. As he walked away, two students from Class A were standing by seemingly. The three of them conversed for a while, casually glancing at Cao Wei and Shi Menyu before turning to step into the. Outside the trial tower, many students had been defeated by monsters within and were returning to the outside world. Chen Yaoyin looked back and noticed that the majority of the students from Class F3 had already failed. Some wore expressions of regret, while others seemed somewhat pleased. Class AD is starting to challenge the 31st floor. A keen-eyed student exclaimed upon seeing the changes. Zhao Dudu squinted at the screen and then nodded in satisfaction. It seems D doesn't need to waste time replenishing his energy at all. Li Chunyang quickly nodded. Disowned strength is formidable. The lower 30 floors are as easy for him as drinking water or eating. And the students from certain classes might not have such conditions, Li Chunyang said with sarcasm. Old man, you certainly have a knack for pulling and stepping on people. Cheng Yaoyin said disdainfully. He's only just entered the 31st floor and you're already singing his praises. Isn't that a bit excessive? Or do you think it's already a remarkable achievement for him to reach the 31st floor? Cheng Yaoyin's words made Li Chunyang's face turn pale with anger. Zhao Dudu simply watched the big screen, quietly ignoring the clash between the two. He was seasoned from the battlefield and didn't particularly enjoy the academy's atmosphere. Had it not been for his close ties with the D family, and having seen D grow up, he wouldn't have come here at all. Speaking of which, this is my first time gaining insight into Di's strength. Zhao Dudu spoke dryly. I hope he won't disappoint me. Rest assured, Zhao Dudu, I guarantee with my integrity that he certainly won't let you down. Li Chunyang replied. If nothing unexpected happens, he will create another legend. What do you mean? Zhao Dudu turned to look at him, asking in confusion. Based on my understanding of D, if nothing untoward happens, he will break the trial tower's record. Really? Zhao Dudu's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Of course, Zhao Dudu, please watch patiently, Li Chunyang said. Upon hearing their conversation, Cheng Yaoyin felt an uneasy worry for Cao Wei and Shi Menyu. He hadn't taught them much, hardly qualifying as a competent teacher, so he hadn't mentioned much about the situation in the trial. From here on, how far they can advance depends on their own fortune, Cheng Yaoyin thought to himself. At this moment in the trial tower, Cao Wei and Shi Menyu had already finished their preparations. Just as Shi Menyu was about to step into the dimensional gate, she was called by Cao Wei. You can't be seriously planning to solo this, right? Cao Wei questioned. Moi. Shi Menyu looked at him in confusion. Didn't we agree before entering the trial tower? You seem to have said you were going to solo it too, she pointed out. That was then, Cao Wei replied. I've changed my mind now, we need to team up. Shi Menyu fell silent for a moment before saying, I don't want to team up with you, I believe I can clear it more efficiently. Damn, you're really stubborn, Cao Wei retorted. I've just made a bet with D, I need to have enough confidence to do. And don't think that the bet was just between him and me, this is actually a duel between Class A and Class F. Cao Wei looked toward the dimensional gate, even though D had left some time ago. I want them to know that Class F3 is not as pathetic as they imagine. So you had already calculated me into your bet. Shimin, you looked at Cao Wei. Is this part of your plan? I suppose so, Cao Wei replied with a smile. Additionally, let me tell you one more thing. What? Would you prefer to comfortably be a playboy, or would you like to have your parents and relatives look at you with admiration because of your strength? Shimin, you fell silent for a moment, and then nodded. You have a point. So it's best that we join forces. Cao Wei extended his hand to her. After all, our strengths are evident, no one will hold us back. Then I'll team up with you to curb this arrogance. Shimin, you said with great spirit. Their hands met for the first time. Time is of the essence, let's set off. Cao Wei hurriedly said. He had already been gone for a while, he might have cleared several floors by now. Good, let's go. Shimin, you finished speaking, drew her cross-star sword, and they both walked to the dimensional gate. Just as they were about to step into it, Cao Wei suddenly trembled. He felt a familiar fear arising from deep within his heart. Duwa. Cao Wei gritted his teeth. What? Shimin, you asked hurriedly, as she noticed Cao Wei had stopped. I have a mortal enemy named Du. Cao Wei explained, his strength is formidable. I'm a bit worried about running into him here. Don't worry, the trial tower only allows soul power users below the third transition to enter. The Duat definitely won't be able to come in. Shimin, you explained. Although you've just transitioned once, your attributes surely place you at the peak of the second. By the way, how did you encounter that Duwa? Shimin, you continued to ask. In the trial grounds, Cao Wei answered. Shimin, you was silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder. Then we must be prepared to fight him. I understand. Cao Wei nodded, took a deep breath, and then stepped resolutely into the dimensional gate. A new round of battles was about to begin. Cheng Yaoyin and the defeated students of Class F stared intently at the large screen, and finally the number below them changed to 31. Although Cheng Yaoyin's expression remained stoic, he felt a sigh of relief in his heart. They had finally begun to. Cao Wei and Shimin Yue entered the 31st level one after another, and before them lay a dense forest with enormous trees blocking out the sunlight, and the scent of decaying wood wafting through the air. Cao Wei observed his surroundings, but found no trace of monsters. Suddenly a whoosh of wind broke through, and Cao Wei reacted swiftly, activating several shields to protect himself and Shimin Yue. A pool of corrosive liquid clung to the shield, instantly dimming its light. Cao Wei and Shimin Yue retreated in perfect harmony. After the corrosive liquid corroded the shield, it dripped to the ground, causing the plants beneath to wither immediately. The attack just now came from above, Shimin Yue said solemnly, and the cross-star sword glowed brightly. Holy light! The light from the cross-star sword instantly illuminated the air like a flashlight, allowing Cao Wei and Shimin Yue to finally see what was above them. What the hell? Cao Wei couldn't help but shudder. This time it was not out of fear, but from a deep-seated loathing within the human soul. Above them were several gigantic spiders, and the abdomens of these spiders bore enormous human faces. These human faces displayed expressions of crying and laughing, each with a different demeanor. Just this sight made Cao Wei feel somewhat nauseous, but what disgusted him more were the countless small spiders he saw on the web. Name: Human Face Spider. Level 22. Health 5,500. Soul Power 2,000. Physical Attack 350. Magical Attack 790. Physical Defense 644. Magical Defense 334. Skills: Corrosive Liquid, E-Web, Binding, E-Body Hardening, E-Leave this to me. Shimin Yue set his eyes, instantly transforming into a brilliant gold. Soon after, a beam shot from his eyes, piercing through one of the human-faced spiders in an instant. Quickly, the human-faced spider fell from the web. With just that one strike, it was instantly killed. Shimin Yue truly held some depth. His attack attracted the attention of other human-faced spiders, and eerie cries echoed from above them, followed by webs shooting down from the sky toward them. We need to find a way to bring them down. Shimin Yue's expression was serious, ready to use his skill again, but was interrupted by Cao Wei. Leave this to me. After Cao Wei spoke, a violent wind suddenly erupted around him. Wind Fury. He pointed the Longming soul retracing sword at the human-faced spider in the air, and 12 massive wind blades formed behind him. The wind blades then flew swiftly towards the human-faced spider. The area of effect from Wind Fury was immense, and the large human-faced spiders had no way to evade. Their bodies instantly turned to cast iron black, resisting the damage of the wind blades. Even though they reinforced their bodies, the wind blades sliced through them in an instant, and their repulsive bodily fluids dripped onto the ground from their wounds. The residual force of the wind blades sliced through the webs tangled in the trees, causing several gigantic human-faced spiders and countless small spiders to crash down to the ground. Thunder Dragon Flash. Cao Wei roared, the tip of his sword glowing with a blue-purple lightning that rapidly expanded, transforming into the shape of a thunder dragon. The Thunder Dragon Flash exploded where the human-faced spiders were gathered, instantly killing several of them. Shimin Yue was not to be outdone. Behind him appeared the illusory figure of a six-winged angel. The angel's wings spread wide as countless golden feathers shot towards the human-faced spiders. A few seconds later, when the lightning and holy light disappeared, the forest fell silent. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air. A dimensional portal opened near the human-faced spiders. Cao Wei surveyed the battlefield, but found Xi Mingyue standing motionless by the dimensional portal. Aren't you going to pick up something? Cao Wei asked in confusion. Why should I pick it up? Xi Mingyue tilted his head and replied, these things aren't particularly rare. Moreover, even if there are rare items, I always have a way to get them, Xi Mingyue said nonchalantly. Okay, I understand now. Cao Wei said impatiently. I shouldn't gauge your thoughts from an ordinary person's perspective. Just pay attention, Xi Mingyue said in a wise tone. Cao Wei felt like punching him, then stomping hard on his handsome face. But clearly this was not the time. After cleaning up the battlefield, Cao Wei and Xi Mingyue stepped into the dimensional portal. 32, 33, 34, 35. Outside the trial tower, everyone was stunned by Class F's astonishing speed. Did I just see correctly? Class F only spent 30 seconds on the 34th level. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. This must be what they call climbing levels as easy as drinking water. Class A is still on the 33rd level, and the gap between the two sides is widening. Cheng Yaoyin was also taken aback. Although he knew that Cao Wei and Xi Minyue's strength was formidable, their speed was indeed beyond his expectations. Li Qizi, check on the students in the class to see who else is in the trial tower, Cheng Yaoyin instructed. Li Qizi immediately nodded. He had only made it to the 28th level before being defeated. Although it was a bit regrettable, he had also obtained 2 decent skill scrolls, which he considered fortunate. He quickly counted the number of people, and then said to Cheng Yaoyin, Teacher Cheng, there are only 3 people left in the trial tower now. Aside from Cao Wei and Xi Minyue, the remaining one should be Lu Xiong, Cheng Yaoyin nodded. It seems they are in a team together. Their profession compatibility is also high, which is likely why they are able to move so quickly, Li Qizi nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Xiong had just stepped into the 30th level. He was now in quite a predicament. Not only were his clothes severely tattered, but even a corner of his shield had shattered, making him feel distressed. Lu Xiong's journey had indeed been arduous, and the only reason he could progress to the 30th level was due to his unexpectedly strong defense and the skill scrolls given to him by Cao Wei. He could be said to have advanced by defending, stumbling his way into the 30th level. Lu Xiong originally thought someone would come to support him, but now the 30th level was mostly deserted. Moreover, Cao Wei and Xi Minyue were nowhere to be found. Damn it, the boss is too fast, Lu Xiong said somewhat resentfully. I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. While he was complaining, Cao Wei and Xi Minyue had already entered the 36th level. A different environment appeared. Cao Wei and Xi Minyue had just stepped onto the 36th floor when they immediately attracted the attention of several muscular orcs. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. However, before the orc could finish his opening line, he was kicked away by Cao Wei. Damn it, I thought you were monsters, but it turns out you were just foreign soul power users entering the trial tower. Cao Wei sighed. I can't be bothered with you, but if you know what's good for you, step aside for me. Do you know who I am? The orc who was kicked to the ground slowly got up, his eyes bloodshot, looking extremely angry. Why can't you understand human language? Cao Wei shook his head, and then with an uncanny speed appeared in front of the speaking orc and knocked him down to the ground with another punch. Then amid his screams, Cao Wei mercilessly stepped on his face. A few orcs witnessing this instantly snapped back to reality. They prided themselves on their exceptional strength, hoping to kill and loot here for some extra profit, but they never expected to encounter such a tough opponent today. The orc who had just spoken was the strongest among them, but he had been easily subdued by a seemingly frail human. At this moment, the orc under Cao Wei's foot felt as if his head was about to explode, and helplessly he had no choice but to beg for mercy. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Cao Wei squinted and asked. I shouldn't have done such bad things, please spare me. The orc said pitifully. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wei lifted his foot. He looked ahead, as if several gigantic figures were faintly appearing in the mist. Seeing that Cao Wei had shifted his attention, a cold glint flashed in the orc's eyes. He had been pampered since childhood, and coupled with his extraordinary talent, had never suffered losses in fights. Unexpectedly today, he had encountered such a humiliating situation, which was simply unforgivable. Brothers, charge at them. The orc roared. Upon hearing the order, the other orcs, as if awakened from a dream, drew their weapons and charged at Cao Wei and Xi Minyue. 20 seconds later, amid the screams and pleas of the orcs, Cao Wei securely tied them to a tree using the ropes from their own bodies. You were robbing, weren't you? After what had just happened, Cao Wei was thoroughly enraged and said fiercely. He knew that his most important task now was to continue ascending the tower, and he didn't want any complications. Unexpectedly, these orcs were truly oblivious, even attempting to ambush them. We didn't, an orc said tremulously. During the earlier confrontation, they had indeed felt what it meant to be the mountain ahead is higher than the mountain behind. No, that's just perfect, Cao Wei grinned maliciously. Then now please hand over everything valuable. Seeing that the orcs remained silent, Cao Wei continued. If you don't listen, you might have to stay here for a while. Just think about it, unable to move, hungry and thirsty, being humiliated by passing soul power users. Just the thought of it is stimulating. As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs imagined the scene and instantly cowered. Considering you truly pose me no significant threat, I'll give you one more benefit. He'll say it slowly. The first to surrender, I only want 2 treasures, the second to surrender 4 treasures, the third to surrender 6 treasures, and so on. So who wants to be the first lucky one? Cao Wei asked, pointing his dragon roar soul sword at them. Upon hearing this, several orcs eagerly fought to be the first. Thus Cao Wei effortlessly obtained several pieces of equipment and basic skill scrolls. Satisfied, he untied them and said, "Get lost. If I see you again, I'll send you out of the trial tower." The orcs dared not linger any longer and fled in panic. While escaping, Cao Wei overheard the first orc to surrender boasting, "I only handed over 2 treasures." His tone was as if he had won the lottery, filled with excitement and joy, as if he had received 2 treasures himself. Seeing this, Cao Wei couldn't help but complain, these orcs really lack intelligence. Although their intelligence is lacking, the orcs' physique is universally acknowledged as incredibly strong. Shiminyu said quietly, looking in the direction the orcs fled. Cao Wei stored all the treasures he received in his spatial ring and then pointed towards the gigantic creature ahead. "Let's continue." Shiminyu nodded, raising his arm towards the sky. 2 light spirits appeared beside him, and under his guidance they circled around Cao Wei. "This will continually heal your injuries and enhance your attack power," Shiminyu explained. "I feel like you are somewhat underestimating me." Cao Wei rolled his eyes and tossed a recovery curry stick to Shiminyu. Shiminyu did not hesitate, quickly consuming it. Soon after, he noticed his health was rapidly increasing, much faster than the recovery speed of the light spirits. "You truly are the strongest priest I have ever seen," Shiminyu said, giving Cao Wei a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Cao Wei smiled, and the two began to set off. After walking for a while, they finally realized just how enormous the monster ahead was. Name: Sand Giant Lizard. Level 25. Health 16000. Soul Power 2000. Physical Attack 990. Magical Attack 210. Physical Defense 1190. Magical Defense 346. Skills: Hardened Stomp D. This health is way too high. Shiminyu exclaimed. "Yeah, if we use skills, who knows when we'll be able to finish it. So leave it to me," Shiminyu said. "Wait a moment." Cao Wei waved his hand at him. Class change. Berserker. Ding. You have successfully transformed into a Berserk Priest, gaining all basic warrior skills and the advanced skills 7-star Sword, C, New Moon C, and Frenzied Bone C. 7-star Sword inflicts 7 hits on the enemy in a very short time, with each hit increasing damage by 15. All 7 hits count as independent attacks and can carry attack effects or independent critical hits. Consumption: 750 soul power. Cooldown 25 Scast. New Moon releases a crescent-shaped sword energy that automatically attacks the enemy's vital points. If it hits a vital point, it deals 175 damage. Consumption: 400 soul power. Cooldown 30 Scast. Frenzied Bone increases attack power by 40 for a short duration of 5 seconds. After the skill duration ends, the user will be afflicted with a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 30, lasting 5 minutes. After the class change was complete, Cao Wei felt the surging battle intent within him, yearning to be unleashed. Who says a priest can't slay monsters? Today, let me show you. Cao Wei, wielding the Longming Suhin sword, charged towards a massive sand or lizard under the astonished gaze of Shiminyu. He had to admit he preferred the thrill of close combat. The gigantic sand or lizard was indeed massive, but against a human, its size became a burden. Cao Wei leaped lightly and landed atop the giant lizard's head. 7-star Sword. New Moon. Thunder Dragon Flash. With a flurry of skills unleashed, the sand or lizard, boasting a colossal health pool, was swiftly taken down by Cao Wei's fierce and rapid onslaught. The massive sand or lizard crashed to the ground, while more sand or lizards began charging at Cao Wei. "No rush, one at a time," Cao Wei said calmly, casually summoning a small spring of water. The appearance of the vital spring replenished his nearly exhausted soul power, and before the sand or lizards could trample him, he restored himself to peak condition. Shiminyu was growing increasingly confused by Cao Wei. He seemed to always come up with something new. Mimicking Cao Wei, Shiminyu fought valiantly against the sand or lizards. After about 10 minutes, they had eliminated all the sand or lizards. Cao Wei casually picked up several pieces of lizard hide, which, despite appearing rather worthless, were highly sought after by craftsmen. As the dimensional gate appeared, Cao Wei and Shiminyu ascended another level. Their cooperation became increasingly harmonious, requiring little verbal communication to smoothly defeat the enemies within the trial tower. Along the way, they encountered various soul power users from different races, most of whom were quite friendly, so Cao Wei and the others did not come into conflict with them. Time passed second by second, and it was now afternoon. Many students had already left, but Cheng Yaoyin and others were still waiting in place. Class F had reached the 47th level, while Class A had just passed the 42nd level. Other classes were even worse off than Class A, with some not having cleared the 40th level yet. It could be said that this time Cao Wei and Shiminyu had given Cheng Yaoyin the capital to boast. The record for the trial tower is supposedly the 76th level. No, it's the 77th level, Cheng Yan corrected. It was broken by Ji Wang, the second son of the Ji family, a year ago. Blood of the ancient emperor. Zhao Duzu's gaze deepened as if he could see that heroic and tall figure. The Ji family, a house of ancient emperors. I've heard that the Ji family and the Di family have never gotten along. I wonder if this time Di Ting can break through this constraint and bring honor to the Di family. As soon as Li Chunyang finished speaking, Zhao Duzu's expression turned serious. It's best not to speak carelessly about matters between such noble families, lest we attract unwanted attention, Zhao Duzu reminded. Li Chunyang immediately realized he had misspoken, his face turning red as he fell silent. In contrast, Qing Yaoyin was stifling a laugh. Meanwhile, Cao Wei and Shi Mingyue were facing an endless ocean. So how do we get past this stage? Cao Wei scratched his head. Shi Mingyue did not respond. Instead, he took out a telescope from his spatial ring and gazed at the vast sea. I can't believe you brought such things, Cao Wei said in surprise. This stage of the trial tower has documentation on strategies. As Shi Mingyue explained, as long as we can reach a small island in the center of the sea and defeat a monster, we can pass this. Such a good item. Cao Wei asked in astonishment. I also got this strategy through connections. It's said to have been written down from memory by a powerful figure. It only covers up to the 50th level. Found it. After observing for a while, Shi Mingyue pointed to the east and said the small island is over there. Cao Wei took the telescope and looked in the direction he indicated, indeed, spotting the small island immediately. Does the strategy say how to get there? It said that those with flying skills can fly over, Shi Mingyue replied. Do you have any? I don't. Is there no other way? Cao Wei said gloomily. Could it be that he had to chop wood to make a boat? There's another method, which is to wait for about 2 hours. The sea level will drop and a bridge is said to... Shi Mingyue recalled, however, it said that many sea monsters are on this bridge. 2 hours. I don't have that. After saying this, Cao Wei began rummaging through his spatial ring. Soon his attention focused on the pet egg. This was a pet egg he obtained after defeating the Thunder Knight. If it were to hatch, it should also be a Thunder Hawk. Perhaps it could carry him and Shi Mingyue across the river. Cao Wei became excited and directly used Holy Evolution on the pet egg. Ding, you have used Holy Evolution on the Thunder Hawk pet egg, consuming 200 experience points. Cao Wei's eyes widened upon hearing the prompt. Damn, 200 experience points. He had barely gained 300 experience points through hard work, and now more than half was fed to this pet egg. Thunderhawk pet egg D upgraded to Thunder Warhawk pet egg B. Pet egg hatching conditions: fish. The higher the level of the fish, the faster the hatching speed. This pet egg had unexpectedly crossed several levels. Moreover, he was currently facing the sea, where schools of fish swam just below the calm surface. Cao Wei took out the pet egg, swam into the sea, and easily caught several fish. He placed the fish in front of the pet egg, but the pet egg showed no reaction. Is it not enough? Cao Wei wondered, and lightning began to coalesce around him. What are you doing? Shi Mingyue hurriedly said, no electric fishing. Why are you panicking? This isn't reality, Cao Wei retorted. Besides, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? What if others imitate us? Shi Mingyue said uneasily. Then they will end up in prison, Cao Wei shrugged. Don't worry, you fishermen are very law-abiding. I hope those who fish illegally get locked up soon. Thunder Dragon Flash. With that, the dragon formed from lightning plunged into the sea. Seconds later, countless stunned fish floated to the surface. Cao Wei quickly dived into the sea to collect the fish, and soon there was a pile of fish in front of the pet egg resembling a small mountain. The pet egg shook a few times, and as Cao Wei watched eagerly, a crack began to extend downwards from the top of. As the shell broke, a barely feathered Thunder Warhawk staggered out of the pet egg. You want this thing to take us across the river? Shi Mingyue poked at the ugly Thunder Warhawk, asking with a complicated expression. Or should we wait for the bridge to appear? Shi Mingyue and Cao Wei looked at the juvenile Song Lei battle falcon in front of them with helpless expressions before turning to dive into a pile of fish much taller than it. It opened its large mouth and desperately began to consume the fish, devouring a third of them in a short while. Is it okay for it to eat like this? Shi Mingyue asked in confusion. I don't know, it should be fine, right? Cao Wei shrugged. Just like that, they watched as the juvenile Song Lei battle falcon consumed all the fish in a short time. This little thing can really eat a lot, Shi Mingyue remarked, observing the slightly swollen belly of the Song Lei battle falcon, shaking her head. Yeah, it can't do anything else but eat a lot. Cao Wei sighed. I really miscalculated. Let's put it into the pet space, Shi Mingyue said helplessly. It seems it doesn't have the ability to defend itself right now. Once a pet is born, it automatically occupies a portion of the storage space, which people commonly refer to as the... However, if someone does not possess space storage equipment, their pet can only accompany them every day. I understand. Cao Wei nodded and was about to collect it. However, upon seeing him approach, the Song Lei battle falcon suddenly let out a low cry and dove into the water. Cao Wei was also at a loss, not knowing what to do next. A series of splashes erupted on the sea surface, and soon a dark shadow rose from beneath the water. The shadow broke through the water surface and shot up into the sky, moving at incredible speed. It circled once in the air before flying directly above Cao Wei and Shi Minyu. Seeing the patterns on its body, Cao Wei quickly confirmed that the creature flying overhead was indeed his pet Thirtyfold battle falcon. In such a short time, it has transformed into this form. Shi Minyu exclaimed in surprise, "That's amazing. It might have undergone metamorphosis underwater." Cao Wei pondered, suddenly realizing there are lightning elements in the water. I see. Shi Minyu also understood. At this moment, Cao Wei and the Thirtyfold battle falcon established a unique connection. The Thirtyfold battle falcon felt as if it were a part of Cao Wei's body, its state and emotions being precisely transmitted to Cao Wei's brain. Currently, the Thirtyfold battle falcon was complaining about Shi Minyu's earlier opinion of it. What a tough situation. Cao Wei instructed the Thirtyfold battle falcon to land. Its current size was several times larger than when it was just born, so carrying both Cao Wei and Shi Minyu should pose no problem. Battle falcon, take us in which direction to fly? Cao Wei pointed toward the small island in the lake. The Thirtyfold battle falcon called out to Shi Minyu, and a small bolt of lightning struck her. Shi Minyu effortlessly blocked the attack and looked at Cao Wei, whose face appeared somewhat embarrassed. All right, don't be mad. After seeing you like that, who could have any confidence? Cao Wei quickly said to the Thirtyfold battle falcon, "Once we complete our task, it'll gather all sorts of fish you like to eat. How about that?" After Cao Wei finished speaking, the Thirtyfold battle falcon let out two joyful cries and then hopped over to Cao Wei and Shi Minyu. Cao Wei and Shi Minyu each grabbed one leg of the Thirtyfold battle falcon and then it soared into the air. Even with two adults hanging on the Thirtyfold battle falcon's speed remained impressive. "Isn't this much faster than walking on the path?" Cao Wei said cheerfully. The Thirtyfold battle falcon was no ordinary pet. It possessed greater abilities that would emerge as it continued to grow. Cao Wei was quite excited. Soon, with the help of the Thirtyfold battle falcon, they arrived at the small island in the sea. After landing, the Thirtyfold battle falcon appeared somewhat dispirited, clearly having exhausted too much energy. It dove underwater to catch a few fish and then automatically returned to the pet space. This island was not small, and the scenery was quite pleasant, but the sounds of monstrous roars shattered the tranquility of the island. "It seems someone got here first," Shi Minyu remarked hastily. "The noise is coming from over there. Let's go take a look." Cao Wei pointed in a direction. They nodded and cautiously made their way toward the source of the sound. Soon they saw three humans. They were currently facing the onslaught of several gigantic pythons, their bodies covered in blood, and they were barely standing with only one person still holding on. Even though the teacher told us not to meddle in others' affairs, Cao Wei picked up his weapon. The teacher also told us not to stand by and do nothing when someone is in danger. As Shi Minyu spoke, a blazing beam of light shot toward the python about to attack. The python's assault was interrupted, and it let out a painful howl. The human, still in the struggle, saw that someone was helping and could no longer hold on, slowly collapsing to the ground. It seemed she was just barely managing to hold on. Cao Wei and Shi Minyu quickened their pace, using all their strength to battle the several pythons. They soon overwhelmed the creatures, with two of the pythons having their heads severed. Gale Fury. 12 massive wind blades flew toward the three pythons, while Cao Wei instantly closed in on one of them. 7-star sword. The dragon roar soul returning sword gleamed brightly as 7 consecutive attacks were completed in an instant, instantly killing the targeted python. Another python attempted to ambush Cao Wei during the attack, but Shi Minyu had already noticed. Holy light hammer. Shi Minyu extended her arm toward the sky, and a golden warhammer appeared, smashing down onto the python. The python's head was violently smashed into the ground, and then it was met with 2 holy light orbs the size of basins. The battle continued for a while, and several pythons were swiftly killed. Shi Minyu then approached the injured individuals with concern. "Are you alright?" At this point, Shi and Cao Wei noticed that all 3 individuals had small horns on their heads. It turned out they were not human, they were from the dragon race. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted," the girl who had held on until the end said. "Please save my 2 friends first." Shi Minyu nodded, and the cross star sword lit up, creating a small recovery array in front of them. "Alright, Li." Cao Wei patted his chest. Holy healing technique. A beam of light appeared from above Cao Wei's head, directly flowing into the forehead of the injured. Their wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. Cao Wei also threw a curry stick to the dragon race girl. "Eat this, and your stamina will recover." "Thank you," the dragon race girl repeatedly said. At this moment, the dragon race boy who had been treated by Cao Wei opened his eyes. The moment he saw Cao Wei and Shi Minyu, his expression suddenly turned fierce. "Humans," the dragon race boy roared. Calm down, Cao Wei cried hurriedly. Yet the Longzhu youth's brow had already begun to glow, and Cao Wei braced himself for battle. As suspected, many of the other races nursed ill intentions. He had just saved him, and the youth was ready to turn hostile. The Longzhu youth's assault failed to take hold. The Longzhu maiden uttered a dragon cry, and her eyes shifted color in an instant. There were faint signs of a dragon transformation. At that cry, the Longzhu youth's momentum instantly collapsed. These two human heroes just pulled you back from the gates of death, and you would strike them. The Longzhu maiden reprimanded. She then consumed a healing curry stick, and her energy and vitality were restored at once. Thank you, human heroes, the Longzhu maiden said. My name is Qin Han. I am Shimin Yue. Shimin Yu rose, and added then pointed to Cao Wei. He is Cao Wei. You seem quite capable, Qin Han observed. Your speed clearing the tower rivals ours, and you did it with only— You flatter us. It was merely luck, Shimin Yu replied humbly. As they spoke, Cao Wei and the other Longzhu youth exchanged glances. Cao Wei soon abandoned the pointless stare. He tossed 2 healing curry sticks to the Longzhu youth and said nonchalantly, feed them to him. They will mend him almost completely. The Longzhu youth received the healing sticks with hesitation. You can discard them if you wish, Cao Wei said as if he had expected the doubt. No one forces you to give them. But if you do not decide quickly, he will be dead soon, Cao Wei said with a smile. There was something chilling in that grin, and it genuinely frightened the Longzhu youth. Chu Fingyue, what are you still hesitating for? Qin Han demanded. Brother Qi's wounds are worse than yours. If he falls, how many more floors can the two of us climb? Decide for yourselves, Cao Wei said, clapping as he rose. He gathered snake, gall snake skin, and other materials, and by chance discovered a smooth bead the color of lotus. The bead was perfectly round and smooth, something within seemed to stir and swim. Cao Wei marveled and quietly pocketed the shiju. Having cleared the battlefield, he saw Shimin Yu still conversing with Qin Han. He waved and urged, let's go, we should set off. Shimin Yu hurriedly nodded. He waved to Qin Han, left her a few potions out of concern, and then slipped through the dimensional gate with Lin Hao. Chu Fingyue, displeased that Cao Wei and Shimin Yu left by the gate, muttered, we should have wiped them out. They meant us no harm. They even saved us, Qin Han replied. Qin Han looked at Chu Fingyue with complex eyes. Repaying kindness with spite. Is that the Chu family's usual way? At Qin Han's taunt, Chu Fingyue's gaze turned cold. He unleashed a breath aimed squarely at her. Qin Han did not bother to defend. The light at her brow flickered, and the dragon breath dissipated into the air. Chu Fingyue, you know I have the right to erase you at any time, she said coldly. I hope you will not force me, Qin Han added. Humph. Chu Fingyue snorted and sullenly shoved a healing curry stick into another injured person's mouth. After some time, the Longzhu youth Qin Han had called Brother Qi opened his eyes. While they argued, Cao Wei and Shimin Yu had already quickened their pace again. With Shimin Yu's guidance, they soon reached the 51st floor. This layer was strewn with coffins and corpses. It felt like an ancient battlefield. What does the guide say? Cao Wei asked. The guide only goes to the 50th floor, Shimin Yu replied. The author probably could not pass this level. By the look of it, we will be dealing with the undead again, Cao Wei said. He had seen scenes like this before and felt— Shimin Yu, however, felt a flicker of dread in the face of this grim, sinister environment. You will endure such places often in the future, Cao Wei comforted him. The Shurian Tower likely exists to familiarize us with every kind of battlefield, Cao Wei said. Besides, the wind is about to rise. Shimin Yu raised the cross-star sword above his head, and a pure holy angel appeared behind him once more. As if sensing that energy, the coffins began to stir. One by one, skeletons crawled up from the earth. On a nearby hilltop, several enormous skeletons also Human, how dare you trespass in my domain? A massive skeleton clad in armor wielding sword and shield bellowed in a shrill, grating voice. Cao Wei scoffed, thinking it absurdly melodramatic. Shimin Yu warned, its physical defense is very strong. I do not care how strong it is, Cao Wei said. As they spoke, the sky became filled with hundreds of holy light orbs. Aim for Ku Gujianjun first, Cao Wei said. If we take it down first, the lesser monsters will be inconsequential. Agreed, Shimin Yu nodded. Invoking Holy Light Barrage and Sacred Feather's Edge, Cao Wei and Shimin Yu unleashed holy orbs and golden feathers of a six-winged angel upon Ku Gujianjun. In that dim world, such blinding radiance seemed unprecedented. Thunderous explosions rolled on, making the ground tremble. After some tens of seconds, their assault finally subsided. Aside from the two of them, nothing remained standing on the— Just as Cao Wei moved to gather the spoils, Shimin Yu gripped his arm. There is a sound, he warned cautiously. Cao Wei trusted him and closed his eyes to listen. A cacophony of cracking and snapping filled the air like bones shattering. Before Cao Wei could voice his thought, a colossal arm formed from countless skeletal frames rose from beneath his feet. Bone spikes erupted from it and pierced his body in an instant. Cao Wei cried out in agony as the massive limb flung him violently aside. Human, you have angered me. Ku Gujianjun rose from the soil, now many times larger than before. This was the first time Shimin Yu encountered such a scene. No matter how elegant and composed he usually was, he could not remain calm at all now. His small legs trembled incessantly, and influenced by his emotions, the six-winged angel above him dimmed. Don't be afraid, Cao Wei said. It's just a trivial stumbling block on your path in life. You cannot be defeated by it. After finishing his words, Cao Wei endured the excruciating pain and cast a healing spell on himself. The wounds on his body rapidly healed, and he stood up to charge at the skeletal general once more. At this critical moment, Shimin Yu's fear was something he had not anticipated. The skeletal general had absorbed countless skeletons, making its body dozens of times larger than before. At this moment, both Cao Wei and Shi Minyu felt like mere ants. But Cao Wei showed no signs of fear. He had encountered such a scene during his trials long ago. Remembering his experiences in the trial ground, an unnamed fury ignited within Cao Wei. Back then he had almost been terrified by Dua, but this time he would not retreat an inch. The force of the gale. Cao Wei sprinted forward and several translucent wind blades shot towards the skeletal general's head. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed to the feet of the skeletal general simultaneously, using multiple acceleration skills causing his speed to surge. Taking advantage of inertia, he began to run up along the skeletal general's leg. The countless skeletons on the leg tried to change their positions, but could not slow Cao Wei down even a little. Eat my sword. Cao Wei rushed to the skeletal general's chest and thrust his sword fiercely into it. First quarter moon. A bright white arc of sword energy flew directly towards the gigantic head of the skeletal general. At the same time, Cao Wei also used the weapon lodged in the skeletal general's chest to propel himself into the air. He soared into the sky, and the energy staff appeared beside him. Holy light bombardment. As Cao Wei ascended to eye level with the skeletal general, he could see the chaotic soul fire of the skeletal general, which was burning with rage. Countless massive holy light bombs crashed down upon the skeletal general's head from all directions. Although it raised its shield to defend, it was still blown away, dazed and confused. However, during his descent, Cao Wei was swatted away by the skeletal general's palm. He crashed into two coffin boards, shattering them, and at that moment he had no time to care about the intense pain in his body, because his dragon's roar soul-returning sword was now flying towards his forehead. Just a moment ago, it had also flown out from the skeletal general's body along with him. He tried to summon all his strength to dodge, but found that his body had already lost control. He wanted to use an invincible skill, but it remained ineffective. On Cao Wei's attribute panel appeared negative effects: fracture, unable to move, paralyzed. Apparently the previous violent impact had rendered him immobile. Damn it, I can't be killed by my own weapon, can I? Cao Wei's heart trembled. If this gets out, it would be too embarrassing. Am I really going to be defeated by Emperor Ting? In less than a second, countless thoughts flashed through Cao Wei. As the dragon's roar soul-returning sword was about to pierce his forehead, Cao Wei helplessly closed his eyes. However, the anticipated pain did not come. He gasped a few times before opening his eyes. Standing before him was Shi Minyu. At this moment, Shi Minyu's arm had already been pierced by the dragon's roar soul-returning sword, but it was precisely because he took the blow with his body that he saved Cao Wei's life. You? Cao Wei was filled with emotion. He admitted that for a moment he was moved by Shi Minyu. The image of Shi Minyu in his heart suddenly became grand. If I were a girl, I would definitely marry you, Cao Wei said bitterly. Forget it, I have no appetite for your looks. Shi Minyu said, gritting his teeth as he pulled out the dragon's roar soul-returning sword and tossed it in front of Cao Wei. Do you like those with horns on their heads? Cao Wei teased. You just stay here and rest. Shi Minyu did not answer the question, but Cao Wei already had an answer in his heart. The six-winged angel behind Shi Minyu radiated light, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. Aren't you afraid? Cao Wei inquired. Not afraid anymore, Shi Minyu nodded. Just now he had indeed been dominated by fear, but when he saw Cao Wei charging fearlessly at the skeletal general, at that moment the fear he held towards the skeletal general was swept away. As a representative of holy light, how could I allow darkness and evil to hinder my progress? After saying this with righteous fervor, Shi Minyu charged towards the gigantic skeletal general wielding the star-crossed sword. The battle between man and skeleton resumed, and the six-winged angel behind Shi Minyu, who had originally kept its eyes closed, opened to sliver. Shi Minyu's strength surged instantly, and beams of sacred light burned the skeletal general's body. Holy Spirit sword array. Shi Minyu thrust the star-crossed sword into the ground, and suddenly a formation appeared beside him. A variety of long swords made of light elements coalesced above the formation. Shi Minyu pointed at the skeletal general's head, and several flying swords shot towards the indicated direction with fierce momentum. The skeletal general raised its bone shield to defend, but it clearly underestimated the damage of the Holy Spirit sword array. Several flying swords combined together, directly piercing through the bone shield, and the remaining flying swords smashed the skeletal general's skull. The skeletal general let out a painful howl, and a bone spike formed from the dense, white bones shot towards Shi Minyu's torso. Divine Coffin. Shi Minyu raised his hand, and the six-winged angel protected him, within transforming into a flawless white coffin adorned with intricate golden patterns. The bone spike shattered upon contact with the divine coffin. Awesome, Cao Wei exclaimed. At this moment, Shi Minyu was a completely different person from 10 minutes ago. Perhaps this was the boost of courage. Cao Wei could finally move again, and he hurriedly cast a healing spell and a purification spell on himself. A few seconds later, he returned to his normal state. I will make you pay in blood for your debts, Cao Wei said through gritted teeth as he raised the dragon's roar soul-returning sword. He flashed back into the battlefield, and alongside, Shi Minyu had defeated the skeletal general. The enormous skeletal frame crashed to the ground, and both Cao Wei and Shi Minyu sighed in relief. If the current environment were not strewn with bones, Cao Wei would truly want to lie down and rest for a while. The dimensional gate appeared before them, and after recovering a bit, the two prepared to continue their ascent. Just as Shi Minyu was about to step into the dimensional gate, Cao Wei suddenly called out to him. "Wait a minute." Cao Wei said, his expression serious. "This level is not over yet." Shi Minyu wore a puzzled expression, but still stepped back. "What do you mean by not over yet?" Shi Minyu asked. "It means that although we have finished off the monster, we have not yet received our rewards," Cao Wei replied with a mysterious. In fact, he was also about to leave just moments ago, but in that brief span of seconds, a skill he was nearly about to forget activated automatically. That was the Gnome Pank's Eye. This skill could detect hidden levels or treasures nearby, and it had once helped Cao. He quickly pinpointed the location of the treasure right beneath the coffin of the General of Bones. It was merely an unremarkable coffin with wooden planks that had already decayed and fallen apart. If Cao Wei did not possess this skill, he would never have thought that the treasure would be hidden in such a place. Thus, under Shi Minyu's bewildered gaze, Cao Wei pried open the coffin lid with his weapon. Sure enough, a secret passage appeared before them. "This?" Shi Minyu gasped, clearly astonished. A putrid wind blew from the dark passage, smelling somewhat like a sewer. Cao Wei swallowed hard, but did not hesitate, leaping into the passage ahead. Shi Minyu followed him in. There was not a glimmer of light in the passage, making it quite eerie. Shi Minyu raised the cross-star sword, and as he moved his lips, the sword emitted a glow. Though the light might seem insignificant in the outside world, here, it was the most reliable source of illumination. After walking for a while in the passage, the path ahead suddenly opened up. Damn! Cao Wei looked around, his shock immeasurable. He had to admit the General of Bones was indeed something special. It was a cave filled with various weapons, none of which were particularly high-level, but would be highly sought-after items. In the center of the cave stood two armors, one shining, and the other dark with several notes stuck on them. Cao Wei and Shi Minyu curiously approached, examining the crooked script on the notes. Though quite ugly, it was still somewhat legible. "Today I fought the Lord of Morning Light, and my own strength was insufficient. Fortunately, he did not kill me. Today I fought the Lord of Morning Light, and both of us were wounded. I hope to recover faster than he does, so I can kill him next time. Today I fought the Lord of Morning Light, and still could not defeat him. Why does he always spare my life? This is quite strange. Today I fought the Lord of Morning Light." The notes recorded a single event, and from the information above, Cao Wei and Shi Minyu understood that the General of Bones had suffered defeat most of the time. "This Lord of Morning Light seems quite formidable," Cao Wei remarked. "But why have I never heard of him?" "I've heard of him," Shi Minyu replied. "He is a secondary deity of the Holy Light Kingdom. Although a secondary deity, he has achieved remarkable military feats and was personally endowed with the powers of a primary deity by the Holy Light Emperor." "And then, oi?" Cao Wei asked. "It is said that during a certain dark tide, he was killed by the Dragon Clan," Shi Minyu recalled. The records only mention a few words about the cause of his death. The two continued to read down, finally reaching the last few notes. "Today the Lord of Morning Light did not fight me. It was truly boring, so I had to chop down a few aliens whose strength was far beneath mine. It was meaningless. It is said that the Lord of Morning Light was killed. I clearly do not believe it, and not only do I not believe it, but I also killed the skeleton soldier who delivered the message. A powerhouse who can match me like the Lord of Morning Light, how could he be easily killed? Is it really true? Lord of Morning Light, we have yet to determine who is superior. Why were you killed by someone else? Damn, today, I went to Dragon Island to reclaim your armor, and I almost got killed myself. I must say the people of Dragon Island are indeed very strong. I was impeached for acting without authorization, but it doesn't matter, there is currently no one to fight with me, it's a bit boring. I need to go avenge you." Cao Wei and Shi Minyu looked at the last note. No, their Dragon King is too strong, I cannot defeat him. I am also severely injured. Last time my vitality was greatly depleted in battle, now the General of Bones has also passed away. Lord of Morning Light, you probably do not know my name yet. I am called Saxi Rui. Is this the so-called no fight, no acquaintance? Cao Wei said, filled with emotions. He felt the armor of the Lord of Morning Light, which already had numerous cracks. Even if worn, it would likely provide little protection. However, if one day it could be restored, it would surely become an unparalleled piece of equipment. This armor suits your temperament very well. Cao Wei handed the armor that reflected the holy light to Shi Minyu. "This is for you." After Shi Minyu received the equipment, Cao Wei also directly took the black armor that originally belonged to the General of Bones. This armor was in even worse condition than the previous one, already on the verge of being shattered. Afterward, Cao Wei and Shi Minyu packed away all the valuable treasures. Of course, most were taken by Cao Wei, while Shi Minyu only took what he deemed useful. Just as Cao Wei finished looting and was about to leave, he noticed a skull in the corner which was glowing faintly. By some strange twist of fate, Cao Wei took the skull into his possession. The two crawled out of the passage and turned to step into the dimensional gate. They fought throughout the night, facing increasingly strong enemies, But with their powerful recovery abilities and combat strength, Cao Wei and Shimin Yu stubbornly held on to the 75th floor, and they were still persevering. Early in the morning, the teachers had even canceled classes and gathered in the hall outside the trial tower. Cheng Yaoyin encountered Lu Xiang, who had just finished breakfast on the way. "Why did you come out alone?" Cheng Yaoyin asked. "What about Cao Wei and the others?" "They should still be climbing the tower," Lu Xiang replied. "Only those two are teaming up to climb the tower," Cheng Yaoyin said in surprise. "Though I'm not sure it's very likely that is the case." Lu Xiang nodded. Cheng Yaoyin stroked his chin, realizing that Cao Wei and Shimin Yu had already exceeded his expectations. When he saw the big screen, he was truly shocked. Not only him, but other teachers also focused their attention on Class F at this moment. "Teacher Cheng, what is the background of these two students?" the head teacher of Class C asked. "I am not quite sure," Cheng Yaoyin replied honestly. "This is simply terrifying. Ooh, I can't believe I am fortunate enough to see someone reach the 75th floor in such a short time. If nothing unexpected happens, these two students should be the hidden heirs of ancient families," Governor Zhao, draped in a cloak, said as he walked. "Teacher Cheng, you have indeed struck it rich. Shimin Yu belongs to the Shimin family, renowned and equipped with abundant resources to foster his growth." Cheng Yaoyin reminisced. "But this Cao Wei I truly cannot fathom. Perhaps he is indeed a descendant of some hidden aristocratic family. What does it mean for this group of fellows to emerge?" Cheng Yaoyin pondered. "It indicates that something significant is about to occur." General Zhao spoke frankly. This was no longer a secret, and he need not conceal it. The higher-ups of Lanxing had already begun their planning, although there were certain details he certainly could not disclose. "The Emperor Ting has reached the 70 floors. The crowd exclaimed in awe. It is indeed a rare occurrence for two classes in a single session to reach the 70 floors. Yet today this event has truly transpired, proving that this cohort of students is indeed more formidable. Can they break the record?" General Zhao murmured. Before Cheng Yaoyin could respond, Li Chunyang interjected. "Haste makes waste. Sometimes those who are swift do not necessarily achieve remarkable results, and those who are a tad slower often accumulate strength and break through." Cheng Yaoyin retorted. "You old fool, your words are laced with disdain for my students. How dare you call me an old fool?" Li Chunyang shot back, puffing his cheeks and glaring. "White-haired, old fool, bearded, old scoundrel." Cheng Yaoyin turned his face away, enunciating each word. While the insult bore little harm, its offensive nature was profound. "You truly lack respect for your elders. I wonder how someone like you became a teacher," Li Chunyang remarked. "Is it strange that just because I am younger than you, I must endure your humiliation? If you did not target me, I could indeed respect you. But why do you belittle the abilities of my students time and again?" Cheng Yaoyin replied without reservation. "What I stated is merely a principle I've learned over years as a teacher," Li Chunyang responded. "No, I believe you're simply trying to show off in front of General Zhao, hoping to curry favor with the D family. You old fool, your tricks are outdated. This is an era where strength speaks," Cheng Yaoyin scoffed. "Do not speak recklessly. I will immediately inform the principal," Li Chunyang exclaimed, enraged. "Do as you please. After all, when the principal invited me and we signed a contract worth several million. If he dismisses me, I will have lost several million instantly. If you truly wish to do that, it would be best to act quickly. Otherwise, when my students break the record, your position will be truly unshakable." Upon finishing his words, Li Chunyang's face turned pale with rage. Several teachers anxiously watched the two, fearing a conflict that might inadvertently harm them. However, their concerns were unwarranted as General Zhao was still present. "All right, you will be working together in the future. Harmony is paramount." Both nodded and continued to focus on the display screen. However, it was evident that after General Zhao determined Cao Wei was a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family, he began to pay more attention to Cheng Yaoyin's words. Every hidden aristocratic family should not be underestimated. After all, their strength was not the most astounding aspect. The most terrifying part was their intricate web of relationships. General Zhao recalled when he was young, a youth from the Bai family had killed a royal descendant at the street corner. Just as the Bai family's youth was about to be executed, an elder from the Bai family intervened. Once he emerged, the royal family immediately canceled the judgment against the youth. To invoke such fear from the royal family was enough to compel people to reevaluate the hidden aristocratic families. Time passed second by second, and the numbers below Class F had not updated for a full 2 hours, making Cheng Yaoyin somewhat anxious. "You must hold on at this stage and prove your strength," Cheng Yaoyin silently urged. Class's situation was similar. Generally, after reaching the 70 floors, each floor became extraordinarily challenging. Cheng Yaoyin and the others had not reached this point, which seemed somewhat regrettable. A few beams of light flickered at the entrance, representing the students from classes B, D, and E who persevered until the end. The highest among them had only reached 65 floors. Yet even so, they were still regarded as geniuses by other students. When they emerged, they found classes A and F still continuing their ascent, leaving them deeply shocked. They found it hard to imagine what kind of monsters might appear within the trial tower at over 70 floors. 76 floors, the speed of Class F is astonishing. Within the trial tower, Yu and Cao Wei, having battled for an extended period, were already utterly exhausted. Yet neither displayed any intention of retreating, for they knew they were but a step away from breaking the record. Both had changed their equipment, and Cao Wei donned a Crade Wind Spirit set. Though he had lost the 3 seconds of invincibility from the Enforcer set, the Wind Spirit set provided Cao Wei with increasingly enhanced mobility in battle and significantly improved his perception. It was indeed a top-tier equipment. Let's take a break after finishing this floor, Cao Wei said, glancing around, his voice somewhat weary. All right, Yu quickly nodded. I'm feeling a bit tired as well. As the two conversed, a slender humanoid being resembling a bamboo stick emerged from the shade of the trees. Cao Wei and Yu immediately became alert. After Cao Wei activated his crisis detection, he discovered only a single flashing red dot nearby, the source being this humanoid being. Only one monster, Cao Wei said in a low voice. Name Quista. Occupation Spear of the Night. Level 25. Health 64,000. Soul Power 36,000. Physical Attack 2,220. Magical Attack 700. Physical Defense 760. Magical Defense 630. Skills: Vengeful Spear, C. Excision, C. Desperate Kill, Intent, B. Night Flash, B. The two were left dumbfounded upon seeing the data. Goodness, while its health was considerable, its attack power was frighteningly strong as well. However, at this point, they had no path of retreat. Cao Wei and Yu nodded at each other and proactively launched an attack against Quista. Upon seeing the two rushing towards him, Quista raised his hand and summoned 2 spears imbued with a strong deathly aura, which flew towards them with afterimages. A shield appeared around Cao Wei's body, and after the spears broke through 2 layers of his shield, they fell helpless. At that moment, Cao Wei was already close to Quista, and the wind blade lurked behind him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Just as he fought valiantly, 3 figures flashed outside the trial tower. These 3 figures were none other than Di Ting and his 2 classmates. Emperor Ting slowly walked towards the big screen with 2 students from Class A, during which he kept reprimanding the 2 students. They both lowered their heads, looking as if they had done something wrong. Li Chunyang's expression darkened. He did not expect that Emperor Ting had not even passed the 75th level. He had originally placed high hopes on Emperor Ting. What happened? As Li Chunyang approached, he noticed Emperor Ting's face was filled with anger, while the 2 students looked dejected, clearly hurt by Emperor Ting's words. You can ask them yourself, Emperor Ting snorted coldly. For the sake of rescuing us, we were controlled by monsters. After we escaped, we were thrown into chaos and defeated together. One student said dejectedly. Even Emperor Ting couldn't handle so many monsters alone and was defeated. Li Chunyang sighed regretfully. Both Governor Zhao and I had high expectations for you. We originally thought you could easily break the record of the trial tower. After all, you are the one with the most hope. The trial tower opens once every 3 months. When it opens again in 3 months, I will surely succeed in breaking the record. Emperor Ting patted his chest confidently. Nonsense, are you going to stay stagnant for 3 months? Li Chunyang reprimanded. I estimate you will break through to the 3rd transition at most within a month. No one would let their level stagnate just to break a record. After being reprimanded, Emperor Ting felt that what Li Chunyang said made a lot of sense. Is there really no way? Emperor Ting said gloomily. However, it seemed he suddenly remembered something, and Emperor Ting abruptly raised his head to look at Li Chunyang. Teacher, are we supposed to hold on until the end? No, Li Chunyang shook his head. Someone has already reached the 76th level, just 1 step away from... Hearing this response, Emperor Ting felt a chill in his heart, and the faces of the 2 Class F students he had bet against suddenly appeared in his mind. Which class? Emperor Ting asked, his face full of confusion and anxiety. He asked softly. Class F, Li Chunyang replied. It is said they are freshmen, and there are only 2 of them. Emperor Ting's face instantly turned pale. It dawned on him that the ones currently holding out in the trial tower must be those 2 seemingly harmless Class F members. They actually managed to reach the 76th level. Emperor Ting felt as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Now, recalling his bet with Cao Wei on the 30th level of the trial tower, he realized how rash he had been. After the 70th level of the trial tower, every step is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He now had to admit that there was indeed a gap between him and Cao Wei. In an instant, feelings of regret, shame, anger, and fear surfaced on his face in succession. He had completely lost face today. You don't need to worry, I've accepted a challenge for you. You can regain your lost face through this challenge. Seeing that Emperor Ting was on the verge of breaking down, Li Chunyang hurriedly said. Who against? Emperor Ting asked in confusion. Cao Wei, Li Chunyang replied. One of those in the trial. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Ting's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. His actions caught the attention of several students and teachers, some of whom even laughed out loud. Realizing he had lost his composure, Emperor Ting struggled to stand up. Can I even defeat him? Emperor Ting's face was pale and his voice was barely a whisper. Emperor Ting, who had always considered himself the best among the new students of the academy, was actually afraid to this extent. Governor Zhao and I have exhausted a lot of effort to cultivate you. Are you really not as good as a so-called descendant of a hidden family? Li Chunyang encouraged him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, it's unlikely that Cao Wei and the others reached the 76th level on their own. Could it be they communicated with other alien races? Emperor Ting said softly. Or did they use forbidden resources? Both are possible. Li Chunyang nodded. So just prepare well. 3 days after he comes out of the tower will be the time for your match. I look forward to you defeating him and regaining your confidence. I will definitely do it. Emperor Ting said confidently. At the same time, while Emperor Ting was with Li Chunyang, Cao Wei and Shimin Yu were already gaining the upper hand against Cressida. Although Cressida's damage was explosive, both Cao Wei and Shimin Yu possessed formidable recovery abilities. A few minutes later, they achieved victory in battle. Damn, I'm so tired. Cao Wei threw the dropped gear on the ground to Shimin Yu. You can't refuse. After going to the trial tower, you have to bring something back. Shimin Yu's refusal got stuck in his throat, so he could only nod and put the spoils into his spatial ring. The two had exhausted too much energy and lay down on a flat area to recover. We're about to break the record, Cao Wei said, but why am I not excited at all? Because you're too tired. Shimin Yu said truthfully. I wonder if those who reached this level are as exhausted as you and I. Maybe they had it worse than us, Cao Wei replied. After coming out of the tower, I need to sleep for 2 days. Shimin Yu said lazily. One, Cao Wei added. After resting for about an hour, the two got up and once again stepped into the dimensional gate. Level 77, here I come, Grandpa Cao. Cao Wei's arrogant voice echoed in the sky. The crowd outside the trial tower saw the numbers below Class F change again, and they erupted in deafening cheers. Regardless of whether they can successfully break this record, they have already proven their strength. Governor Zhao sighed. The potential of these two guys is frightening. They will definitely break through, Cheng Yaoyin said with a serious expression. This was a crucial moment, and he had put away his casual demeanor, involuntarily praying for Cao Wei and Shimin Yu. If they really break the record, I will help them secure positions in the Daystar Guards, allowing them to have better development. You don't need to worry about that, Zhao Governor said. There is an old saying, it's better to keep the benefits within one's own backyard. The Huyao Legion is currently most lacking in this type of talent. The Imperial Forest Army also lacks this type of talent. A voice rang out from outside the room, coming from a person wrapped entirely in bandages. Who are you? Governor Zhao's expression darkened. He had not sensed any aura from this person before their appearance, which meant their strength was certainly above his own. Governor Zhao, I've heard of your great name for a long time, the mysterious man said. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is He Jiucheng. What? Governor Zhao's expression was shocked. Zhao Duda's connections are extensive, so it is natural that he has heard of the man before him. He Jiucheng was originally just a lone cultivator fighting against foreign tribes, but his absolutely powerful strength made the major forces of Blue Star covet him. Ultimately, he joined the Imperial Forest Army, where he led troops against enemies and achieved remarkable military feats. It can be said that the glory he accumulated far surpasses that of Zhao Dudu. Brother He, what brings you here today? Zhao Dudu inquired. Just passing by, He Jiucheng said nonchalantly, but I suddenly heard you discussing a promising talent, and I wanted to take a look. Zhao Dudu exchanged glances with Cheng Yaoyin, and they instantly realized that He Jiucheng was not telling the truth. How could it be such a coincidence? The only possibility for him to come to the academy is that there are spies from the Imperial Forest Army within it. Unlike other forces, the Imperial Forest Army is divided into two parts, Yin and Yang. Yin is responsible for assassination, espionage, and reconnaissance. Yang is responsible for direct confrontation. However, what puzzled Cheng Yaoyin and Zhao Dudu was why there would be spies from the Imperial Forest Army in the school. Brother He, do you also want to extend an olive branch to Cao Wei? Zhao Dudu asked with a smile. Let's see, if he truly is a remarkable talent, I would be very willing to bring him into the Imperial Forest Army, even to become his mentor. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. The three major military forces of Blue Star actually extended an olive branch to Cao Wei at the same time, which was truly enviable. Especially since He Jiucheng even declared that he would take Cao Wei as his disciple. This condition could very well be a significant stepping stone on Cao Wei's path to becoming a deity. Brother He, if it were about anything else, I would definitely defer to you, but if it's about Cao Wei, I cannot easily give him up, Zhao Dudu said. Although the Imperial Forest Army is good, its atmosphere of killing is too heavy. How could it possibly suit a child? Exactly, the Radiant Legion also advocates gradual progress, so he is still most suited for the Radiant Legion, Cheng Yaoyin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the sharp gazes of He Jiucheng and Zhao Dudu upon him. What do you want to compare with me? Cheng Yaoyin took a deep breath and said, let me make it clear, Cao Wei is going to join the Radiant Legion with me. The three of them glanced at each other and simultaneously moved closer. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Soon an astonishing energy field erupted from each of them. He Jiucheng's red energy field was the most powerful, while Cheng Yaoyin's golden energy field was the weakest. Just as the teachers hesitated whether to call the dean or an ambulance, the three suddenly erupted into a fierce. They vividly illustrated what it means to be a gentleman who uses words, not hands, in front of the teachers and students. Di Ting, who was resting behind Li Chunyang, revealed an unmistakable envy in his eyes after witnessing this. In his expectations, all this glory should have belonged to him. Cao Wei. Di Ting clenched his fists and said to himself, I will make you kneel before me and admit your mistakes. While everyone's attention was drawn to the three, Cao Wei and Shi Minyu had already successfully passed the 77th floor. I feel like I can still fight. Shi Minyu panted, Cao Wei, you are really tough. You are tougher than I am. Cao Wei, dry and parched, sat on the ground and gave Shi Minyu a thumbs up. He had already expended too much energy in that last battle. The two of them tacitly summoned the recovery formation and the fountain of vitality, quickly recovering themselves to their most powerful state. At this time, both of them had reached the peak of the first transformation. The improvements from the trial tower for each of them were tremendous. When the fountain of vitality disappeared, Cao Wei and Shi Minyu nodded at each other and stepped back into the dimensional gate. The 78th floor. A Sharpie teacher pointed at the big screen and shouted his expression as if he had won the lottery. The teachers and students all witnessed history with their own eyes. The record that had stood for years has been broken this time, Zhao Dudu said. It's not even an hour yet. Their speed is truly astounding. Cheng Yaoyin said. So how long does it usually take per floor? He Jiuchong asked after a moment of silence helplessly. Cheng Yaoyin looked at He Jiuchong in confusion. His background is different from ours, Zhao Dudu explained for He Jiuchong, so he probably has never entered the trial tower. I see. Cheng Yaoyin suddenly realized. When I cleared the 50th floor, it took me at least an hour. Zhao Dudu answered He Jiuchong's question. At the 70th floor, I didn't even dare to imagine it. A talented individual, oh, I am very satisfied. He Jiuchong forced a dry laugh. This smile was somewhat eerie. What use is your satisfaction? Cheng Yaoyin said, he is still not your disciple. You are so arrogant. He Jiuchong gritted his teeth. All right, let's not argue anymore, Zhao Dudu said helplessly. We are all respectable individuals. Of course, except for this teacher Cheng. So what do you mean by that? Cheng Yaoyin said with an unhappy expression. However, Zhao Dudu was indeed speaking the truth. Ultimately, the choice is in Cao Wei's hands. No matter how fiercely we argue, it won't matter. Zhao Dudu said, why don't we take a moment to rest, and after he comes out, let him make the decision. Sounds good. Cheng Yaoyin nodded in agreement. Thus the three of them sat in the most conspicuous spot outside the trial tower, sipping tea and chatting, waiting for Cao Wei to emerge. A few hours later, Cao Wei and Shi Minyu had already reached the 80th floor. Everyone, including He Jiuchong, Zhao Dudu, and Cheng Yaoyin, was stunned. Even Di Ting felt his blood boiling. He was eager to know just how far Cao Wei could go. Cao Wei and Shi Minyu stepped into the 80th floor, and now they felt that their fighting spirit was somewhat numb. Upon entering the 80th floor, the two were shocked by the sight before them. What is going on? Shi Minyu's hair stood on end, and the tremor in his voice was hard to conceal. What appeared before them was an endless sea of corpses. The term blood flows like rivers is not at all excessive in this environment. Cao Wei looked around and felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. That's right. In Cao Wei's understanding, there is only one person capable of achieving this level. Not a human, but a lingering undead. That is his nemesis, Duwa, whom he encountered in the trial grounds. From now on, you need to be mentally prepared. Cao Wei drew his sword and warned Shi Minyu. I fear that things have indeed become serious. Your nemesis? Shi Minyu asked hurriedly upon seeing Cao Wei's grave expression. Exactly, Cao Wei nodded. Oh, a human. A mocking hoarse voice came from behind the two. Long time no see. Cao Wei and Shi Minyu turned around and found a skeletal warrior sitting on a blood-soaked throne, excitedly licking a skull. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to kill you, Cao Wei said coldly, raising the Longming Suhan sword. You truly are a lingering soul. You have offended the realm of the undead all by yourself, Dua said. Do you really think you can escape? I never intended to flee. Cao Wei said coldly, what I intend is to kill you all. Good, you have guts, Dua cackled. Then shall we begin? As his words fell, Cao Wei and Shi Minyu instantly soared into the air. The six-winged angel materialized behind Shi Minyu, and Dua's soul fire flickered ominously before casting a resentful glance at Shi Minyu. Soul shock. Buzz. Shi Minyu's body suddenly plummeted from midair like a kite. With a Dua dispatched Shi Minyu with a single strike, quickly drawing a large sword to slash at Cao Wei. The two weapons clashed, and Cao Wei felt a tremendous force surge through his arm. You disappoint me a bit. Dua's soul fire flickered twice before he lunged forward, forcing Cao Wei to retreat. Stop boasting. Cao Wei shouted lowly as the Qixing sword suddenly activated. The Longming Suhan sword emitted a dazzling light, hitting Dua multiple times in just 1 second. After a round of clashes, neither side gained much advantage. Cao Wei shook his slightly numb arms, secretly amazed by Dua's rapid advancement in power. Force of the gale. 12 massive wind blades formed in the air and flew towards Dua, allowing Cao Wei to rush to Shi Minyu's side. Shi Minyu's eyes were glazed over, his body trembling uncontrollably. Purification. A beam of holy light shone down on Shi Min, and his expression finally regained focus. You must not let your guard down against him, Cao Wei warned as he handed him a curry stick. Cao Wei knew that he currently lacked the territorial bonus from the Enforcer set. Therefore, if he wanted to win this time, Shi Min, you would be his last trump card. Shi Min, you nodded, the eyes of the six-winged angel opening a crack, his aura instantly strengthening. Holy Wing's edge. The six-winged angel unleashed countless golden wings, their tips sharp as crossbow bolts. Chaotic storm. Dua raised his hand, and a massive vortex appeared on the ground, sucking all the golden wings into it. But at that moment, Cao Wei had already approached Dua. New moon. He swung a white sword, aura aimed directly at Dua's head. Not enough to see. Dua roared directly, dispersing the sword aura. Let's see if this is enough. After speaking, Cao Wei suddenly activated the arcane flash. Just moments before, he had been preparing this skill and successfully deceived Dua. This beam of light erupted in a violent explosion, sending Dua flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Holy light bombardment. Cao Wei waited for this opportunity as countless holy light bullets continuously bombarded Dua. Holy spirit sword array. Shi Min, you also joined the battlefield, and swords made of condensed light elements flew towards Dua. The deafening explosions continued for half a minute before finally ceasing. The area that had just been bombarded was already in ruins, but Cao Wei and Shi Min, you did not let their guard down. They knew just how powerful their opponent was. Indeed, under their watchful eyes, a skeleton reached out from the ground. Then the nearly unscathed Dua appeared before them, humming a tune from the realm of the undead. Cao Wei and Shi Min Yu's faces changed dramatically. Although they did not expect to kill him solely with these skills, at the very least they hoped to take away half of his life. Dua mocked. Cao Wei did not respond as he pondered a strategy. Given the current situation, the only way for him to survive was to fight to the death. He still had a skill he had never used before, which was Frenzied Bones. Shi Min, cover me, I need to get close to him, Cao Wei said. All right. Shi Min, you nodded as the new round of Holy Wing's edge was already prepared. My subjects, rise again. Dua raised the long sword in his hand, and streams of black souls drifted away from the blade, entering the shattered bodies. Next, hundreds of undead controlled by Dua appeared before Cao Wei. Most were missing limbs, and some even lacked heads. Kill them. Dua pointed at Cao Wei and Shi Min Yue, and the undead immediately began to move. Damn it, do you think I don't have this trick? Cao Wei roared directly, using the sacred evolution on the snake bead he had acquired by chance. Without hesitation, he crushed the snake bead. Hiss! As the undead moved, the sound of slithering serpents emerged from the ground, and then 3 massive giant serpents broke through the surface. They raised their heads high, their sharp fangs aimed at Dua. According to the original plan, give me a chance to get close, Cao Wei said to Shi Min Yu. Understood, Shi Min Yu nodded. The two exchanged glances and charged at Dua simultaneously. Facing the enormous undead army, Cao Wei showed no fear. Wherever the Longming Suhin sword went, there were only remnants. The 3 giant serpents also joined the battle, their massive mouths seeming capable of swallowing countless stars. Before them, those undead were utterly insignificant. With the help of the giant serpents, Cao Wei and Shi Min Yu finally managed to get close to Dua. The 3 let out roars and howls, their weapons clashing incessantly. Necromancer's judgment. Dua drew an arm and made a hand seal as a massive scythe suddenly descended upon Cao Wei's head. Divine Coffin. Shi Min Yu was quick, and the Divine Coffin protected Cao Wei before the damage arrived. The collision of the black scythe and the silver coffin released immense energy, twisting the surrounding space. After a single strike, the indestructible Divine Coffin even showed cracks. Cao Wei emerged from the Divine Coffin, still feeling somewhat shaken. Had it not been for Shi Min Yu's protection, he felt that this scythe could have killed him instantly. At this moment, facing Dua, Cao Wei finally felt a deep sense of helplessness. But it was clear that now was not the time for him to back down. Is your power merely this? Dua snorted coldly, raising his weapon. Then face your fate. Dua took the initiative to attack, overwhelming Cao Wei and Shi Min Yu with his prowess. His combat skills were so refined that Cao Wei and Shi Min Yu appeared as mere novices in his presence. The two retreated step by step. Although Cao Wei was constantly searching for an opportunity, he saw no hope in the immediate future. As Dua's weapon clashed with Cao Wei's once more, he swiftly freed his other hand and struck Cao Wei in the chest. Cao Wei felt as if his heart skipped a beat, and by the time he reacted, he was already lying on the ground. He coughed violently twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Cao Wei quickly consumed a recovery curry stick, his bodis functions rapidly mending. During this time, Shi Min Yu was desperately trying to slow down Dua's advance. He also bore several wounds, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet he stood like a wall guarding in front of Cao Wei. Breath of the Holy Sword. Shi Min Yu's cross star sword glowed brightly, and then he suddenly swung it forward. The sword energy arced towards Dua, who swiftly summoned a shield. However, to his surprise, this sword energy directly pierced through the shield and struck him squarely. 2 of Dua's ribs were severed, and had it not been for the strong defensive gear he wore, he might have been cleaved in half by the sword energy. A smirk appeared at the corners of Shi Menyu's mouth. The breath of the holy sword was his only B-level skill capable of ignoring all defensive abilities. Dua suffered a setback, the flames of his soul flickering more violently as Shi Menyu sensed his fury. Human, the aura you emit is utterly repulsive to me. Dua said, I originally planned to deal with Cao Wei before turning to you, but it seems you are rather impatient. With that, he raised his long sword above his head and swung it down fiercely. The ground shattered instantly, and skeletal remains crawled up from beneath. Six-winged angel, exorcise and dispel the darkness. Shi Menyu murmured, and as the wings of the six-winged angel shimmered with holy light, all the skeletal remains turned to ashes as they neared him. Dua hadn't anticipated such a scene. He examined Shi Menyu seriously, who was now standing. The skeletal remains on the ground continued to surge forth, yet they did not slow Shi Menyu's pace in the slightest. Cao Wei had also struggled to stand the vitality spring beneath his feet, having replenished a significant amount of his soul power, now nearly running dry. Eternal Night Realm. Dua hurled a ball of purple-black smoke at Cao Wei, who was about to dodge, but Shi Menyu had already activated the god's coffin once more. In an instant, as the god's coffin appeared, Shi Menyu lost all protection. You fell for my trick. Dua taunted, my target was you all along. Shi Menyu's heart sank. The smoke swirled around Cao Wei and struck him in the back. A bone-chilling cold instantly engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly weakened. Experience the fear of death in your dreams, Dua said as he turned to the now revealed Cao Wei from the god's coffin. Now it's just the two of us left. Do you have any allies left? Experience the fear of death in your dreams, Dua said as he turned to the now revealed Cao Wei from the god's coffin. Now it's just the two. Ever since he acquired the talent for holy evolution, his rate of growth had indeed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even prestigious families could only watch from behind. However, when he faced Dua once more, he realized that his growth was still far from sufficient. Yet he still resolutely approached Dua. This was something he had to confront. Shi Menyu was still in peril, and he absolutely could not flee the scene. Come on, come on. Cao Wei flashed beside Dua and unleashed the seven-star sword again. This time, Dua had already found a means of defense. His long sword twirled deftly, successfully blocking all of Cao Wei's attacks. Gale Force. Cao Wei struck Dua's leg bone with his sword, and countless massive wind blades surged towards Dua's head. Elements Retreat. Dua raised his hand, a colorful light radiating from the rings on his arm, and a semi-transparent barrier appeared before him, causing the wind blades to dissipate upon contact. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them, Dua cackled. You must finally be experiencing the feeling of being at the end of your rope, right? My mental fortitude isn't so weak, Cao Wei replied breathlessly. Moreover, this is the trial tower. Even if you kill me, I will not die. You are too naive, Dua said cruelly. I will let you experience endless suffering, so that even if you escape the trial tower, you will go mad. At that point, you will die on your own. Dua continued, I excel in such torturous methods. Then come. Dua's soul flames flickered, clearly provoked by Cao Wei. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Cao Wei's mouth. Finally breached your defenses. As Dua approached Cao Wei, he directly unleashed the blinding field and water element domain. Before Dua could strike Cao Wei, he realized something was amiss. He had actually fallen for such a simple trap. Frenzied Bones. Cao Wei ultimately released this skill, his combat power leaping to a new level. In the blinding field, his attacks landed consistently, while Dua seemed disoriented. In the final second, Cao Wei poured all available offensive skills into his attack. Whether he could eliminate Dua depended on this moment. However, to his despair, although Dua's bones lay shattered on the ground, he still stood firm. Just moments ago, Cao Wei had felt his soul flames almost extinguish. But that slight margin made Cao Wei realize that a comeback was hopeless. A second later, an overwhelming feeling of fatigue enveloped his body, causing a significant drop in all his attributes. Dua finally located Cao Wei's position, stabbing him in the abdomen with his sword. Subsequently, Cao Wei's soul power was entirely depleted, and both domains vanished. Though Dua appeared utterly disheveled, he still had fighting capability. Despairing, Dua's hollow eye sockets met Cao Wei's gaze. I had planned to torment you thoroughly, but suddenly changed my mind. Now are you starting to doubt yourself? Seeing that Cao Wei remained silent, Dua casually uttered a sentence. Upon hearing it, Cao Wei was in fact, both times you encountered were my avatars. Dua kicked Cao Wei's weapon aside. Guess how much strength each avatar inherits from my true self? 5 times. Cao Wei said through gritted teeth. You think too little of me, Dua replied. To tell you the truth, it's probably about 1% of my strength. Are you lying to me? Cao Wei spoke coldly. I wouldn't stoop to lying to a garbage like you. Dua kicked Cao Wei hard in the abdomen, and he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach as a sour liquid uncontrollably surged from his mouth. Then why were you able to enter the trial tower? Cao Wei struggled to ask. That's a secret, Dua said with a smile. Maybe next time you encounter me, I'll tell you. How does it feel to fall from your pedestal? Dua taunted. I can sense that you are a man with a strong sense of pride. Before Cao Wei could respond, Du Hua stepped on his face. So dealing with someone like you requires this kind of method. Open your humble eyes and see clearly there are many who are stronger than you. You are merely a clown, nothing more. Cao Wei was ruthlessly mocked by Du Hua, and the last shred of direction in his heart was completely shattered. His eyes dimmed, as if his very soul had been drained. You were never a genius, Du Hua laughed. You might have had a bit of luck, but what good is that? In the face of absolute strength, what can your talent and so-called luck do for you? Du Hua drew his long sword and stabbed Cao Wei's body again. Cao Wei gritted his teeth, not letting out a single scream. After torturing Cao Wei for a while, Du Hua grew bored and turned to look in the direction of Xi Mingyue. I am your enemy. He is not. Cao Wei clung to his leg. If you have any grievances, come at me. You are quite strange. When you want to kill an ant, do you consider whether that ant is innocent? Du Hua kicked Cao Wei, yet this time Cao Wei still struggled to get up. He didn't know where he found the strength, even though his abdomen was bleeding. Cao Wei tackled Du Hua to the ground, rolling on the floor, and using the last of his soul energy to cast the purification spell on Xi Mingyue. Xi Mingyue instantly woke up, but what awaited him was a scythe accompanied by a strong aura of death. Cao Wei, last time you impressed me, but this time you really let me down. You are just an ordinary person. Let me tell you something else, Du Hua said blandly. I have been here for a day already. After saying this, Du Hua swung the scythe down violently. Cao Wei and Xi Mingyue died in an instant. Du Hua revealed a terrifying smile, muttering to himself. Cao Wei, I really wonder where you will go after this incident. Will you choose to fall further or quickly enhance your strength to challenge me again? After finishing, Du Hua also crossed the dimensional gate and continued to the higher levels of the trial tower. As long as he wanted, he could completely break through the last layer of the trial tower. Just as he stepped into the dimensional gate, Xi Mingyue and the deeply unconscious Cao Wei appeared outside the trial tower. As soon as they appeared, a crowd surrounded them, expressing their congratulations. Di Ting, however, saw that Cao Wei, who had bet against him, was already unconscious. I didn't expect this Cao Wei to be just average, someone remarked. Yeah, I thought he was strong, but it turns out he was relying on Xi Minyue's support. No wonder, he really is an experienced baby. I thought the matter regarding the Yunhai secret realm was false. Various comments flooded in while Xi Mingyue looked helpless. Cheng Yaoyin and others also gathered around Xi Mingyue, expressing their concern. At this moment, Governor Zhao stepped forward, patting his shoulder and asking, You successfully broke the record of the trial tower this time. I can apply to the Day Bright Guard to let you join. Do you have any objections? Well, to be honest, it's impossible for me alone to break the record. It was Cao Wei who was the main force. Xi Mingyue scratched his head awkwardly. At this point, don't be modest, Li Chunyuan stepped forward. Everyone can see that you still have plenty of energy, while Cao Wei in this state, who knows how long he will be unconscious. Xi Mingyue felt a bit awkward, but still insisted on his statement. Cheng Yaoyin and He Jiuchong exchanged glances, realizing that Cao Wei's condition was very poor, likely due to a fierce battle. Especially He Jiuchong, who had extensive battlefield experience, could tell at a glance that Cao Wei was not as inadequate as everyone claimed. He was misunderstood once before, Cheng Yaoyin whispered. This time he will definitely be regarded as a true experienced baby. No worries, true heroes are not easily defeated by such comments, He Jiuchong said. I am increasingly looking. Among the three present, only Governor Zhao extended an olive branch to Xi Mingyue. Perhaps it was because he did not particularly like Cao Wei. Xi Mingyue was not used to this feeling, so he could only say to Cheng Yaoyin, Teacher Cheng, everything I said just now was the truth. I encountered powerful undead warriors, and he reached the 80th level in just one day, waiting there for Cao Wei. I fainted at the last moment of the battle, and it was Cao Wei who desperately protected me, allowing me to come out unscathed. Xi Mingyue continued while He Jiuchong and Cheng Yaoyin exchanged looks, both feeling that the situation was somewhat dire. The undead world and Blue Star had always been irreconcilable, yet their younger generation had such powerful enemies. It can be said that if they did not take the time to eliminate them once he grew stronger, he would surely become a disaster for Blue Star. They wanted to learn more, but Xi Mingyue was somewhat vague. He only knew this much. Although he had finished speaking, those surrounding him still unanimously believed that he was the one who successfully broke the record with Cao Wei. Even though what Xi Mingyue said was very truthful, no one was willing to believe that a person without a significant background could be so formidable. People were more willing to believe that someone from a prestigious noble family, righteous and brave, should be the one most worthy of admiration. They all believed that even if Xi Mingyue did not bring Cao Wei, he could still successfully break through the 80th level with anyone present. Compared to him, Cao Wei was simply a joke. Hearing the various comments, Xi Minyue's expression darkened. To be honest, he despised this situation. After all, this glory did not belong to him. Xi Minyu broke free from the crowd and left the academy carrying the unconscious Cao Wei. The next day, Cao Wei barely opened his eyes. The first thing that met his gaze was the pallid ceiling, and a faint scent of formalin drifted into his nostrils. He had been admitted to a hospital. Although many soul-powered practitioners now possessed the ability to heal injuries, hospitals remained indispensable institutions. they still served mostly ordinary people without special abilities. Cao Wei hurriedly tried to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. Instinctively, the terrifying image of Du Hua surfaced in his mind, and his body shuddered uncontrollably. I cannot be defeated by him, Cao Wei told himself through gritted teeth. After enduring that battle, he became ever more aware that he must seize every moment to strengthen himself. He clenched his fist. Du's true form will one day be vanquished by me, Cao Wei thought. As he dwelt on that, the ward door opened, and Shimin Yu entered expressionlessly. He set a huge basket of fruit beside Cao Wei filled with exotic fruits Cao Wei had never seen before. After a brief greeting, Cao Wei realized his whole body ached. These are fruits from my estate. They will help with your recovery, Shimin Yu said. The doctor says you were merely exhausted and overfatigued. Your body is fine, but you Thanks, Cao Wei said. Shimin Yu tossed him a fruit, and then recounted what had happened after they emerged from the trial. Cao Wei fell silent at the account. I truly did not mean to steal your credit, Shimin Yu shrugged. But even after I explained, they refused to believe me. That's natural, Cao Wei replied calmly. If I were them, I would not believe a student from an ordinary family could break the trial tower's record. Do you not feel resentfully? Shimin Yu asked. Why would I? If they deem it your glory, so be it. I have no taste for the spotlight and adulation. They discussed Du Hua for a while, when teacher Cheng Yaoyin pushed the door open. Shimin, you're here too. Cheng Yaoyin ambled over to the fruit basket and plucked the most precious-looking fruit. Teacher Cheng, that fire pan peach. Shimin Yu began, then hesitated. I am your teacher. Taking a fruit is only natural, Cheng Yaoyin said. Besides, your family certainly does not lack such things. Under Shimin Yu's gaze, he swallowed the fire pan peach in a few quick bites. Immediately afterward, Cheng Yaoyin felt an aching itch in his nasal passages. He instinctively touched his nose and discovered the bleeding would not stop. This? Cheng Yaoyin turned pale. I was just about to say this fire pan peach is too tonic, your body may not be able to handle it. No matter, Cheng Yaoyin said. With my vigorous constitution, a little bleeding is nothing, as he wiped the blood away. At that moment, a shapely young nurse entered the ward to inquire about Cao Wei's condition. As luck would have it, Cheng Yaoyin glanced at her, and his nosebleed burst forth again. The nurse, shocked by Cheng Yaoyin's lecherous expression, shrieked and fled the room, cheeks aflush. It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Cheng Yaoyin hurriedly tried to explain, but by the time he stepped out to find her, the nurse had already vanished. It's your fault, I couldn't clear my name even if I jumped into Taiping Lake now, he sighed. Cao Wei and Shimin Yu stifled their laughter. The whole fiasco was really the result of his own gluttony. Teacher Cheng, you didn't come just to mooch fruit, did you? Cao Wei asked. Of course not. Cheng Yaoyin pinched his nostrils with a tissue, his voice altered. I came on serious business to speak with you. After saying this, he glanced at Shimin Yu. Shimin Yu understood what that meant. He shrugged, turned, and stepped out of the ward, gently closing the door. Actually, there are two important matters I need to tell you. Teacher Cheng said solemnly. Cao Wei rarely saw him so serious and felt uneasy. The first is that both the Yulin Army and the Huiyao Legion have sent you invitations. Cheng Yaoyin continued. Originally, the Zhouming garrison also sent an invitation, but Governor Zhao isn't very sharp. He thinks Shimin Yu is the main force, so he went to invite Shimin Yu instead. It really is Shimin Yu, Cao Wei said expressionlessly. You can fool others, but not us. Cheng Yaoyin said, I've seen your strength with my own eyes. I want to tell you that this is your opportunity. Seize it well, and your future development will surpass your imagination. I've already spoken with my contacts in the Huiyao Legion. They said that as long as you can successfully reach the 3rd level and complete the tasks they assign, you'll be able to join. As for the Yulin Army, I don't know the specifics, but their tests may be more demanding. Cao Wei pondered for a moment, and then said, I will consider it carefully. Teacher Cheng, what is the second matter? The second matter is that I promised a duel with Di Ting on your behalf. The original plan was for the 3rd day after you left the trial tower, but seeing your state yesterday, I postponed it by 2 days. What? Cao Wei jolted. It was true he had wagered with Di Ting in the trial tower, but the prospect of fighting Di Ting made him reluctant. After all, if he truly beat Di Ting, how bitterly Di Ting might resent him. Can I not participate? Cao Wei, of course. No, Cheng Yaoyin replied with righteous authority. You must understand the duel between you and Di Ting is not just about the two of you, but it concerns the honor of the class. Cao Wei continued. Yes, so whatever happens, you must give it your all. Very well. Cao Wei wanted to protest further, but seeing Cheng Yaoyin on the verge of losing his temper, he reluctantly agreed. That's the right spirit. Cheng Yaoyin patted Cao Wei's shoulder so heartily his recovering body seemed about to scatter. Now get some rest. All of Class F3 will be cheering you on. Cheng Yaoyin gave a lecherous grin. I know you will win, won't you? Cheng Yaoyin finished speaking and turned to leave the hospital room. Cao Wei wore a worried expression. However, he had exerted himself too much, and this worry did not last long before it was dispersed by drowsiness. Thus, after 2 days of muddling through, Cao Wei's body had finally recovered to a considerable extent. He packed his things and went to the hospital counter to check out. Room A16, Cao Wei. Sir, someone has already settled your bill during your hospitalization. the nurse. Moreover, he also upgraded you to the hospital's VVIP status. What is that? Cao Wei asked. It means that for the next 6 years you won't have to pay any fees when you come to the hospital, and you will receive better treatment. The nurse replied. Cao Wei found it both amusing and frustrating. Clearly this was the style of Shi Menyue, the young master of the Shi Min family. However, he couldn't afford the cost of being a VVIP in the hospital for 6 years. While Cao Wei was criticizing Shi Menyue, he arrived at school and headed straight for the training ground. Indeed, as soon as he entered the academy, he began to hear various versions of rumors. It is said that Cao Wei, in order to gain benefits, not only seduced several young ladies from prestigious families, but even seduced the young master of the Shi Min family. Ew, that's disgusting. I knew his strength was lacking. Just look at him, he has the appearance of a pretty boy. But people actually like this sort of thing. Otherwise, how could Cao Wei find opportunities to insert himself, even earning the title of record breaker in the trial tower? Cao Wei, although he had prepared himself psychologically, still couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing this. This was too absurd. It was one thing for such information to spread, but it was even more ridiculous that so many people believed it. Rumors are easily spread, but debunking them requires great effort, Cao Wei sighed. He ignored the comments and practiced his combat skills in the trial ground. 2 days quickly passed, and Cao Wei returned home exhausted with various scenarios of battles rehearsing in it. Meanwhile, in a courtyard on the other side of the city, Di Ting was breathing deeply, trying to stabilize his state. After several days of observation, Di Ting increasingly felt that Cao Wei's strength was nothing extraordinary. He had been training in the training room for days, clearly lacking confidence. Just as he was about to leave, a figure appeared silently beside him. Who are you? Di Ting said cautiously. This is the estate of the Di family. I advise you not to act recklessly, or you might not survive even a few encounters. It doesn't matter who I am, the mysterious man said. What matters is why I am here. Go on, tell me. Di Ting quietly gripped 2 summoning beads in his hand. If the mysterious person made any suspicious move, he would unleash the 2 powerful summoned beasts to tear him apart. I heard that you are going to have a duel tomorrow, and it seems the person you are dueling against is quite strong, the mysterious man said. That's ridiculous. He could never defeat me, Di Ting said confidently. But you should always consider unexpected factors like what forbidden methods he might use to enhance his strength, the mysterious man replied. What do you mean? Di Ting squinted, gradually becoming interested in the mysterious man's words. I know this match may concern your dignity in school. As a descendant of the Di family, if you were defeated by an ordinary person, it would be utterly shameful. The mysterious man took out a box from his pocket. So I think you might need this. What is it? Di Ting asked. This item is called the Essence Spirit Pill. It can significantly enhance your strength in a short time, the mysterious man introduced. With this, I believe you will have 100% certainty of defeating your opponent. Is it really that miraculous? Di Ting questioned. After all, if such a thing existed, Governor Zhao should have. This item was only recently developed, and it does have side effects. After using it, your strength will greatly increase for 3 hours, but once the effect wears off, you will enter a weak state, the mysterious man explained. After he finished speaking, Di Ting fell into silence. He did not refuse the mysterious man, but he did not agree either. There is only one opportunity, the mysterious man said. I have one last question, Di Ting said. Why are you giving me this? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, the mysterious man replied. After all, I also dislike Cao Wei very much. What do you want? Di Ting asked. Money or resources, eh? I just want you to defeat him, the mysterious man said, and in an instant he vanished. A cool breeze swept through the courtyard as if nothing had happened. Di Ting looked around, then stored the Essence Spirit Pill in his spatial ring. With this item, isn't it easy to defeat Cao Wei, eh? Di Ting laughed heartily in satisfaction, and then returned to his room. Meanwhile, not far away in the courtyard, the mysterious man also let out a deep laugh. He never expected that his plan would go so smoothly. A big fish was already hooked. Early the next morning, many students arrived early at the stands. Cao Wei had just recently won a spot for Class F3 to enter the trial tower here, so he felt quite familiar with this place. Not only the students, but also many teachers, school leaders, and even high-ranking officials from the city came to watch this duel. Cao Wei walked steadily onto the combat stage, and Di Ting also arrived with him. However, the aura he exuded today was much stronger than before. What? Di Ting's aura. Could it be that he has broken through to the 3rd transformation? Achieving the 3rd transformation at such a young age. Truly a prodigy. Given the current situation, we can unilaterally declare Cao Wei the loser, the crowd exclaimed. Cao Wei's mouth twitched as he glanced around at the faces of the crowd, instinctively clenching his fists. Today he would prove himself to everyone here. Go Cao Wei! Go Cao Wei! Amidst the many voices supporting Di Ting, the classmates from Class F3 cheered for Cao Wei with all their might. The students from Class F2 looked at each other and also began to cheer for Cao Wei. Not to mention just the fact that a low-ranking individual like Cao Wei could calmly accept the challenge from the academy's top student made them feel an endless sense of admiration. Cao Wei waved to everyone, and then adjusted his state. Di Ting drew out 2 light green daggers. His profession was wind assassin. Cao Wei also unsheathed the Longming soul-returning sword, pointing the blade at Di Ting. Are you all ready? Let the battle begin. As the referee finished speaking, both individuals raised their hands and charged towards each other. The dagger and the longsword clashed, each releasing a terrifying aura. Could it be that Di Ting has already broken through to the 3rd transition? It can't be wrong. I never expected his speed of improvement to be so astonishing. 7-star sword. Cao Wei's longsword surged with overwhelming might, unleashing 7 attacks in an instant. Di Ting stepped back, his figure becoming momentarily blurred. He effortlessly parried all of Cao Wei's attacks. Then he swiftly appeared behind Cao Wei, the dagger aimed like a venomous fang at his back. Cao Wei quickened both hands, and I used a blink to create distance between them. With a wave of his hand, several massive wind blades bombarded in Di Ting's direction. Di Ting scoffed lightly twice, then unexpectedly unleashed a move identical to Cao Wei's, showing off in front of experts. The wind blades exploded consecutively, creating shockwaves that enveloped the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, the 2 weapons had clashed dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Witnessing such an intense battle, those who had previously mocked Cao Wei felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, if Cao Wei lacked any ability, how could he handle a 3rd transition expert so effortlessly? As their attacks collided time and again, Cao Wei vaguely sensed that although he had indeed reached the 3rd transition, his strength felt somewhat hollow. The 2 stared each other down for a moment, and then to the astonishment of the onlookers, Di Ting gradually began. Although his last 2 attacks had landed, Cao Wei's health and defense were both formidable. He had yet to pose a threat to Cao. What troubled him most was that he had been seeking an opportunity to close in on Cao Wei, but no matter from which angle he attacked, Cao Wei remained unfazed. All of this was the result of Cao Wei's training over the past few days, where he had learned how to parry attacks from various angles. Thunder Dragon Flash. Cao Wei once again distanced himself from Di Ting as the thunder element transformed into a raging thunder dragon, roaring as it lunged at Di Ting. Di Ting summoned a shield, but as the thunder dragon struck it, it suddenly vanished. Now let's see how you defend it. As Cao Wei spoke, countless holy light orbs began to gather in the sky. Holy light bombardment. Under Cao Wei's control, the orbs began to rain down upon Di Ting. Seeing such an overwhelming attack, Di Ting felt a twinge of fear. He used the same trick again, becoming blurry as the holy light orbs failed to inflict any damage. However, what he did not expect was that the holy light bombardment lasted far longer than he anticipated. Di Ting's invincible state only lasted 3 seconds before he was bombarded senseless by the remaining holy light orbs. Cao Wei swiftly appeared by his side, activating the blinding domain and water element domain. In a state of near blindness, Di Ting was bombarded by continuous attacks from Cao Wei. Though he exhausted all means to block Cao Wei's damage, it wasn't long before the last remnants of his health were ground. As the blinding domain dissipated, only Cao Wei remained on the battlefield. With a flash of light, Di Ting was unceremoniously teleported away, looking utterly disheveled. The audience in the stands erupted in chaos. What just happened? Cao Wei won. He defeated Di Ting so easily. I didn't even get to enjoy the fight. Oh, why did it end so soon? If I'm not mistaken, Cao Wei is a priest. A priest actually took out an assassin. What an incredible sight. They seemed unable to believe that Cao Wei could so effortlessly defeat a 3rd transition Di Ting in just a few minutes, while Cao Wei had only recently surpassed the 1st transition. The students of Class F began to cheer, and after a moment of silence, others also congratulated Cao Wei. Teacher Li, I apologize for any offense. Shi Minyu wore a smug smile, unable to hide her pride. If I shouldn't have accepted your challenge in the first place. Li Chunyang sighed. I can't believe I fell into your trap. So shall I apologize to you? Cheng Yaoyin asked with a smile. Li Chunyang, exasperated, pointed at Cheng Yaoyin, having never encountered such a teacher before. Di Ting looked bewildered, still unable to accept the fact that he had been so easily defeated by Cao Wei. Various painful emotions intertwined in his heart. He felt an endless pain coursing through his body, unable to suppress a pained scream. Look, a student noticed something wrong with Di Ting. How could this happen? Li Chunyang was similarly taken aback as he noticed that Di Ting's skin was covered in dark purple veins and blood flowed from his 7 orifices, looking like a devil from hell. Everyone looked at Di Ting in astonishment. He took several deep breaths before collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. Zhao Dudu and others rushed to his side, perplexed as to why this would happen to Di Ting. Could he have been possessed by some evil spirit? Li Chunyang speculated. That shouldn't be. After all, he is a member of the Di family, and ordinary malevolent forces cannot invade. As Zhao Dudu spoke, he ordered someone to find a doctor. Seeing the commotion, He Jiuchong crouched beside Di Ting, observing him carefully for a moment before standing up with a sigh. He, brother, have you discovered something? Zhao Dudu quickly asked. Di Ting had grown up before his eyes, and he could not bear to see him in trouble. This is not an ordinary matter, He Jiuchong said solemnly. There have been cases like this in the military before you, I remember it clearly. What caused it? Cheng Yaoyin asked, puzzled. He took a certain drug, He Jiucheng replied. It's a strictly prohibited substance that can temporarily enhance his combat power, but has considerable side effects. You mean? Zhao Duda's expression darkened. Di Ting took forbidden drugs before the battle. Yes, He Jiucheng nodded firmly. Zhao Duda looked at Li Chunyang, who hurriedly explained, Zhao Duda, I had nothing to do with this. I only found out this morning that he had already broken through to the third transition. This kid Di Ting is becoming increasingly disappointing. After saying this, Zhao Duda's expression darkened as he took Di Ting away. Cao Wei truly is a natural talent. He Jiucheng turned to look at Cao Wei, expressing his satisfaction. To stand against a third transition expert alone is truly frightening potential. Cheng Yaoyin remarked, but compared to me he still falls a bit short. He brother, why are you drawing your sword? I really didn't act against the wall. Not far behind them, Cao Wei stepped down from the battlefield, having successfully proven his strength through this battle. This match also laid the foundation for him to become the top student in the academy. Watching his classmates cheering around him, Cao Wei felt a mix of emotions. Cao Wei simply waved at the cheering students and calmly left. He greeted Cheng Yaoyin and happened to meet the legendary He Jiucheng. The two exchanged glances, and suddenly the fine hairs on Cao Wei's body stood on end uncontrollably. What kind of gaze was this? It was akin to that of a famished beast, yet incredibly resolute. Heroes emerge from youth. I have high hopes for you, He Jiucheng said. When you have time, I would like to have a private chat with you. No problem, Cao Wei replied calmly. I have time lately. Haha, then wait for me to finish my current tasks before coming to find you, He Jiucheng said with a smile, before quietly disappearing from everyone's sight. It seemed he was indeed quite busy. Cao Wei stretched lazily and amidst a crowd of admiring gazes made his way back to class. Upon his return, he finally felt what it meant to have a bustling door. Ciao classmate, I am Lu Jiao. This is my family's spatial ring, which can store 500 square meters of items. No need, mine can hold 5,000 square meters. Cao Wei said expressionlessly. Ciao classmate, I am Sun Wu Di. I don't have many hobbies, but I enjoy collecting skill scrolls. Currently, I have 2 grade skill scrolls. Take a look. No need, I'm not interested. Cao Wei said indifferently. Ciao classmate, hello. I am recently in need of a dual cultivation partner. What do you think? This classmate, if you've been reading too many martial arts novels, I suggest you change your taste and read something else. You're getting delusional. Cao Wei's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly said. Various people flocked into Cao Wei's class, eager to offer him something. However, to be honest, Cao Wei had no interest in these things. He understood that these individuals were merely trying to build a connection with him. After all, Cao Wei's strength was evident, and he had already caught the attention of several major factions even before leaving school. Given time, his development might surpass everyone's expectations. Rather than being unable to reach him, then it was better to lick the boots in advance. However, to everyone's dismay, Cao Wei was simply too aloof and completely uninterested in their flattery. Soon enough, they noticed Shi Minyu sitting not far from Cao Wei. In the following minutes, Shi Minyu vividly demonstrated to them what it meant to be a true wealthy person. In just a short time, the crowd faced 2 setbacks, realizing that both Cao Wei and Shi Minyu were individuals they could not curry favor with. With long faces, they left Class F3. Just as everyone thought the storm was passing, several teachers rushed into the door of Class F3. Cao Wei had some impression of a few of them. Cao Wei, you are truly a hidden talent in Class F. How about this? Come to our Class B. If our faculty can help you soar, and achieving godhood will not be a dream. You should step back a bit. The trial tower is notoriously poor in your Class B. How good can your resource? Ciao classmate, why not come to our Class D? Our faculty might not be as impressive, but I have special channels that can enhance your combat power in a short time. You can forget that. Isn't it just a ticket to the Red Dragon Canyon? You make it sound like a precious item. Ciao classmate, come to our Class C, and I will give you a grade skill scroll that definitely fits your profession. How about that? Teachers, don't you have classes to teach? Cao Wei frowned, clearly annoyed. It was one thing for students to seek him out, but even teachers coming to flatter him was unnecessary. Seeing Cao Wei's impatience, several teachers became even more eager, continuously increasing their offers, hoping to entice Cao Wei to switch classes. Just when Cao Wei felt helpless but had no way out, Cheng Yaoyin boldly walked into the classroom. He walked over to the teachers and gave their shoulders a light pat. You all have some nerve to blatantly poach my student. Upon seeing Cheng Yaoyin arrive, the teachers' expressions, after all their actions, were not very honorable. Get lost before I blow up, Cheng Yaoyin said bluntly. Otherwise, I will let you taste what true justice feels like. After saying that, he flexed his muscles dramatically. Knowing they were no match for Cheng Yaoyin, the teachers could only leave in defeat, and Cao Wei finally sighed in relief. This is the price of fame. Such incidents will happen more often in the future, Cheng Yaoyin said earnestly. However, I hope everyone in our class can have such opportunities for recognition. A few days ago, I reflected on myself and realized I had indeed neglected management. Therefore, starting today, I will conduct devilish training on you all, turning each of you into the top warriors. Although the students in Class F3 wore gloomy expressions, they still held some expectation within. No one wanted to be a useless fish, even if they were known to be the worst in Class F. They all had the heart of a hero. Now let's start. Everyone go to the training ground and clock in for an hour. As the sun began to set, the members of Class F3 continued to sweat. Some were already exhausted, but still persevered. Meanwhile, in a courtyard not far from the academy, Ting slowly opened his eyes. He felt an overwhelming fatigue. You are awake. Zhao Dudu ordered someone to place a cup of water on the bedside table and looked down at Ting. Uncle Zhao, what happened to me? Ting asked softly. Look at your own body. Zhao Dudu sighed, disappointment evident in his voice. Ting looked down at the strange patterns on his arm, momentarily at a loss for words. I won't ask how you got the forbidden drug. I know you wanted to win, Zhao Dudu said earnestly. But as a descendant of the D family, you absolutely cannot touch such perverse paths. You may not care about bringing glory to your family, but you must not bring them shame. Enough. Ting's emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Uncle Zhao, you keep calling me a descendant of the D family, but you know they don't even want to acknowledge me. Ting chuckled coldly. You keep increasing the stakes for me to join the D family, only to make me lose confidence and retreat. Things are not as you think, Zhao Dudu said seriously. You are still too young. There are many things you do not understand. However, before he could finish, Ting grabbed the hooded robe by the bed and ran away. Zhao Dudu watched Ting's back, filled with mixed emotions. Ting returned after being missing for several days, but Commander Zhao had already left home. He still needed to report back to the D family. The markings on Ting's body had considerably lightened, yet they still remained. In truth, Ting need not worry about this matter. What troubled him more was his growing desire to consume the Chui Shin Dan once again. This thought had intensified over the past few days, nearly overtaking his consciousness. Although he knew he could not be controlled by desire, his willpower weakened with the passage of time. Finally, just as he was about to go mad from the unbearable urge, that mysterious figure appeared before him once more. Do you still have any Chui Shin Dan? Ting inquired. Additionally, what have you done to me? I did nothing, the mysterious figure shrugged. You merely tasted the sweetness of it all. The mysterious figure held a Chui Shin Dan in his hand, and Ting's face immediately lit up with anticipation as his body leaned forward uncontrollably. The markings on your body are about to vanish, which indicates that you have adapted to the energy of the Chui Shin Dan, the mysterious figure stated. As long as you continue to use the Chui Shin Dan, your growth will be significantly faster than before. You lie. Ting's last shred of rationality prompted him to shout. I believed you once, yet I did not win. It is meaningless for me to lie to you. Moreover, I did not know he possessed such strength, the mysterious figure said before tossing the Chui Shin Dan aside and vanishing without further explanation. Ting gasped for breath, desperately trying to control his desire, but he found himself helplessly moving toward the Chui Shin Dan. No, I can't do this. Ting closed his eyes, stumbling back to the courtyard and locking the door behind him. With his eyes shut, his mind was a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, at another prominent family in the city, the Li family, an ominous storm was brewing. Li Jian, the head of the family, wore an anxious expression. He and his wife had grown considerably haggard over the past few days, their exhaustion stemming from the disappearance of their only son, Li Heng, who had been missing for quite a while. Although Li Jian knew that the trial grounds were extremely dangerous, he was confident that Li Heng would not perish so easily. After all, Li Heng's strength belonged to the upper echelon, and he was often surrounded by a group of followers. However, the next thing he knew, those he had sent out found Li Heng's tattered battle robe and the corpses of several of his brothers, forcing Li Jian to painfully accept the grim reality. In a fit of rage, he mobilized all his resources and finally tracked down the three most suspicious individuals responsible for Li Heng's death in the Awakening Hall. These three individuals were Si Tao Pu, the eldest son of the Si family. It was common knowledge in the city that the Si and Li families were sworn enemies, and Si Tao Pu and Li Heng had been instilled with enmity from a young age. Cao Wei, who came from humble beginnings, had previously been a lowly priest, often humiliated by Li Heng, who coveted the items left to him by Cao Wei's parents. After emerging from the trial grounds, Cao Wei's strength surged, making him quite notorious. Thus, he also had considerable suspicion cast upon him. The third one is Duan Kai. He reportedly has many followers at the academy, and the two have had several conflicts, with you intervening on 2 occasions to settle matters, making him the most suspicious. The speaker was clad in a full set of clothing, revealing only his crimson eyes, representing the standard attire of an assassin. However, on his chest was a red moon insignia. This insignia belonged to an organization known as Yao Yu. This group operates as an assassination force in major cities, with its members disguised in various professions, most of whom possess considerable strength. Of course, Yao Yu also has another identity, which is responsible for collecting and spying on intelligence, explaining why a member of Yao Yu appeared before Li Jian. You know what to do, right? Li Jian asked. Yes, but which one do you intend to kill? The assassin inquired. Kill them all. Li Jian's voice brimmed with endless fury. Now that my only son is gone, I no longer fear tearing apart our face. All right, I have noted it down, the assassin nodded. In 3 hours, specialized assassins will meet with you. If you have anything to instruct them, you may communicate directly with them. Li Jian nodded. I have collaborated with you for quite a while, you should know that. As long as you can handle the matter beautifully, money is not an issue. With that, he handed a card to the assassin. This is the deposit. I will give you the remaining amount once the job is done. Mr. Li is truly a discerning person. You need not worry, we are a professional team. After the assassin finished speaking, he slowly exited the room, gradually concealing his presence. Li Jian paced anxiously in the room, while issuing several commands to his subordinates, specifically targeting the C family. He had long been at odds with the C family, yet both sides had refrained from truly tearing apart their relationship out of mutual caution. However, Li Jian knew that the days of calm were over. Just like the dark cloud hovering above them, which still appeared calm at present, it was a harbinger of the storm. A few hours later, 3 individuals of varying appearances were brought before Li Jian. These were assassins hired by Cao Wei who held other professions in their daily lives, but once summoned their hands would be stained with blood. Li Jian negotiated with the 2 individuals, promising them 300,000 each after the job was completed. The 2 assassins were very satisfied and left to prepare for the assassination. Since the targets of this assassination were all children, they were relatively easy pickings, thus, it was considered simple. However, the man in the academy uniform did not leave. He stood still deep in thought. Do you have something to say, Oi? Li Jian asked in confusion. Mr. Li, my target this time is a student from our academy, and I know this kid Cao Wei. He is rather popular at the moment. The man spoke. What? Do you find it troublesome? Li Jian's brow furrowed. No, I mean, after all, he's still a student. The man replied. Do you care about such things? Mr. Li, you misunderstand me. You see, as a teacher who adheres to his duties, I am quite protective of these students, especially someone as gifted as the man said leisurely. It turned out that his identity beyond being an assassin was that of a teacher at the academy. Therefore, the price must go up. Li Jian was taken aback, but soon felt relieved. If you strike at the academy, you will indeed face greater risks. After all, the academy is a place full of hidden talents. Li Jian stroked his chin and said, how about this? I will pay you double the reward. All right, Mr. Li, you truly are an understanding person. The man said joyfully, turning to leave. The money is sufficient, but how can you prove that you have 100% certainty in killing Cao Wei? Li Jian inquired. Mr. Li, it said that the customer is God, so I should seriously respond to God's question. The man replied, but actually I just need to clarify one thing with you. Our organization Huan Yue is absolutely reliable. Whoever we say should die will surely be dead. No one can save him. The man walked away slowly, and after his figure disappeared, his last words lingered in me. Moreover, I am already at the mid-stage of the 4th transformation. No matter how powerful Cao Wei is, he is just a first transformation student. Li Jian looked in the direction where the man had vanished, his expression darkening. Although he had spent money, he had not received any respect. However, he could not afford to care about that anymore. A change. Li Jian gazed into the distance. On the ground of the large Li family mansion, raindrops as large as soybeans fell, and the scent of damp earth wafted through the air. Cao Wei had been busy in the training field all day, while Cheng Yaoyin was particularly strict with the other members of Class F3, but was somewhat lenient with Cao Wei and Shi Minyu. After all, he needed to give these outstanding students some space to develop. Cao Wei returned home, feeling his spatial ring vibrating intermittently. The color of the spatial ring had also turned light yellow. Huh, what's going on? Cao Wei touched the spatial ring with a puzzled expression, and an information burst through the ring into his mind. Esteemed guest, Old Man Tor's precious auction is about to begin. If you are interested, you are welcome to use the dimensional key in the spatial ring to teleport into Old Man Tor's wondrous house. Cao Wei's eyes brightened. He was currently troubled by a lack of resources, and this auction was just the perfect opportunity to solve his dilemma. While thinking, he took out the dimensional key from the spatial ring. He infused a bit of energy into the dimensional key, and as the gems above and below the key collided, a dimensional gate appeared before Cao Wei, who then entered this space. It was still the familiar scene, but today Nuomi seemed to have not appeared on time to greet him. Without that quirky little fox, he felt a bit out of place. Following his memory towards Old Man Tor's wondrous house, he caught a glimpse of Nuomi's shop, the door slightly ajar, indicating that Nuomi was likely inside. Cao Wei felt a bit curious about what this little fellow was doing, that she didn't even notice his arrival. So he tiptoed to the door of Nuomi's shop and suddenly pushed the door open. Hello, dear guest. Nuomi is feeling unwell today and is unable to serve customers. Nuomi's weak voice came from outside the counter. Cao Wei immediately realized that Nuomi was sick. He walked to the counter and found Nuomi lying on a lounge chair, her cheeks flushed. Nuomi struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing Cao Wei, hurriedly tried to sit up. Boss, it's been a while. Before she could finish her words, she slumped back down. Sorry, boss, Nuomi is sick today and probably can't help you. It won't do without you. Cao Wei cast the holy healing technique on her, and Nuomi immediately felt an astonishing energy surge into her body, sweeping away her previous discomfort, replaced by an overwhelmingly comfortable sensation. She couldn't help but let out a moan. Don't forget, boss, my profession is a priest, Cao Wei said with a smile. Once you're restored, get up quickly. There's work for you today. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Nuan saluted Cao Wei. The two of them wasted no time and quickly entered Old Man Tor's wondrous house. Cao Wei chose the familiar room 12, where he had first come. Nuan whispered a few words to the Fox Clan waiter, who immediately nodded in shock, and then brought various high-end delicacies and drinks to Cao Wei's side. Boss, the auction won't start for another half hour. We can have a hearty meal first. Nuan excitedly licked her lips, her state resembling that of a pet dog. However, seeing these delicacies, Cao Wei actually felt a bit hungry, and he didn't hold back, starting to feast heartily. Soon the auction commenced as scheduled. This time the items being auctioned by Old Man Tor were not potions he had personally crafted, but rather some rare items. Cao Wei had little interest in the first few items, and he even began to doubt the value of this auction to some extent. The next item up for auction will surely pique your interest, Old Man Tor said excitedly, as two elegantly proportioned Fox Clan maidens displayed an ancient long spear to the crowd. This item is a weapon painstakingly crafted by the dwarves named Whisper. Although this weapon can only be used once, it possesses astonishing lethality. As he finished speaking, a wave of murmurs arose among the crowd. A weapon that could only be used once, no matter how powerful, what use could it possibly have? Ladies and gentlemen, let me be direct with you. This weapon can instantly kill a master below the 5th transformation, Old Man Tor declared loudly. Even if the target possesses incredible vitality, even if their defense is stronger than a dragon tortoise, as long as this spear hits, they cannot escape their fate of death. Therefore, this Whisper is simply an essential tool for travel and self-defense. After Old Man Tor added this, those who initially had no intention of bidding suddenly became interested. Everyone has enemies to some extent, especially among those present many were fugitives. Having this piece of equipment would add a layer of insurance. Although it could only be used once, it was undoubtedly immensely valuable. The starting price is 3 million. After Old Man Tor finished speaking, people began to shout out bids, quickly soaring to 7 million, and the price showed signs of continuing to rise. It was evident that this Whisper was indeed a hot commodity. Number 12 bids 4 grade scrolls and 1 grade scroll valued at 10 million. Nuomi shouted. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing the announcement. Damn, is the big shot at number 12 splurging on scrolls again? Is his family in the scroll business? Are there really people this wealthy in the world? Last time I was almost scared into a shadow by him. How come I'm encountering him again this time? Anything he has his eyes on, he will definitely obtain. I exchanged scrolls with him last time. This time, I'll just do him a favor and not continue bidding. The auction participants who had previously encountered Cao Wei all chose to withdraw. The reason was simple. They felt that Cao Wei had far greater value than this weapon. With so many competitors suddenly gone, Cao Wei easily outbid the remaining bidders and successfully acquired the spear named Whisper. The next auction item is also of heavyweight status. I'm sure everyone will be very interested. Old Tor said mysteriously. This is armor crafted by a famous dwarf artisan called Divine Body Soft Armor. This armor possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities and also grants the wearer a special ability. Old Tor paused mysteriously, provoking dissatisfaction among the crowd. Come on, Tor, every time you drag this out, it makes me anxious. Damn, hurry up and say it, I'm really into this. Do you believe I'll bury you in gold coins? Hearing the discontent, Old Tor felt a bit embarrassed. This habit of creating suspense had followed him for many years. Although it did provoke some discontent, its true purpose was to intensify the desire within people. This armor can be attached to your current armor, preserving the original properties while adding the attributes of the Divine Body Soft Armor. Old Tor did not dare to neglect and quickly added, this means you can equip 2 pieces of armor. Is there anything more satisfying in this world? Moreover, this Divine Body Soft Armor also allows the wearer to transform into a fire giant for a period of time. It boasts high life attack power and can unleash various skills. After Old Tor finished speaking, the crowd erupted again. This equipment was simply the best of the best. It seemed that this would be the highlight of the auction. The starting price is 14 million. After Old Tor finished speaking, the crowd began to bid frantically. The price soared and was soon approaching 30 million. It seemed that everyone present was wealthy. Anyone who could casually take out 30 million to buy a piece of equipment must have a distinguished background. Boss, will you be bidding? Nuomi asked. Yes, Cao Wei replied, taking out a full bag of skill scrolls from his spatial ring. These were all scrolls he had sorted through, basically useless scrolls. This is just disposing of some waste, Cao Wei said nonchalantly. If others heard him, they would be furious. What is this called? It's called wasteful extravagance. It's called disgraceful waste. It's called the full man knows not the hungry man's hunger. All right. Nuomi quickly recovered her spirits after a brief shock and began to appraise. If it were someone else, they would probably faint upon witnessing this. But Nuomi had experienced this situation before and was now used to it. In other words, this is the standard operation of her great boss. Number 12 bids 24th grade skill scrolls plus 8 grade scrolls, valued at 40 million. Damn this. The crowd was stunned by Cao Wei's extravagant bid. This was completely relying on his wealth with no regard for rules, which normal person bids like he does. However, his actions indeed intimidated a few individuals with insufficient funds, and they dared not raise their bids again. Only a few people remained on-site, continuing to contest with Cao Wei. Increase. 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 Cao Wei tossed scroll after scroll to Nwomi, who hurriedly began calculating and continued to bid. In the end, Cao Wei unsurprisingly defeated the other bidders. He successfully obtained the divine body soft. The subsequent auction items felt trivial. Cao Wei had little interest and only participated minimally. After the auction ended, Old Tor personally delivered the items won by Cao Wei to his private box, which was, along with the equipment, came several nascent pearls. These pearls could store experience points. With this number of nascent pearls, it seemed he could directly help Cao Wei significantly enhance his strength. Mr. Cao, long time no see. Old Tor said with a smile. I originally planned to give you a 10 discount, but it seems you're not lacking in money, so I took the liberty of giving you the nascent pearls I've been collecting for a long time. Very good. Cao Wei nodded repeatedly, clearly very satisfied. Additionally, I have something to ask of you, Old Tor, Cao Wei continued. Feel free to speak. If I can do it, I will certainly do my utmost, Old Tor replied. I feel that my skills are somewhat lacking lately, so I need some equipment scrolls. Ideally, they should be for the priest profession of the light system. As for quality, A or B would be fine. Higher is also acceptable, Cao Wei said. If there are any, I will naturally keep an eye out for them. Old Tor said, however, the price. Don't worry, I can afford it, Cao Wei said confidently. All right, if I have any news, I will notify you through the ring, Old Tor said. Cao Wei nodded, bidding farewell to him and Nwomi before returning home. Looking at the 2 pieces of equipment added to his spatial ring, Cao Wei was overjoyed. Since his defeat by Du Hua last time, Cao Wei had felt he indeed lacked a means of killing or escaping. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he could have some assurance. Cao Wei used all the nascent pearls, and he instantly reached the point where he could undergo a second transition. As long as he completed the task, he would soon be a second transition student. However, Cao Wei was not in a hurry. After sanctifying the divine body soft armor and whisper, he went to sleep contentedly. The next day was still calm, everything as usual. However, Cao Wei always felt that his right eyelid was twitching nonstop. Not particularly superstitious, he didn't pay much attention to it. That evening, the teacher of class E was about to finish work when he saw a familiar figure rushing back from outside. Teacher Hu Etian, are you back to work? Yes, I need to help some students recently. The teacher known as Hu Etian replied. At this time, he was wearing the academy's standard teacher's uniform, and his narrow eyes faintly revealed a shadowy gleam. He was actually the Phantom Moon Killer who accepted Li Dian's task. Finish up early and head back. The weather has not been good lately. Hu Etian waved to the classy teacher. I have a feeling that something might happen soon. In the past few days, Hu Etian had figured out Cao Wei's daily exercise routine. To him, Cao Wei's activities were essentially a monotonous line of fixed points. Moreover, what worked to his advantage was that Cao Wei often acted alone, greatly increasing his chances of success. Soon it was time for school to end, and a large number of students hurried to head home, as most of them did not have the habit of carrying umbrellas. Cao Wei had just come out of the training ground when he noticed the leaden clouds in the sky, causing his expression to change slightly. He really hated getting caught in the rain. Cao Wei couldn't help but quicken his pace, but just as he was about to leave the school gate, someone called out to him. Cao Wei's crisis detection activated instantly, and the source of the glaring red, that was none other than this exemplary teacher. Cao, I have 2 students who are also pastors. They would like to seek some insights from you. Can you spare a little time? Let's do it another day, Cao Wei said calmly. It's going to rain soon. Where do you live? I can give you a ride home, Hu Etian hurriedly suggested. I said I don't have time today, Cao Wei replied unfazed. Besides, I wouldn't consider myself successful. It's just good luck on my part. Hu Etian frowned upon hearing this. Cao Wei was proving to be more troublesome than he had imagined. Both pastors are girls, one a lowly and the other a mature lady, Hu Etian continued. Cao Wei was about to leave when his footsteps suddenly faltered. Seeing this, Hu Etian felt a surge of joy. No matter who he was, as long as the bait was set properly, he wouldn't have to worry about him not taking the hook. Teacher, let me clarify, I'm doing this to give more pastors a chance to prove themselves. So are these 2 junior sisters appealing? I mean, do they have any specific questions? You'll find out when you come with me. Hu Etian said, a smile he couldn't hide curling at the corners of his mouth. They will be very happy to see you. Continuing, Hu Etian walked ahead while Cao Wei shifted his gaze and followed him into the alley. Once they entered the academy's alley, the surrounding scenery changed swiftly. Cao Wei glanced around and was not particularly shocked. The transformation diagram. You don't hold back, do you? He remarked leisurely. This transformation diagram is a magical tool capable of simulating various scenes. As long as one steps into the prearranged formation, they would directly enter the scene of the transformation diagram. However, this tool has rarely appeared on the market, not only because it is costly, but also because its emergence presents more possibilities for assassination. In Blue Star, the existence of assassins will never be tolerated. The employer has provided ample funds, so dealing with you will be executed beautifully. Seeing Cao Wei's calm demeanor, Hu Etian felt puzzled. Why aren't you shocked at all? Hey, don't tell me you really thought I followed you in because of your bait. I actually sensed your intentions earlier, Cao Wei replied seriously. So why didn't you run? Hu Etian was a bit confused. If I ran, you'd have more chances to strike from the shadows, and I don't have the time to play cat and mouse with you, Cao Wei said calmly. Besides, I don't like letting my enemies live too long. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yishan's expression darkened significantly. Even if he was exceptionally talented, he was still just a student below level 2. He couldn't possibly stand a chance against him. However, seeing Cao Wei's calm demeanor, Hu Etian felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Could it be that Cao Wei was hiding his true strength? It must be so, otherwise he wouldn't be so brazenly unafraid right now. Coldness flickered in Hu Yishan's eyes. Not thinking too much, he pulled out a pure spirit pill from his pocket and consumed it, instantly boosting his strength to peak level 4. Cao Wei felt an immense pressure instantly, and without hesitation launched an attack. Cao Wei had underestimated him, originally thinking this teacher was only of level 3. Little did he know he had underestimated the determination of someone who wanted to assassinate him. Holy light bombardment. The force of the gale. In the blink of an eye, countless holy light projectiles and wind blades ruthlessly struck towards Hu Etian. Cao Wei also darted to Hu Yishan's side, his sword gleaming as the 7-star sword suddenly activated. Facing the onslaught of attacks like a tidal wave, Hu Yishan's expression didn't even change. In the next second, he mysteriously vanished from his spot, and Cao Wei's attacks missed. Just as he was anxiously searching for Hu Yishan's position, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Cao Wei rolled forward, and the Longming soul-returning sword let out a furious roar. Hu Yishan's attack was about to hit, but he suddenly felt dizzy, and by the time his state was restored, Cao Wei had already escaped his attack range. Cao Wei gasped for air. If it weren't for the active skill of the Longming soul-returning sword, he might have already... When I was your age, I was not shocked at all, Hu Etian said, flashing back to Cao Wei. As Cao Wei swung his sword to strike, he felt a tremendous force radiating from his arm holding the sword. Cao Wei gritted his teeth and simultaneously activated the blindness domain and the water element domain. Hu Etian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Cao Wei was about to launch a surprise attack from behind, but Hu Etian turned around at the perfect moment, lifting his leg and sending Cao Wei flying. Cao Wei crashed hard onto the ground, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted from that blow. As an excellent assassin, sometimes one must operate in an unseen environment for assassination. So you might as well save your illusions, Hu Etian said. You needn't get up, it's not necessary. Seeing Cao Wei struggling to get up, Hu Etian quickly advised him. Everyone is quite busy, don't worry, I work fast, and you won't feel a thing. Cao Wei's expression darkened. That last hit had taken nearly half of his health. The gap between them was indeed quite significant. He couldn't help but wonder how much the person who wanted to kill him truly hated him. There's only one way left, Cao Wei said slowly, pulling out a spear named Whisper from his spatial ring. Oh. Hu Etian was somewhat surprised, and a look of greed appeared on his face. Whisper, I had the fortune of using it once before. However, I advise you to give up. Although in theory it can take down anyone below level 5, my armor has damage reduction effects, so it cannot kill me. After the Whisper was cast, Hu Etian concealed his figure. Just when Cao Wei was worried that the Whisper would fail to find its target, it suddenly changed direction, pointing straight at Cao Wei. Cao Wei was startled, instinctively bending down as the spear swept past his head in the next moment. Cao Wei gasped in cold air. If he had reacted just a fraction slower, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. He had yet to stand up when he heard a thud. Cao Wei suddenly realized that this was the sound made when a weapon pierced flesh. Having experienced hundreds of battles, he was naturally very familiar with this sound. He turned his head and saw Hu Etian striking an attacking posture, his fist blade still gathering energy in the air. Although it was within reach, he could no longer attack, because the Whisper had already pierced him with a chilling sensation. Never underestimate your opponent in battle, Cao Wei said calmly, raising a finger. Secondly, never be overly confident in your own strength. Cao Wei raised a second finger. Be more cautious in your next life, or perhaps you could survive a few more chapters. At this moment, Hu Etian, pierced through, only felt the energy within his body swiftly dissipating, causing him to stagger and kneel on the ground. Why? This weapon clearly isn't that strong, Hu Etian said unwillingly. Logically, that is indeed, but the weapons forged through my sacred evolution are far stronger than you can imagine. Cao Wei shrugged. While you are still alive, you should reveal who hired you. Cao Wei leisurely sat in front of him, snatching his fist blade away. As an exchange, I can arrange for your will to be conveyed. If you kill me, you will face endless pursuit in the future. Hu Etian spoke each word with great effort, but fortunately Cao Wei had plenty of time now. Your life will one day be taken by Yaoyue. After Hu Etian gritted his teeth and uttered this sentence, his eyes lost their luster. Just then, while Cao Wei was engaged in fierce battle with Hu Etian, Mo stepped into the academy's gate. She had heard about Cao Wei's breakthrough in the trial tower by chance at another campus, so she came today to congratulate him in person. However, she unexpectedly ran into Di Ting, who had just returned to school today. Hey Mo, long time no see. Di Ting's face was filled with smiles, looking somewhat lecherous. Long time no see. Mo frowned slightly, responding neither coldly nor warmly. What are you here for? Di Ting asked. I see it's about to rain. Shall we go grab a bite first? No need. Mo decisively rejected the invitation. I'm not here to look for you. I'm looking for Cao Wei. Do you know where he is? Upon hearing Cao Wei's name, a concealed fury appeared on Di Ting's face. Mo was not surprised by his reaction, as she had also learned about their duel and Di Ting's crushing defeat. He should have gone home by now. Di Ting whispered. After all, he has nothing to do at school. Did I come a bit too late? Mo's expression darkened slightly. This expression only fueled Di Ting's rage further. Before Cao Wei appeared, he and Mo had quite a good relationship. Moreover, as long as he smoothly joined the Di family, his relationship with the Mo family would also be considered a good match, and they should quickly have further developments. Yet all of this was disrupted by Cao Wei. Mo helplessly prepared to withdraw from school, but both she and Di Ting noticed a flash of light coming from the nearby alley. With Hu Yixin's demise, Cao Wei looked at the nearly ruined spear with some heartache. Spending tens of millions to acquire it only to use it like this was truly a pity. But soon Cao Wei could no longer afford to feel heartbroken, as the scene within the transformation diagram began to gradually loosen and disappear. If Hu Yitian, as the bearer of the transformation diagram, died, the diagram would lose its function. Cao Wei returned to the alley. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on him. This was a school where acts of murder were absolutely forbidden. Moreover, Hu Yitian was disguised as a teacher within the school. According to the laws of Blue Star, killing a teacher was a serious crime. Cao Wei felt some regret. He didn't possess any fire skills, and now he couldn't even burn the body. Oh! Just as Cao Wei was in a frantic state, a familiar scream came from behind him. It was Mo's voice. Cao Wei suddenly felt like a thorn was stuck in his back. Why did Mo suddenly appear here? Cao Wei wondered as he turned around. Indeed, Mo was right behind him, her hands covering her mouth as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Cao Wei, why? Why? Mo questioned with a trembling voice. He tried to kill me. I had no choice. Cao Wei furrowed his brows and said, it's not what you think. He is not a teacher, but a killer. Cao Wei, I didn't expect this. Di Ting appeared leisurely, taking several pictures. I always knew you were a fighter, but today I learned that not only are you a fighter, but you also like to kill. I didn't. Cao Wei immediately refuted. The truth is right behind you, Di Ting said. Do you dare say he was? Cao Wei fell silent. He continuously pondered over solutions, but helplessly discovered that aside from fleeing, he had no other options. If it were someone else discovering him, he might still have room to explain. But now one was Cao Wei's friend, and the other hated him intensely. Cao Wei was trapped in a deadlock. Actually, it's not difficult for you to escape, or I can pretend I didn't see anything. Di Ting stepped forward until he was a few steps away from Cao Wei. You kneel down, call me grandfather, and from now on, whenever you see me, you must bow respectfully to me. Di Ting said, I will consider helping you keep this secret. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Cao Wei's furious gaze. You want to threaten me with this? Cao Wei asked, tilting his head. Is this your way of balancing your own psyche? Di Ting's expression gradually darkened. Cao Wei will not change my name or my family name. Cao Wei placed his hand on his shoulder. The person I killed is indeed me, and I don't need your help to keep it a secret. After saying this, Cao Wei struck Di Ting's abdomen with a heavy punch. Di Ting only felt a sharp pain before collapsing to the ground. Cao Wei cast a complex glance at Mo as he walked past her, leaving only one sentence behind. Today either he dies or I perish. I have no other choice. Cao Wei, after finishing his conversation with Mo, walked out of the alley with a dignified demeanor and promptly explained the situation to several teachers stationed at the school gate. He repeatedly emphasized that it was Hu Yitian who attacked him first, but lacking evidence, the teachers discussed the matter for a while before saying to Cao Wei, the school currently has no authority to detain you. We have notified the guard army, and they will decide your fate going forward. While they spoke, their expressions were filled with regret. Cao Wei had just ignited a spark, but it appeared that this spark would soon be extinguished. The crime of killing a master could lead to severe penalties, including the death sentence, while a lighter sentence would still entail several decades of imprisonment. It seemed his future would be spent within the confines of a prison. Cao Wei sighed and thanked the teachers. Shortly after, several heavily armed guards from the Bureau of Security shackled him and took him away. After a while, the bewildered Cheng Yao-yin arrived at the school entrance. After inquiring about the situation from a few teachers, he frowned deeply. I know this brat Cao Wei. Although he is indeed impolite, he wouldn't go as far as to do something like this, Cheng Yao-yin said while he made his way to the alley where Hu Yitian had died. He carefully observed his surroundings and soon discovered clues. Teacher Cheng, did you find something? In just over 10 minutes, Shimin Yu also arrived at the school after receiving the news. I recognize this weapon, it's called Whispers. It can kill enemies instantly. Cheng Yao-yin pointed at the spear and said, If this weapon had not appeared, then Cao Wei would still have a glimmer of hope. So this means he had been plotting for a long time. Shiminyu rubbed her eyes. But it doesn't make sense. If he wanted to kill someone, he could have done it outside the school. I'm not sure about that, but perhaps in a couple of days I might get a chance to see him, Cheng Yaoyin said. Maybe I can ask him. All evidence is heavily against him, Shiminyu said. We need to think of a way out. Unless he has some proof that Hu Laoshi attacked him first. Cheng Yaoyin pondered. That's the only way left. As they discussed strategies, Di Ting limped out of the alley unnoticed by Cheng Yaoyin and Shiminyu. Cao Wei, trust me, no matter what, you will never leave the place where you are being held, Di Ting said with malice. The guard army and forensic team quickly arrived at the school to investigate the scene. After a brief interrogation, Cao Wei was imprisoned. All his equipment was temporarily confiscated, including his spatial ring. However, Cao Wei was still cautious and had attached his soft armor to his prison uniform. It could be considered a backup plan for himself. After all, the prison was not like the school. There were no good people here. Get in, the prison guard said, opening a cell door with a look of disdain. Cao Wei took a deep breath and slowly walked into the cell. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed deep hostility. He stretched out his arm, but found that he couldn't use any skills. The anti-magic formation in the prison was omnipresent. Aside from the prison management, no one else could use any skills. Oh, you're so young, and already here. A bearded man inquired. What's your name? What did you do? Cao Wei glanced at him, but did not answer. What a guy, is this kid deaf? The bearded man said with dissatisfaction. Zhao Si Chao Bin show him the rules. After he finished speaking, two strong men stood up and walked to Cao Wei's side. Cao Wei gave them a faint glance and remained silent. Here it's useless to act dumb, said the burly man named Zhao Si. Regardless of your background outside here, if you're a dragon, you must lie down. If you're a tiger, you must crouch. Do you understand? I'm in a bad mood, Cao Wei said as he sat on the edge of the bed, propping his forehead with his hand. Can you guys not bother me? The few people in the cell frowned in unison upon hearing him speak. A frail old man couldn't help but remind him. Young man, having spirit at a young age is good, but sometimes you need to learn to yield. Just them. Cao Wei glanced over at the bearded man and others. Do they qualify? Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. My fists are itching to move. Today let him understand why the flowers are so red. Go. The crowd chimed in, all simultaneously attacking. Seeing those fists come crashing down like a storm, Cao Wei showed no signs of panic. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, Cao Wei easily endured the first wave of attacks, while simultaneously launching his counterattack. His speed far surpassed what they expected. As soon as the bearded man saw Cao Wei rushing towards him, he hadn't even had time to dodge before Cao Wei's fist struck him hard on the chin. The bearded man felt an intense pain, as if his jaw had fractured from the blow. Then Cao Wei's fist, as large as a sandbag, came raining down on the bearded man, making him scream in agony. What are you waiting for? Come help me. The bearded man cried out in pain. Immediately afterward, Cao Wei punched him in the eye, and his eye began to swell up. Whoever dares to help will suffer worse than him, Cao Wei said coldly. I keep my word. After he spoke, the crowd immediately dared not step forward. A few minutes later, the bearded man finally conceded. I was wrong, Grandpa. I was wrong. From today onwards, the boss of this cell is you. Stop hitting or someone will die, the bearded man cried out, and only then did Cao Wei, panting heavily, stop. My name is Cao Wei, and the reason I came in here is for murder. Cao Wei looked around at everyone. I hope you won't have the chance to witness my methods. If you had said that earlier, it would have... The bearded man replied helplessly. If I had said it earlier, you wouldn't have let me go, Cao Wei said, patting his shoulder, which made the bearded man involuntarily stand up straighter. I heard that newcomers have to clean the toilets for a month and serve others with foot baths. Cao Wei lay back on the bed and said casually. Everyone exchanged glances, all wearing forced smiles. No need, you are the boss now. Then starting with that. Bearded guy, what's your name again? Cao Wei inquired. Brother Cao, my name is Yi Qing. Could you start by cleaning the toilets for a month? After saying this, Cao Wei turned over and closed his eyes. Yi Qing looked embarrassed, but thinking of Cao Wei's fierce attack just now, he could only helplessly agree. Oh right, there's also the foot baths. Cao Wei said nonchalantly. Yes, leave it to me. Oh right, there's also the laundry. I'll trouble you with that too. Yes, understood. By the way, Cao Wei issued several commands in succession, and Yi Qing complied, without daring to utter a single dissent. From the moment Cao Wei entered the cell until everyone submitted, it took less than an hour. In the span of a day, Cao Wei became familiar with everyone. Yi Qing, Zhao Si, and Xiao Bin were all imprisoned for robbery. The others faced charges of theft and extortion. These crimes were not severe, so they wouldn't be locked up for too long, but everyone expressed their sympathy for what had happened to Cao Wei. I heard the forensic doctors here are quite corrupt, Yi Qing said. Brother Cao, you'd better make some arrangements with them, otherwise if they draw any conclusions it will be hard for you to turn things around. There's nothing I can do about it now, Cao Wei replied helplessly. Everything I had has been confiscated. Do you have any wealthy or powerful enemies? Yes, and many of them, Cao Wei replied honestly. Yi Qing fell silent for a moment. Brother Cao, this is a dead end for you. I know, Cao Wei said lazily, lying on the iron-hard bed. I had made countless plans, but I never anticipated this. As night deepened, he tossed and turned on the bed. For the first time, he felt how important it was to inherit his parents' bucket attribute. In prison, most lacked any enhancements, and to dominate, he could only rely on his own attributes. Cao Wei's attributes were well-balanced with outstanding speed and strength, giving him full confidence to safely navigate through prison. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to extricate himself. Meanwhile, in the Si family mansion, someone was undergoing severe torture. "Tell me who sent you to kill my son." Si Hung, the head of the Si family, asked sternly. "I am a killer from Yaoiwa. You will definitely regret this." This assassin had not done much homework before the assassination. He didn't know that Si Hung was also a pinnacle expert of the fourth transformation. It was this oversight that led to his current predicament. "I know you, but you shouldn't have targeted my child. He is my only son." "Yaoiwa will wipe out your entire Si family," the assassin said. "I can organize a sum of money for you. Guess what they want more than money or revenge for you?" "No matter, I can guess as well." "Is it the Li family?" Si Hung asked. The assassin remained silent. "No matter, I can also think of who it might be. Is it the Li family?" Si Hung was not foolish. He had heard of recent major events and immediately thought of the Li family. Seeing the assassin shift his gaze, Si Hung knew he had guessed correctly. "Li Jian, since you initiated hostilities, don't blame me for being rude," Si Hung said before directly snapping the assassin's neck. The next morning after breakfast, Cao Wei and the others went to the playground for a brief activity. While Yi Qing and the others were chatting with Cao Wei, a scar-faced man approached them, sizing Cao Wei up from head to toe. "Who is he?" Cao Wei squinted and asked. "His name is Jin Long, a dominant figure in the prison." Xiao Bei. "Oh, it seems he doesn't come with good intentions," Cao Wei replied softly. "He has been here for quite some time, so. You are the newcomer." "No worries, I'm not one to back down either," Cao Wei said, and walked up to Jin Long. "Brother Long, what brings you here?" "I heard about a young man who made a move right after entering. It must be you," Jin Long said expressionlessly. "You're quite arrogant." "Just average," Cao Wei waved his hand dismissively. "I don't want to fight, but if someone seeks trouble with me, I will definitely not be submissive." "Then you've come to the wrong place." Jin Long began laughing, tears streaming from his eyes. As he laughed, several men of similar build gathered behind him. Yi Qing and the others grew tense, clearly having suffered losses at the hands of Jin Long and his crew before. "Give this kid a lesson, make him realize who the real boss is here," Jin Long said casually, and everyone rushed towards Cao Wei. Frowning, Cao Wei precisely dodged the taking the opportunity, Cao Wei struck back directly. His swift punches and extraordinary strength quickly subdued several opponents. After all, he had come from the battlefield, far surpassing these petty criminals. Seconds later, he sat in front of Jin Long. "Is this it?" Cao Wei tilted his head and asked. "With your caliber, you can be the boss here." Jin Long's face turned awkward. He hadn't expected his subordinates to be so weak, arrogant, and wait. Just as Jin Long was about to strike, Cao Wei called out to him. "Fighting back and forth like this is pointless. How about this? If I win, you hand over the boss position to me. If you lose, you will kneel and call me Grandpa," Cao Wei said with a mischievous smile. "Deal," Jin Long shouted angrily. "Because I won't lose." "Arrogant," Jin Long said as he charged at Cao Wei, moving so fast that he left a faint afterimage in the air. Everyone watched nervously, wondering if Cao Wei could withstand Jin Long. But in the next second, Cao Wei's punch accurately struck Jin Long's abdomen. Jin Long's punch halted just an inch from Cao Wei's face. This simple punch rendered Jin Long "I didn't intend to provoke you, but since you came looking for trouble and offered me the boss position, I'll reluctantly accept it," Cao Wei said, patting Jin Long, who was pale and retching. "Hello, boss," Jin Long said weakly. Cao Wei's simple punch seemed to contain boundless energy. "Xiao Long, I have a task for you," Cao Wei said indifferently. Just as expected, as soon as he gained power, even his Jin Long was confused, but when he saw Cao Wei's tightly clenched fist, he softened again. "Brother Cao, what do you— Find all the troublemakers in this prison and bring them to me," Cao Wei said calmly. "What do you mean?" Jin Long asked, puzzled. "To prevent them from causing trouble first," Cao Wei said cunningly. "I need to create trouble for them first." "Wait a moment," Cao Wei raised his palm. "Why do so many people not respect you? You're not cut out to be a boss." "I didn't have the chance to conquer them one by one," Jin Long admitted, sweating profusely. "Then the path you haven't completed will take over for you." Cao Wei slowly walked to the center of the playground and called out the names of several individuals who, like Jin Long, were all powerful leaders controlling their respective territories, each not to be trifled with. "Cao Wei, why is Brother Cao so tough?" Jin Long quietly asked Yi Qing beside him. "Brother Cao has mentioned before that he doesn't like being bullied," Yi Qing replied honestly. "Having such thoughts at a young age, he's not simple," Jin Long exclaimed as Cao Wei whispered a few words to several leaders of the monitoring faction, igniting a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the underlings were eager to join in, preparing to rush forward. "It's time for us to go," Jin Long cleared his throat and led the others into the fray. The chaotic battle lasted about half an hour, ultimately ending in a brutal victory for Cao Wei. However, this fight also established his dominance in the monitoring faction. During this battle, Cao Wei deeply realized that this divine body armor was truly worth its price. Without the defensive power and various enhancements provided by this equipment, he would have long been defeated. Brother Cao, you are indeed a remarkable person. Yi Qing said, his face bruised, giving Cao Wei a thumbs up. Unfortunately, the monitoring authority, while investigating the cause of the brawl, also deemed Cao Wei to be quite remarkable. Without any mercy, they took him away. Cao Wei was tightly bound to a chair while a burly prison guard with a sinister expression stared at him. You've been here for less than a day and already caused such a commotion. It seems the rumors from the outside world hold true. You really are a hero emerging from youth. You've been here for less than a day and already caused such a commotion. It seems the rumors from the outside world hold true. You really are a hero emerging from... Cao Wei looked around, his brow furrowed. The nearby guards had all been dismissed. This was indeed a good place for... You wouldn't be sent by someone to kill me, would you? No, I don't have the guts for that. The guard waved his hand, dismissed. However, your rival has indeed given me a little incentive. His intention is clear, to ensure you have a hard time in prison. Therefore, from now on, we will treat you differently, the burly guard said. Are you in charge of this place? Cao Wei inquired calmly, showing no sign of fear. I'm the captain. You could say I'm involved in all matters big and small in this prison, the guard replied. Oh, I see. What should I call you? Cao Wei squinted and asked. Tenyo, the guard answered. I'm curious, why aren't you afraid at all? Well, Cao Wei suddenly burst into laughter in this environment. Tenyo, how valuable do you think the benefits that person gave you are? Cao Wei whispered, are 2 skill scrolls worth anything? What do you mean, eh? Tenyo exclaimed in shock. I mean no harm, Cao Wei shrugged. I just wanted to ask if you want 2 top-notch E-grade scrolls. As soon as he finished speaking, Tenyo fell silent. But Cao Wei could already hear the sound of him swallowing, and he closed his eyes, knowing that the matter was already 7 parts settled. Are you really capable of producing them, or are you trying to deceive me? Tenyo questioned. You're free to not believe me, Cao Wei shrugged, but you know lying to you benefits me in no way. Where are the scrolls? Tenyo's eyes gleamed with greed. E-grade scrolls are quite valuable. People of Tenyo's status typically cannot access such items. However, not only did Cao Wei have them, but he was also offering 2 at once, which was enough to change Tenyo's attitude towards him. Don't be hasty, first tell me what you can do for me. Cao Wei smiled and said, I prefer an equivalent exchange. He already understood how to deal with someone like Tenyo. As long as he offered enough bait, Tenyo would be at his mercy. If you give me the scrolls, I can make you feel like this isn't a prison, Tenyo said. I can give you everything you desire. However, don't think about escaping. The guards here are experts at the peak of the 3rd transition. You can't even use your skills, so you have no chance whatsoever. I'm not even inclined to escape, Cao Wei said. Mr. Ten, I hope you keep your promises. Of course, just tell me where the scrolls are first. Tenyo was practically drooling. At the Ether Cafe on 6th Street, ask a blonde waitress for a bottle of vodka and tell her to warm it up. Then she will give you what you want. Cao Wei said. What about the second one? Tenyo continued to ask. As for the second one, Cao Wei tilted his head. I'll tell you after you do something that satisfies me. Tenyo's expression shifted slightly, but he soon smiled. You're quite clever. If you satisfy me, I'll consider giving you a few more. Cao Wei said, now I want a single room with a softer mattress. I'll definitely make sure you're satisfied tomorrow. After Tenyo finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered the other guards to take Cao Wei out of the interrogation room and rushed out to the place Cao Wei mentioned. Upon returning to the cell, Cao Wei was approached by Yi Qing and the others, who inquired with concern if he had been persecuted. After all, some among them had suffered at the hands of the guards. Of course I'm fine, Cao Wei waved his hand at them. Moreover, I've set a trap for them. Brother Cao, you're truly my idol. Zhao Si said, someone like you who is both skilled and clever is simply perfect for this place. Cao Wei frowned, unsure if Zhao Si was complimenting him or mocking him. Seeing Cao Wei's change in expression, Yi Qing hurriedly said, Brother Cao, he doesn't mean it, don't take it to heart. It's fine, Cao Wei waved his hand. By the way, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be moving out tomorrow. You're not going to be put in solitary confinement, are you? Yi Qing asked in surprise. No, they've prepared a new room for me, Cao Wei replied. I prefer to sleep alone. Brother Cao, as expected of Brother Cao, Yi Qing said enviously. Even the guards can be dealt with. As long as you offer him sufficient benefits, he will comply obediently, Cao Wei said. Soon he will realize just how wrong a decision he made. Meanwhile, Tenyo had already arrived at the cafe, where he smoothly obtained the scrolls that Cao Wei had placed there. However, what he did not know was that a camera had been capturing his every move since he entered. The next day, Tenyo indeed kept his word. Citing that Cao Wei is too dangerous, he had him moved to a room deep within the prison. This room was clean and tidy. Although it had a strong prison vibe, Cao Wei was quite satisfied. In the past few days, even his meals had improved significantly. On this day, just as Cao Wei opened his eyes, 2 guards summoned him, saying, Someone is here to visit you. Upon hearing that someone was here to visit him, Cao Wei felt a mix of emotions. The fact that someone was visiting meant that there were still people who had not given up on him. They believed in his innocence. Indeed, when he entered the visitation room, he found that the visitor was Chung Yao-yin. Cao Wei, you've suffered so much, Cheng Yaoyin lamented as he looked at him, then exclaimed in shock. Why do I feel like you've gained some weight these days? Really? Cao Wei scratched his head and replied, I guess it's because I've been exercising a lot lately, so I've been eating more. As long as you can eat well, I will be at ease, Cheng Yaoyin said. Can you tell me what exactly happened that day? Cao Wei nodded solemnly, and then recounted everything that had happened that day to Cheng Yaoyin, leaving no. Then this matter might still have a turn of events, Cheng Yaoyin pondered. Ordinary teachers wouldn't carry the transformation diagram. That thing is very difficult to deal with. I killed him out of desperation, Cao Wei shrugged. If I didn't kill him, he would have killed me. That Hu Etian is truly despicable. Cheng Yaoyin exclaimed indignantly, how dare he attack a child? I still don't know who was behind him, Cao Wei. Yao Yue, that organization is truly notorious, Cheng Yaoyin sighed. Cao Wei, I need your help with two things. The first is to clarify what happened to Mo, and the second is to find a way to ensure that the coroner doesn't get bribed. Leave it to me, Cheng Yaoyin said as he patted Cao Wei on the shoulder. Just wait for good news. After Cheng Yaoyin finished speaking, the visitation time was up and Cao Wei was taken away. Cheng Yaoyin looked at Cao Wei with a complex expression and couldn't help but clench his fists. It was Cao Wei who made him get re-evaluated by the academy and helped him shake off the title of burdensome homeroom teacher. Thus, he absolutely would not allow the exceptionally talented Cao Wei to spend the rest of his life in prison. Shortly after Cheng Yaoyin left, Tenyo also exited the prison. Today, Tenyo faced a rather unusual client, a young man who was quite extravagant. Mr. Tan, how is the matter I entrusted to you going? Mr. D. Ting, after careful consideration, I believe that as a proud civil servant, I should not be easily. Tan Yo said with righteousness, handing over a box to D. Ting. All the money you entrusted to me is here, 1 million, not a cent less. What? D. Ting seemed unable to believe his ears. After extensive verification, he chose to bribe Tan Yo because he was known to be the most greedy in the prison, but he never expected that he would refuse. Is it that I offered you too little money? D. Ting inquired. Please respect my profession, Tan Yo replied. My duty is to supervise and protect every suspect. As he spoke, a beam of light just happened to shine down on him. D. Ting, seeing Tan Yo seemingly gilded by the light, began to doubt the authenticity of his information. I can offer more money, how about that? D. Ting hesitated. It's not a matter of money. Tan Yo picked up his clothes, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion. I'll add 1 million, no 2 million. D. Ting said in a deep voice. Ever since he failed in the trial tower, the D family had already reduced their financial support for him, and now he had very little money. Tan Yo's footsteps faltered for a moment, but he did not stop. D. Ting gritted his teeth, put the box away, and kept muttering Cao Wei's name. He knew that it was likely Cao Wei's doing, but what he couldn't figure out was why Cao Wei could offer better conditions than himself. In the following days, Cao Wei swiftly unified the various factions within the prison, and his speed was astonishing to everyone. Of course, there were some troublemakers who wanted to challenge Cao Wei, but they were all severely beaten by the guards and subsequently locked in the isolation room. On another front, Cheng Yaoyin also took a few days off to run around trying to secure the qualification to supervise the coroner's autopsy. Eventually, this matter was easily resolved by Shimenyu. Teacher Cheng, why did you take a few days off for something that could be solved with a little money? Shimenyu asked in confusion. Damn it, do you think everyone is like you, eh? Cheng Yaoyin said on the verge of tears. During these days, he also went to another campus to find Mo only to learn from Mo's homeroom teacher that she had taken a long leave and would not be coming to school anytime soon. 3 days later, the coroner began examining Hu Yixin's body, while Cheng Yaoyin and Shimenyu, wearing protective gear, closely observed the coroner. After several hours of examination, the coroner had to admit that indeed, Hu Etian had struck first. With this proof, Cao Wei's heavy sentence was revoked, but he still had to remain imprisoned for some time, as killing someone within the academy was an undeniable fact. Upon hearing this news, Cao Wei was overjoyed. You just stay here for a while, Shimenyu said to Cao Wei. However, your growth rate has already fallen behind now. Once I get out, I'll surpass you in just a few days, Cao Wei said with a smile. The people in the academy already know the truth. Shimenyu continued. It is said that D. Ting almost had a breakdown. This guy has ill intentions, and I must keep an eye on him in the future, Cao Wei said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, a defeated-looking D. Ting finally contacted the assassin from Yao Yu through his dubious friends. Help me kill someone, he's in prison. Prison, a short man questioned. What can't you do it? D. Ting frowned and asked. There is no one in this world that Yao Yu can't kill, the short man replied. But conversely, you have to pay us. How much do you want? 10 million per person, the short man said. After all, the situation in prison is much more complicated than outside. D. Ting was silent for a moment. If the money isn't enough, there's no deal. We're very busy, the short man said as he prepared to leave. Wait, money is not an issue. D. Ting said viciously, gritting his teeth as he spoke. As long as you can kill Cao Wei, everything else is not a problem. At that moment, Cao Wei could never have imagined that a group of people would choose to act in prison. After he was acquitted of serious crimes, he had been enjoying favorable treatment within the prison, with even most of the guards taking good care of him. The reason was that Cao Wei still had the chance to continue being a hero. Yi Qing and the others also congratulated Cao Wei one after another. Tan Niu was quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, Cao Wei had unified the various factions in the prison in a very short time, making management much easier for him. After spending a few days peacefully, Cao Wei was enjoying a life of luxury, gradually beginning to relish the feeling of giving orders. One day, just as he stepped out of his cell, he saw Jin Long running towards him covered in blood. "What's going on?" Cao Wei quickly inquired. Brother Cao, there's been a murder." Jin Long stammered. "A person has come into the prison, and he can actually use skills. The brothers can't fight against him. Don't leave yet, get the brothers to run." Cao Wei held Jin Long back. "That person is mine." With that, he rushed towards the place where the chaos had begun. Seeing Cao Wei's retreating figure, Jin Long gritted his teeth and turned to start dispersing the crowd. Before Cao Wei got close, he saw a person wielding a crescent-shaped blade surrounded by swirling black mist. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Several people were already lying on the ground, each with deep wounds visible to the bone. These wounds were all in vital areas, resulting in instant death, which was extremely terrifying. "Stop!" Cao Wei shouted. As his voice fell, everyone, including the killer, halted their actions. "You dare to kill here? You have quite the audacity." While Cao Wei spoke, he cast a glance at the unarmed prisoners who seized the opportunity to flee from the killer's attack range. "You're quite the formidable presence. You must be Cao Wei," the killer said in a mocking tone. "You are." Cao Wei fixed his gaze upon him, his mind racing. "I understand now. You're in cahoots with that previous killer, aren't you? Is there someone else trying to kill you?" The killer seemed somewhat surprised. "Yes, but I turned the tables on him," Cao Wei replied calmly. "His strength seems to be a bit stronger than yours." "Today is different from the past," the killer said. "Today you are unarmed. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering livestock." With that, the killer assumed an attacking stance. "Enough chit-chat, you die now." "Wait." Just before the killer was about to act, Cao Wei raised his palm. "Even if you want to kill me, at least let me know your name and tell me what our grudge is." "Too troublesome," the killer shook his head. "You're not afraid I'll turn the tables on you while you're talking, are you?" Cao Wei laughed heartily. A true killer wouldn't have such concerns. "It's no trouble to tell you," the killer replied. "My name is Kong Long from the Yaoyu organization." "Got it," Cao Wei nodded. "Let's get started." As soon as Cao Wei finished speaking, the next moment Kong Long appeared behind him, and just as the blade was about to slice through Cao Wei's neck, he suddenly turned and delivered an uppercut directly to Kong Long's chin. Cao Wei attempted to seize his weapon, but Kong Long reacted quickly, throwing 3 flying knives. Cao Wei hurriedly dodged, but one of the knives still struck his left shoulder. He felt a slight numbness and instantly realized that the knife was poisoned. Kong Long, furious at being attacked by the unarmed Cao Wei, saw his blade gleam as waves of surging energy formed sword chi that slashed towards Cao Wei. Cao Wei felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, those who could use skills were different, easily turning the tide of battle. The sword chi stirred up clouds of dust on the ground, leaving Jin Long and the others dumbfounded. Everyone knew how strong Cao Wei's physical body was. Attempting to dodge such a skill left little hope. Mission accomplished. Kong Long turned around, glancing at the other prisoners with amusement. "Next, it's time for some fun." "Wait." Suddenly, a shout from the dust caught everyone's attention. However, his voice seemed entirely different. Kong Long was astonished at Cao Wei's resilience when he suddenly saw a massive figure step out from the dust. At that critical moment, Cao Wei had successfully transformed into the Flame Giant. Indeed, there were magic formations in the prison that blocked skills, but evidently they hadn't anticipated that someone would bring equipment inside. Thus, the skills of the equipment could still be used. Cao Wei's body surged in size, instantly reaching a height of 3 meters. He looked at Kong Long as if he were an ant, his eyes filled with pity. "Do you really think I'm so weak?" Cao Wei said coldly, opening his mouth to unleash several fireballs. Kong Long hurriedly dodged the temperature of the fireballs, exceeding his imagination. In an instant, Kong Long appeared beside Cao Wei, who was undeterred, his giant palm clenched tightly, smashing down towards him. The immense force caused the ground to tremble several times. Kong Long moved quickly. Although Cao Wei's attack power was extraordinarily strong, he could not hit him. Cao Wei was anxious. He had no idea what those guards were doing at that moment. There had to be a limit to slacking off. How could they not react to such a huge commotion? Could it be that a thought crossed Cao Wei's mind that all of this must have been orchestrated by Tan Niu? Only he had the ability to allow these killers to rampage within the prison. In the blink of an eye, Kong Long had closed in on Cao Wei, the arc of his blade flashing, and a new wave of sword chi was about to be unleashed. Just as everyone was anxious, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted from beneath Cao Wei's feet. Kong Long hurriedly dodged, but Cao Wei had already seized the opportunity, bringing his hands together and immediately binding him. Kong Long's body was rapidly carbonizing, and Cao Wei showed no mercy. The searing heat instantly melted his limbs, after which Cao Wei returned to his human form. Kong Long had now become a human stick, the intense pain bringing him back to consciousness, while the flames quickly sealed his wounds. It seemed that Kong Long could still survive for a while. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the prison, and a group of bruised guards rushed in to begin rescuing the injured. Who sent you to kill me? Cao Wei stepped on Kong Long's face, his tone chilling. If you tell me, I might consider letting you die with a bit more dignity. It's Di Ting. The one called Di Ting. Kong Long shouted loudly. So it was him. Cao Wei sneered. Indeed, I have been too merciful towards him.